In the era of desolation, it is fortunate that Xu Zhengyang activated the apocalypse survival system a year in advance, meticulously constructing a supreme refuge from scratch in his underground sanctuary. Amidst the bioweapons crisis, radioactive wastelands, and the ice age, regardless of the calamities that beset the world outside, within Xu Zhengyang's haven, a constant temperature prevails, embodying the essence of spring throughout the seasons. A starch manufacturing facility tirelessly converts carbon dioxide into starch. A three-dimensional farm perpetually yields an abundance of fresh fruits and vegetables, and an AI-driven workshop operates ceaselessly, producing engineering robots, power armors, and swarms of drones around the clock. From the ground up, he is forging an invincible refuge capable of withstanding any natural or man-made disaster step by step. He aims to upgrade it into a planetary fortress capable of traversing the starry seas, propelling forth into the boundless cosmos. Chapter 1. Activating the Apocalypse Survival System a year early. Main task. Safe House, October 8, 2025. The apocalypse descends, and the world enters the wasteland era. Bioweapons crisis. Radioactive wastelands. Ice Age. As the chosen one, will you merely sweep the snow before your own door, living your own small life? Or will you rise to the occasion, bearing the heavy burden of preserving human civilization? Regardless of your choice, the immediate priority remains to swiftly locate a secure dwelling, cleanse it of danger, and establish a foothold in the wasteland. Task reward. Dimensional space bag. As Xu Zhengyang gazed at the words appearing before him, he fell into silence. Is the apocalypse truly arriving next year? But seeing the task reward, a mysterious dimensional space bag resolved to give it a try. The objective was simply to find a house devoid of danger. In the present, with no apocalypse yet manifesting, he realized that aside from the zoo and the asylum, any building he chose would pose no threat, allowing him to complete the task effortlessly. Upon completion, if he were to obtain the so-called dimensional space bag, it would confirm the system's authenticity in the impending apocalypse. Conversely, if not, he would merely have squandered a bit of time. In the northern suburbs of Bai City lies an old industrial area, once the heart of the city's vibrancy decades ago. However, for various reasons, it has now devolved into a desolate ghost town. Riding his electric scooter, Xu Zhengyang meandered until he arrived at a familiar locale, the Integrity Timber Processing Plant. The weathered sign, bearing faded characters, whispered tales of the factory's former glory. Presently, the expansive factory stood devoid of even a solitary security guard. The once pristine walls were now marred by numerous collapses. As for the rusted iron gate, it bore a resilient acrylic advertisement that, undeterred by the elements, was now cloaked in dust and grime. Quality factory for rent transfer contact. 131 XXXXXXXX. Mr. Xu approaching the entrance. Xu Zhengyang curled his lip and removed the sign. Despite the wall's partial collapse, he retrieved his key, unlocked the iron gate, and pushed his electric scooter through the threshold. Xu Zhengyang's factory spans over 3,000 square meters. However, the premises have languished unattended for many years, and the courtyard has been completely overrun by rampant weeds. Clearing a path through this wilderness took considerable effort on Xu Zhengyang's part. He made his way to the northwest corner of the factory, where 6 modest houses were constructed against the enclosing wall. Pushing open the door to the foremost room, he promptly accessed his task list. As anticipated, this room served as a safe haven, and the words completed appeared next to his task. Xu Zhengyang swiftly tapped to submit the task. Main task. Safe haven completed. Task reward. Dimensional space bag. As a series of notifications flashed before him, a fist-sized white pouch materialized in the palm of Xu Zhengyang's right hand. This, despite having mentally prepared himself, Xu Zhengyang was still taken aback by the sudden appearance of the dimensional space bag. He tested its functionality by placing and retrieving items with his phone, and once satisfied with its capabilities, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The system is indeed real. The apocalypse will truly arrive on Earth in a year. Fortunately, I possess this system and can plan ahead for an entire year. Xu Zhengyang exclaimed, eagerly reopening his task list. Main task. Safe haven completed. Be prepared. In progress. Simultaneously, a new main task appeared on his list. Be prepared. Xu Zhengyang quickly opened the details of the new task. Main task. Be prepared. You have found a secure dwelling where you can shelter from storms and extreme temperatures. However, the wasteland is fraught with peril. You may encounter situations where venturing outside is impossible. Thus, it is imperative to stockpile sufficient food and water in advance for unforeseen circumstances. Task objectives. Food 100 kg, water 100 L. Task reward. skill detection. Skill. Xu Zhengyang paused upon seeing the task reward before dashing out of the room, hopping onto his electric scooter to race to the nearest grocery store. An hour later, he returned, unable to contain his excitement as he retrieved the rice and bottled water stored within his dimensional space bag. Once he emptied the bag, he noticed that the task "Be Prepared" now bore an additional completed tag. You have collected sufficient food and water. You have completed the task. Be prepared. Skill acquired. Detection. With each system notification, Xu Zhengyang felt a warmth envelop him, and he soon realized that his perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Everything within his line of sight now bore a line of small text and a number. Brand new phone, worn out table, damaged television. Upon witnessing this change, Xu Zhengyang was intrigued and immediately retrieved the dimensional space bag he had just acquired. Indeed, the same small text appeared above the dimensional space bag. Dimensional space bag. Xu Zhengyang's consciousness fixated on the quotation mark. Indeed, the detailed attributes of the dimensional space bag materialized before his eyes. Dimensional space bag. Attributes. The dimensional space bag possesses a space of 1m, 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 which can be affixed to any part of your body. Note, only inanimate objects may be placed within the dimensional space bag, and time does not elapse inside, ensuring the utmost safety of the items. Evaluation. Though its space is limited, its uses are boundless. Very well, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction, then stowed the dimensional space bag away and opened his task list. Main task. Safe house completed. Better safe than sorry. Completed. Safe zone in progress. Upon seeing the newly emerged task on the list, Xu Zhengyang promptly opened the details of a new task. Main task. Safe zone. While you already possess a safe house, this limited space cannot adequately meet your daily needs. You must expand your safe zone to prepare for future production and living. Task objective. Utilize any materials you can gather to construct a fence or wall to protect your safe house. Task reward. Skill handicraft. Construct a wall. Xu Zhengyang paused momentarily, recalling that his family's lumberyard had once been enclosed by a red brick wall. However, due to prolonged abandonment, several sections had collapsed. Chapter 2. GX1 Engineering Robot. Fortunately, the safe zone task did not impose restrictions on the material, thickness, or sturdiness of the wall. It merely required a fence or wall to encircle his safe house. The collapsed sections amounted to merely 10 meters or so. Thus, Xu Zhengyang wasted no time and rummaged through his family's warehouse for some discarded lumber from years past. He transported the materials to the gaps in the wall with a cart and began to hammer and assemble. Within just an hour, he had successfully repaired the gaps with wooden fencing. Gazing at his handiwork, Xu Zhengyang wiped the sweat from his brow in satisfaction and then opened his task list. Sure enough, the task of safe zone now displayed completed. You have constructed a wall with certain defensive capabilities around your safe house, granting you a relatively safe area for development. Main task. Safe zone has been completed. Reward. Skill handicraft. As a series of notifications appeared, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of warmth in his mind, as a torrent of information flooded into his consciousness. He could see that moment. Xu Zhengyang felt a stir in his heart and glanced down at himself. Indeed, under the scope of the skill detection, a label bearing the name Xu Zhengyang materialized before him. Xu Zhengyang race. Human male. Attribute strength. 0.8 agility, 1.1 intelligence, 1 spirit, 1.2 stamina, 0.7 skills detection. You can view detailed attributes if a spirit check is below 1.2 crafting. You can skillfully use various tools to create items of your desire. Evaluation. An adult male in a state of chronic subhealth. So, detection has such marvelous applications. Can I now venture into Panjiayuan to seek treasures? As Xu Zhengyang indulged in whimsical thoughts, he opened his task list. Main quest. Shelter completed. Preparedness completed. Safe zone completed. Cultivation in progress. Time limited. Side quest. Nutritional balance in progress. Upon accessing the task list, Xu Zhengyang was astonished to discover not only the main quest, but also an additional time-limited side quest. Thus, he hastily clicked on the details of both tasks. Main quest. Cultivation. You have finally established a foothold in the wasteland, yet is fraught with dangers and limited resources that will inevitably deplete. You need to cultivate farmland within your safe zone to achieve self-sufficiency. Task objective. Cultivate a piece of farmland and plant any staple crop. Task reward. Skill horticulture. Time-limited side quest. Nutritional balance. A diet that is excessively monotonous will inevitably lead you to suffer from scurvy, beriberi, night blindness, and other ailments. For your health, And to ensure you can enjoy nutritionally balanced and delectable meals, please construct a vegetable greenhouse covering no less than 50 square meters within 10 days in the safe zone, and plant no fewer than 15 types of vegetables therein. Task time limit, 239 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds. Task reward, GX1 engineering robot and engineering robot. Xu Zhengyang did not expect that the reward for this time-limited side quest would be an engineering robot. Although he was unaware of what the GX1 entailed, the reward of a dimensional space bag for an ordinary main quest was already quite remarkable. Naturally, the rewards for a more challenging time-limited side quest would be even grander. In the apocalypse, gathering sufficient materials to erect a 50 square meter vegetable greenhouse and plant 15 different types of vegetables within 10 days could prove exceedingly daunting. However, on the very next morning, Xu Zhengyang made a trip to the agricultural supply station, where he spent a modest sum to procure enough materials. Not only that, under the influence of Xu Zhengyang's financial persuasion, he also brought along 4 seasoned masters from the agricultural supply station back to the lumber mill. With the assistance of the masters, a steel frame structure enveloped in a composite polyethylene film was completed in just 1 day. After settling the final payment and bidding farewell to the craftsman, Xu Zhengyang hastily ordered takeout and merely nibbled at it before picking up the hoe he had purchased earlier that day, immersing himself in work within the vegetable greenhouse. Despite its modest 50 square meters, the greenhouse was soon teeming with life as he toiled for 2 full hours tilling the soil, sowing seeds, watering, and fertilizing until, just shy of midnight, he had planted 15 varieties of his favorite vegetables. Efforts do not go unrewarded. Upon completing his tasks, a series of notifications appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Limited time side quest. Nutritional balance completed reward. GX1 engineering robot. As the text materialized, a brilliant flash of light heralded the sudden appearance of a robot over 3 meters tall, its lower half mounted on tracks, and its upper half adorned with 4 mechanical arms. Additionally, a controller, no larger than a remote, materialized in Xu Zhengyang's palm. "Wow," he exclaimed, invigorated by the sight of such an advanced creation. He quickly delved into the specifications of the engineering robot. GX1 engineering robot attribute strength, 10 agility, 2 intelligence, 1 spirit, 0 stamina, 10 skills transformation. The robot's mechanical arms can disassemble and reassemble into various engineering appendages construction. The robot is proficient in numerous construction techniques evaluation. The highest rated household engineering robot of the 22nd century. Gazing at the towering robot, Xu Zhengyang glanced at the controller in his hand. As he focused his attention on it, he felt a portion of his consciousness project onto the robot's circuitry. Instantly, the circuit board converted the electrical signals into neural signals, establishing a mirror of the engineering robot in Xu Zhengyang's mind. He could distinctly sense the robot's presence, even feeling the engine's rhythm within it. This was a wondrous sensation, akin to possessing a robotic doppelganger. Though no manual was provided, in that moment of connection, Xu Zhengyang intuitively grasped all the robot's functionalities and attained the highest level of operational authority over it. Elated with his new toy, Xu Zhengyang reveled in the possibilities. Although designed as an engineering robot, it proved more than capable of tilling the land. Under his command, the robot thundered to the side of the newly constructed greenhouse, diligently turning the soil in the yard. With the robot's assistance, in just an hour, Xu Zhengyang transformed a portion of the yard into fertile farmland that met the task's requirements. Chapter 3, Limited Time Side Quest. Situated in the northwest, Baiqing in October finds itself limited to the cultivation of wheat as the only staple crop. During a visit to the agricultural supply station yesterday, Xu Zhengyang not only procured materials necessary for constructing a vegetable greenhouse, but also seized the opportunity to purchase a tray of well-nurtured wheat seedlings. Consequently, after clearing the yard, he promptly transplanted the seedlings into the soil, followed by fertilization and watering. Once he had completed these tasks, he gazed upon the verdant crops in his yard, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. Shortly thereafter, a system notification appeared before Xu Zhengyang. "You have completed the main quest, land reclamation. You have acquired the skill, horticulture." As the system messages flashed across his screen, an exhilarating surge of knowledge related to seedling cultivation, grafting, pollination, and soilless agriculture flooded his mind. Having assimilated this newfound wisdom, Xu Zhengyang chuckled, realizing that he would no longer need to scour the internet for guidance on growing vegetables and grains. With that thought, he promptly opened his task list to review the new main quest. Main quest, shelter, in progress. Main quest, shelter, it is merely a red brick house. Incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the undead, nor can it shield against the radiation of a nuclear explosion. You have initially acquired the ability to establish a foothold in the wasteland, but this is far from sufficient. You now need to start from scratch to create your true sanctuary. Quest objective: construct an underground shelter. Note: minimum construction depth of 10 meters. Total area no less than 200 square meters. Ceiling height no less than 5 meters. Quest reward: mental enhancement potion. The prospect of the mental enhancement potion filled Xu Zhengyang with joy. He had previously utilized his detection skill to assess his attributes and had pondered whether they could be improved. Now, the system's reward clearly indicated that enhancements were indeed possible. Xu Zhengyang enthusiastically contemplated the details of the first main quest regarding the safe house, which indicated that the world would face its first catastrophe, a biochemical crisis, within a year. He had been deliberating on how to survive the zombie virus, but now it seemed that as long as he completed more main quests and obtained the strength-enhancing potion, his immune system would be capable of eradicating the virus, even if he were infected. After the initial excitement, Xu Zhengyang immediately retrieved the remote control for his Type 1 engineering robot and directed it toward the machine in the distance, exclaiming, "I'm counting on you." As soon as the words left his lips, Xu Zhengyang projected part of his consciousness into the robot, taking control himself. With a series of mechanical clicks, the robot's 4 arms began to twist and merge, ultimately transforming into a drilling apparatus. "Start!" Xu Zhengyang shouted with exhilaration, and the drill began to spin at high speed, angling downwards at a 45-degree trajectory as it commenced its work. With the drill's rotation, the soil in the yard was easily dislodged, akin to butter melting away, and then expelled from the hole, forming small mounds outside. In just a short while, the engineering robot has carved out an opening exceeding 3 meters in diameter, and it continues to delve deeper. The robot's power is formidable, capable of drilling 1 meter in merely 2 to 3 minutes. However, such immense power comes with a staggering consumption of electricity. Fortunately, the lumber factory owned by Xu Zhengyang previously utilized industrial cables for various large woodworking machines, all rated at a robust 60 amps. Although the engineering robot represents future technology, it is compatible with the electrical standards of the 21st century. Thus, Xu Zhengyang simply connected a cable to the back of the robot, effectively resolving its power dilemma. As the engineering robot steadily descended, Xu Zhengyang calculated that, with the current drilling speed and the necessary time for clearing the excavated earth, he could create sufficient underground space to fulfill the primary mission of constructing a shelter by the end of the night. With that in mind, he disregarded the need for rest, swiftly downing a can of Red Bull, and fully immersed himself in operating the engineering robot. The following day, Xu Zhengyang maneuvered the engineering robot into a shovel-like form, transporting the final load of earth from the tunnel and accumulating a small mound in the corner of the yard. To his delight, a long-awaited system notification materialized before him. Main quest: shelter completed. Reward: mental enhancement potion. With the appearance of the notification, a vial shimmering with a blue glow manifested in the palm of Xu Zhengyang's hand. The mental enhancement potion. After a night of toil, this was precisely what he had sought. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang employed his detection skill to examine the specific attributes of the potion. Mental enhancement potion. Consumable. Effect: permanently increases mental strength by 1 point upon consumption. Evaluation: refreshes the mind. Never fatigued. Upon reading the attributes, Xu Zhengyang immediately unscrewed the cap of the potion and downed it in one gulp. The flavor of the mental enhancement potion was indescribable. After consuming it, he felt invigorated, and the fatigue from his sleepless night vanished in an instant. Eagerly, Xu Zhengyang glanced at his attributes. Indeed, his mental strength had risen from 12 to 22. Additionally, the description of the detection skill had transformed to, "You can view detailed attributes of mental checks below 22. Excellent. Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction and opened his task list to review the new main quest. Main quest: reinforcement, in progress. Time-limited side quest: renovation, in progress. Another time-limited side quest. Xu Zhengyang exclaimed with excitement. The previous time-limited side quest had rewarded him with the Type 1 engineering robot, which had proven to be incredibly powerful. Thus, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he clicked on both quests' details to discover what rewards awaited him this time. Main quest: reinforcement. You have unearthed the prototype of the shelter, but this is far from sufficient. Task objective: reinforce your shelter using reinforced concrete. Task reward: dimensional space bag upgrade device. Time-limited side quest: renovation. A shelter lacking functional zoning is akin to a mere den. Thus, you must engage in a thorough transformation of your refuge. Task limit: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. Task objective: Establish functional zones within the shelter by constructing a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and storage area. Note: each functional zone must cover an area of no less than 25 square meters and contain its core components. Task Reward: Shelter Control Center. The Shelter Control Center? Although Xu Zhengyang was unsure of what this entailed, the magnitude of the task suggested it must be significant. Chapter 4. Engineering capable of withstanding nuclear detonations. The primary quest focuses on fortifying the shelter, while the time-limited side quest involves establishing functional zoning. In truth, these two tasks are intrinsically linked and can be executed simultaneously. Xu Zhengyang mused thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Zhengyang resolved to take action. He retrieved his phone and dialed. Is this Manager Wang from Agricultural Bank? This is Xiaosu. I've recently encountered a benefactor and taken on a substantial project. However, this endeavor requires initial capital. Considering I've mortgaged my apartment in the second ring, how much can I borrow? It's quite urgent. Should I come by now? All right, see you shortly. Upon ending the call, Xu Zhengyang immediately contacted another individual named Chun Yong. Uncle Chun, I've come across a benefactor and accepted a significant project. Does your crew have any work available? As long as the quality is assured, I can pay in cash immediately, no delays. Given your long-standing friendship with my father, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I'll transfer you 20,000 as a deposit. If you're free, please come to my factory shortly to inspect the site and sign a contract. After hanging up, he promptly transferred 20,000 to Chun Yong. Xu Zhengyang then concealed his engineering robot before hastily riding his electric scooter towards the agricultural bank in the northern suburbs of Baiqing. The apocalypse is upon us. What use is the apartment my parents toiled so hard for if I do not leverage it? Xu Zhengyang must swiftly convert it into liquid assets while it still holds value, thus fortifying his capabilities. At the agricultural bank in the northern suburbs, VIP room. Typically, the mortgage process is lengthy, requiring at least 10 working days, even under expedited conditions. However, this year is markedly different. With the economy in decline and the overall environment exceedingly challenging, individuals are more inclined to save their funds for emergencies rather than spend frivolously. Therefore, Manager Wang, facing performance pressures, provided Xu Zhengyang with an expedited green light upon confirming his creditworthiness and the legitimacy of his property rights. Within just 2 hours, a sum of 1,800,000 was swiftly transferred to Xu Zhengyang's bank account. In front of the agricultural bank, Manager Wang, with a beaming smile, bid farewell to Xu Zhengyang, saying, Mr. Xu, you truly are a remarkable young man. At your age, I was still timid and could barely articulate a coherent sentence. Yet here you are, managing such substantial projects. Your future is indeed boundless. Xu Zhengyang, quick to demur, replied, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now since everything is settled here. Yes, Mr. Xu, please take care. Manager Wang waved goodbye while signaling a clerk to bring forth a gift box for Xu Zhengyang, remarking, this is a custom gift for our clients. It may not hold much value, but I hope you will not refuse it. Should you encounter any funding gaps, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Everything can be discussed from my side. Xu Zhengyang accepted the gift box and said his farewells, expressing gratitude as he departed. He had just secured a loan win. Before he could return to the timber factory, his phone buzzed incessantly with calls from Chun Yong, urging him to hurry back. Upon arriving at the timber factory in the northern suburbs, Xu Zhengyang was still a few hundred meters from the entrance when he spotted Chun Yong excitedly waving and calling out, Ah Zheng, I'm over here, come quickly. As Xu Zhengyang approached the factory gate, he noticed a myriad of cigarette butts scattered around Chun Yong's pickup truck, indicating that Chin had been waiting for quite some time. With a bemused smile, Xu Zhengyang remarked, it's just a small task, Uncle Chun, there's no need for such urgency. Chun Yong, handing Xu Zhengyang a cigarette, replied, these days, it's not about big or small tasks, only about good and bad ones. This cash-paying job is a good one, and if I don't act swiftly, someone else might snatch it away, leaving me with no place to lament. Xu Zhengyang took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear, then opened the factory door, inviting Chun Yong inside. He got straight to the point, saying, Uncle Chin, you have known my father for many years, so I won't hide anything from you. The boss I know is not short on funds, but he tends to be overly anxious about certain matters. As Xu Zhengyang spoke, he led Chun Yong to the entrance of the shelter corridor, explaining, the foundation has already been excavated by others. Now, we need to reinforce it with rebar and concrete. Then partition the basement into several functional areas and carry out some basic finishing. Uncle Chun, how long do you think this will take? That is hard to say. Chun Yong replied, looking somewhat troubled. I need to see how large your basement is first, and then you can detail your requirements for me to make an estimate. Then let us head down now, Xu Zhengyang said, turning on the flashlight on his phone as he led the way toward the dark opening. All right, Chun Yong agreed. activating his own phone's flashlight and following Xu Zhengyang. Xu Zhengyang's engineering robot was exceptionally powerful, effortlessly excavating the soil. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang worked efficiently and comprehensively, ultimately constructing his shelter 20 meters underground, with an area exceeding 300 square meters, far surpassing the original target. As Qinyong followed Xu Zhengyang toward the shelter, he marveled at the smooth, even earthen walls of the corridor, exclaiming, "Who did this work? It's truly impressive." Xu Zhengyang chuckled and said, "Uncle Chun, please refrain from asking such questions. I do not wish to deceive you." I understand. Qinyong exhibited a knowing expression, winking at Xu Zhengyang, and remarked, "Those wealthy individuals all share this sentiment." Indeed, Xu Zhengyang nodded. At that time, be sure to inform the workers to refrain from chatter and avoid taking photographs. Not a problem. To that end, I shall confiscate their phones while they work. Qinyong assured Xu Zhengyang with a pat on his chest. Then I shall outline my requirements, Xu Zhengyang said after a moment of contemplation. According to the boss's specifications, the thickness of the shelter's walls must not be less than 30 centimeters, and the entire structure should be poured with 120 grade concrete, with fine copper wires mixed in to prevent cracking. The internal steel bars must be of 20 millimeters, with a spacing of no more than 20 centimeters, bearing a load of no less than 4, and a net spacing of no less than 20. Furthermore, before the bars are installed, any chemical coatings must be removed, and the bars should be welded together using thermite. Although the basement has been excavated, the vastness of the space poses a continual risk of collapse. When you add the load-bearing walls and columns, remember to wrap all load-bearing structures in carbon fiber. Lastly, the main entrance should consist of a solid frame, fashioned into a seamless titanium door, with a minimum thickness of 30 centimeters, entirely comparable to a bank vault, that encompasses the essential structural requirements. Uncle Chun, could you estimate the costs and the time required for the work? If it is agreeable, I shall proceed with you. Chapter 5. Details after hearing Xu Zhengyang's fundamental requirements. Qinyong was left utterly astonished. This was no mere construction of a basement. It was akin to erecting an apocalyptic fortress, should the construction adhere to Xu Zhengyang's specifications. The fortitude of this shelter would surpass even the air-raid shelters built during the sensitive periods of the last century. Were this shelter constructed above ground, anyone witnessing its demolition would surely take a wide berth. Let alone explosives, even direct cannon fire against the walls would at most create a crater, failing to collapse the structure. The cost of dismantling such a facility would be astronomical. Uncle Chun, Xu Zhengyang gently nudged the stunned Qinyong. Yes, I am here. Qinyong finally regained his composure and said, Zhang, are you certain that this shelter needs to be constructed as you've specified? The expenses will be considerable. Absolutely certain. Xu Zhengyang waved his hand, reiterating, as long as Uncle Chun performs the work diligently and without cutting corners. The financial aspect is not an issue. That is reassuring. Qinyong exhaled in relief and began to inquire further about the details. By the way, Zhang, did the client provide you with detailed design blueprints? Given the size and weight of the structure, even underground, it cannot escape the inevitability of settling. What measures shall be taken to address this? Furthermore, how will air circulation be managed? Is there a need to install an elevator? Should we construct an alternative entry and exit passage? How are we to handle the water and electricity? Will it be connected to municipal water and power, or something else? If municipal power is utilized, will there be a need to incorporate a backup power source within the structure? How much additional power will be required? And what solutions are there for drainage? At this point, Qinyong slapped his forehead and added, "Oh right, there's also the communication issue. Even if this house were constructed above ground, mobile phones would struggle to receive signals inside, let alone underground. If communication is necessary, should we consider a signal relay device?" Qinyong, a seasoned civil engineer, posed questions that struck at the heart of the matter, concerns that Xu Zhengyang had not previously contemplated. For a moment, Xu Zhengyang found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Clearing his throat, he quickly coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. I previously mentioned the client's rigid requirements. The rest are mere trifles, so I must trouble you, Uncle Chun, to devise a plan, produce design drawings, and prepare a budget. I will then present it to the boss for his decision. Certainly, Qinyong nodded, unperturbed, and continued, is everything designed to the maximum specifications? Indeed, Xu Zhengyang affirmed. Everything is designed to the utmost limits. The boss is not short on funds. After all, the world will end in a year. What good will money do in hand? Xu Zhengyang was determined to convert his wealth into a sense of security while it still held value. One moment, Qinyong said, retrieving a laser rangefinder to measure the dimensions of the shelter. He recorded the data on his phone and, after some calculations, remarked, If everything is indeed designed to the maximum, this project will likely cost around 3 million. Of course, that's just a rough estimate. The precise cost will depend on the finalized design and details. 3 million? Upon hearing Qin Yang's quote, Xu Zhengyang felt a chill. It meant that he would have to mortgage his property in the city's second ring, only to afford half a shelter. As he pondered how to secure an additional one, 2 million, Qin Yang delivered a further blow. This 3 million is merely an approximation. The actual figure could be even higher. After all, the boss's requirements are exceedingly demanding. Specifications such as 120-grade concrete mixed with copper wire to prevent cracking, and carbon fiber-wrapped load-bearing structures with a minimum thickness of 30 centimeters for the titanium alloy doors. I've heard of these things, but I've never handled them. I need to consult upstream for quotes and wait for my team to finalize the design and budget before providing you with a conclusive figure. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Xu Zhengyang felt disheartened. So, 3 million might not even suffice? His expression fell at this realization. Fortunately, the basement was dim enough that Qin Yang could not discern the shift in Xu Zhengyang's demeanor. Excitedly, he urged, "Come on, Zheng, this place lacks airflow. Staying too long is dangerous. I've gathered sufficient information here. Let us quickly head out. I'll return and have my team prepare the drawings and budget for you." All right. Xu Zhengyang nodded and followed Qin Yang out. The standards of the refuge could not be compromised. This was Xu Zhengyang's bottom line. If there were issues, they must be resolved. Thus, he needed to find ways to earn money. Furrowing his brow, Xu Zhengyang began contemplating avenues for income. The speed of credit updates was rapid. After mortgaging his house, various legitimate lending options would be affected, rendering him nearly incapable of securing funds. Even if he pursued small loans, those lenders were interconnected. Once one approved a loan, as long as previous debts remained unpaid, others would either deny him credit or offer pitiably low amounts. Despite having a high credit score, managing to obtain around 100,000 would be the utmost, leaving him far short of the 120,000 gap that needed filling, an insatiable thirst for funds. It appeared that to earn significant money, he would have to rely on his unique skill. As he mused, Xu Zhengyang glanced at his attributes, focusing on the detection skill. Time was of the essence. Upon returning to the surface, Xu Zhengyang promptly transferred 800,000 to Qin Yang, urging him to confidently pre-purchase building materials and prepare to commence construction. Subsequently, after scheduling a time to review the design and sign the contract, Qin Yang hurriedly drove his pickup back to the company. As soon as Qin Yang departed, Xu Zhengyang mounted his electric scooter and sped directly towards the Baiqing jade trading market. Stone, weight, 26. Main component, sodium aluminum silicate 26. Calcium carbonate 974. At the jade trading market, upon catching sight of the most expensive jade rough, Xu Zhengyang couldn't help but curl his lip and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The primary chemical component of jade is sodium aluminum silicate, and only gemstones containing over 50 of this compound are considered jade. Although Xu Zhengyang was not versed in evaluating stones, he could read. Thus, he refrained from following the crowd to inspect the popular items and instead wandered aimlessly through the jade trading market. Chapter 6. Earning money, stone, weight, 58, main component, sodium aluminum silicate 12, calcium carbonate 988, stone, weight, 12, main component, sodium aluminum silicate 5. Calcium carbonate 95. Baiqing is located in the northwest region, while the areas with the highest occurrences of jade in the country are in Yunnan and Guizhou. Consequently, the rough stones here have been repeatedly overlooked by those from Yunnan and Guizhou, making it challenging to find quality goods. However, there is a saying in the jade industry: even immortals cannot discern an inch of jade. Despite the seasoned players from Yunnan and Guizhou, they too could not guarantee they would not make mistakes and miss out on good stones from a batch. Although the rough stones in the Baiqing jade market were mostly scraps, after spending more than half an hour there, Xu Zhengyang indeed managed to find a quality piece. Stone, weight, 1421, main components, sodium aluminum silicate 76, calcium carbonate 24. This is a cylindrical stone resembling a winter melon in appearance. The surface material appears quite decent, albeit marred by a cleave down the middle. As a result of this incision, no trace of green is visible. Thus, this stone, with its excellent quality, is highly likely to yield jade and is priced at merely 30,000. Confirming his perception, Xu Zhengyang promptly approached the stall and candidly declared, "Boss, I'll take this stone. Let us negotiate a better price." The stall owner, Li Jinyang, was a seasoned veteran of the jade trading market. Additionally, he was a live streamer, known for creating various videos showcasing impressive cuts to attract customers from Baiqing to purchase raw stones. Due to this, Li Jinyang immediately recognized Xu Zhengyang's incongruity. Assuming he was just another naive soul, enchanted by short videos, believing himself to be destined for fortune, ready to be fleeced. Thus, he donned a sycophantic smile and remarked, "Brother, you have an excellent eye. Although this stone has been cleaved in half, based on my years of experience, I assure you, it will yield results. I see this is your first visit. Let us be friends. You can take it for 28,800. Though Xu Zhengyang was not well versed in the market for raw stones, he understood, through common sense, that Li Jinyang had left room for negotiation. Therefore, he boldly countered, "Given that this stone is already half cut, I can offer you a maximum of 14,000. Just as Xu Zhengyang anticipated a protracted negotiation, Li Jinyang's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, grasping Xu Zhengyang's hand excitedly and exclaimed, "Deal." Simultaneously, the audience and Li Jinyang's live stream witnessed yet another unsuspecting victim, and the barrage of comments surged. "I can't believe this old trickster has duped another one. Old Lu has had that half-broken stone sitting there for 6 months. He couldn't sell it for 3,000 during his last live stream. Someone should go warn this kid. Haha, warn him. If you try to advise him, he'll think you're hindering his fortune." Exactly. Have you ever seen a naive fool who thinks he is destined for greatness? They won't turn back until they hit a wall. Seeing Li Jinyang acquiesce so readily, Xu Zhengyang realized he had somewhat overestimated Li Jinyang's integrity and had perhaps offered too little. Nevertheless, he was now convinced that this stone would indeed hold value. Thus, he merely smirked and pulled out his phone to proceed with the payment. Suddenly, a hand shot out, blocking Li Jinyang's payment code. A police badge was presented to Xu Zhengyang as the officer stated, "I am Lu Guodong, the local officer. You're free to browse. But don't act impulsively and make a reckless purchase." Li Jinyang, noticing his business being disrupted, exclaimed, "Old Lu, this is a mutually agreed transaction. What is the meaning of your interference? Our local custom is for me to set the price high and him to bargain down. He made an offer. I accepted. The deal must go through." Lu Guodong cast a disdainful glance at Li Jinyang and, narrowing his eyes, coldly remarked, "What? Do your rules hold more weight than the law? Go ahead and try to force a sale in my presence." Li Jinyang wanted to retort, but upon meeting Lu Guodong's piercing gaze, he swallowed his words, instead venting his frustration towards his live stream, exclaiming, "The world is in decline, truly in decline, my friends." Humph. Lu Guodong let out a scoff of derision and tossed the payment code back onto Li Jinyang's stall, addressing Xu Zhengyang, "Young man, just come here to have a look and have fun. It's not easy for anyone to earn money, so don't waste it." Xu Zhengyang hesitated. Deeply moved by Lu Guodong's goodwill, feeling warmth in his heart, there are still plenty of good people in this world. However, his intent was to use his extraordinary abilities to earn some money to build his own sanctuary, and Lu Guodong's well-meaning interference was indeed counterproductive. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Guodong turned away, Xu Zhengyang quickly scanned the code and transferred 14,000 yuan to Li Jinyang, stating, "I've watched your live stream. Just cut it for me directly." The payment of 14,000 yuan was confirmed. Initially, Li Jinyang had given up on this deal, but he could hardly believe that the cooked duck had flown back into the pot. A dramatic reversal of fortune left him exhilarated, and he hurriedly picked up the stone and dashed towards the cutting machine, exclaiming, "Great. Boss is generous. I'll cut it right away." Lu Guodong turned back in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Jinyang's live stream chat buzzed with excitement. "Ha ha ha. I knew this kid wouldn't turn back until he ran into a wall. Old Lu is here to help. He should just take the stairs down, but he insists on resisting. No, 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 we think old Lu is assisting him. But he might be cursing old Lu for blocking his path to wealth, haha." Li Jinyang glanced at the barrage of comments and, filled with pride, brought the stone to the cutting machine, pressing the switch. "Hey, this is a free transaction. There's no coercion. You saw it with your own eyes. I didn't force this young boss. He willingly spent 14,000 yuan on my stone." After speaking, Li Jinyang confirmed with Xu Zhengyang. "Shall I make the cut in the middle?" Xu Zhengyang nodded. "Yes, please proceed." "All right." Li Jinyang replied, positioning his phone towards the cutting machine, adjusting the lighting, donning safety goggles, and then began pressing down on the cutter. As the sizzling sound erupted, sparks flew from the stone's cut, indicating that the cutting had commenced. Lu Guodong sighed and pointed at Li Jinyang, saying, "I'll head back shortly to inform the authorities to shut down your video account and livestream, lest you spread harmful content." Just as Lu Guodong prepared to leave, he heard Li Jinyang exclaiming loudly, "What the heck?" Lu Guodong was perplexed, wondering if his words had such a devastating impact. But soon, he noticed that Li Jinyang had ceased speaking and was abandoning his stall, clutching the cut stone as he ran away. Lu Guodong, an experienced veteran who has dedicated many years to frontline work, swiftly pieced together the truth from the various details that had just unfolded. "Halt!" he exclaimed with authority, then took 3 steps in 2 strides. Leaping forward to subdue Li Jinyang, who was attempting to flee with the precious stone. Without hesitation, Lu executed a deft maneuver, handcuffing Li's wrist to the iron railing of the jade market. The original stone slipped from Li's grasp, clattering to the ground. In an instant, a dazzling green hue captivated everyone present. Chapter 7. Tasks completed in succession. The commotion drew a crowd of onlookers from the vicinity. Imperial green. A voice cried out upon seeing the halved stone, instantly igniting a fervor throughout the jade trading market. It was no wonder old Li had abandoned his stall and fled. Under such circumstances, who could resist? What a fortune this must be. Given its quality, it must be worth at least 8 figures. As the throng grew ever larger, Li Jingyang's eyes blazed with fury. Let me go. That belongs to me. He struggled to seize the stone, but alas, one of his hands was shackled to the railing. And despite his desperate attempts, he could not free himself, even at the cost of raw skin on his wrist. At that moment, Lu Guodong approached, retrieved the stone, and mockingly gestured to the body camera affixed to his chest. What were your words just now? You sold this stone, and it was a free transaction. My body camera captured the entire process. What is this? Having second thoughts? Lu continued, handing the stone to Xu Zhengyang, his spirits lifted. Moreover, your earlier actions may be construed as robbery. Given the quality of this jade, the monetary value is undoubtedly substantial. If this young man decides to pursue the matter, you might very well find yourself spending the latter half of your life behind bars. Ultimately, with Lu Guodong's assistance, Xu Zhengyang successfully sold the imperial green jade uncovered through his skillful detection to a renowned jewelry store in Baiqing, right there in the jade market. As he watched his account swell with an additional 12 million in cash, Xu felt a wave of relief. With newfound wealth, he could finally proceed with the construction of his shelter and even stockpile additional supplies, medications, and materials for unforeseen circumstances. As he departed the jade market, Xu Zhengyang expressed his gratitude to Lu Guodong. Thank you, Officer Lu. Without your help today, I truly would have been at a loss on how to handle this situation. Lu Guodong, having handed Li Jingyang over to his apprentice in the police car, waved nonchalantly. It's nothing. This is simply my duty. To serve the people, haha. At that moment, Xu Zhengyang suddenly recalled a response he had seen earlier on Jihu, and promptly said to Lu Guodong, allow me to present you with a banner of appreciation. A banner? Lu Guodong's face revealed a moment of internal conflict, not immediately dismissing the idea. Observing Lu's expression, Xu understood that he genuinely valued such recognition. He quickly added, Officer Lu, your assistance has been invaluable to me. Not only do I wish to present you with a banner of gratitude, but I also intend to pen a handwritten letter of thanks. Upon hearing Xu Zhengyang's words, Lu Guodong's breath quickened slightly, and he stammered, his face flushing. Then, I shall trouble you with that. Not at all, it is my duty, Xu Zhengyang replied. In the afternoon, after delivering the banner and letter to Lu Guodong, Xu Zhengyang emerged from the police station and received a call from Chen Yong. As soon as the call connected, Chen Yong eagerly exclaimed, Ah Zhang, I have completed a preliminary design. Are you available to come and take a look? I'm on my way, Xu Zhengyang replied, promptly hailing a cab and racing toward Chen Yong's company. It must be said that Chen Yong, a seasoned civil engineer, had crafted a renovation plan for the shelter that fulfilled all of Xu Zhengyang's aspirations. Ultimately, following the task's directives, Xu Zhengyang instructed Chen Yong's designer to partition the functionality within the shelter's interior. Satisfied, he nodded. Very well, please send the design to me via WeChat. I will present it to my boss. 5 minutes later, after feigning interest in his phone, Xu Zhengyang directly addressed Chen Yong. Let us proceed, Uncle Chen. Can you expedite the construction? Chen Yong sighed in relief and patted his chest, as long as the design is satisfactory. I shall arrange for the workers to begin welding the steel bars to prepare for the concrete pouring. However, Chen Yong's tone shifted, revealing a hint of regret as he continued, I had underestimated some material costs. If we adhere strictly to the design, the total funds needed to complete the shelter will be around 5 million. 5 million? Xu Zhengyang nodded at the mention, unfazed. That's not a problem. Uncle Chen, prepare the contract. Once signed, I will transfer 1 million to you. You must expedite the construction. Absolutely, Chen Yong exclaimed, filled with excitement as he assured Xu Zhengyang. Rest assured, Zhang, I will be living on site. I will personally oversee the project from start to finish. I guarantee its completion within 20 days, ensuring both quality and quantity. Given that the time-limited side task required completion within a month, Xu Zhengyang promptly agreed. Let us proceed, Uncle Chen. Please prepare the contract and commence work swiftly. 10 minutes later, after signing the contract and transferring 1 million to his company account, Xu Zhengyang departed. 6 days later, while diligently studying the manuals on barefoot doctors and dual-use talents in preparation for the impending apocalypse, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main task, Reinforcement completed. Reward. Dimensional space bag upgrade device in that instant. Xu Zhengyang realized that Qin Yang had made significant progress on the project. He was filled with joy. Immediately, he retrieved the dimensional space bag upgrade device to examine its attributes. Dimensional space bag upgrade device. Effect. Enhances the space of the dimensional space bag to 555. Note. Effect is activated upon placement within the dimensional space bag. After reviewing the properties and usage of the dimensional space bag, Xu Zhengyang wasted no time and directly placed it into his own dimensional space bag, confirming that the upgrade device had taken effect. He hurriedly accessed the task list to check the new main quest. Main task. The door. You have reinforced your shelter with reinforced concrete. But a sturdy shelter also requires a robust door. Task objective. Install the strongest door possible for your shelter. Task reward. Stamina enhancement potion. Upon seeing the main task, Xu Zhengyang chuckled softly, closed the task interface, and resumed his reading. He had previously contemplated the safety of his shelter. Thus he had specially commissioned Qin Yang to craft a titanium door with a minimum thickness of 30 centimeters. Once the shelter's renovations were completed and the door installed, the strength of this titanium door would undoubtedly meet the task requirements, allowing Xu Zhengyang to simply await the outcome. Chapter 8. Shelter Control Center. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had swiftly passed. On this day, while Xu Zhengyang was engrossed in knowledge that might prove useful in the apocalypse, suddenly, the long-anticipated system subtitle flashed before him. Limited time side quest. Renovation completed. Reward acquired. Shelter Control Center. With the appearance of the system prompt, a futuristic-looking laptop materialized before Xu Zhengyang. Is this the Shelter Control Center? He mused as he opened the detailed attributes of the Shelter Control Center. Shelter Control Center. To be installed. Effect. Once installed in the shelter, you can control all functions of the shelter from the control center. Note. Installation of the control center requires clearing a free space of at least 25 square meters within the shelter. Evaluation. Core. After reviewing the attributes of the Shelter Control Center, Xu Zhengyang could hardly contain his eagerness to return to his shelter and install it immediately. Just then, another system subtitle appeared before him. Main task. The door completed. Reward acquired. Stamina enhancement potion. Uncle Qin's work pace is impressively swift. Xu Zhengyang was elated upon seeing the sudden system notification, and he promptly checked the attributes of the stamina enhancement potion. Stamina enhancement potion. Effect. Permanently increases stamina by 1 point upon consumption, having previously consumed a strengthening potion. Xu Zhengyang hesitated not for a moment and promptly downed the potion in one gulp. As his stamina rose from 07 to 17, he nodded in satisfaction and opened the task list to view the new main quest. Main task. Communication. You have established a foothold in the apocalypse. However, an individual, isolated and alone, inevitably faces the challenge of balancing conflicting priorities. It is imperative to communicate and collaborate with other survivors at various gathering points to enhance one's chances of survival. Mission objective. Collect or fabricate a radio station and reserve a space of 3 square meters within the shelter to establish a communications room. Mission reward. Knowledge card for mastery of Morse code. A radio station, you say? Xu Zhengyang nodded upon reviewing the mission objective, promptly retrieving his phone to purchase the most advanced radio station available online, opting for next-day delivery. Just as he placed the order, a call from Qin Yang came through. Zheng, I've completed your task. When are you free to come and inspect it? Uncle Qin, please hold on. I'll be there shortly. With that, Xu Zhengyang hastily donned his clothing and rushed downstairs to hail a cab to the lumber mill. Take a look at this door, Qin Yang boasted. I had my son make a special trip to Qinsong to have it custom cast at the titanium factory. This single door cost nearly $1 million. I've constructed 7 independent air ducts for ventilation, all exits carefully concealed. Each duct can sufficiently handle the air circulation for the entire shelter, ensuring that even if 1 or 2 fail, it will not be detrimental. Waterproof, soundproof, and thermal insulated, everything I could conceive has been integrated into the walls. I installed low oxygen alarms every 3 meters. Should the oxygen levels in the underground space fall below normal, an immediate loud alarm will alert us. Though I have equipped the shelter with central air conditioning, I also installed underfloor heating, as it merely involved laying down pipes, no significant labor. For safety, I refrained from using a gas boiler for the underfloor heating, as ventilation underground is inconvenient, necessitating conservation of oxygen. Therefore, I opted for an electric boiler. In the distribution room, I had my son procure the latest blade battery, providing a backup power source of 5,000 degrees. Even in the event of a power outage, this reserve is sufficient to sustain the shelter's electrical needs for a month. The signal relay systems have been set to the highest standards, ensuring that in any corner of the shelter, one can receive a full-strength signal. I must say, Xinjiang's considerations are indeed meticulous. And Xu Zhengyang expressed great satisfaction with the construction of the shelter. Excellent. Xu Zhengyang nodded in approval, promptly transferring the final payment to Qin Yang's company account. Uncle Qin, you've truly been a tremendous help. Seeing that Xu Zhengyang had settled the payment so readily, Qin Yang's eyes gleamed with delight. Oh, this is what I do. It is you who has done me a favor. With that, Qin Yang pulled Xu Zhengyang outside. Come, let's go to my house for a simple dinner tonight, just you. Me, your aunt, and your brother and sister-in-law. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Qin Yang added, your aunt prepared some rare delicacies for you a couple of days ago. Let us enjoy a few drinks together tonight. The shelter has now been completed. Moreover, Xu Zhengyang's newly purchased radio station would not arrive until tomorrow, so he readily agreed to Qin Yang's invitation, saying, all right, it has been a while since I savored my aunt's culinary skills. 4 hours later, at Qin Yang's residence, Xu Zhengyang had his fill of food and drink. Qin Yang initially intended to have Xu Zhengyang stay the night, but Xu Zhengyang insisted on leaving. Thus, Qin Yang personally escorted Xu Zhengyang downstairs. In the community, Xu Zhengyang observed Qin Yang's swaying figure and could not help but ask, Uncle Chen, are you still sober? I have something to discuss with you. What do you mean by that? Qin Yang chuckled, both proud and bittersweet, replying, I've trained my drinking capacity well to collect debts from those high-ranking officials. Today, we are among friends. A little revelry is all that is required. Normally, this is merely the first round for me. Xu Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, Uncle, do you still possess that plot of land in the outskirts? It would be wise for you to build a basement there, as sturdy as possible. Just as Qin Yang began to respond, Xu Zhengyang swiftly interrupted, Uncle Qin, please refrain from asking me questions. I will not provide answers. This is all I can say. At this point, Xu Zhengyang raised his hands in a gesture of finality, halting the conversation. Given the scale of his business operations, Qin Yang was certainly no fool. With a grateful expression, he patted Xu Zhengyang on the shoulder and said, Thank you, Ajeng. I understand. Well, I shall take my leave now, Xu Zhengyang replied. Be careful on your way, Qin Yang cautioned. An hour later, upon returning to the timber factory, Xu Zhengyang's first act was to enter the shelter and retrieve the control center he had acquired during the day. Would you like to install the shelter control center here? Warning, once the shelter control center is installed, it cannot be removed. Please proceed with caution. Chapter 9, Sudden Time-Limited Mission. Confirmation. Upon Xu Zhengyang clicking confirm, the control center before him began to levitate, suspended in midair. Subsequently, streams of gentle silver light emanated from the control center, gradually spreading outward until the entire shelter was enveloped in its glow. In a moment, following a dazzling flash, the entire shelter was restored to its original state, save for the location where Xu Zhengyang had just installed the control center, which now featured a cylindrical metallic room with a diameter of 5 meters. This small chamber, entirely silver in hue, shimmered with a metallic sheen, rising from the floor to the ceiling, seamlessly merging with Xu Zhengyang's shelter. With a click, the door to the room opened, and simultaneously, a system prompt appeared before Xu Zhengyang. You have successfully installed the control center for your shelter. Seeing this prompt, Xu Zhengyang exhaled in relief and eagerly stepped inside the control center. Upon entering, he discovered that the walls of the control center were made up of a complete display screen. At that moment, the control center had taken over the shelter's monitoring system, with all surveillance footage displayed on the screen. Not only that, in a blank space, all the information regarding the entire shelter was meticulously listed, from the most fundamental temperature and humidity levels to power reserves. And even the composition of the air was clearly delineated. Furthermore, Xu Zhengyang discovered that after the installation of the shelter's control center, all the devices within the shelter were interconnected by means he could not yet comprehend. As long as Xu Zhengyang desired it, he could effortlessly manipulate all the electrically powered devices within the shelter through the control center. Truly, it was a reward befitting a time-limited side quest. Satisfied, Xu Zhengyang nodded and returned to his bedroom, where he freshened up briefly before collapsing into slumber. The following day, while Xu Zhengyang was enjoying a deep sleep, he was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon answering, he learned that the radio he had ordered from Jingdong the previous day had arrived at the lumber mill's entrance. After ending the call, Xu Zhengyang hurriedly washed up and dressed in record time. 10 minutes later, he was pushing a cart, hauling a large wooden crate back into his shelter. The main quest's communication requirements were not particularly demanding. It merely called for a radio and the designation of a 3 square meter space within the shelter. Thus, Xu Zhengyang positioned the radio beneath the signal relay in the northwest corner of the shelter and connected it to the power supply. Before him, the system displayed a message: Main quest, communication, completed. Reward, skill card for mastery of Morse code. As the system notification refreshed, A card the size of an identification card materialized in Xu Zhengyang's hand. Skill card, Mastery of Morse Code. Effect, instantly master Morse code upon use. Having grown accustomed to the marvels of the system, Xu Zhengyang, after reviewing the card's attributes, chose to employ it without hesitation. With a flash, the card transformed into a stream of azure light that surged into Xu Zhengyang's brow. In an instant, he mastered the Morse code, a skill that often took others months to fully acquire. After completing this, Xu Zhengyang promptly opened his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest, Power, you possess a shelter as sturdy as a fortress, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. You have a radio through which you can exchange information with other survivors. However, the sustenance of this shelter hinges on a sufficient supply of electricity. Task Objective 1. Locate or create a power generation device with a total output of no less than 1,000 watts. Task Objective 2. Locate or create energy storage devices capable of storing at least 100 kilowatt-hours. Completed. Task Reward. Strength Enhancement Potion. This task posed no difficulty whatsoever. Upon seeing the new objective, Xu Zhengyang immediately accessed his phone and placed an order for a 12-kilowatt all-copper silent generator from the Jingdong official store. Noting that his order had been processed, he anticipated its arrival by the following day at the latest. Xu Zhengyang, filled with anticipation for a delightful meal followed by a few rounds of gaming to unwind, was suddenly interrupted. Before him flashed a sequence of crimson subtitles. Urgent time-limited mission. Weapon. Although you possess a shelter as formidable as a fortress, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, it is impractical to remain hidden within its confines for eternity. You require a weapon of sufficient power to ensure your safety when venturing outside. Mission Objective. Construct a ranged weapon with a kinetic energy exceeding 300 joules and equip it with 30 rounds of ammunition. Mission Time Limit. 23:59:57. Mission Reward. Skill Card. Marksmanship Mastery. Upon noticing the newly emerged urgent mission, Xu Zhengyang spirit soared, for he recognized that rewards were forthcoming. However, as he delved into the specifics of the task, his expression swiftly soured. A ranged weapon with a kinetic energy of 300 joules could only be a firearm. In the apocalyptic world, he might have been able to trade various supplies from his shelter for a gun. But now, if he were in North America, completing this mission would not pose a significant challenge. However, in Huaxia, even if he were to purchase a plane ticket to North America, time would not permit. By the time he disembarked, the mission would have expired. Xu Zhengyang's troubled visage nearly exuded despair. Just then, a thought struck him as he gazed at the handcraft skill in his skill bar. While purchasing was not an option, he could indeed create one himself. No sooner had he resolved to do so than he hurriedly exited, riding his small electric scooter towards the nearest hardware store. Electrical tape, battery packs, and 20 seamless steel pipes. After acquiring the necessary materials from the hardware store, Xu Zhengyang promptly returned to his shelter. A few years prior, when the Mountains Chase successfully avenged himself, his self-made weapon, the Amidst, had also achieved legendary status alongside him. The principle behind the Amidst was quite simple. Virtually anyone could procure the requisite materials from reality to fabricate it. With the handcraft skill, Xu Zhengyang was no exception. Thus, after bringing the materials back, he spent merely a few minutes successfully replicating an Amidst within his shelter. Once he loaded the stainless steel projectile into the steel pipe of the Amidst and connected the power leads to the trigger, a flash of red light appeared. Before Xu Zhengyang's eyes, the long-awaited mission notification indeed materialized. You have completed the urgent time-limited mission. Weapon. Reward obtained. Skill Card. Marksmanship Mastery. Chapter 10. One wave subsides. Another rises with the system notification's arrival. A brand new skill card materialized in the palm of Xu Zhengyang's hand. He lowered his gaze to utilize his detection skill to examine the attributes of the skill card. Skill Card. Marksmanship Mastery. Effect. Upon use, you will instantly master the operation of the vast majority of kinetic weapons. Evaluation. A sharpshooter is nurtured through ammunition. The skill card merely omits this process. Success. Upon witnessing the skill card materialize in his hands, Xu Zhengyang was overwhelmed with excitement. In that instant, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the mysterious Mr. Shan, whom he had never met. Had it not been for him, he would never have realized that such a remarkable weapon could be crafted from such simple materials. Subsequently, Xu Zhengyang glanced at the detailed attributes of his creation, the embodying, homemade double-barreled shotgun. Attributes: muzzle energy 350 joules, maximum range 35 meters. Effective range 10 meters. Note: the closer the distance, the greater the damage. Evaluation: although this is a homemade weapon, it can still demonstrate impressive power when used at close range. After reviewing the attributes of the embodying, Xu Zhengyang nodded with satisfaction and immediately activated the shooting proficiency skill card he had just acquired, as the card transformed into a beam of light and entered his forehead. Xu Zhengyang's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hawk. Eagerly, he brought his creation to the ground and aimed at a distant mound of earth, firing 2 shots. Bang! Bang! With the resounding echoes, although the stainless steel pellets dispersed uncontrollably upon exiting the barrel. Xu Zhengyang's exceptional marksmanship ensured that the primary projectiles struck their intended target. Truly, the shooting proficiency was remarkable, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed with exhilaration, thoroughly enamored with his new toy, just as he prepared to fire a few more rounds for sheer enjoyment. A series of loud knocks reverberated against the iron gate of the lumber yard. Is anyone inside the Beijiao community? Please open the door. Hearing the voice from outside, Xu Zhengyang quickly stowed the Nbiki into his dimensional space pouch and hurriedly concealed the bullet holes he had just made before calling out to the door, coming. Moments later, he opened the door to find 2 young men clad in red vests emblazoned with the words Beijiao community standing before the lumber yard. What brings you here? Xu Zhengyang inquired, puzzled. The Beijiao area had long fallen into disrepair, with the community being little more than a name, supported only by a handful of elderly residents. Thus, Xu Zhengyang instinctively sensed something amiss upon encountering these 2 claiming to represent the community. Hello, the leading figure nodded, smiling. I am Li Song, and this is Lu Zhao. We have recently been reassigned to the Beijiao community. According to the latest directives from above, the old city renovation in Beijiao is set to commence, and these old factories are slated for demolition. May I ask if you are the legal representative of the Qingxin lumber factory? Demolition? Xu Zhengyang exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying Beijiao is to be demolished? Just a month prior, he had dreamt of when this dilapidated factory would finally be torn down, allowing him to reap a substantial compensation and live without worry. However, now he had transformed this place into a near-perfect sanctuary. To bring up demolition at this moment was nothing short of absurd. Thus, Xu Zhengyang promptly refused Li Song, stating, "It doesn't matter for others, but my factory will absolutely not be torn down." Li Song frowned upon hearing this. Upon witnessing Xu Zhengyang's unwavering demeanor, Li Song presumed that he was merely attempting to negotiate a higher price. Thus, he sought to counsel Xu Zhengyang, stating that although their factory was situated here, the land had originally been leased to them. The expansive area behind North 4th Road had a lease term of 70 years, and according to the contract, there were at most 8 years remaining before their lease would conclude. Eventually, they would have to relocate, considering their current lack of business. Vacating 8 years early could yield a substantial compensation. What could be more advantageous? Li Song's remarks sparked a realization in Xu Zhengyang. He need not cling stubbornly to his position or resist outright. With November already upon them, if he could delay the demolition until October of the following year, who would come to dismantle his property once the apocalypse descended? Intrigued by this thought, Xu Zhengyang promptly inquired of Li Song when the demolition would commence and from where it would begin. Without hesitation, Li Song responded that the factories on North 1st Road would see their lease expire in January of next year, marking the official start of the demolition process. Upon hearing this, Xu Zhengyang's heart tightened. He understood all too well that once such a large-scale project as urban renovation commenced, it was nearly impossible to halt without extraordinary circumstances. Alone, he was powerless against the overwhelming tide of progress. At that moment, Li Song presented him with a feedback collection form from his folder, continuing, "Moreover, we have nearly completed our visits to the factories along North 4th Road. Once compensation was mentioned, most were in agreement. You can see for yourself." Glimpsing the familiar handwriting on the feedback form confirmed to Xu Zhengyang that Li Song was truthful. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Zhengyang suddenly conceived a rationale, stating, "It's not that I am opposed to the demolition. Rather, next year marks the 3rd anniversary of my father's passing, and I wish to host a gathering in the factory. My father dedicated his entire life here, and I fear he might not find his way if I were to relocate. Therefore, as long as you ensure that my factory remains standing until I can host my guests in December of next year, I would have no objections. Even half of the compensation would suffice." Li Song was taken aback by Xu Zhengyang's unexpected reasoning for his reluctance to move, momentarily at a loss. Exchanging glances with Lu Zhao, after a brief silent communication, Li Song eventually addressed Xu Zhengyang, "Your situation is quite understandable, and we can empathize. Let us return to report to our superiors. We shall exchange contact information and discuss this further." "Very well," Xu Zhengyang nodded, and they exchanged phone numbers. After bidding farewell to Li Song and Lu Zhao, Xu Zhengyang closed the door, his brow furrowed with concern. With a twinge of pain, he mused, "If it comes to that, I will have no choice but to abandon the vegetable greenhouses and crops. After all, the primary mission has been accomplished, and the rewards have been obtained. At worst, I can stockpile food and canned goods in the shelter, and when the apocalypse arrives, I shall return to the surface to cultivate the land. With this thought in mind, Xu Zhengyang did not linger any longer. He swiftly mounted his electric scooter and sped towards the grocery store. The shelter has been completed, and Xu Zhengyang has even instructed Chen Yong to reserve a 50-square-meter warehouse inside. It is high time to fill that warehouse. Chapter 11. The tension in the air. 3 hours later, Xu Zhengyang followed a delivery truck back to his lumber factory. Rice, flour, cooking oil, vegetables, fruits, and canned meat. Whatever Xu Zhengyang laid his eyes upon, he purchased in abundance. Once the delivery men unloaded everything in the yard, and after bidding them farewell, Xu Zhengyang proceeded to transport these goods into the shelter's warehouse. Fortunately, with the aid of a dimensional space bag, the task of moving items required little effort. Within just an hour, Xu Zhengyang had filled the entire warehouse with the food he had procured. With ample provisions at home, he felt a sense of security and accomplishment welling within him as he gazed at the shelves brimming with a variety of foodstuffs. After completing the organization of the warehouse, Xu Zhengyang took a moment to reflect before heading outside. He operated his engineering robot to pile the earth from the yard at the entrance of the shelter, effectively concealing it. Ultimately, he left only a small opening sufficient for a single person to enter, maximizing the concealment of the shelter's existence. Having completed his tasks, Xu Zhengyang, despite his enhanced physical and mental stamina, felt utterly fatigued. Thus, he took a shower in the shelter and retired for the night. The following day, Xu Zhengyang, lost in slumber, was once again roused by the delivery of Jingdong's courier. The same courier who had delivered the radio station previously was responsible for this delivery. After Xu Zhengyang signed for the goods, the courier, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Is there something going on lately? These generators and radio stations have been stacked in warehouses for years without anyone showing interest. Why are so many people suddenly interested now?" Xu Zhengyang, initially eager to return to the shelter to complete his primary mission, felt a stir of curiosity upon hearing the courier's words. He quickly asked, "Have many people been buying these items recently?" "Of course," replied the courier. "I really don't understand what these wealthy individuals are thinking. They spend exorbitant amounts on things they may never use in their lifetime. What a waste of money." Realizing he may have misspoken, the courier hastily added, "I didn't mean you. Mr. Xu, you run a factory, after all. Purchasing a generator is for ensuring normal production in case of emergencies, right?" "Ha." Xu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully. "So, the elite are privy to information that someone like him, a mere commoner, would not be aware of. If they are beginning to prepare for the apocalypse, does that imply that the biochemical crisis mentioned by the system has already begun to manifest somewhere in the world?" At that moment, the Jingdong courier climbed into his truck and bid Xu Zhengyang farewell. "You carry on. I'll be on my way now." "All right, goodbye." After seeing off the courier, Xu Zhengyang emerged from his contemplation. So what if signs of a biochemical crisis were appearing? As long as this news does not spread widely and incite mass societal panic, it will have no bearing on Xu Zhengyang's endeavor to gather various resources and establish his refuge within a stable social environment. Realizing this, Xu Zhengyang smiled pleasantly and promptly stored the newly acquired generator into his dimensional space bag, transporting it into the sanctuary. Main quest, electricity, completed. Rewards, strength enhancement potion, with the system notifications appearing in quick succession. A vial of orange potion materialized in Xu Zhengyang's hand. Strength enhancement potion, effect, permanently increases strength attribute by 1 point upon use. This marked the third occasion Xu Zhengyang had received a strengthening potion. Without hesitation, he twisted the cap off the bottle and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Upon detecting a slight increase in his strength, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction before promptly accessing his task list. Main quest, source of life. Water is the source of life, whether for production or daily living. It is essential to stock sufficient water in the sanctuary. Task objective, drill a well with a minimum output of 10 tons of water per day and install a water purification device within the sanctuary. Task reward, intelligence enhancement potion. Upon reviewing the task description, Xu Zhengyang chuckled, noting that after electricity comes water, and the system has indeed considered the requirements thoroughly. Drilling a well posed no challenge for him. He merely needed to operate the engineering robot to drill vertically downwards. As for reinforcing the well walls, he just needed to procure some cement and rebar, and the engineering robot would handle the rest. Lastly, acquiring the purification equipment would simply require a trip to the construction material city, where an array of water purifiers of all brands awaited. Having formulated his plan to complete the task, Xu Zhengyang was about to head to the building materials city when he noticed Chen Yang arriving in his battle-worn old pickup truck at the lumber factory entrance. Just in time, Chen Yang exclaimed as he stepped out, retrieving a finely crafted wooden box from his pocket and presenting it to Xu Zhengyang. Ah, Zhang, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thanks to you, my uncle's small company has been able to persist. You've made quite a name for yourself now. I have little to offer in return, but this might be of use to you or your boss. What is this? Xu Zhengyang inquired with curiosity as he accepted the wooden box. However, Chen Yong responded mysteriously, that's something you shouldn't ask about. Even if you did, I wouldn't disclose it. Just ensure you deliver it to your boss. I'm certain he will recognize its significance. Xu Zhengyang was taken aback, realizing that Chen Yong had perfectly echoed his words from the previous day. Chen Yong and Xu Zhengyang's father were not only comrades in arms, but also shared decades of friendship. Trusting in Chen Yong's intentions, Xu Zhengyang accepted the wooden box, saying, Understood, uncle. If the boss inquires, I'll say I found it. Rest assured, I won't put you in a difficult position. With a warm smile, Chen Yong patted Xu Zhengyang on the shoulder before returning to his pickup truck. He waved goodbye, saying, Uncle still has some work to attend to. So I must take my leave. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me anytime. Take care, uncle. Xu Zhengyang waved farewell to Chen Yong. The concrete water purifier was readily available for purchase, so there was no rush. Shortly after Chen Yong departed, Xu Zhengyang curiously opened the wooden box that Chen Yong had given him. Inside the box lay a greenish jade plaque adorned with gold, an artifact that, even to an untrained eye, exuded an aura of antiquity. Indeed, it was a relic that would likely captivate the interest of esteemed individuals. Xu Zhengyang smirked, acknowledging that in Baiqing, excavating ancient tombs was a common occurrence during construction projects. Having spent a lifetime in the engineering sector of Baiqing, it was hardly surprising that Chen Yong possessed some valuable items. Although Xu Zhengyang held little fascination for antiques, he instinctively performed a scan on the jade plaque in his hand, which left him utterly astonished. Chapter 12. The Tianyi Token. Effect. Wearing this token increases the spiritual power limit by 2 points. Evaluation. A Taoist token passed down from ancient times. Still enveloped in an air of mystery, Xu Zhengyang stared at the attributes of the Tianyi token for quite some time, rendered speechless. Eventually, he let out a wry smile and remarked, Uncle Chun has truly surprised me. This artifact was undoubtedly something a boss would find advantageous. He carefully placed the Tianyi token into the inner pocket of his attire. With the sudden enhancement of his spiritual power, Xu Zhengyang felt assured that even if he were to operate 2 engineering robots continuously for a day and night, he could manage effortlessly, content with his newfound ability. Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction and promptly rode his electric scooter to the Baiqing construction material market. By evening, after transporting all the construction materials back to the shelter, he immediately utilized the dimensional space bag to bring the engineering robots into his refuge. After stocking the robots' material compartments with various supplies, Xu Zhengyang began operating the engineering robots to drill straight down in the northeast corner of the shelter. Despite the shelter being constructed with 120-grade concrete, reinforced with fine copper wires to prevent cracking, the engineering robots were marvels of future technology. Their drill bits were remarkably resilient, surpassing the material understanding of the 21st century. Consequently, amid a cacophony of noise, sparks erupted around the engineering robots, and they swiftly created a 3-meter-wide opening. In mere moments, the shelter, which could withstand artillery fire, was pierced by the engineering robots, revealing a deep well. As the robots drilled downward, Xu Zhengyang utilized his dimensional space bag to continuously transport earth and soil outside the shelter. Thus, within a mere 2 hours, he successfully excavated a vertical shaft measuring 3 meters in diameter and over 20 meters deep. Upon confirming the presence of water through the robot sensors, he felt a surge of triumph. Xu Zhengyang promptly maneuvered the engineering robot back to the shelter, then proceeded to replenish the material storage with rebar and cement. He skillfully directed the robot to pour the well walls, ensuring the well would not collapse. This was a meticulous task that could not be rushed, especially as the cement required time to cure. By the time Xu Zhengyang had completed the vertical shaft within the shelter, a week had already passed. Ultimately, when he tossed the pump's pipe into the well, drawing an unceasing flow of groundwater into the shelter's reservoir, he was rewarded with a system notification confirming the task's completion. Main quest, source of life, completed. Quest reward, intelligence enhancement potion. Xu Zhengyang consumed the newly acquired intelligence enhancement potion in one gulp and immediately opened the task list to review his progress. Main quest, workshop in progress, a sturdy shelter, ample food reserves, sufficient electricity, and clean water source. Your shelter has begun to demonstrate the ability to survive in the wasteland. However, no matter how durable the items may be, they will eventually deteriorate. You must prepare for the future by constructing a workshop to repair and create essential living and production items. Task objective, Construct a workshop within the shelter. Work area, workbench, tools, handsaw, hammer, electric drill, pliers, click for details. Miscellaneous, vacuum cleaner, anvil. Grinder, click for details, quest reward, agility enhancement potion. Upon viewing the new main quest, Xu Zhengyang felt a tightening in his chest. Although he had excavated extra space during the shelter's construction, the current situation suggested that if additional tasks for constructing functional rooms emerged, there would be no room left to accommodate them. It appeared that the shelter would soon require a second expansion. Nevertheless, this dilemma brought him a sense of happiness. That said, there was still ample space to build the workshop. With leftover materials from the well construction, Xu Zhengyang set the program and directed the engineering robot to begin work, partitioning a small 5-meter square area for him. Tools like the anvil, electric drill, vacuum cleaner, and grinder would ordinarily be a challenge to procure in the apocalypse, but now, Xu Zhengyang merely needed to place an order at the Jingdong self-operated store. Just as Xu Zhengyang took out his phone, before him, a series of system subtitles flashed. Limited time side quest. Garage and vehicle in progress. Your refuge is sufficiently secure. Yet when venturing outside, relying solely on your legs proves inadequate for evading the relentless pursuit of zombies and monsters, and even more so for transporting additional supplies. Thus, you must seek out an automobile to return to your sanctuary and construct a garage for your vehicle. Quest Objective 1. Acquire a vehicle. Quest Objective 2. Construct a garage within your sanctuary for parking, maintenance, and repair of your automobile. Quest Time Limit. 71 hours. 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Quest Reward. Skill Card. Mastery in Driving. Xu Zhengyang was taken aback to find himself triggering yet another time-sensitive side quest. Without hesitation, he promptly canceled the program he had just set for the engineering robot, instructing it to prioritize the garage construction instead. Upon completing these tasks, Xu Zhengyang immediately summoned a rideshare vehicle, eager to hasten towards Baiqing Auto City. During the journey, as he gazed out the window, thoughts swirled in his mind. The Baiqing area lacked oil fields and refineries. With the advent of the apocalypse, the absence of fuel tankers to transport various oil products from other regions meant that the nearby gas stations would soon be stripped bare by those with ill intentions. Thus, was I left with no choice but to purchase an electric vehicle? Xu Zhengyang pondered and resolved to instruct the driver, "Take me to the Wuling Ford dealership, please." The Wuling Hongguang, a purely electric model, boasted a maximum range of over 300 kilometers. However, such details were trivial. Xu Zhengyang was unbothered. Regardless of the apocalypse, he could not stray far from his sanctuary, so even a range of 100 kilometers would suffice for his needs. The primary allure of this vehicle lay in its compact size, allowing it to fit seamlessly into his dimensional space bag. Consequently, whenever Xu Zhengyang needed to use the car, he could do so without disturbing the concealed entrance to his refuge, transiting through the dimensional space bag, both convenient and secure, while also permitting a smaller garage, thus conserving space within his sanctuary. Chapter 13. Time-Limited Challenge Quest. Compared to the past, purchasing a vehicle had become exceedingly convenient. Once the payment was settled, Xu Zhengyang completed the car purchase and insurance paperwork in merely 2 hours, acquiring a fully loaded Wuling Hongguang. Although he had possessed a driver's license for 5 years, since leaving driving school, he had not once touched the steering wheel, let alone driven on the road. For his own safety as well as that of others, Xu Zhengyang earnestly requested the attendant at the Wuling Ford dealership to drive the vehicle back to the lumber mill. Upon returning to the lumber mill and bidding farewell to the attendant, Xu Zhengyang promptly stored his newly acquired vehicle within his dimensional space bag before making his way back to his sanctuary. Inside the refuge, the engineering robot had already constructed a small garage according to the program Xu Zhengyang had preset before his departure. At the very moment Xu Zhengyang extracted his newly purchased Wuling Hongguang from the dimensional space and placed it in the newly constructed garage, a system notification emerged. Limited time side quest. Garage and vehicle completed. Reward obtained. Skill card. Mastery of driving. With the appearance of this prompt, a new skill card materialized in the palm of Xu Zhengyang's hand. Without hesitation, he utilized the freshly acquired skill and slid into the driver's seat. The instant his hands clasped the steering wheel, he felt as though the vehicle had become an extension of his very being. Xu Zhengyang was confident that, should he desire, he could manipulate the car to perform any maneuver he could envision. Just an hour prior, he had sat in the driver's seat, gripped by an inexplicable fear that restrained him from taking to the road. However, now, an overwhelming and fervent desire to drive consumed him. Thus, he promptly stored the vehicle back into the dimensional space bag and returned to the surface, eager to test it out. 3 hours later, with a spectacular drift, Xu Zhengyang finally drained the last vestiges of energy from the car bringing it to a steady halt in the yard of the lumber mill. Truly a mastery of driving, he exclaimed with excitement. He had never imagined that driving could be such a joyous endeavor. Had the vehicle not run out of power, he would have wished to continue for another 3 hours. Let us call it a day for now, Xu Zhengyang said, still yearning for more. And then he stored the car back into the dimensional space bag to recharge it in the garage of the shelter. Following that, he programmed the engineering robot with a new construction plan to build a partition within the shelter to serve as a workspace, before heading off for a shower and sleep. The next day, the familiar phone rang, and once again, it was the ever-reliable brother Jingdong. This time, however, his small truck was laden with a full half-load of goods. These were items that Xu Zhengyang had specifically ordered for the construction of his workspace. The assortment was quite substantial and varied, including several large items. Even with Xu Zhengyang lending a hand, it took him and brother Jingdong over half an hour to unload everything into the yard. After bidding farewell to brother Jingdong, Xu Zhengyang sighed and utilized his dimensional space bag to repack the recently unloaded items, transporting them back to the shelter. By morning, the engineering robot had successfully partitioned a workspace within the shelter and connected the electrical circuits. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang moved in the tools he had purchased online and set them up. Once the power was connected, a system notification appeared as anticipated. Main quest, workspace completed, reward obtained, agility enhancement potion. Unlike previous occasions, this time, following the completion of the main quest, several golden system notifications materialized in succession. Limited time challenge, library in progress. Your speed in constructing and upgrading the shelter has exceeded everyone's expectations, allowing you to pursue higher levels of spiritual fulfillment while ensuring your basic needs are met. Task objective, build your very own library. Task requirements, construct a private library with an area no less than 25 square meters, ensuring it is light-proof, temperature-controlled, and humidity-stable. Collect related literature in the 8 major arts: literature, music, dance, painting, sculpture, drama, architecture, and film. Each category must contain no fewer than 500 books, with all pages intact, without missing pages, stains, or damage. Task time limit, 239 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. Task reward, architectural effect, calm and collected. Xu Zhengyang never anticipated that after acquiring the agility-enhancing potion, he would trigger a time-limited challenge. Although he was unaware of what an architectural effect entailed, such a challenging and sophisticated task surely promised a remarkable reward. A library, you say? Xu Zhengyang mused, promptly issuing commands to the engineering robot to partition a new room within the shelter. At that moment, he regretfully realized that his 300-square-meter underground refuge had little remaining space. If further construction tasks were to be assigned by the system, he would inevitably need to expand the shelter's area. Oh well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Xu Zhengyang thought, and promptly stored his vehicle in a dimensional space bag before heading out to the Baiqing Xinhua bookstore. In a post-apocalyptic world, sourcing the books required to construct a library would have been a daunting endeavor. However, upon arriving at the Xinhua bookstore and articulating his needs to the staff, he was met with a swift response. In just half an hour, a dozen employees, each pushing a cart, arrived before Xu Zhengyang, laden with towering stacks of books. At that moment, the leading staff member produced a list filled with titles and addressed Xu Zhengyang. Hello, Mr. Xu. We have gathered and organized all the books you requested. Would you like to review the list? No, I trust your professionalism, Xu Zhengyang replied, lacking any expertise in art. He was unconcerned that the bookstore's manager might slip in some subpar titles. His discerning eye would not be able to detect the difference. Thus, he boldly decided to procure 1,000 distinct books from each of the 8 major arts. Even if the manager were to include some inferior selections, it would still suffice for Xu Zhengyang to complete this time-limited challenge. With that, he handed the manager a note with the address of a lumber yard and said, "There are too many books for my car. Could you arrange for delivery, please?" Chapter 14. Architectural Effect. Calm and collected, certainly, the manager replied, visibly excited that Xu Zhengyang had not scrutinized the contents of the books. Then he confidently patted his chest and assured Xu Zhengyang, "Rest assured. Within a maximum of 3 hours, I shall personally deliver these books to your designated location safely." Over the years, with the rapid advancement of mobile multimedia devices such as smartphones, the market for physical books has significantly dwindled. Therefore, a client like Xu Zhengyang, who purchases over 8,000 books in one go and pays in cash, is indeed a rare occurrence that may not happen even once in several years. Consequently, the manager of Xinhua bookstore, eager to satisfy Xu Zhengyang, arranged a delivery even almost immediately after he left, personally assisting with the loading of goods. After departing from Xinhua bookstore, Xu Zhengyang made a visit to the largest hardware store in Baicheng, where he procured a substantial quantity of steel frames and plates to construct library shelves. Shortly thereafter, an idea struck him, prompting him to order a large batch of 120 concrete, fine copper wire, various models of rebar, and even a concrete mixer along with welding and cutting machines. Since the space in the shelter was becoming increasingly cramped, he thought, "It's simple. I shall just expand." Once he had dealt with all these arrangements, Xu Zhengyang drove his vehicle back to the lumber factory. Not long after his return, the delivery trucks from both Xinhua bookstore and the hardware store arrived in succession. As they unloaded their cargo in Xu Zhengyang's yard, Li Song and Lu Zhao, two representatives from the north suburb community, once again appeared outside the lumber factory. Upon seeing the bustling activity in Xu Zhengyang's yard, Li Song couldn't help but furrow his brow. It certainly did not appear that he was inclined to accept the demolition. Could it be that he intended to stubbornly resist as a holdout? Lost in his thoughts, Li Song approached Xu Zhengyang, who was directing the unloading of goods, and greeted him. "Good day, Mr. Xu. It seems quite lively here today." Xu Zhengyang, upon spotting Li Song, responded directly, "Oh, it's you, Shaoli. So, have you reported to your superiors? Did they agree to my terms? If they have agreed, let us sign the agreement directly. After a year, once I have completed my tasks, the land will be yours." Li Song was momentarily taken aback by Xu Zhengyang's forthrightness. He had initially thought that Xu Zhengyang's grand display of purchasing materials was merely a ruse to feign compliance, but to his astonishment, Xu Zhengyang was willing to sign the agreement right away. For a moment, Li Song found it difficult to comprehend. He instinctively replied, "Yes, they have agreed." "Ah, then come sit with me. Did you bring the contract? If so, let's sign it right away." Xu Zhengyang nodded in response and led Li Song towards the 6 modest houses at the corner of the factory. Having so easily accomplished the task assigned by his superior, Li Song felt a sense of disbelief. It seemed almost too effortless. Is there truly someone in this world who is so agreeable? Thus, he instinctively confirmed, "Yes, I brought it." Inside the modest house, Xu Zhengyang glanced over the contract. At this moment, his intellectual capabilities had significantly evolved. Compared to before, Xu Zhengyang's memory, insight, and even his capacity for abstract understanding and learning had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Thus, it was precisely for this reason Xu Zhengyang quickly discerned several concealed pitfalls within the contract. He pointed at these hidden traps and, with a stern tone, addressed Li Song. "Despite my generous offer to you, your honesty appears to be lacking." Upon hearing this, Li Song hastily explained, "Mr. Xu, you have misunderstood. This contract was merely a template from the legal department. We never anticipated that you would agree to sign so readily, hence we overlooked the finer details. Please bear with me for a moment. I shall return to amend the contract and affix the seal anew." With that, Li Song instructed Lu Zhao to wait, and he hurried back to his vehicle, swiftly heading towards the northern suburban community. Xu Zhengyang remained uncertain whether Li Song's words were genuine or merely an excuse. However, it mattered little. As long as he did not dismantle his factory within a year, he was content. Regarding the compensation, for someone like Xu Zhengyang, whose bank account boasted an 8-figure sum, the amount was but a trifling fraction of his balance. An hour later, after the craftsmen from the Xinhua bookstore and the hardware store had completed their deliveries and departed from the timber factory, Li Song returned, driving an old Santana whose age was indeterminate. As soon as he parked, he rushed over to Xu Zhengyang, clutching a stack of A4 papers. Breathlessly, he announced, "Mr. Xu, the contract has been revised. Please take a look." The modified demolition contract not only lacked hidden traps, but also bore the official seal of the northern suburban community. After a brief glance to confirm its validity, Xu Zhengyang signed his name without hesitation. He retained a copy for himself and handed the rest back to Li Song, stating, "The contract is finalized. You can rest easy now, right? Rest assured, after a year, you may proceed with the demolition of the factory." With that, Xu Zhengyang exchanged a few courteous remarks with Li Song before bidding them farewell. Both parties were satisfied with this transaction. Yet the most content of all was undoubtedly Xu Zhengyang. As Li Song and Lu Zhao drove away in their dilapidated Santana, it was time for Xu Zhengyang to return to work. He gazed at the mountain-like pile of books in the yard and sighed, before commencing his labor as a mover with the aid of a dimensional space bag. An hour later, having constructed shelves in the newly established library and categorically arranged the various art books he had acquired, the golden system notification arrived on cue. Time-limited challenge task, library completed, reward, building special effect, tranquil composure. Eagerly, Xu Zhengyang opened the task log to examine the attributes of this building effect. Building special effect, tranquil composure. While your library remains in a healthy state, your mental checks are enhanced by 3. When inside the shelter, your mental recovery rate is increased by 100. Reflecting on the attributes of this building effect, Xu Zhengyang pondered the implications of having constructed a library. I shall enhance my mental attribute by 3 points. Moreover, while I reside in the shelter, will my mental recovery rate also double? As Xu Zhengyang's words fell, a new system notification promptly appeared before him. Attribute Awakening Quest. Mental, in progress. Your mental attribute has exceeded 5 points. Please select your future progression path and complete the corresponding advancement challenges. Upon seeing the quest notification, Xu Zhengyang was taken aback and inquired, does an attribute awakening quest occur once any of my attributes surpass 5 points? Chapter 15. The skill of focus. Xu Zhengyang possessed a mental attribute of 12 points. Recently, after consuming a mental enhancement potion, his mental level surged to 22. Subsequently, Zhengyang gifted him a Tianyi Ling, which, when worn, augmented his mental limit by an additional 2 points. Furthermore, after completing a time-limited challenge, Xu Zhengyang gained an extra 3 points in mental assessment, bringing his current mental attribute to an impressive 72 points. Who doesn't harbor fantasies of becoming a superhuman? Given the advent of the apocalypse with zombies and mutated beasts, does it not imply that humanity might also evolve once more? Filled with anticipation, Xu Zhengyang swiftly accessed the quest details. Attribute Awakening Quest. Mental, in progress. Your mental power has transcended 5 points, a realm unattainable by ordinary humans in a lifetime. Next, you are required to collect an extraordinary object capable of containing a portion of your mental power, a plethora of rare herbal materials that invigorate and expedite mental recovery. To prepare for the forthcoming challenges. Quest objectives. Extraordinary object capable of containing mental power, 11. Musk, 500. Ginseng, 500. Deer antler, 500. Astragalus, 500. Note: challenge tasks must be completed within the shelter. Upon reviewing the quest details, Xu Zhengyang pondered where to procure the extraordinary object capable of containing mental power. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly noticed that the item in question already had a count of 11. Thus, he promptly opened the details to discover that the Tianyi Ling, which Zhengyang had previously bestowed upon him to enhance his mental limit by 2 points, perfectly fulfilled the requirement. Grateful, Xu Zhengyang expressed his appreciation towards Uncle Qin. He never anticipated that the underground antique gifted by Zhengyang would possess such remarkable properties, effectively resolving his greatest dilemma. Since the most arduous portion of the Attribute Awakening quest had been preemptively accomplished, the remaining precious herbal materials would be considerably simpler to acquire. Without further ado, Xu Zhengyang set off towards the Northern Suburb Herbal Company. In the Northern Suburb, White City Herbal Company. As the Herbal Company is a state-owned enterprise, within their stores, one can procure boxes of Sanchi tablets for a mere 5 yuan, as well as purchase common household medications such as ibuprofen and fluoroquinolone capsules by the tablet or capsule. In the vast expanse of White City, this can be deemed the sole pharmacy that operates without the motive of profit. Xu Zhengyang arrived at the Herbal Company after articulating his medicinal needs to the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, who sat behind the counter with hair as white as snow and donned a pair of black-framed reading glasses while perusing a tattered copy of the Huangdi Neijing. The old doctor lifted his gaze to regard Xu Zhengyang. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "What's the matter, Zhang? Your complexion is radiant, your voice robust. You appear quite invigorated. What purpose do you have in purchasing such an abundance of vitality-boosting herbs? Have you perhaps entered into a romantic relationship recently? Even if you have a girlfriend, there's no need to procure so many remedies. Could it be that you have more than one?" The elder concluded with a teasing grin. The gentleman, known as Lin Feng, had once been a barefoot doctor in his youth before being assigned to a herbal medicine company, where he had diligently worked until now. Renowned for his exquisite medical skills and humorous disposition, Lin Feng had accumulated enough accolades over the years to fill half a warehouse. Despite having long since retired, the compassionate healer could not detach himself from the local community. Now in his 70s, he voluntarily returned to work at a modest reemployment rate, continuing to shine in his vocation. Not only residents of the northern suburbs, but even elderly individuals from other regions of Baiqing would seek Lin Feng's counsel for any health concerns, often turning to him for a pulse diagnosis before considering a visit to a larger hospital. Xu Zhengyang, having been frail as a child, frequently visited Lin Feng, who had essentially watched him grow up. Understanding Lin Feng's playful nature, Xu Zhengyang took no offense at the elder's jests and responded with a wry smile, "Uncle Lin, please refrain from mocking me. This is not for my personal use. There's just a bit of necessity." Lin Feng erupted into hearty laughter and waved his hand dismissively. "I was merely jesting. Why so serious? All right, enough of the banter. Most of the herbs you mentioned are in stock, though we lack sufficient quantities of musk. I'll need to request some from the headquarters, which won't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. You may return home for now, and I'll call you when the delivery arrives. Excitedly, Xu Zhengyang replied, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." With a wave goodbye, he departed, leaving Lin Feng to resume his reading of the Huangdi Neijing. The following day, with no other pressing tasks at hand, Xu Zhengyang arrived early at the herbal company, waiting for the delivery while assisting Lin Feng with some cleaning and miscellaneous duties. At 10 o'clock, the delivery truck arrived. After receiving the medicines and having Lin Feng verify their authenticity, Xu Zhengyang bid farewell and hurried back to his sanctuary. Upon entering the threshold of his refuge, several lines of system text materialized before him. Attribute Awakening Quest. Spirit in progress. You have gathered rare items capable of containing a portion of your spiritual energy, as well as sufficient precious herbs to enhance mental clarity and accelerate the recovery of your spiritual strength. Shall you enter the challenge realm to undertake the spiritual awakening challenge? Upon receiving the system notification, Xu Zhengyang hesitated briefly before ultimately selecting yes. He found himself compelled to accept the attribute awakening task, for without it, he had no means to pursue other main quests. Although the task seemingly granted him the option to refuse, Xu Zhengyang was left with no real choice. Your item, the Tianyi order, has been destroyed. Challenge initiation in progress. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, a blinding white light enveloped him, and he suddenly found himself atop a dilapidated, unfinished building. The structure was shrouded in a murky fog, limiting visibility to a mere 20 to 30 meters. The only discernible escape route was the ominous, dark staircase at the center of the building. You must evacuate this zombie-infested edifice within 30 minutes and reach the extraction point below. You have acquired the active skill, Focus Concentration. Note: skill will be retracted upon challenge failure. You have received 10 mental restoration potions. As the system announcements flooded his screen, akin to a scene from The Matrix, a long table abruptly materialized before Xu Zhengyang, laden with an array of firearms, pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles, all dazzling to behold. With the table's arrival, the air within the unfinished building erupted with a cacophony of growls, and a crimson countdown timer appeared above his field of vision. 29, 59, 59, Chapter 16, New Mission, Reward, Surgical Robot. Fortunately, Xu Zhengyang had previously completed a time-limited task related to weapons, which had granted him a skill card for shooting proficiency. Without that, he would have been at a loss amidst the selection of weapons. After a brief survey, he ultimately chose the weapon he recognized from the game, the 47, and equipped himself with a tactical backpack, meticulously loading it with as many magazines as it could hold. Once prepared, he finally took a moment to glance at his attributes and examine the newly acquired active skill, Focused Concentration. Upon activation, this state consumes 1 point of mental power per second, slowing the flow of time by 100. Your actions remain unaffected. Upon seeing the attributes of Focused Concentration, Xu Zhengyang could not contain his excitement. It was a time-slowing skill. Was this not akin to the effect of the immortal cybernetic enhancement from Cyberpunk 2077? He never imagined that a skill from the game would manifest in the real world and that he would possess it. Overcome with exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Incredible." Shortly thereafter, he examined the properties of the Mental Restoration Potion. Mental Restoration Potion. Type: Effect. Restores 3 points of mental power instantly upon consumption. Excellent. With that thought, Xu Zhengyang eagerly raised the 47 in his hands and strode boldly into the unfinished building. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the crumbling structure, bolstered by the passive skill of shooting proficiency, even though it was his first time wielding a firearm, he handled it with confidence, firing with precision. As the flames of Xu Zhengyang's firearm flickered with each shot, a zombie was struck in the forehead, its vitality extinguished. The resonating gunfire ignited a frenzy within the dilapidated building. The zombies, previously lying dormant on the ground to conserve energy, surged to their feet, clawing and lunging towards Xu Zhengyang. The horde advanced. With a serene smile, Xu Zhengyang promptly entered a state of heightened focus, entering a temporal slowdown. In an instant, the sluggishly moving zombies appeared to stand still before him. Bang, bang, bang. The barrel of Xu Zhengyang's rifle spat fire as bullets accurately pierced the foreheads of the zombies. Although the creatures had been dispatched, they remained upright, a consequence of Xu Zhengyang's continued state of temporal suspension. Reload. Consume the potion. Fire. Reload. Consume the potion. Fire. Even after his initial skill, the Tianyi Ling, was destroyed, Xu Zhengyang still retained 52 points of mental energy, enough to sustain the slowdown for 52 seconds. With each successive dose of mental restoration potion, he replenished his energy, prolonging the temporal suspension. Half a minute later, as the effects of the final mental restoration potion waned, Xu Zhengyang had effectively eradicated the entire horde on that floor. Thud, thud, thud. Upon the release of his heightened focus, the once ferocious zombies, who had charged towards him with reckless abandon, collapsed in unison, a spectacular sight to behold, while other floors of the dilapidated building still harbored zombies. The significant threat had been neutralized, leaving the remaining scattered ones ineffectual. Consequently, what was initially a 30-minute timed mission, Xu Zhengyang accomplished in a mere 17 minutes. Arriving at the evacuation point. Attribute awakening task. Mental completed. Acquired active skill. Heightened focus. With the system's notification, a familiar white light flooded Xu Zhengyang's vision once more. Upon regaining his sight, he found himself back inside the shelter. Had it not been for his ability to use heightened focus to enter a state of temporal suspension, he might have believed it all to be a mere dream. An item that increased his mental energy limit by 2 had yielded an extraordinarily powerful active skill. What a worthwhile exchange. In the midst of his thoughts, Xu Zhengyang opened his task list to review the latest main mission. Main mission, medical room, in progress. Your shelter has begun to take shape, with various functional zones becoming increasingly refined. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, injuries are inevitable. You need to construct a medical room for unforeseen circumstances. Task objective: build a medical room, no less than 25 square meters, and gather sufficient medical supplies and equipment, broad-spectrum antibiotics, anesthetics, painkillers, sterile bandages. Task reward: Type 1 surgical robot. A surgical robot. Xu Zhengyang was filled with excitement upon seeing the task reward. During his leisure time, he had contemplated the course of action should he find himself injured in this new world. In the current moment, should one hastily embark on the self-study of medical arts, or seek out a reliable physician for assistance in their sanctuary, despite Xu Zhengyang's mental acuity significantly surpassing that of the average human, and his learning capacity having multiplied several times, the vast expanse of modern medicine presents a formidable challenge, with foundational texts numbering in the dozens, let alone more advanced materials. Although Xu Zhengyang possesses the capability to learn, the time at his disposal is woefully insufficient. Regarding the option of finding a trustworthy doctor, the truth is, he is reluctant to allow anyone to encroach upon his refuge. However, there is a silver lining. Once Xu Zhengyang successfully constructs a medical facility, the system will promptly reward him with a surgical robot, thereby resolving all his dilemmas in an instant. After perusing the task details, Xu Zhengyang directed the engineering robot to commence the creation of new compartments within the sanctuary, while he pondered the procurement of the necessary pharmaceuticals and medical instruments for the task at hand. Sterile bandages, alcohol, iodine, saline solution, and other surgical essentials are relatively easy to acquire. Yet, broad-spectrum antibiotics are prescription medications, and without a doctor's authorization, they remain unattainable. Even if Xu Zhengyang sought Lin Feng's assistance, acquiring just a few boxes would fall far short of the quantity required to complete the mission. Moreover, the task demands that Xu Zhengyang also procure anesthetics, which are subject to regulations far stricter than those governing antibiotics, true controlled substances among controlled substances, employing lawful means. Irrespective of the expenditure, it is utterly impossible for an individual to obtain such items. Reflecting on this predicament, Xu Zhengyang lamented that this is yet another task that could be more easily accomplished in a post-apocalyptic scenario. In such a world, where society has crumbled, with his current abilities, a single visit to a hospital would suffice to gather the necessary medications. Yet, in the present day, with the nation flourishing and stability on the rise, Xu Zhengyang dares not engage in any reckless behavior, lest he be summoned for a discussion by the authorities. Thus, to fulfill this task, he must venture to regions where regulations are less stringent. With this in mind, Xu Zhengyang returned to the workshop and crafted 2 Anbei knives to place into his dimensional space bag. Only then did he retrieve his passport and promptly depart for the airport, simultaneously purchasing a ticket online for a flight to Siam. Chapter 17. A journey to Siam. The primary reason for Xu Zhengyang's choice to journey to Siam is the exemption of visa requirements for domestic tourists. Were there no restrictions on visas, he would prefer to traverse to North America, where, with sufficient funds, one can procure virtually anything. A trip to North America would not only enable him to acquire the diverse medications required for his task, but also allow him to obtain genuine equipment in preparation for the impending apocalypse. Regrettably, the application for A.U.S. visa is not only arduous but also protracted, and Xu Zhengyang is unwilling to squander his precious time waiting for a visa. Therefore, he has settled for the next best option and will head directly to visa-exempt Siam. With a bit of effort, he is confident he can find the items he desires there. At the Bangkok International Airport, as Xu Zhengyang disembarked from his flight, he promptly purchased a temporary SIM card for his phone in Siam. Following this, he contacted the private tour guide he had previously arranged through a travel service back home. After concluding the call, he waited at exit 8 for approximately 10 minutes. A tall, elegantly dressed Siamese guide, holding a sign inscribed with "Welcome Mr. Xu Zhengyang," approached him. Upon seeing her, Xu raised his hand and said, "I am Xu Zhengyang." "Sawat di ka." The guide greeted him with her hands clasped in a traditional manner. She then spoke to him in a charming accent of Mandarin. "Hello, Mr. Xu. My name is Aaron, and I will be your exclusive guide for this week-long journey in Siam. For the first 5 days, I will follow the itinerary provided by the travel agency, taking you to renowned attractions such as the Grand Palace, Wat Phra Kaib, and the Erawan Shrine, while also allowing you to savor various local delicacies. The activities for the last 2 days will be at your discretion. Whether you wish to go diving at sea or indulge in thrilling experiences such as shooting or skydiving, we can arrange everything for you." With a sweet smile, Aaron cast a flirtatious glance at Xu. Initially, he felt a surge of attraction. However, upon instinctively using his skills to assess Aaron's detailed attributes, he was taken aback by the revelation. Aaron Ling Chin Na, race, human male, attributes, gazing at Aaron's exquisite features, enchanting voice, and alluring physique, Xu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "This is a man. Truly, this is Siam," he mused silently. He then waved his hand and candidly stated, "I did not come here for leisure. I require a local guide primarily to navigate for me. Which Chinese gang in Bangkok has the best reputation? Please take me there. My boss wishes to establish a connection and to procure some items." "Procure items?" Aaron hesitated for a moment. However, having grown up on the streets of Bangkok, he quickly grasped that what Xu intended to acquire might not be entirely legitimate. Unwilling to invite trouble, Aaron initially considered declining this assignment and having another guide take over. Yet, as Xu pressed a thick stack of Thai baht into his hands, Aaron promptly responded, "Mr. Xu, my car is parked over there. I will drive you to Chinatown, and we can discuss the particulars en route." "Very well," Xu nodded, following Aaron as they departed. Bangkok is a city of stark contrasts. This district boasts skyscrapers that rival the grandeur of some structures in China's major cities. Yet a mere turn reveals a dismal slum, characterized by filth and chaos. As Xu observed the street scenes outside, he listened to Aaron's account of the gang dynamics in Chinatown. There are numerous Chinese gangs in Chinatown, but if one were to speak of the most powerful, fair-minded, and reputable, it would be Mr. Yan's Jinha Association. It is no exaggeration to say that a significant portion of Siam's gold and jewelry businesses are backed by Mr. Yan. Mr. Yin is undeniably the underground emperor of Bangkok's Chinatown. As she spoke, Aaron's tone brimmed with longing, as if this were the pinnacle of the life she could envision. Xu Zhengyang, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and remarked, "Then let us proceed to the Jinha Association. If you can facilitate my connection with them, I shall confirm the orders from the travel agency. Your task will be deemed complete." What was originally a week's worth of work could now be accomplished in just 2 hours, and the remuneration was certainly substantial. Who would not be pleased? "Excellent," Aaron replied with enthusiasm, even pressing the accelerator with a little extra vigor. An hour later, in Chinatown, Xu Zhengyang sat in a store named Yan's Gold, sipping tea and idly scrolling on his phone while patiently waiting. After about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, entered the room. He was clearly of mixed heritage, with naturally curly brown hair. Upon seeing Xu Zhengyang, he extended his right hand and boisterously laughed. "Mr. Xu, greetings. I am Yin Xiaowei, the 9th in my family. I hear you purchased 88 million worth of various gold ornaments from our store, all just to have a word with me?" Xu Zhengyang rose to shake Yin Xiaowei's hand, then, with a resigned expression, said, "I had no choice. As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the nuances of your operations and had to resort to this blunt approach as my introduction. Please, have a seat." Yin Xiaowei invited Xu Zhengyang to sit down, getting straight to the point. "So, what exactly brings you to me, Mr. Xu?" Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang replied, "I require a substantial quantity of broad-spectrum antibiotics, anesthetics, and painkillers. Oh, and I also need several firearms and some ammunition." Yin Xiaowei's expression shifted dramatically at these words, and he promptly refused. "I am sorry, Mr. Xu. Although the Yin family possesses some wealth in Siam, we would never dare tread on dangerous ground. Regardless of the amount you are willing to pay, we cannot assist you in transporting such items into the country." As he spoke, a flicker of apprehension crossed Yin Xiaowei's face. "If we were to provoke trouble, we would only have to look to the 4 reckless individuals in northern Myanmar as a cautionary tale." No, you misunderstand, Mr. Yin," Xu Zhengyang quickly clarified. "You only need to hand over these items to me here in Siam. As for how they will be handled afterward, my employer will manage that without involving you." Yin Xiaowei regarded Xu Zhengyang with a look of surprise. He was puzzled. If Xu Zhengyang's employer had such connections, why resort to such a clumsy method to approach him for these items? However, being entrusted by Mr. Yin to oversee the business, he understood the boundaries of inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he finally made up his mind, saying, "If delivery is not required, then how much do you need? Please, state your figure." Chapter 18. Type 1 Surgical Robots. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang stated, "We require 30 kilograms each of broad-spectrum antibiotics, anesthetics, and analgesics. As for firearms, I need 10 handguns, 10 rifles, and 10 anti-material sniper rifles, along with 10,000 rounds of ammunition for each type." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, ammunition, being a readily storable necessity, will undoubtedly hold considerable value. If possible, Xu Zhengyang would eagerly convert the entirety of his bank account into bullets. Unfortunately, the spatial limitations of his dimensional pocket restricted his purchasing capacity, confining him to this quantity. Upon hearing Xu Zhengyang's demands, Yin Xiaowei's eyes momentarily widened in astonishment. However, his excellent upbringing quickly enabled him to regain composure, and he confidently replied, "No problem. While I prepare the goods, feel free to enjoy your time here in Bangkok. Once everything is ready, I will contact you and deliver the items to your hotel." He continued thoughtfully, "Let us set the time for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Pleased with Yin Xiaowei's efficiency, Xu Zhengyang nodded, saying, "All right, then I shall book my flight back home for tomorrow night. Haha." Yin Xiaowei chuckled in response and added, "As for the price of this batch of goods, I want to be delivering the gold you purchased earlier." Oh, Xu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow. Although he had many requests, there was no way he required such an exorbitant sum of 1,880,000. Sensing Xu Zhengyang's confusion, Yin Xiaowei clarified, "Do not perceive the markup as excessive. While other items are negotiable, the cost of analgesics is non-negotiable without a prescription. Without one, their value remains consistent everywhere, regardless of the situation. Furthermore, I assure you that the firearms I will provide tomorrow are all military-grade versions, unaltered in performance, and of the highest quality." "Very well. Then I shall await your good news," Xu Zhengyang replied, nodding before shaking hands with Yin Xiaowei in farewell. After all, the money he had was earned through gambling on stones. As long as he could complete the task and receive his rewards, the amount was of little concern, if necessary. He could always visit the jade trading market again. The following day, after a night of exhaustion, Xu Zhengyang awoke to find it was already noon. He ordered some food to be sent to his hotel room. Once he had eaten his fill and taken a shower, he spent his time in the room idly playing on his phone. Although this hotel was chosen on a whim, he had not concealed his whereabouts for the Yin family. Locating his hotel would be as effortless as eating and drinking. Thus, precisely at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there came a timely knock at his door. "Coming, please wait," Xu Zhengyang called out, quickly putting on his clothes and glancing through the peephole before opening the door. Upon opening, a young man with a buzz cut, dressed in a black suit, black tie, and black sunglasses, pointed to several carts covered with tricolor fabric behind him and said, "Hello, Mr. Xu. I am Mr. Xiaoyan's associate. You may call me Xiaowu. This is the order you placed yesterday. Please inspect it. Please bring it all inside," Xu Zhengyang instructed, gesturing towards the room. "Very well," Xiaowu replied, directing his subordinates to push the cart into the room. Seeing this, Xu Zhengyang was not courteous. After closing the door, he lifted the tricolor cloth covering the cart and utilized his skills to verify the authenticity of the goods. Upon confirming that these were indeed what he desired, devoid of any adulteration, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Xiaowu, "Excellent. Mr. Xiaoyan truly possesses remarkable capabilities." With that, Xiaowu said his farewells, leaving the cart in the room as he departed with his subordinates. Once Xiaowu had distanced himself, Xu Zhengyang waved his hand, and within moments, he had transferred all the items from the cart into his dimensional space bag. After completing this task, Xu Zhengyang hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his room door, then went downstairs to extend his stay for another week, before hailing a taxi directly to Bangkok International Airport. At midnight, after a long and arduous journey, Xu Zhengyang finally returned to his refuge. As he stepped through the door of his sanctuary, familiar system notifications appeared before him. Main quest, medical room, completed. Reward, Type 1 Surgical Robot, with the emergence of the system prompt. A flash of white light revealed an object resembling a stasis pod, measuring 220 centimeters in length, 180 centimeters in height, and 150 centimeters in width, encased in glass. Is this a robot? Xu Zhengyang paused momentarily at the sight of the object, then promptly utilized his detection skills to examine its detailed attributes. Type 1 Surgical Robot. Attributes: Strength, 5, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 1, Spirit, 0, Stamina, 10, Skills, Transformation, The surgical robot can alter its mechanical arms to form tools most suited for the surgical requirements, surgery. The surgical robot can proficiently handle surgical procedures for all carbon-based life forms, evaluation, an essential tool for interstellar exploration in the 22nd century, splendid. After reviewing the detailed attributes of the Type 1 surgical robot, Xu Zhengyang smiled with immense satisfaction. With the surgical robot at his disposal, he need not fear injury in the bleak future. It seems that a robot need not always resemble a human, Xu Zhengyang mused. He proceeded to the warehouse to unload the goods he had just received, then utilized the dimensional space bag to transfer the Type 1 surgical robot to the medical room. Only then did Xu Zhengyang find the opportunity to open his task list and review the latest main quest. Main quest. Expansion, in progress. Your refuge has begun to take shape. But as you develop, the remaining space within the refuge is gradually becoming constrained. The once sturdy concrete walls have now become barriers impeding your growth. Thus, it becomes imperative for you to expand the shelter. Task objective, to enlarge the total usable area of the shelter to 1,000 square meters. Adhering to the current construction standards. Task reward, a robust shelter module. Should I proceed with the expansion of the shelter? Xu Zhengyang felt a sense of trepidation upon reviewing the task, as the goal required the extension of the shelter's area from its current 300 square meters to a daunting 1,000 square meters. The existing space had taken nearly a month to construct with the assistance of a crew. Expanding it by an additional 700 square meters would likely prove exceedingly slow with merely his engineering robot at his disposal. Chapter 19. Alternative Solutions, Biological Air Circulation System Logically. Xu Zhengyang would first excavate a cavity underground with the engineering robot and subsequently outsource the renovation work to maximize efficiency. However, his shelter had already begun to take shape. In this context, enlisting Qin Yang's help might introduce unnecessary complications due to an influx of hands on the project. Just as Xu Zhengyang grappled with this dilemma, a new set of subtitles flickered before his eyes, indicating the activation of a new limited time challenge. Limited time challenge. Airtight renovation, in progress. Your shelter has achieved modest success, capable of withstanding most direct and indirect attacks. However, threats such as viruses and toxic gases present in the air can effortlessly breach your shelter's defenses. Task objective. Undertake an airtight renovation of your shelter. Construct a disinfection chamber at the entrance. Install an air circulation system within the shelter. Time limit, 239 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Upon noticing the reward of two large engineering robots, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of hope. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as he began to doze off. With a large engineering robot at his disposal, he could complete the shelter expansion independently, without relying on others. However, the terms of the airtight renovation, disinfection chamber, and air circulation system were dauntingly familiar yet entirely uncharted for Xu Zhengyang, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. Nonetheless, the system's advice held substantial merit. After all, the first calamity in the post-apocalyptic world was a biochemical crisis. Xu Zhengyang was uncertain of the medium through which the zombie virus spread, yet he dared not take risks. Having invested considerable effort into perfecting his shelter, the prospect of inhaling the zombie virus due to air quality issues was a loss he could ill afford. Thus, upgrading and renovating the shelter became a necessity. After 10 minutes of online research, Xu Zhengyang gleaned some insights on how to tackle this limited time challenge and enhance his shelter. The airtight renovation appeared to be quite manageable. The titanium door of the shelter had already undergone airtight testing, and Xu Zhengyang merely needed to seal the 7 ventilation openings with concrete. With the engineering robot at his disposal, this task could be accomplished in mere minutes. As for the disinfection chamber, Xu Zhengyang had encountered such a construct during the pandemic. It merely involved constructing an independent, sealed room behind the door as an isolation chamber, followed by the installation of comprehensive disinfection equipment, which was not particularly challenging. However, the final component, the air circulation system, was, in Xu Zhengyang's understanding, typically found only in space stations or level 4 biological laboratories. Thus, he pondered, would such a system be available for private sale? While musing, Xu Zhengyang continued to search online, hoping to locate suppliers of air circulation systems akin to those used in the Tiangong space station. After an extensive search, he could find nothing of substance beyond a few news articles about space stations. In a state of resignation, he decided to have his engineering robot construct the isolation chamber behind the door, while he took out his phone to contact Qin Yang. Moments later, the call connected. Uncle Chun, do you know where I can purchase an air circulation system? Not an air filter, but the kind that operates entirely on internal circulation, like the one in our country's Tiangong space station. And please, don't ask for details. I assure you that money will not be an issue if you can acquire it. All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll call you tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Xu Zhengyang couldn't help but sigh. It seemed Qinyong had never even heard of such a device, likely making it unattainable. Oh well, he thought. The ship will naturally find its way when it reaches the bridge. He had been weary from the travel of the past few days. After finishing his conversation, he took a shower and collapsed into his bed, falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, Xu Zhengyang rose early. After a night of diligent work, the engineering robot had constructed a disinfection chamber behind the door according to his preset program. Satisfied with the newly built isolation chamber, he grabbed a quick bite to eat before driving into the city to procure disinfection equipment. 3 hours later, having installed the disinfection equipment and constructed the chamber behind the shelter's entrance, he received a call from Qinyong just at that moment. As expected, Qinyong had been unable to procure the desired air circulation system identical to that of the space station. Xu Zhengyang sighed after ending the call. With the time-sensitive challenge looming and the air circulation system remaining elusive, his frustration mounted. Just as he contemplated reaching out to Yan Xiaowei to see if he had any leads, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Excitedly, he slapped the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Wait! The system merely instructed me to construct an air circulation system in the shelter, but it did not specify the type of air circulation system I must build. Why must I stubbornly fixate on constructing an air circulation system akin to that of a space station within the confines of my refuge? I could effortlessly install some plant lights and procure a few large-leaf green plants, thereby establishing a biological air circulation system." No sooner had I spoken than Xu Zhengyang, disregarding his fatigue, dashed out once more, racing towards the Bi-City flower and bird market. A healthy individual, while at rest, requires approximately 10,600 average-size leaves to produce sufficient oxygen through photosynthesis for a day. If this individual were to engage in physical activity, the demand for oxygen would increase significantly. The oxygen provided by a single plant is minuscule. The potted pothose, known for its ease of care, typically boasts around 50 leaves per plant. Thus, to construct a basic plant-based air circulation system within a sealed refuge, over 200 pots of pothose would be necessary to meet his fundamental survival needs. However, for safety's sake, Xu Zhengyang ultimately purchased 400 pots of pothose at the flower market, along with an ample supply of ultraviolet lights, ensuring that he would have at least 200 pots of pothose. Yet, demonstrating his prudence, Xu Zhengyang acquired a staggering 1,000 pots of pothose, in addition to a sufficient quantity of plant lights, thereby guaranteeing an adequate oxygen supply within his sanctuary. Chapter 20. The Power Crisis in the Space Station. Every inch is precious, making an air circulation system their optimal choice. However, Xu Zhengyang's refuge is not a space station, it is abundant in space. Having extricated himself from his narrow-minded thinking, Xu Zhengyang promptly exited the refuge and sped towards the Bi-City flower and bird market. 2 hours later, his vehicle led the way, trailed closely by a small truck brimming with goods. After the workers unloaded the merchandise and departed, Xu Zhengyang utilized the dimensional space bag to transport the pothose and plant lights into his refuge in batches. Pothose is an exceptionally resilient plant. As long as the temperature is suitable, water is plentiful, and it receives some sunlight daily, it can easily flourish from a small pot to a large one. Even if one inadvertently kills it, simply cutting a segment of the pothose vine and placing it in a pot will soon yield a robust new plant, demonstrating its formidable vitality. Within the refuge, Xu Zhengyang first instructed the engineering robot to construct a metal frame in the living room using leftover materials from previous tasks. He then concentrated the pothose together and installed the plant lights above them. Once all was completed, Xu Zhengyang activated the plant lights and employed his newly acquired handheld oxygen gas alarm to measure the oxygen concentration in the vicinity. As time passed, the oxygen concentration around the pothose frame began to rise gradually. Xu Zhengyang, filled with excitement at this revelation, promptly commanded the engineering robot to inject concrete into the pre-designated ventilation opening. The engineering robots are diligently engaged, and Xu Zhengyang is also occupied. Merely possessing a green ivy rack capable of producing oxygen is insufficient. Xu Zhengyang must continuously monitor the air composition within the shelter to adjust the brightness of the plant lights, thereby ensuring the safety of the air. At this moment, the rewards from his previous renovation task at the shelter's control center can finally be put to good use. First, he employs the newly installed ventilation system to ensure the circulation of air within the shelter. Next, he strategically places air composition sensors throughout the premises. Finally, he consolidates all the data to allocate power to the plant lights, ensuring that the oxygen concentration within the shelter remains consistently at 20. Just as Xu Zhengyang finishes setting up the air circulation in the control center, His engineering robots have successfully sealed all the designated air circulation vents in the shelter. At this juncture, the biological air circulation system he crafted within his refuge commences its normal operation. He has finally completed this arduous time challenge task. Time challenge task. Airtight transformation completed. Warning, please find a space no smaller than 5m times 5m times 8m to collect your task reward. With the task notification appearing, Xu Zhengyang is filled with excitement. With 2 large engineering robots at his disposal, he can fully utilize his robots to accomplish this expansion mainline task. Thus, he promptly maneuvers his Type 1 engineering robot to the northwest corner of his shelter, transforming into drilling mode to commence excavation. Xu Zhengyang plans to dig out a subterranean level beneath his refuge, crafting a colossal space measuring 300 meters in length, 300 meters in width, and 5 meters in height. Although the walls of Xu Zhengyang's shelter are constructed from a blend of 120 concrete infused with fine copper wires, even these robust reinforced concrete walls, impervious to artillery, cannot withstand the force of the drill mode of the Type 1 engineering robot. With the engineering robot at hand, I could even use it to drill into a bank vault, he chuckles. After setting an automatic excavation program for the engineering robot, he steps out once more. He needs to procure various building materials such as concrete, fine copper wires, electrical wiring, and pipes. After all, the vast area of the underground level requires a substantial quantity of materials. By the time Xu Zhengyang returns home, it is already 6 in the evening. He arrives with a semi-trailer loaded with 120 type concrete at his lumber yard. Not only that, a truck-mounted crane follows behind, specifically designated to assist Xu Zhengyang with unloading. Given the immense volume of concrete, relying solely on manpower would take an entire day. Xu Zhengyang is keen to avoid wasting time on such trivial matters. As the semi-trailer is being unloaded, the other building materials he purchased, including fine copper wires, electrical wiring, rebar, and pipes, steadily arrive at his doorstep. Fortunately, the spacious area of Xu Zhengyang's lumber yard accommodates the numerous delivery trucks without issue. As a multitude of workers busily unloaded goods at Xu Zhengyang's lumber mill, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, all the high-powered floodlights illuminating the mill extinguished simultaneously. It was already 8:30 in the evening. And located in the northwest, the city of Baichen was cloaked in darkness, with stars twinkling in the night sky by mid-November. Consequently, the moment the power outage struck, the laborers paused their tasks and turned to Xu Zhengyang, exclaiming, "Boss, the circuit has tripped. Is there an electrician around? We need to replace a fuse, otherwise it's impossible to work in this darkness." Xu Zhengyang, equally perplexed, wondered why. Despite the mill being powered by an industrial circuit capable of operating 20 large woodworking machines simultaneously, a mere few lights could cause such a disruption. He promptly proceeded to the distribution box for inspection. To his surprise, it was indeed a power outage rather than a circuit trip. Without delay, he returned to the shelter, retrieved the diesel generator he had purchased earlier, and connected it to the circuit to restore power. Once the floodlights flickered back to life and the workers resumed their duties, Xu Zhengyang finally had the opportunity to call the Power Supply Bureau. "Why is there a power outage on North 4th Road?" After a brief moment, Xu Zhengyang hung up the phone, his face pale with disbelief. From that day forward, his lumber mill would be without power. According to the explanation provided by the Power Bureau, the demolition agreements for the extensive northern suburbs had been largely settled, and the first phase of demolition had already commenced from North 1st Road. Consequently, starting today, the Power Bureau, in accordance with directives from higher authorities, would cease electricity supply to all factory zones outside the northern residential area. When the Type 1 engineering robot operates at full capacity, it consumes 300 kilowatts of electricity per hour. The more advanced Type 2 engineering robot would likely demand double that amount. However, with the Power Bureau cutting off electricity to all factories in the northern suburbs, Xu Zhengyang's 2 engineering robots were rendered no more useful than heaps of scrap metal. With a sigh of resignation, Xu Zhengyang rubbed his temples, realizing he needed to devise a solution for the electricity issue. Chapter 21. Breaking free from mental constraints in recent years, the development of the domestic power system has been remarkably impressive. So much so that even a brief power interruption feels abnormal, akin to a major news event. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang had grown accustomed to the inexhaustible electricity surrounding him, never once contemplating power supply issues while constructing his shelter. However, it was only after the Power Bureau cut off electricity to the northern factories that he recognized a significant flaw in his shelter's design. Where there is a flaw, there is a need for remedy, Xu Zhengyang mused. That said, the viable options for generating power that an ordinary person like him could afford were exceedingly limited. The most common method, thermal power generation, was out of the question for him. The emissions from a power plant of such magnitude would attract the attention of environmental and fire safety authorities the moment he attempted to ignite a generator for power, leading to an immediate investigation at his facility. In terms of hydropower, there are no significant rivers in the northern suburbs, and even if there were, Xu Zhengyang could not obstruct a river to construct a power station. Wind energy requires tens of millions of investments, which Xu Zhengyang cannot afford. And the crucial issue remains the instability of power supply. After much contemplation, Xu Zhengyang opened his mobile phone and searched for solar panels in the marketplace, inquiring about their specifications from various vendors. The technology for solar panels has matured significantly. Generally speaking, a square meter of solar panels can generate approximately 150 to 170 watts of power under ample sunlight, which translates to around 0.15 kilowatt-hours of electricity per square meter each hour. Xu Zhengyang's factory occupies over 3,000 square meters. Even if he erects a framework above the factory and installs solar panels across the entire area, the estimated electricity output would be around 450 kilowatt-hours per hour. By city is located in the northwest, and by mid-November, daylight only breaks around 7 in the morning, while the sun sets around 6 in the evening, allowing for a total of 11 hours of sunlight. Even if Xu Zhengyang disregards costs and installs a movable support structure beneath the solar panels to enable them to track the sun like sunflowers, maintaining optimal efficiency, he could only generate a maximum of 4,950 kilowatt-hours in a full day, assuming ideal conditions with abundant sunshine. Should inclement weather occur, the output of the solar panels would likely diminish. When power is insufficient, one must compensate with area. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Xu Zhengyang's eyes as he made a resolute decision, who dictated that his factory could only accommodate 3,000 square meters of solar panels. If he were to utilize the vast stretch of barren land behind his lumber factory for additional panels, who could contest him? This is not 20 years ago, where even the construction of a rain shelter would invite public outcry. The world is approaching chaos. If he continues to confine himself within these outdated boundaries, when would he ever realize his vision of a perfect refuge? With this clarity, Xu Zhengyang unhesitatingly took out his phone and called Chun Yong. Uncle Chun, I have a job for you. Do you have time? It's not a big task, just to construct a stainless steel framework around my factory. The framework must be remotely operable and support a weight of 100 kilograms per square meter. Yes, it's for solar panels, and those are the only two requirements. However, the boss insists on speed, and if you work quickly, there will be extra compensation. All right, I'll be at home waiting for you. Please buy the materials first and bring your team over tomorrow. Oh, and Uncle Chin, you need to bring several high-capacity generators. The industrial power supply has been cut off here in the northern suburbs, so you'll need to generate your own electricity. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Xu Zhengyang felt elated and even lent a hand to the workers unloading the goods. 2 hours later, the delivery workers had finished unloading and left the lumber factory one by one. After bidding farewell to them, Xu Zhengyang wiped the sweat from his forehead and returned to his refuge. Although the power supply to the timber factory had been severed by the Electricity Bureau, Chen Yong had previously equipped Xu Zhengyang Sanctuary with a set of blade batteries capable of storing 3,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity during its renovation. With the support of this backup power source, Xu Zhengyang's engineering robots were able to continue their excavation underground. Thus, upon his return, he discovered that Type 1 engineering robots had already excavated a space measuring 10 by 10 meters below ground. Seeing that there was now ample space, Xu Zhengyang promptly chose to complete his task by placing the Type 2 engineering robot, a reward for his efforts, within this subterranean chamber. In a flash of white light, a robot towering 2 stories high, resembling a formidable automaton, materialized before him. Eagerly, Xu Zhengyang employed his scanner to assess its attributes. Type 2 large engineering robot. Attributes: strength, 20, agility, 10, intelligence, 1, spirit, 0, endurance, 20, skills. Transformation. The Type 2 large engineering robot can transform into various heavy machinery, such as a concrete mixer, crane, shield machine. In transport vehicle construction, the engineering robot is proficient in numerous construction techniques. Evaluation: heavy-duty, reliable. Impressed by the attributes of the Type 2 large engineering robot, Xu Zhengyang felt exhilarated. With the Type 2 engineering robot at his disposal, he could excavate up to 1,000 square meters of space in just one night, fulfilling the task requirements. Without delay, he maneuvered both engineering robots to work in tandem, initiating the excavation process. While the engineering robot stuck, Xu Zhengyang utilized his spatial bag to transport the excavated soil. With his mental constraints lifted, Xu Zhengyang felt unrestrained. Since the red brick factory across from his home had long since relocated, He unabashedly dumped the newly excavated soil directly into the factory's yard. After a night of diligent work, as the overall progress reached its halfway mark and dawn began to break, Zhengyang arrived outside Xu Zhengyang's refuge with a truckload of workers and 2 full trailers of stainless steel. Trusting in Zhengyang, Xu Zhengyang showed no hesitation, briefing him on the tasks at hand before heading out for a meal. Given the ruckus at the timber factory, he decided against returning and instead found a hotel where he could collapse into a deep sleep. After an exhausting night of unloading, digging, pouring foundations, measuring dimensions, and cutting steel, Xu Zhengyang was utterly fatigued. Yet under Zhengyang's leadership, the operations proceeded with remarkable orderliness, devoid of any chaos. Chapter 22. Resolving the power issue at 5 o'clock in the evening. Upon returning to the timber factory well-rested, Xu Zhengyang observed that the work had progressed significantly, with only 1 worker remaining to water the concrete foundation to prevent cracking. Zhengyang, noticing Xu Zhengyang's return. Approaching Xu Zhengyang remarked, "Ah Zheng, you have completed most of the work here. However, the concrete has only just been poured, and it will take at least 3 days for the foundation to set before we can proceed." Truly impressive, Uncle Chun. Xu Zhengyang praised Zhengyang's efficiency, adding that he would request him to return with more workers to finish the remaining tasks after 3 days. After all, having worked a lifetime. If I cannot manage this little task, I might as well go home and help my brother with his grandchildren. Aha. After sharing a laugh, Zhengyang lowered his voice and said to Xu Zhengyang, "I understand that you wish to keep certain matters beneath the radar. Therefore, I have brought a different group of workers this time. However, remember that the freshly poured foundation requires regular watering to prevent cracking. Will you handle the watering yourself? Or shall I have one of my workers remain here to assist you?" Xu Zhengyang, who had evening work planned, realized that having someone there would hinder his ability to transport soil. Thus, he replied, "I'll take care of the watering myself. Uncle Chun, you can take him back." "All right." Zhengyang nodded, offering a brief reminder, "I will send you a message on WeChat regarding the watering schedule, so don't forget. Otherwise, a cracked foundation would be quite troublesome. The steel materials I arranged have been mostly dealt with during the day. After 3 days, once the concrete has fully set, I will return with workers to install the steel framework, and it will be completed in no more than 2 days." Xu Zhengyang nodded in agreement, appreciating Zhengyang's assistance. "Thank you, Uncle Chen. No trouble at all. When you have work, I am more than happy to help," Zhengyang replied with a smile, waving goodbye to the worker assigned for watering as they left Xu Zhengyang's lumber yard. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Xu Zhengyang had excavated ample underground space. Currently, the engineering robot was busy welding rebar on the 2nd underground level, preparing for the subsequent concrete pouring. Early that day, Zhengyang arrived with a group of workers and 2 cranes, energetically constructing the steel framework. The solar panels had also arrived just in time the previous day. Xu Zhengyang had purchased a substantial quantity, and the seller had even sent an engineer from their factory to assist with the installation. Seeing the engineer from the solar panel company discussing installation details with Zhengyang, Xu Zhengyang nodded in approval before retreating for a brief rest. Meanwhile in Siam, in an opulently decorated office, Yin Xiaowei wore a puzzled expression after hearing Xiao Wu's report. "So you're saying that after you left, that young man extended his stay at the front desk for a week and then returned home empty-handed? No one has entered that room since." "Indeed," Xiao Wu nodded, his expression stoic. "Not only did I monitor the hotel surveillance, but I also had people watching the surrounding area 24/7. There were absolutely no suspicious individuals taking those goods away." Yin Xiaowei's brow furrowed even deeper at this revelation. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiaowei said, "Simply send someone to keep watch, and under no circumstances should they approach that room. After all, the 7 days will soon be up, and the hidden cards will soon be revealed. There is no need for haste." Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment and continued, "If the goods inside disappear after the lease expires, then let them vanish." Yin Xiaowei waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference, stating that even if Mr. Su's boss possesses extraordinary connections, capable of orchestrating such a spectacle right under our noses, we are merely conducting business with transparent pricing and have not offended them. He merely feels that our prices are too high. Ultimately, if he chooses not to engage in business with us again, we neither incur losses nor offend him. What is there to fear? Very well, I shall continue to keep watch, Xiao Wu replied. Go ahead, Yin Xiaowei gestured. Once Xiao Wu left the room, the facade of calm Yin Xiaowei was shed, his brows furrowing with a troubled expression as he murmured to himself, what is the true nature of Xu Zhengyang's benefactor? If his employer possesses the capability to transport such a substantial amount of goods without my knowledge, then acquiring those goods should pose no challenge to him. Why would he need me to profit from the price difference? What are his intentions? Could it be that he has set his sights on the Yin family's fortunes? As he pondered this, the cloud of foreboding deepened on Yan Xiaowei's face. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Xu Zhengyang remained oblivious to Yan Xiaowei's inner turmoil. He had been awake for 3 days, working intensely through the night, and had finally succumbed to slumber for a full day and night. The following morning, upon returning to the lumber factory after breakfast, Xu Zhengyang was astonished to discover that solar panels had been installed above the factory, as per his request. At that moment, Qin Yang was adjusting the angle of the stainless steel frame, positioning the solar panels to face east and greet the rising sun. Simultaneously, an engineer from the supplier, engaged in connecting the circuits, excitedly shouted to Qin Yang that the current and voltage were meeting expectations. The construction was complete. A total of 6,000 square meters of solar panels. Under ample sunlight, they could generate nearly 1,000 kilowatt-hours in just 1 hour during the autumn and winter seasons, with 11 hours of sunlight in Baiqing that amounted to an impressive 11,000 kilowatt-hours. As Xu Zhengyang gazed at the densely packed solar panels overhead, his heart swelled with satisfaction. After inspecting the project and confirming there were no issues, he promptly settled the account with the 2 bosses and arranged for the engineer from the solar panel supplier to depart. Once he left, Xu Zhengyang turned to Qin Yang and said, "Uncle Chun, please assist me in ordering a batch of blade batteries to be delivered, and also request a capacity of 30,000 kilowatt-hours." 30,000 kilowatt-hours? Qin Yang exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed," Xu Zhengyang nodded. "I will provide you with a 60% advance payment. You can place the order, and I will settle the account as soon as the items arrive." "Understood," Qin Yang replied as he regained his composure from the shock. As the sun rose, the operational efficiency of the solar panels gradually improved. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the output of the solar panels had already reached 800 kilowatt-hours in just 1 hour. Such efficiency in power generation. The 2 construction robots, now fully operational, were successfully handling the tasks assigned by Xu Zhengyang. Without wasting a moment, Xu Zhengyang dove into the control center of the shelter, activating the construction robots to commence the pouring of concrete for the expansion of his refuge. Chapter 23, Architectural Marvels and Culinary Delights. On December 3rd, the first snowfall of 2024 graced the city of Baiqing. It was on this day that the expansion of Xu Zhengyang's shelter was triumphantly completed. Main quest, expansion completed. Reward, shelter plugin, fortification. For over half a month, Xu Zhengyang had eagerly anticipated this moment. Thus, as soon as the task was accomplished, he could hardly contain his excitement and promptly examined the detailed attributes of the shelter plugin. Shelter plugin, fortification, effect. When equipped in the shelter's control center, your refuge will gain an additional 100 points of defense. Evaluation, as solid as a fortress. Regardless of the item, anything that enhances attributes by percentage is undoubtedly a valuable asset. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang quickly proceeded to equip the fortification plugin in the control center before opening the task list. Main quest, culinary delights, in progress. Even in the depths of darkness, one must aspire towards the light. Cuisine serves as one of the simplest methods of alleviating stress. It not only dispels mental fatigue but also bestows marvelous attribute enhancements. Task objective, upgrade the kitchen by installing an oven, steamer, grill, and other culinary tools. Task reward, architectural marvel, culinary delights, another architectural effect. Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of anticipation. Previously, after constructing the library, he had received a powerful building skill with a mental check of 3. He eagerly awaited the surprises that the kitchen upgrade would bring. With determination, Xu Zhengyang promptly left the shelter and headed to the nearest shopping center to procure the necessary items for the task. Previously, Qin Yang had installed various common kitchen utensils during the renovation, but for less conventional items such as steamers and grills, Xu Zhengyang had not mentioned them, and Qin Yang, naturally, would not have purchased them. After all, these items had a low usage rate and consumed considerable space. Having spent a lifetime in construction, Qin Yang would not make such a fundamental oversight. 2 hours later, having acquired all the kitchen utensils, Xu Zhengyang rode in a delivery truck provided by the shopping center towards the lumberyard. The truck, quite antiquated, boasted only a radio among its multimedia facilities. Along the journey, the creaking of the vehicle was accompanied solely by the local news broadcast. The latest update from our station, according to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology's recent announcement. Starting January 1st, 2025, all vehicles sold in China must be equipped with a separate radio to be eligible for sale. In light of this announcement, our station has invited Professor Chen Shui from Baiqing University to provide an in-depth analysis of the special information concealed within this policy. Just as the host guided Professor Chen Shui to introduce herself, the driver suddenly remarked, "Lately, something feels amiss. Not only are new cars mandated to be equipped with radios, But last week, someone purchased all the radios that had been sitting in our warehouse for who knows how many years. Initially, Xu Zhengyang felt indifferent towards this news. However, upon hearing the driver's words, a shiver ran down his spine, and he hurriedly inquired, "Are people really buying radios in bulk?" "Indeed," the driver nodded. A total of 2.5 trucks full of radios were sent to the civil defense tunnel on the east side of the city. I truly cannot fathom what they intend to do with so many radios. Who even listens to them these days? It seems they are simply affluent with nowhere to spend their money. Is that so? Xu Zhengyang murmured, his thoughts drifting further afield. It appeared that those in higher authority must surely know something, since they had begun to prepare for the worst. Did it imply that some unknown danger had already occurred in a corner of the world? If any information were to leak, panic would inevitably ensue, and the existing social order could be thrown into chaos in an instant. At that time, should Xu Zhengyang wish to acquire any sensitive items, it would likely become increasingly difficult. The construction of the shelter must be expedited. Half an hour later, Xu Zhengyang arranged the various kitchen utensils he had recently purchased in the kitchen. After connecting the power, task prompts began to appear before his eyes. Main task, delicious dishes, completed. Reward, building special effect, gourmet precision. Xu Zhengyang was eager to discover the attributes of this building special effect. So he promptly opened the details page. Building special effect, gourmet precision, effect. You can prepare corresponding delicacies in the kitchen according to specific recipes. And consuming these delicacies will grant various attribute enhancements. Recipe. Click to view details. Evaluation. A gentleman does not tire of exquisite food, nor of meticulous preparations. After reviewing the task prompts, Xu Zhengyang hurriedly examined various recipes. There was a refreshing tofu soup that could enhance mental recovery speed by 50 points within an hour. A spicy kidney dish that could increase strength by 2 points for the same duration. However, amidst the plethora of splendid and varied recipes, the most potent one was the honey-glazed beef patty, which, when consumed for 30 consecutive days, would permanently elevate one's stamina limit by 1 point. Upon reaching this point, Xu Zhengyang immediately retrieved a can of beef from his food storage and, in the upgraded kitchen, followed the recipe to create the honey-glazed beef patty. Half an hour later, Xu Zhengyang opened the oven, and an enchanting aroma instantly enveloped the entire kitchen. He took out the beef patty, drizzled it with his homemade honey glaze, and then glanced at the attributes of the honey-glazed beef patty. Honey-glazed beef patty, special food, effect, after consuming for 30 consecutive days, permanently increases stamina limit by 1 point. Note, the effect of special food can only be activated once. Evaluation, sweet and spicy, delightful to the palate. Excellent. Xu Zhengyang entered the restaurant, carrying a honey-glazed beef patty, while simultaneously accessing his task list to review the next phase of his main quest. Main quest, gym, in progress. In the apocalypse, a robust physique is essential to face various unexpected crises. You must continually exercise to enhance your physical condition. Quest objectives, construct a gym, not less than 25 square meters. Establish functional zones within the gym, requiring an aerobic area, strength area, and fixed equipment area. Quest reward, architectural effect, well-trained. Upon seeing the reward of an architectural effect, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement. As it was still early, he promptly instructed the engineering robot to commence work on partitioning a gym on the second basement level. After savoring his homemade honey-glazed beef patty, he hurriedly drove towards the mall, eager to complete the gym before nightfall and discover the benefits of the well-trained architectural effect. Chapter 24. Extremely difficult quest. 3 hours later, the delivery driver unloaded the gym equipment Xu Zhengyang had purchased in the yard of the timber factory before departing. Once the driver had vanished from sight, Xu Zhengyang utilized his dimensional space bag to transport the various pieces of gym equipment into the newly constructed gym on the second basement level. Upon completion of the task, a series of subtitles flashed before his eyes. Main quest, gym, completed. Reward obtained, architectural effect, well-trained. Architectural effect, well-trained, effect. By consistently exercising in the gym for 30 consecutive days, with daily energy expenditure of no less than 1,000 kilocalories, your strength attribute will permanently increase by 1 point. Note, this fitness effect can only be activated once. Evaluation, sweat more during practice, bleed less during battle. Just as Xu Zhengyang was about to commence his workout in the gym to fulfill today's exercise goal, a series of red subtitles suddenly appeared before him, indicating a time-limited challenge quest. Time-limited challenge quest, machining workshop, in progress. Your shelter has begun to take shape. However, in this apocalypse, acquiring mechanical parts is challenging. You need to construct a machining workshop to continuously replenish the various parts consumed by the shelter. ensuring its normal operation. Quest objectives: build a machining workshop, not less than 100 square meters. Collect machinery and equipment commonly used in workshops: milling machines, drilling machines, boring machines, grinding machines, gear hobbing machines, planers, saws, wire erosion machines, engraving machines, precision engraving machines, bending machines, etc. Gather 10 tons each of various machining raw materials: carbon steel, brass, stainless steel, aluminum alloy, zinc alloy, acrylic, ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, etc. Time limit for quest: 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds. Quest reward: architectural effect, ingenious craftsmanship. Upon reading this lengthy time-limited challenge quest, Xu Zhengyang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Drawing upon past experiences, the more arduous the task, the greater the reward upon its completion. Constructing such a vast workshop and gathering an immense array of materials and equipment has granted Xu Zhengyang a mere 3 days to accomplish this feat. It can be said that this is the most formidable task Xu Zhengyang has encountered since acquiring the system. Hence, he is filled with anticipation for the exquisite architectural effects that will accompany the completion of the machine processing workshop. While the task rewards are undoubtedly enticing, even in this stable society prior to the apocalypse, Xu Zhengyang faces significant challenges in fulfilling this task. The procurement of materials is manageable. Even if he were to require 10 tons of each type, or even 100 tons, Xu Zhengyang would be able to acquire them. However, the machine tools present a considerable complication. The absence of major rivers around by city has deterred substantial investments in large-scale manufacturing. Consequently, the local manufacturing industry is virtually non-existent. If residents wish to establish a machinery factory, they must procure various machine tools from the more industrially developed southern regions, and then arrange for transportation back to by city. Under normal circumstances, Xu Zhengyang could follow this procedure methodically. Yet, with this task allowing him only 3 days, the clock is already ticking. Even if Xu Zhengyang were to contact manufacturers to order various machine tools now, they cannot assure him delivery within the stipulated 3 days. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Zhengyang recalled that Shenyang had encountered financial difficulties due to taking on a machinery factory renovation project, which left him with substantial unrecoverable funds. Thus, Xu Zhengyang promptly called Shenyang. "Uncle Chen, is it a convenient time to talk? I need to purchase a complete set of various machine tools, milling machines, drilling machines, boring machines, and so forth. I need them ordered immediately as I require them by tomorrow. No need to ask why. The condition of the machine tools is irrelevant. Even if they are used, money is not an issue. I will pay in full." "Really? That would be a great help, Uncle Chen. I will send you the list of machine tools I need via WeChat." After hanging up the phone, Xu Zhengyang's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed. His call to Shenyang was initially a desperate attempt, but he never anticipated that Shenyang would assure him over the phone that all the necessary items would be delivered by the following day. With the task now seemingly within reach, Xu Zhengyang exhaled in relief. He then resolved not to waste any time and headed to the gym to complete his daily goal of burning 1,000 calories. The next day, Xu Zhengyang awoke and prepared a delightful beef pancake before heading to the gym for weight training. Just as he completed his goal of burning 1,000 calories, the clock struck 9:30 in the morning. After taking a shower and while drying his hair, he received a call from Shenyang, who informed him to come to the timber factory to open the door and prepare for delivery. Xu Zhengyang was astonished by Shenyang's swift actions and, disregarding his still damp hair, excitedly rushed out to open the door for him. Outside the timber factory, a semi-trailer and a crane were parked, ready for unloading. Inside the truck, various machines, wrapped in tricolor striped cloth, were lined up in succession. The top of Xu Zhengyang's lumber factory now boasted solar panels. But due to the crane's limited maneuverability, he opted to have the crane operator unload the machines outside the factory. After all, the area was rather deserted, allowing for its use without constraint. While the workers were diligently unloading the cargo, Xu Zhengyang approached Shenyang and inquired, "Uncle Chen, from where did you acquire these machines?" Upon hearing this, Shenyang was taken aback with frustration and replied, "Last year, a businessman from out of town took over an old machinery factory and sought my assistance for renovation. However, halfway through the project, the owner's wife unexpectedly absconded with all the cash and a man. This incident left the owner devastated, leading him to retreat into the factory, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. When I sought payment, he evaded responsibility. The reason I nearly faced bankruptcy this year was due to that scoundrel's refusal to settle accounts." As he spoke, Shenyang lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, expressing his disdain. "That bastard has nothing to offer, indifferent to the consequences." When I confronted him about the debts, he coldly suggested I could take whatever I wanted from the factory, claiming he had no money to give. He even dared me to sue him, which was utterly infuriating. When you mentioned needing machines urgently, I went straight to him and proposed to offset the debt with equipment. Although he's a rogue, he can be straightforward. He agreed on the spot. Consequently, I signed the contract with him last night and arranged for the goods to be delivered to you first thing this morning. Thank you, Uncle Chun, Xu Zhengyang sincerely expressed. You have truly been a tremendous help this time. Chapter 25. Qinyang's good intentions after the workers finished unloading. It was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the lunch hour. Qinyang instructed his foreman to take the workers out for a hot pot meal to warm up, while he insisted on pulling Xu Zhengyang into his pickup truck. Ah Zhang, Qinyang said from the driver's seat, his face etched with hesitation, as if he struggled to find the right words. Having spent his entire career in construction, he had encountered all kinds of people. Because of this, he understood that one of the gravest errors in life is to speak deeply with those with whom one has a shallow relationship. After a moment of contemplation, he could not help but caution Xu Zhengyang, you have a significant backer. Perhaps you are more aware of the intricacies than I am. Currently, not only are gold and grain prices skyrocketing, but even salt has doubled in price. Various signs indicate that these peaceful days may soon come to an end. I understand your desire to perfect the refuge you are building for your employer. After all, being compensated requires delivering quality work. However, Qinyang shifted the conversation. If chaos truly ensues, what will you do? As a man, will your employer allow you to reside in this refuge? Even if he possesses a conscience and permits you entry, will you not become his eternal servant within? Xu Zhengyang had not anticipated that Qinyang wished to convey such sentiments, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words on how to respond. Yet, Qinyang remained unaware of Xu Zhengyang's internal struggle. As he observed Xu Zhengyang's silence, Qinyang assumed he had guessed correctly. With sincere earnestness, he addressed Xu Zhengyang, saying, after you mentioned it to me last time, I went ahead and built a shelter beneath the yard of my property on the outskirts of the city. It's certainly not as sturdy as what your boss has constructed, but nonetheless, it can handle some emergencies. I've consulted with your aunt and your brother's family, and we all agreed to reserve 2 rooms for you in the shelter. If you find yourself without a place to go after finishing your work with your boss, feel free to come to your uncle. Rest assured, I will treat you like my own son, and no one will make you feel uncomfortable. Hearing this, Xu Zhengyang felt a warm sensation in his heart, his voice slightly choked. He had not anticipated Qinyang's genuine concern for him, especially the gesture of leaving 2 rooms for him in a shelter he had built himself. With his eyes slightly reddening, Xu Zhengyang was touched. Qinyang affectionately patted Xu Zhengyang's head, chuckling as he said, your father and I are old comrades. You've helped me immensely over the past few months. If I don't do something for you, I want you to have the face to see your father when my time comes. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Xu Zhengyang reflected on his unhappy childhood, which made him particularly cherish those who treated him kindly. He then took out his phone, settled the bill for the machinery with Qinyang, and transferred 5 million to him, saying, Uncle Chun, I've been with my boss for quite some time now, and this is my salary. Please don't hesitate to use this money to enhance our shelter. Upon seeing the funds appear in his company's account, Qinyang quickly protested, what are you doing? Quickly take it back. If your aunt finds out, I want to be able to sleep in my own home for a month. Before Qinyang could finish, Xu Zhengyang interrupted him earnestly. Money will soon lose its value. We must seize the moment while it still holds worth and convert it into various supplies and hard currency. I'm giving you this money to ensure our shelter is well equipped, so when I come by, I can be more comfortable, right? Qinyang stood there, momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. Just then, Xu Zhengyang firmly patted Qinyang's hand and sincerely urged, Uncle, the world is about to change. Time is of the essence. You must take this money and make arrangements immediately. Qinyang, having been tempered by the trials of life, quickly shifted his mindset. He responded earnestly to Xu Zhengyang. I understand the gravity of the situation. I will make the necessary arrangements right away. 10 minutes later, after discussing some details with Qinyang, the two bid each other farewell. Watching Qinyang drive away in his pickup truck, even in the cold winter, Xu Zhengyang felt a warmth enveloping him, a smile of understanding gracing his face. Half an hour later, Xu Zhengyang utilized the dimensional space bag to transport all the machinery to the mechanical workshop, connecting them to a power source. Before him, the long-anticipated system subtitles materialized. Limited time challenge task. Machine processing workshop completed. Reward obtained. Architectural effect exquisite craftsmanship. Architectural effect exquisite craftsmanship. Effect. When you work in the machine processing workshop, the parts you process will inevitably succeed, and the parts will reach maximum processing precision. Evaluation. Processing sage. The notion that processed parts would inevitably succeed and achieve maximum precision left Xu Zhengyang utterly astounded. upon witnessing the specific attributes of the exquisite craftsmanship architectural effect. He realized that even with no prior experience in machine processing, his capabilities within the workshop would mirror those of skilled artisans from decades past. Now, as long as Xu Zhengyang wished, he could utilize the various raw materials he had just acquired to craft a 47 entirely by hand in the workshop. Indeed, the rewards of the tasks were proportional to their difficulty. Xu Zhengyang was overwhelmed with excitement as he opened the task list to review the latest main quest. Main task, precision processing workshop in progress, from automobiles to refrigerators, and down to mobile phones and radios. Living in the 21st century, you have long been accustomed to the comfort and convenience provided by various electronic devices. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, factories have ceased operations, and electronic products are exceedingly scarce. You must possess the ability to maintain your various devices. Task objective: construct a precision processing workshop, not less than 25 square meters. Gather various related tools: multimeter, oscilloscope, spectrum analyzer, non-contact voltage tester, ruler, heat gun, soldering iron, solder, desoldering pump, rosin, etc. Task reward: architectural effect overlocking. Was this a return to ordinary tasks? Xu Zhengyang expressed some regret upon reviewing the task details. In the current stable society, various materials and tools could be easily obtained with sufficient funds. He wished for more limited-time challenge tasks to accumulate resources for his shelter while it was still convenient. Otherwise, triggering such tasks during the apocalypse would not only be challenging, but would also require a stroke of luck to complete. Chapter 26. Skill Malicious Perception. It was only a little past 2 in the afternoon, plenty of time remaining. Thus, Xu Zhengyang first commanded his 2 engineering robots to partition a new space of 25 square meters on the second basement level. He then drove towards the direction of the Bi-City electronics market. Locals referred to the electronics market as Computer City. A decade ago, before the advent of smartphones, this place was notorious for having the widest information gap and being one of the most exploitative areas in Bi-City. Xu Zhengyang recalled being heavily overcharged for a laptop during his university days. However, now, thanks to the development of mobile internet and online shopping, the information disparities across various industries had gradually diminished, rendering the unscrupulous merchants in Computer City unable to operate with the same impunity as before. Once bustling with activity, the once vibrant computer market now lay desolate and vacant. A cursory glance revealed that the majority of the stalls had accumulated layers of dust, with only a handful managing to sustain their business. It served them right. Xu Zhengyang scoffed disdainfully and wandered inside, eventually arriving at a booth specializing in various electronic devices. After articulating his needs, Xu Zhengyang preemptively cautioned the owner, stating bluntly, "You'd best be reasonable with your pricing. I'm not in a hurry to purchase these items. If the price isn't right, I'll simply buy them online and wait a couple of extra days." "Of course not," the owner replied, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he offered Xu Zhengyang a cigarette, patting his chest reassuringly. "Rest assured, I'm also a post-90s individual, unlike the older generation. The price I quote you will be entirely fair and reasonable. By the way, my name is Li Xiaojun. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" "Xu Zhengyang," he replied. "Ah, Sugo." Li Xiaojun filled a glass of water for Xu Zhengyang and continued, "Please have a sip while I prepare your goods." With that, Li Xiaojun swiftly pulled out his phone and began sending messages in rapid succession. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Xiaojun closed his eyes momentarily to ponder. Then stated to Xu Zhengyang, "Sugo, I won't beat around the bush. The total for all the items you requested, along with 2 years of on-site after-sales service, comes to a neat sum of 100,000. 100,000? Xu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow in skepticism, nearly bursting into laughter at the quoted price. Although his requested tools were numerous and varied, how could they possibly amount to such a sum? This was not merely an attempt to take advantage of him. It felt as though they were treating him as a fool. "Please, don't be hasty." Li Xiaojun, sensing Xu Zhengyang's irritation, quickly pulled out his phone and randomly opened an online marketplace to search for a multimeter. Presenting the displayed prices to Xu Zhengyang, he exclaimed, "Look, the prices for these items have surged in recent days. This multimeter, which used to cost around 100, is now priced at 700 or 800. As for the other items, the minimum price has increased 5-fold. I'm not inflating prices arbitrarily. This is the current reality." Oh, Xu Zhengyang felt a stir of intrigue and began searching online himself. Indeed, as Li Xiaojun had stated, a significant portion of products in online marketplaces had experienced noticeable price hikes. "I'm not deceiving you, am I, Sugo?" Li Xiaojun continued. "The upstream suppliers are raising prices daily. If you don't make a deal today, tomorrow's prices might escalate even further." Upon hearing Li Xiaojun's remarks regarding the rising costs of electronic devices, and recalling Zhengyang's earlier comments about the increasing prices of gold, food, and salt. Xu Zhengyang felt a sudden jolt of urgency. Had prices already begun to soar across the board? This signal was alarmingly perilous. Without wasting any more time, Xu Zhengyang decisively stated, "Fine, 100,000 it is. Arrange for the delivery now. I will settle the payment upon arrival." With that, Xu Zhengyang handed Li Xiaojun a business card, which bore the address of a lumber factory. "No problem, I will contact the driver immediately." Upon hearing that it was a cash job, Li Xiaojun felt elated and promptly instructed his employees to manage the store while he hurried off to the warehouse. 3 hours later, after completing the construction of the precision machining workshop on the second floor of the shelter, Xu Zhengyang was greeted by the familiar system notification. Main quest, precision machining workshop, completed. Reward, building effect overclocking. Building effect overclocking. Effect. When you work in the precision machining workshop, there is a 20% chance that the electronic products you manufacture will have an overclocking attribute. Evaluation. Born for enthusiasts. Overclocking? As an experienced player, Xu Zhengyang was no stranger to the concept. If it weren't for the increasingly dire situation, he would have wanted to procure some materials and craft a teleportation device without any flight restrictions to experiment with. The thought of such a device having an overclocking attribute was exhilarating beyond imagination. Unfortunately, that would have to wait. Xu Zhengyang sighed in regret. Afterward, he opened his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest, preventive measures, in progress. Your shelter is becoming increasingly perfect. For safety, please install surveillance equipment around your shelter as soon as possible. Task objective. Install surveillance equipment around your shelter capable of observing all movable targets over 1 meter in size within a 5-kilometer radius. Task reward. Skill card malicious perception. Upon seeing the task details, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of joy. It had been quite some time since he had received a skill card reward, and this malicious perception, judging by its name, was undoubtedly a highly practical skill. Installing surveillance equipment was not difficult. Coincidentally, he had just exchanged contact numbers with Li Xiaojun. So Xu Zhengyang took out his phone and called him directly. "Bossly, I need to purchase a batch of surveillance equipment, specifically thermal imaging dual-spectrum ultra-clear probes. Let us start with 50 units. Also, I need the wiring. Please prepare 30 boxes of the best quality wire for me. That will do for now, but I will reach out again if I need more later. By the way, I also require the best monitoring control center and hard drives. Money is not an issue. I need speed and quality. Yes, as long as you don't cut corners, it will be cash on delivery." "Great. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning." The rapid pace of electronic product updates was astonishing. Since thermal imaging dual-spectrum surveillance probes were relatively niche and seldom purchased, Li Xiaojun dared not stock them. Therefore, even at the fastest pace, Xu Zhengyang would not receive the goods until the next morning to complete the task. He decided to leave it for tomorrow. As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang entered the gym to continue his workout. Chapter 27. The Honest Man. The next day, after rising, Xu Zhengyang prepared himself a succulent beef patty and then burned off the calories in the gym. It was then that Li Xiaojun called, informing him that he had delivered everything to the lumberyard's entrance. After inspecting the goods and settling the accounts, Xu Zhengyang's previous earnings from gambling on stones were nearly depleted. After bidding farewell to Li Xiaojun, he gazed at the remaining balance of 60,000 yuan and couldn't help but remark that once this task was completed, he would need to return to the jade trading market to secure additional funds. With that thought, Xu Zhengyang commenced his work, personally setting up surveillance around the refuge. The development of the internet industry over the years had rendered monitoring equipment exceedingly user-friendly. A single power line supplied electricity, while a network cable transmitted signals. Consequently, even though this was Xu Zhengyang's inaugural experience with installing surveillance, he managed it with remarkable ease. Recently, the power company had suspended industrial electricity in the northern suburbs, which fortuitously provided Xu Zhengyang with existing utility poles and wires, significantly alleviating his workload. He simply needed to mount surveillance cameras on the poles at various intersections and follow the pre-existing wiring. Within a single day, he successfully completed the installation of surveillance around the refuge. Upon returning, Xu Zhengyang consolidated all the network cables and connected them to the monitoring host. Following the operational instructions in the manual, he assigned each surveillance camera an independent identifier. Once this was accomplished, the monitor on the surveillance host displayed 50 different camera feeds. Simultaneously, Xu Zhengyang received a system notification. Main quest, preventative measures completed. Reward, skill card, malicious perception. Skill card, malicious perception. Effect, you can sense any malicious intent from intelligent beings towards you. Each point of mental power increases your perception range by 10 meters. Evaluation, knowing others' faces and hearts. With 52 points in his mental attribute, Xu Zhengyang realized that within a 52-meter radius, he would immediately detect any ill intentions directed at him. This skill was not merely advantageous in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Even in times of peace, it was an exceptionally rare and powerful ability. After utilizing the skill card to acquire this new skill, Xu Zhengyang opened his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest: Warehouse Upgrade, in progress. In a post-apocalyptic world, abundant resources will provide you with substantial confidence. You need to upgrade your warehouse to better preserve the various supplies you have desperately gathered. Task objective: construct a cold storage facility to preserve the food and medicine you have collected. Minimum area of 100 square meters required. Task reward: building special effect, suppression, constructing a cold storage facility. Xu Zhengyang nodded. This task was not particularly challenging. The equipment for a cold storage was readily available for purchase, requiring only financial investment. A 100 square meter cold storage would consume approximately 50 to 80 kilowatt hours of electricity daily, a demand well within Xu Zhengyang's capacity to manage. However, as the day had grown late and he was quite fatigued from his labors, he decided to take a shower and retire for the night after reviewing the task details. The following day awaited him. After rising, Xu Zhengyang typically prepared a honey-glazed beef patty for breakfast before heading to the gym to fulfill his daily tasks. Subsequently, he took a shower to wash away the sweat and drove towards the building materials market in Baicheng, specifically to a store named Xinfu. The proprietor, Luo Zinf, a middle-aged man in his 40s, short, balding, and portly, bore a slight resemblance to the actor Zheng Zhuwei. Upon Xu Zhengyang's inquiry, Luo Zinf poured him a cup of tea and asked about his refrigeration needs, noting that there were many options available, contingent upon Xu's budget and the desired size of the cold storage facility. Xu had come to this store because Luo was the only person in the expansive market who harbored no ill will towards him. Given this goodwill, Xu Zhengyang decided to forego further searches and, with a decisive gesture, instructed Luo Zinf to design a cold storage space of 100 square meters that prioritized energy efficiency and optimal cooling performance. Luo Zinf, with a wry smile, explained the reality of cold storage. Achieving superior cooling inevitably incurs higher electricity costs, while prioritizing energy savings compromises cooling efficacy. Thus, Xu had to make a choice between the two, having rarely encountered such honesty in a business owner. Xu acknowledged the impossibility of having both advantages and ultimately opted for the superior cooling effect. In the shelter, as long as both engineering robots were not operating simultaneously, Xu's electricity supply was plentiful. Should he face a shortage as the shelter expanded, he could always install additional solar panels to augment his photovoltaic capacity. Luo Zinf detailed 3 brands capable of providing the best cooling solution, elucidating their prices, energy efficiency ratios, and after-sales service. Xu selected the highest performing brand. Once the terms were agreed upon and the contract signed, he promptly transferred a deposit of 50,000 yuan to Luo Zinf. Subsequently, Xu requested that the merchandise be dispatched swiftly, handing Luo a business card and instructing him to deliver the goods to a specified location, assuring him that payment would be made upon arrival. Luo, taken aback, inquired if installation was necessary. Xu owned 2 engineering robots, capable of managing the assembly of the cold storage, including the construction of panels, installation of internal and external units, laying of connecting pipes, pipe insulation, drainage installation, wiring, and control system setup. This minor task was trivial for his robots. Preferring to maintain privacy in his shelter, Xu declined the offer for installation, stating that he would handle it himself and simply required prompt delivery of the goods. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinfeng pondered briefly before responding. The quotation I provided earlier already includes the installation costs. Since you do not require my installation services, I can reduce the price by an additional 6,000. Let us re-sign the contract. As he spoke, Luo Xinfeng moved behind the computer to modify and print the contract anew. Indeed, he was a good man. This skill of malicious perception proved to be exceptionally useful. Chapter 28. Undercurrents. At this moment, Xu Zhengyang was not in need of such a trivial sum of money. Thus, he replied directly, "No need, Boss Luo, let it be as it is. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please prepare for shipment. Remember to expedite the process, as I will settle the payment promptly." With that, Xu Zhengyang departed the store without waiting for Luo Xinfeng's response and made his way toward the parking lot. After paying Luo Xinfeng a deposit, only a little over 10,000 remained in Xu Zhengyang's account. Consequently, as soon as he entered his vehicle, he drove swiftly towards the jade market in Baicheng, intending to withdraw some funds. The Baicheng jade market remained as bustling as ever. Activating his proactive skill detection, Xu Zhengyang scoured the market until he finally discovered a suitable raw stone. Stone, weight, 5,429, main components, Sodium aluminum silicate 88. Calcium carbonate 12. This raw stone was approximately the size of a pressure cooker. Astonishingly, the jade content within this sizable stone reached 88, surpassing the quality of the stone he had previously opened. Confirming that he was not mistaken, Xu Zhengyang wasted no time and, after examining the unremarkable raw stone, inquired of the stall owner, "What is the price for this stone? Is it possible to cut it?" Laughter, astonishment, shock, commotion, jealousy, within mere minutes. The emotions of those surrounding Xu Zhengyang oscillated dramatically, akin to a roller coaster ride. I remember now. The person who sent Li Jinyang in was him. He has opened another exceptional piece. This time, the jade not only boasts excellent quality, but also contains a fist-sized cluster of purple jade. My goodness. No wonder he looked so familiar. Father, I wish to learn how to gamble on stones. Xu Zhengyang paid no heed to the crowd. Following his prior experience, he sold the jade, which he had cut in half, to a representative of the Baiqing jewelry store. Consequently, an additional 60 million was deposited into his previously dwindled account. Gazing at his account balance, Xu Zhengyang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Recently, prices had been rising sharply. Yet jade had not only remained stable but had even decreased significantly. Had Xu Zhengyang opened this piece of raw stone, which contained a cluster of premium purple jade, a month ago, his account would have surely exceeded 100 million by now. Never mind, Xu Zhengyang reassured himself in a whisper audible only to his ears. After all, this wealth came easily. It does not impede my plans for constructing a sanctuary. As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang departed the Baiqing jade trading market and began his journey back. An hour later, in the northern suburbs, as Xu Zhengyang parked his vehicle outside the lumber factory and stepped out, 3 young ruffians donning motorcycle helmets suddenly appeared from around the corner, blocking his path. The leader of this gang brandished a baseball bat, swaggering towards Xu with an air of bravado as he twirled the bat in his hands, nonchalantly declaring, "Boss, lend us some money to have a little fun, will you?" No sooner had he spoken than his 2 accomplices, each producing flamboyant butterfly knives from their pockets, crept up behind Xu, brazenly instructing him, "Hands on your head, crouch down. Today is your unlucky day." In the past, Xu would have immediately surrendered all his possessions in such a situation, prioritizing his life above all else. However, in this moment, surrounded by these thugs, he felt not fear but a thrill of excitement. He was eager to test his abilities in a real-life confrontation. Thus, Xu addressed the leading ruffian. "From your accent, it seems you fellows are locals from Bai City. You must be aware of the circumstances around the northern suburbs. This area is filled with unfortunate souls left behind by the times, unable to keep pace with the grand strategy of industrial upgrades. My factory has been bankrupt for years. There is no money to be found." The thug with the baseball bat chuckled wickedly. "Just because we're locals, we know that this area has been slated for demolition. You've already received your compensation, yet you claim to be broke?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ruffian holding the butterfly knife pressed it against Sue's neck, threateningly insisting, "We've done our homework. You're entitled to a compensation of 300,000 for the early demolition of your factory. Hand it over. Not a penny less, or I'll stab you." Feeling the cold steel against his throat, Xu furrowed his brow in concern. His factory, though expansive, was nearing the end of its 7-year lease. Initially, the northern suburb community had promised him 600,000 in compensation if he agreed to the demolition. However, Xu had willingly have this amount, settling for 300,000, with the condition that the demolition would occur a year later. A stipulation he had formalized in a contract with the community. This was a detail he had never disclosed to anyone. How had these thugs learned the specifics of his compensation? A cold smile crept across Sue's face as he swiftly entered a state of slowed time, focusing intently. Ever since his journey to Siam, his dimensional bag had been stocked with high-quality ammunition and firearms, ready for any eventuality. Time slowed. He drew his weapon and fired. With 2 muffled shots, Xu swiftly dispatched the 2 thugs behind him wielding butterfly knives, who posed the greatest threat. Thud, thud, as their lifeless bodies hit the ground. The baseball bat clattered from the hands of the ruffian across from Xu. Without a moment's hesitation, the thug turned to flee. A silenced pistol pierced through the rogue's right leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. The excruciating pain could not overshadow his primal instinct for survival. The rogue hastily turned around, removed his motorcycle helmet, and, with tears streaming down his face, pleaded with Xu Zhengyang, "Boss, please. We were coerced. It was Li Wentao who sent us to intimidate you, to hasten your claim for the demolition funds, and then to make you vacate this place." The rogue's words validated Xu Zhengyang's suspicions. "I have already consented to the demolition. Why are they still so relentless? Are they forcing my hand due to some unforeseen changes from above, or are the subordinates merely seeking to impress, acting on their own initiative? If it's the latter, it would be manageable to eliminate these petty thugs. However, If there have indeed been developments from above that cannot wait a year, I may soon face far greater troubles. First, he would cut off the power, then find someone to threaten. What could be the urgency behind the desire for the northern suburbs? Xu Zhengyang pondered, his expression troubled. In the midst of his thoughts, a sharp sound rang out as Xu Zhengyang dispatched the last of the rogues. Enough, let fate take its course. I must hasten the construction of a refuge. With that, he utilized his dimensional space bag to swiftly contain the corpses of the 3 rogues, along with the spent cartridges and bloodstained soil, erasing all traces of the incident. Chapter 29. Return to Siam. Such petty thugs are akin to warts on a shoe, non-lethal yet utterly repugnant. In the past, Xu Zhengyang would have found himself at a loss against such scoundrels. Even if he called the police and they were apprehended, they would be released within 15 days, having caused no severe repercussions, only to return with even more vindictiveness. Recently, Xu Zhengyang had been engaged in extensive construction at the lumber yard, harboring numerous secrets. If these persistent nuisances latched onto him, his secrets would inevitably come to light. Thus, Xu Zhengyang resolved to eliminate them entirely. After all, in the vast expanse of the northern suburbs, only a few main thoroughfares were monitored. Even if these ruffians disappeared, it would take time before anyone connected the dots back to him. Finally, after conducting a thorough examination of the scene to ensure no evidence was left behind, Xu Zhengyang hoped that the subordinates were merely speculating foolishly, attempting to curry favor. If these fools vanished, they might at least afford him a reprieve for a while. Having spoken, Xu Zhengyang returned to his refuge. The following day, he rose early as usual, prepared a honey-glazed beef pie for himself, and then retreated to the gym to work out and burn calories. It must be said that fitness can indeed become addictive. Initially, Xu Zhengyang frequented the gym merely to fulfill a task, to acquire a modicum of strength attributes. Yet after a few days of persistence, he found that without a session in the gym, something felt amiss within him, leaving him restless and unfulfilled. After completing today's tasks and taking a refreshing shower, Luo Xinfeng's call came through. The cold storage equipment that Xu Zhengyang had ordered the previous day had arrived. Upon arriving at the lumber yard, Xu Zhengyang employed a scanner on the items piled on the ground. After inspecting and verifying the goods, he promptly transferred the payment to Luo Xinfeng, expressing his gratitude to the owner. Moments later, once Luo Xinfeng and his team departed, Xu Zhengyang utilized his dimensional space bag to transport these components into the shelter. The installation of the cold storage was not particularly challenging. With 2 advanced engineering robots at his disposal, the task was executed with remarkable ease. Generally, the storage temperature for fruits and vegetables ranges from 0 to 13 degrees Celsius, while that for frozen meats lies between -18 and -25 degrees Celsius. Special medical biological products such as vaccines, bone marrow, and plasma require a storage temperature of -20 to -80 degrees Celsius. When Xu Zhengyang instructed the engineering robots to construct the cold storage compartments the day before, he had already designated these 3 specific zones. As a result, within just 3 hours, a system notification appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main task, warehouse upgrade completed, reward obtained, building effect suppression, effect, when your cold storage is operational. The activity of all microorganisms within is reduced by 60, evaluation, reject decay. Upon witnessing this building effect, Xu Zhengyang was filled with delight. The primary reason food becomes moldy and spoils is due to the mischievous activity of microorganisms. Although the cold storage is equipped with devices to regulate oxygen and carbon dioxide levels to inhibit microbial activity, the resilience of various microorganisms is formidable. Even in extremely adverse conditions, it is impossible to entirely halt their growth and reproduction. However, the situation has now changed. With the cold storage in place and the building effect suppression functioning, Xu Zhengyang could significantly extend the shelf life of the diverse supplies stored within. He thought to himself that he should first go shopping to fill the cold storage to capacity. With that in mind, Xu Zhengyang opened his task list to review his latest main task. Main task, computing power center, in progress. Your shelter has begun to take shape. However, the maintenance work associated with it has also become increasingly demanding. You need to provide sufficient computing power within your shelter for the household assistant to operate normally. Task objective, construct a computing power center within the shelter, minimum area of 25 square meters. Configure 100,000 computing power within the center. Task reward, type 1 household assistant, weak AI version, computing power, a requirement of 100,000. Xu Zhengyang paused for a moment upon reading the task objective. Although the industry was thriving, he only had a cursory understanding of it, knowing that computing power was heavily reliant on graphics cards. What does this figure of 100,000 represent? Xu Zhengyang mused, promptly pulling out his phone to search for information online. 5 minutes later, Xu Zhengyang couldn't help but furrow his brow. At present, the most convenient personal computing power solution is the graphics card, with the highest performing among them being the 4090, boasting a computational power of 100. By that calculation, Xu Zhengyang would need to purchase 1,000 4090s to fulfill the task requirements. Although prices have surged recently, the cost of graphics cards has remained relatively stable, with a 4090 still priced slightly above 10,000. Xu Zhengyang certainly had no shortage of funds amounting to over 10 million. However, the 4090s available domestically are merely a downgraded version post-sanctions. While this model does not significantly impact gaming, it is a substantial blow to computational power needs. Clearly, this approach would not suffice within the country. As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang went to the kitchen to prepare a few honey-glazed beef patties to place in his dimensional storage bag, then grabbed his passport and hailed a taxi to the airport. En route, he booked the fastest flight to Siam. 7 hours later, Xu Zhengyang set foot on this humid land for the second time. Despite heavy snowfall in some northern parts of the country, the temperature in Siam remained above 30 degrees Celsius. Familiar with the surroundings during his second visit, Xu Zhengyang took a taxi straight to Chinatown. At the Yin Family Gold Exchange, before he could finish his cup of tea, Yin Xiaowei hurriedly approached him, beaming with enthusiasm. As soon as he entered, Yin Xiaowei greeted Xu Zhengyang warmly, exclaiming, "Mr. Xu, why didn't you inform me of your arrival in Siam beforehand? I could have hosted a banquet at Dingtai Lu to properly welcome you." "That won't be necessary," Xu Zhengyang replied with a wave of his hand. "My employer requires certain items that are unattainable domestically, and given the urgency, I had no choice but to trouble you again, Mr. Yin. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Yin Xiaowei, with a wry smile, cautioned Xu Zhengyang. "However, Mr. Xu, your employer wields considerable influence. If even he cannot procure these items, I fear I may not be able to help either." "Graphics cards," Xu Zhengyang stated directly, specifically the uncut version of the 4090. "I'll likely need around 1,200 of them. It's impossible to acquire such quantities domestically, hence my visit here to trouble you." Chapter 30. Type 1 Domestic Butler, Weak AI Version, Graphics Cards. Yin Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. He had assumed Xu Zhengyang sought him out for illicit goods as before, never anticipating that his inquiry was solely for graphics cards. "Is that a problem?" Noticing Yin Xiaowei's expression, Xu Zhengyang's heart sank. No. Yin Xiaowei quickly waved his hands, assuring him that your request is somewhat substantial, it is manageable. Pausing to consider, Yin Xiaowei continued, "By tomorrow afternoon, I will ensure you receive the required quantity without compromising quality." "That is excellent," Xu Zhengyang responded. "You have greatly aided me, Mr. Yin. Rest assured, I will settle the payment promptly. It will be cash on delivery. Ha ha ha. I shall arrange everything for you right away." As he spoke, Yin Xiaowei pulled out his phone and began assigning tasks to his subordinates. Once the matters were settled, he hung up, took Xu Zhengyang by the arm, and headed outside. "The last time Mr. Xu visited, he had been in such a hurry that I scarcely had the chance to host you before you returned to your homeland. Since you are here this time, I must insist on extending my hospitality." "Oh, there is no need for that. It is nearly 10 o'clock, quite late," Xu Zhengyang politely declined. "Not at all," Yin Xiaowei replied, flashing Xu Zhengyang a knowing smile that only men understand. "At this hour, Bangkok's nightlife is just beginning." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Xu Zhengyang's expression shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue, and he found himself half-heartedly following Yin Xiaowei out. The next day, upon awakening, Xu Zhengyang rubbed his slightly sore back while reminiscing about the previous night's revelry. Just then, Yin Xiaowei's call came through. "Mr. Xu, the goods you requested have arrived. Shall I deliver them to the hotel?" "Yes," Xu Zhengyang responded, his spirits lifting. "Please remove all the packaging from the graphics cards. I only need the cards themselves, nothing else." Though Xu Zhengyang's request was peculiar, Yin Xiaowei, being a clever man, refrained from asking unnecessary questions and replied, "Understood. I will arrange that for you immediately. They will be delivered in approximately 3 hours. Does that work for you?" "That will do," Xu Zhengyang nodded in agreement. The packaging for the 4090 graphics cards was comparable to the boxes for mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival, with each box large enough to accommodate 4 graphics cards. Xu Zhengyang's dimensional space bag was merely a 555 cubic space, already filled with his belongings. If all 1,200 graphics cards were to be taken with their packaging, his dimensional space bag would indeed become quite cramped. After ending the call, Xu Zhengyang retrieved a honey-glazed beef pie from his dimensional space bag and consumed it. The bag contained a time-stamped space, making the pie taste as fresh and delectable as if it had just been made. After finishing breakfast, Xu Zhengyang dressed and stepped outside. He had 3 residents within his dimensional space bag, and now that he was in Siam, it was the perfect opportunity to find a picturesque spot for them to rest peacefully. after attending to various matters. It was already 11 o'clock by the time he returned to the hotel. Not long after, Yin Xiaowei personally arrived, pushing a cart carrying the graphics cards Xu Zhengyang had requested. Yin Xiaowei was meticulous in his work. He had removed the packaging from the graphics cards and placed them into stackable plastic bins, making transport easier and ensuring the cards would not be damaged. Upon entering, Yin Xiaowei pointed to the several carts piled high like small mountains behind him and said, "The goods you requested are all here. Would you like to inspect them?" Though it was a question, with a mere glance from Yin Xiaowei, his subordinates hastily began unloading the bins from the cart to facilitate Xu Zhengyang's inspection. "There's no need," Xu Zhengyang said after a brief scan with his detection device. He turned directly to Yin Xiaowei and said, "Let them put everything back. Do I not trust young Yin?" Xu Zhengyang retrieved his phone and candidly asked Yin Xiaowei, "Shall I transfer the funds to your previous gold shop account?" "Either is fine," Yin Xiaowei replied. After settling the payment, the two exchanged a few pleasantries, but the astute Yin Xiaowei quickly sensed Xu Zhengyang's intent to dismiss him. Thus, he promptly concocted an excuse and took his leave. Once Yin Xiaowei had distanced himself, Xu Zhengyang swiftly stowed all the graphics cards into his dimensional space bag. Following this, he hung a do not disturb sign at the door and proceeded to the front desk to extend his accommodation for another week. Having completed these tasks, Xu Zhengyang hailed a taxi to the airport and booked a flight back to his homeland. After Xu Zhengyang's departure, Yin Xiaowei, observing from a distance, wore a puzzled expression. The enigmatic behavior of Xu Zhengyang left him feeling as though his curiosity was being incessantly teased. Nevertheless, Yin Xiaowei did not dare to venture into Xu Zhengyang's room. Instead, he instructed his subordinate, Xiaowu, "Ensure that you have someone keeping a close watch around here." "Understood," Xiaowu nodded, adding, "I've arranged for surveillance around the clock." Moreover, when Mr. Su checked into this hotel yesterday, I stationed our personnel as waitstaff to continuously monitor for any unfamiliar visitors. "Pleased with this arrangement," Yin Xiaowei replied. "I'll leave this matter in your capable hands." When Xu Zhengyang returned to his sanctuary from Siam, it was already 8 in the evening. Upon entering, he immediately called Li Xiaojun from the computer city to place an order for a batch of mining frame equipment to centralize the computational power of the graphics cards. Without the equipment, he was unable to establish the power center, so he dove into the gym to burn off the calories from the day. The following day, just after completing his daily tasks, Xu Zhengyang received a call from Li Xiaojun. After verifying the goods, settling the payment, and overseeing the installation, the moment the power was connected to the computing center, the system notifications finally appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main task, computing center, completed. Reward, type 1 home butler, weak AI version. As the system prompts flashed successively, a humanoid robot, approximately 1.6 meters tall and resembling a large ball, materialized before him. Type 1 home butler, weak AI version. Attributes, strength, 1, agility, 1, intelligence, 10, spirit, 0, stamina, 1, skills, transformation. The home butler can morph its mechanical arms into tools suited for various tasks. Weak AI. The home butler possesses a degree of intelligence, with the capacity to learn and comprehend some abstract commands. Evaluation. The best-selling household robot of the 22nd century. Greetings, Master. The home butler emitted in an electronic synthesized voice, bowing slightly before Xu Zhengyang, and then inquired, "Please provide me with a name." Chapter 31. By Qiwan. Xu Zhengyang was at a loss for names. Upon seeing the household steward resembling a large white orb, he declared, "You shall be called Dabai." The naming was a success. As the program initialized, Dabai's voice echoed. Almost immediately, a flurry of incomprehensible codes began to rapidly refresh on the display atop its head. After approximately 1 minute, the initialization was complete. Simultaneously, 2 blue dots appeared on the display, simulating human eyes. "Master," Dabai said, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "I am Type 1 domestic steward, Dabai. At present, I can offer you premium housekeeping services and limited home security provisions. I am also capable of continuous self-optimization through learning, acquiring new skills and techniques to better and more accurately comprehend your needs and commands, thus providing you with superior and enhanced service." At this juncture, Dabai's eyes abruptly shifted from blue to red, continuing, special notification. Due to unknown reasons, I am currently unable to access the company's cloud service platform via the internet. Therefore, should you wish to activate my learning module, you must provide substantial local computational support. Upon hearing Dabai's special notice, Xu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the advanced preparation of computational power was necessary for this. After this, he directly commanded Dabai, "Familiarize yourself with the environment of the shelter, and then commence cleaning this space." "Understood, Master," Dabai responded. Its left mechanical arm transformed into a vacuum cleaner. while its right arm morphed into a steam mop, proceeding to clean every corner of the shelter as it moved. Xu Zhengyang's shelter spanned a total of 1,300 square meters across 2 levels. Such a vast expanse would inevitably accumulate a thick layer of dust if left unattended for long periods. Previously, Xu Zhengyang had been troubled about how to manage the cleanliness of the shelter. However, with Dabai now at his service, he could relax. Indeed, Dabai was the best-selling household robot of the 22nd century, executing its tasks with remarkable efficiency. In just a few minutes, it had thoroughly cleaned every hidden corner of Xu Zhengyang's bedroom. Upon completing the task, Dabai approached Xu Zhengyang and inquired, "Master, the bedroom has been tidied. Do you have any further instructions?" Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction, taking a moment to contemplate before systematically outlining the tasks he wished to assign to Dabai. You need to connect to the shelter's surveillance interface and maintain a 24-hour watch. If individuals with ill intentions approach the sanctuary, regardless of the time, you must promptly notify me and preserve the corresponding surveillance footage. You are required to constantly monitor the various air components within the sanctuary, manipulating the plant lights and fresh air system to ensure that the oxygen levels in every corner remain at 20. You must maintain cleanliness and hygiene within the sanctuary. Upon the completion of these tasks, you may utilize the local computational power within the sanctuary to study the curriculum I have prepared for you in advance. As Xu Zhengyang's words faded, the display screen on the android flickered with lines of code. Moments later, the blue eyes of the android reappeared on the screen, and it responded to Xu Zhengyang, "At your command, Master." With that, the android ambled towards the sanctuary's monitoring host, observing the android entering its operational state. Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction and then opened his task list to review the next assignment. Time challenge task, vertical farm, in progress. Your sanctuary is robust, secure, and well-stocked. However, in this apocalyptic world, no matter how abundant your supplies, without replenishment, they will eventually run dry. You need to construct a vertical farm within your sanctuary to thoroughly resolve your food cycle issue. Task objectives: construct a vertical farm, minimum area of 200 square meters. The vertical farm must cultivate staple grains, annual yield of no less than 500 gene, vegetables, annual yield of no less than 300 gene, and fruits, annual yield of no less than 100 gene. The vertical farm must raise at least 3 different types of animals. Task deadline: 29th at 23:59:53. Task reward: optical camouflage plugin for sanctuary. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang was filled with delight. The reward for this time challenge task was a sanctuary plugin. Optical camouflage? The moment he saw these words, he immediately recalled a film titled Tuxedo directed by Uncle Long in his early years, as well as the optical camouflage technology featured in Cyberpunk 2077. If his sanctuary were to be equipped with this plugin, then as long as he applied reasonable concealment outside, the security of the entire sanctuary would be significantly enhanced. Action! Xu Zhengyang exclaimed with excitement. He then instructed his engineering robot to create partitions within the room while he began searching online for information related to vertical farming. After a considerable time, sitting before the computer, Xu Zhengyang suddenly gasped, "What a coincidence." With that, he promptly donned his coat and sped towards Baiqing University. An hour later, at Baiqing University, Agricultural Science Institute. We shall conclude here for today. In our field, theory is undoubtedly important, but practice holds even greater significance. I hope all of you will continue to strive diligently. The professor, Bai Qiuan, was delivering his lecture. After class, the students in the classroom eagerly packed their belongings and rushed out, while Xu Zhengyang seized the opportunity to approach Professor Bai Qiuan's podium. "Professor Bai, I have a question I would like to ask you." As Bai Qiuan glanced up from organizing his lesson plans, he confidently remarked, "You are not a student of our institution, are you?" Upon finishing his statement, Bai Qiuan assumed Xu Zhengyang sought him for a lecture and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am currently occupied with several students in a project, so I simply do not have the time to deliver a lecture." No, Professor Bai, you misunderstand." Xu Zhengyang hurriedly interjected. "I am quite interested in vertical farming. While searching for relevant information online, I discovered that you had published an article entitled Verification of the Feasibility of Carbon-Oxygen Cycles in Vertical Farms Under Closed Conditions. As it happens, I have some spare funds and am intrigued by this project. Would you be able to guide me in constructing such a vertical farm?" Chapter 32, Time-Limited Challenge Task, Vertical Farm O? Bai Qiuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xu Zhengyang had such an interest. For him, creating a vertical farm was not particularly challenging. However, constructing a vertical farm that incorporated both cultivation and aquaculture functions within a closed environment proved to be a considerable challenge. Given the current pace of national development, one could reasonably expect to witness the completion of a lunar research base within their lifetime. Bai Kaiyuan's earlier article contemplated whether his proposal could address food supply issues for future human scientists establishing a lunar base. Regrettably, due to limited funding, he had been unable to validate this project, leaving it in limbo. Therefore, upon hearing Xu Zhengyang's words, Bai Kaiyuan could not help but ask, "Are you serious? This project will require a substantial financial investment." "Indeed," Xu Zhengyang replied solemnly, nodding. "Money is not an issue." Bai Kaiyuan's expression shifted, intrigued by the prospect. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision and extended his right hand towards Xu Zhengyang, saying, "I am Bai Kaiyuan, an agricultural specialist. May I ask your name?" "I am Xu Zhengyang," he replied. "Ah, young Xu," Bai Kaiyuan remarked, gathering his lesson plans and tucking them under his arm. "This is not an appropriate place for discussion. Come with me to my office." "Certainly," Xu Zhengyang responded, exhilarated. 20 minutes later, in Bai Kaiyuan's office, he poured a cup of tea for Xu Zhengyang and inquired, "Young Xu, what do you do? What piqued your interest in this project?" Xu Zhengyang hesitated momentarily and vaguely replied, "I suppose I am somewhat of an idle wanderer. As for my interest in this project, perhaps it stems from a fear of mortality." Bai Kaiyuan nodded in understanding, refraining from probing further into personal matters, and instead asked about the specifics of the project. "So, young Xu, what area do you intend to allocate for the vertical farm? What are your requirements for it? What is your budget?" In response to Bai Kaiyuan's inquiry, Xu Zhengyang directly conveyed the task objectives to him. As for the budget, Xu confidently assured Bai Kaiyuan that there were no upper limits. No upper limits? Bai Kaiyuan was taken aback. He had never heard such delightful words in his life. "Are you certain?" "This project." Bai Kaiyuan feared that Xu Zhengyang was unaware of the project's financial implications and was about to elaborate. However, Xu produced his mobile phone, opened his banking app, and pointed to the balance, asking, "Is this amount sufficient? If not, I can withdraw more." Upon seeing Xu's 8-digit account balance, Bai Kaiyuan decisively halted the discussion. With a hint of excitement, he inquired, "When can we commence this project?" "Now," Xu replied resolutely. "I see." Bai Kaiyuan pondered momentarily before producing a business card and handing it to Xu. "Xiao Xu, please leave me your contact information as well. Once I have prepared the design proposal, I will reach out to you immediately." "Certainly," Xu replied, offering his own business card to Bai Kaiyuan. Then he asked, "How much design fee would be appropriate from my end?" "I do not require any payment." Bai Kaiyuan waved his hand dismissively. "Once your vertical farm is constructed, I will send a student to assist in managing the farm while concurrently collecting various data. This data will serve as my remuneration. As for the duration, it will take at least 2 years." Upon hearing Bai Kaiyuan's words, Xu Zhengyang involuntarily furrowed his brow and suggested, "Would it be possible for me to collect the data and relay the information to you?" Bai Kaiyuan chuckled and declined, "You are not studying this field. Do you even know how to tend to those plants and animals?" Xu, glancing at the horticulture skill in his skill panel, replied, "I actually have some knowledge." "Oh?" Bai Kaiyuan jokingly posed a question about artificial pollination. Xu answered fluently. Bai Kaiyuan's expression grew serious as he then inquired about grafting. 10 minutes later, Bai Kaiyuan, both astonished and curious, remarked, "Xiao Xu, are you studying this subject as well?" "Not exactly," Xu offered a vague excuse. "I self-studied it recently." "Impressive," Bai Kaiyuan praised, giving Xu a thumbs up. "It is evident that you took your study seriously. If you manage that vertical farm and provide me with data, that would be acceptable." Seeing Bai Kaiyuan relent, Xu Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief and assured, "You can trust me with this. I will not disappoint you." Bai Kaiyuan nodded, engaging in a few more pleasantries with Xu, subtly indicating it was time to part ways. Xu, recognizing the cue, bid farewell. "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Professor Bai, once you finalize the design proposal, feel free to contact me at any time." "All right." Bai Kaiyuan nodded and escorted Xu Zhengyang to the office door. "Crafting a design proposal is not a challenge for me. The primary difficulty of this project lies in the construction. Can you find an experienced construction team?" Within Xu Zhengyang's refuge, there are 2 engineering robots. And as long as the blueprints for the vertical farm are available, construction should pose no issue. He resolutely assured, "Rest assured, Professor Bai. You need not worry about the construction." Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiyuan nodded in acknowledgement. "By tomorrow at the latest, I will have the design proposal ready for you." "Thank you, Professor Bai. I truly appreciate it." Xu Zhengyang sincerely expressed his gratitude. After bidding farewell to Bai Kaiyuan, he had no other matters to attend to, so he returned directly to his refuge. Upon entering, Xu Zhengyang discovered that every corner of his refuge was immaculate and rejuvenated. The entire space was devoid of even a speck of dust. Even the various items he had carelessly discarded were now neatly arranged in designated spots, creating a pleasing aesthetic. Seeing the transformation of his refuge, Xu Zhengyang's spirits lifted, prompting him to exclaim, "Dabai is indeed exceptionally capable." As he spoke, he stretched and returned to his bedroom. Given that Bai Qiuan would not complete the vertical farm design until tomorrow, he seized this rare opportunity to relax. At that moment, Xu Zhengyang suddenly received a mass advertisement text message. By City Green Soil, our company is launching the province's first underground refuge project in the northern suburbs, with the first phase successfully breaking ground. Address: by City North Suburb, Number 1 Green Soil Exhibition Center. Contact: 185, Ms. Chun. Chapter 33, Refuge Plug-in Optical Camouflage. Upon reading the mass text, Xu Zhengyang was taken aback. So the demolition in the northern suburbs is to pave the way for this green soil project? This seems rather ominous, he thought, furrowing his brow. Is this new refuge development by green soil merely a facade, or are they genuinely preparing for the apocalypse? Contemplating this, Xu Zhengyang quickly logged onto the Green Soil official website to investigate the project in detail. Fortunately, according to Green Soil's planning map, the northern 4th Road area is part of the 3rd phase, as long as the 1st and 2nd phases encounter difficulties. They are unlikely to have immediate designs on this area. Xu Zhengyang pondered while lying in bed, considering what measures he could take to impede their progress. The night passed without incident. The following day, after completing his routine tasks, Xu Zhengyang indulged in a rare moment of leisure to play a game. At 11 o'clock, he received a call from Professor Bai Qiuan, who informed him that the vertical farm design was complete. "What is your email? I will send it to you. If any issues arise during construction, feel free to reach out to my student. I will include his contact information in the email." "Thank you so much, Professor Bai. I will send you my email right away." After exchanging pleasantries, Xu Zhengyang quickly hung up the phone and sent his email address to Bai Qiuan via text. Approximately 2 minutes later, Xu Zhengyang's inbox received an email. Upon opening Bai Qiuan's design proposal, Xu Zhengyang was astounded by the meticulous detail presented in the plan. The dimensions, materials, structures, and even the specific techniques to be employed were outlined with remarkable clarity. Not only Xu Zhengyang, but even a casual roadside construction team could effortlessly construct this vertical farm based on the provided design. According to Bai Qiuan's blueprint, the vertical farm was divided into 3 distinct areas. The lowest tier was dedicated to rice paddies, which occupied nearly the entire bottom level, with a height of 5 meters. Bai Qiuan designed 3 layers in total, with the upper 2 levels designated for plants such as lettuce, strawberries, pumpkins, and watermelons, species that do not require significant vertical space for growth. Additionally, Bai Qiuan included supplementary crops like sweet potatoes, and peanuts to mitigate any potential shortfall in food production. Moreover, Xu Zhengyang believed the persistence of this vertical farm lay in the 2 beehives incorporated into the design. Bai Qiuan had meticulously provided the growth cycles and optimal planting times for each type of plant. Consequently, if Xu Zhengyang strictly adhered to Bai Qiuan's planting schedule, he could ensure that every few weeks, 2 to 3 varieties of crops would reach their flowering phase simultaneously. At that moment, not only would the bees assist in pollinating the plants, but they would also produce honey as an additional food source, thereby fulfilling one of the task requirements for the 3 types of crops. As for the other 2 types of livestock, they would be represented by koi fish cohabiting with the rice in the bottom-level paddies and chicken coops strategically placed at the edge of the farm. The chickens, being relatively low in their feed requirements, could be sustained by the surplus food produced on such a vast vertical farm. Furthermore, as oviparous creatures, the chicken population could be managed according to the operational output of the farm. After perusing Bai Qiuan's design, Xu Zhengyang could not help but exclaim, "This is the mark of a true expert." With that, he promptly set out in his vehicle towards the Baiqing building materials market to procure various materials necessary for constructing the vertical farm. 3 hours later, Xu Zhengyang returned to the lumber yard, towing a semi-trailer. Under the urgency of his financial incentive, the workers unloaded the cargo with remarkable speed, completing the task in just 1 hour. After settling the final payment, Xu Zhengyang watched as everyone departed. He then utilized his dimensional space bag to begin transporting the materials into the shelter. The large engineering robots could transform into a gantry crane configuration, while the single engineering robot worked at a pace that far exceeded human capability. As a result, the construction of the vertical farm progressed at an exhilarating rate. With Bai Qiuan's design plan at hand, the household assistant, Dabai, was fully capable of supervising the project on-site, ensuring that Xu Zhengyang remained informed of the progress while also providing assistance to the 2 engineering robots. Xu Zhengyang no longer needed to personally attend to every trivial matter. He could confidently delegate these minor tasks to Dabai for assistance. With logistical support secured, Xu Zhengyang set out in his vehicle to procure an array of essential resources for his vertical farm, including seeds, fertilizers, fish fry, bees, and chicks. 3 days later, after Xu Zhengyang and Bai had successfully planted the first batch of crops and positioned the beehives, fish fry, and chicks in their designated spots, the system notification finally appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main quest, vertical farm completed. Reward, shelter plugin, optical camouflage plugin, effect, when equipped at the shelter control center. All facilities within the shelter enter an optical camouflage state. Evaluation, what you see is not necessarily the truth upon examining the detailed attributes of the optical camouflage plugin. Xu Zhengyang hurried to the shelter control center to install it. Once the installation was complete, he rushed outside to witness the plugin's effects firsthand. As soon as the shelter plugin activated, and he stepped out of the shelter's grand 3-meter-high titanium gates, he was astonished to see that it appeared as nothing more than a barren mud wall from the outside. Moreover, even the iron frames supporting the solar panels in the yard had become mere indistinct outlines. Truly, it was a reward befitting a time-limited challenge. Xu Zhengyang was exhilarated by the miraculous effects of the optical camouflage plugin. With this enhancement, the secret beneath his lumber mill would remain even more concealed. Returning inside the shelter, Xu Zhengyang calmed his excitement and promptly accessed his task list. Main quest, media room, in progress. Your shelter is increasingly refined. Although it provides for your basic needs, mental well-being is equally vital. You need to construct a media room within your shelter to alleviate stress from various sources in this post-apocalyptic world. Task objective, build a media room within the shelter, no less than 25 square meters. The media room must include a complete home theater system, a gaming console, a sound system, and billiard equipment. Task reward, enhanced recipe, tranquil beef soup, chapter 34, media room enhanced recipe. Upon seeing the reward, Xu Zhengyang felt a spark of interest. He currently possessed an enhanced recipe for honey beef patties. By consuming them consistently for 30 days, his stamina limit could increase slightly. Thus, when he saw that the tranquil beef soup was also an enhanced recipe, he surmised that it might be a food item capable of permanently boosting his mental capacity. With this in mind, Xu Zhengyang instructed his 2 engineering robots to carve out a 25 square meter space on the second underground level while he eagerly placed a call to Li Xiaojun at the computer city to arrange for the necessary equipment to construct the media room. Just as he hung up the phone, suddenly, he heard the voice of Bai warning him through the voice software. Master, 2 strangers are approaching the entrance of the lumberyard. Xu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly rushed to the monitoring station to investigate. At the entrance of his lumberyard stood 2 delinquents, clad in punk-style leather jackets, riding a motorcycle. It was evident that they were faring better than the previous trio. Although Xu Zhengyang was not well versed in motorcycles, the extravagant designs of those bikes indicated that they were quite costly. After dismounting, the 2 miscreants huddled together to conspire for a moment. One of them then retrieved a 10-liter container of mineral water from the back of his motorcycle. Xu Zhengyang glanced at the container and was astonished to discover that the liquid inside the bottles was a pale yellow. Gasoline. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xu Zhengyang cursed vehemently and dashed out of the refuge. Outside, the 2 delinquents were preparing to smash open the lumberyard's door with a hammer, eager to wreak havoc inside. Suddenly, with a creak, the dilapidated iron door was pulled open from within by Xu Zhengyang. In that instant, the 2 miscreants and Xu Zhengyang locked eyes, enveloped in an eerie silence. Finally, the one wielding the hammer could no longer contain himself and kicked the other, who was holding the gasoline, exclaiming, "Didn't you say the power was out and that it was too cold for anyone to stay here? Who is this?" The gasoline-wielding delinquent, equally astonished, had not anticipated that Xu Zhengyang would still be present in the deserted factory. With not a soul in sight, how could he not be afraid? "Let us get him." The leader of the delinquents, seeing the situation escalate, brandished his hammer and charged towards Xu Zhengyang, shouting, "You bastard! From today onwards, I'll come here every day. If you don't leave, I'll beat you every time I see you, until you're dead." The gasoline-holding delinquent, emboldened by his leader's aggression, discarded the gasoline and rushed forward, spewing profanity. With unwavering focus, Xu Zhengyang instantly entered a state of slowed time. He drew his gun and fired. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, he exited the slowed time state. The once menacing delinquents were now writhing on the ground, clutching their right legs. You have a gun?" The leader exclaimed in disbelief. Xu Zhengyang, uninterested in further discussion, cut straight to the point. "Who sent you here?" "I am not." Before the leader could finish his sentence, Xu Zhengyang fired a shot that pierced the forehead of the delinquent beside him. He then turned the gun on the leader's head and asked once more, "I'll ask you one last time. Who sent you? If you don't know or refuse to tell, you can join him." The leader stood there, dumbfounded. He had thought himself quite fearsome. But in comparison to Xu Zhengyang's ruthless demeanor, he felt like a mere child in kindergarten. The leader of the small-time delinquents took immense pride in considering himself a ruthless individual, a villain. Thus, when he encountered someone even more ferocious than himself, his mental defenses were shattered in an instant. With no hesitation, he divulged information to Xu Zhengyang, akin to pouring beans from a bamboo tube. It's Chenbo, the boss of Green Earth. He instructed me to teach you a lesson to frighten you into leaving here sooner. Oh, Xu Zhengyang nodded. Is he the only one? Only him. The small-time thug nodded vigorously, then produced a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. He gave me 10,000, saying there would be another 30,000 upon success. Do you know the three who came before? Xu Zhengyang inquired. They came? The thug paused, momentarily taken aback. I thought they wouldn't dare. As he spoke, a realization struck him, and panic set in as he cast a terrified glance at Xu Zhengyang. A surge of adrenaline propelled him to flee in a frenzy. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and tranquility returned to the lumberyard. Xu Zhengyang, familiar with the procedures, efficiently cleaned the scene and conducted a thorough search, ensuring no traces were left behind. His gaze turned icy as he looked towards Bay Road, uttering coldly, "It seems it's time to take action." The following day, after completing his daily tasks, Xu Zhengyang was visited by Li Xiaojun, who personally delivered goods from the computer city. Xu Zhengyang, the type of boss who always conducted business with integrity, was a rare gem in society. Li Xiaojun practically revered him as a father figure. An hour later, after instructing the workers to unload the goods, Li Xiaojun, in high spirits after receiving his payment, bid farewell to Xu Zhengyang, saying, "Boss Xu, if you need anything else, just let me know. I'll ensure a prompt delivery." Absolutely, Xu Zhengyang replied, exchanging pleasantries before waving him off. The logistics and installation of the audiovisual room were far simpler than that of the three-dimensional farm. All that was required was to lay down carpeting, arrange the sofas, and move in the various equipment. With the assistance of engineering robots and Dubai, the household steward, the audiovisual room was completed in a mere half-hour. Xu Zhengyang was pleased to receive a system notification. Main task, audiovisual room, completed. Rewards, enhanced recipe, tranquil beef soup, enhanced recipe, tranquil beef soup, effect. Consuming it for 30 consecutive days permanently increases mental capacity by 1 point. Note, the effects of special foods can only be activated once. Evaluation, calm and collected. Upon seeing the attributes of the tranquil beef soup, Xu Zhengyang immediately instructed Dubai to prepare a meal for him. He opened the task list to review the latest main quest, bomb in progress. In an apocalyptic world, weapons of mass destruction are essential. You must gather materials to construct 10 bombs with a power of at least 1 kilogram. Task objective, 0-10. Task reward, Type 3 military combat suit. Chapter 35, Type 3 military combat suit. 10 bombs, each with a minimum power requirement of 1 kilogram. After reading the task details, Xu Zhengyang felt overwhelmed. Once again, he was faced with a task that, paradoxically, would be easier to accomplish in the apocalypse than in the present. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, with abundant resources and a shelter, acquiring a few bombs would be as effortless as purchasing a bottle of soda from a supermarket. However, he couldn't possibly seek help from Yin Xiaowei and Siam again. Could he? Xu Zhengyang frowned. Just as he was grappling with his predicament, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled a book he had perused out of boredom. This book had been printed during a sensitive period of the last century to prepare for the potential outbreak of a full-scale nuclear war. It contained not only various military skills but also instructions on how to manufacture simple weaponry. At the time, Xu Zhengyang had not considered the idea of bomb making, merely skimming through it before moving on. Now, however, recalling this, he hurried to the library to search for that book. 10 minutes later, he stood in astonishment, staring at the materials required for bomb construction: fertilizer, diesel, and sugar. He could hardly believe that the components for making a bomb were so commonplace, easily accessible in everyday life. The specifics are too extensive to elaborate here. Those interested can research for themselves. The materials are indeed readily available. Although the power of such homemade bombs might be unsatisfactory, the system only demanded a certain power level, not a specific size. Since quantity could compensate for insufficient quality, he thought, let sheer numbers work wonders. With that, Xu Zhengyang dashed out of the shelter, brimming with excitement. Generally, when a person approaches a gas station with a fuel canister to purchase gasoline, they are likely to be refused. However, if one seeks to buy diesel, no one would pose any difficulties. In normal conditions, even if one were to attempt to ignite diesel with a lighter, it would not catch fire. Due to its relative safety, Xu Zhengyang faced no obstacles at the gas station and successfully acquired the diesel he needed. As for the other materials, he had previously stockpiled them. Upon returning to the shelter, he used a remote control to operate a Type 1 engineering robot. transporting all the materials to an old brick building at the lumberyard to commence bomb production. The process of making the bombs was not particularly difficult. Although the makeshift workshop posed considerable risks, with the potential for accidents lurking at every turn. Nevertheless, since Xu Zhengyang was not directly involved, he harbored no fear of mishaps. Regarding the engineering robot, with its robust armor, it should be capable of withstanding the shock of an explosion, even in the event of an accident, right? Half an hour later, after Xu Zhengyang meticulously combined various materials in precise proportions, he directly loaded them into a tube measuring 3 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters in length. Following this, he attached a fuse and sealed the end with clay. After completing these tasks, Xu Zhengyang eagerly opened his mission list, 010. Noticing no change in the task list, he assumed he had failed. Consequently, he commanded the engineering robot to ignite the device and promptly hurled the bomb over the courtyard wall. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the wooden factory's courtyard wall trembled. The magnitude of the noise startled even Xu Zhengyang, who was below. Fortunately, the northern suburbs were uninhabited at that time. Otherwise, the commotion would undoubtedly have drawn the police for an investigation. Had he succeeded in detonating it? Why was there no progress reflected in the task? Xu Zhengyang scratched his head in confusion. Soon, he realized that the explosive he had created must have lacked sufficient power, failing to meet the 1 kilogram standard. Since the quality was lacking, he would compensate with quantity. As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang remotely manipulated the engineering robot to reload the explosives. Initially, he had used a 3 centimeter diameter, 10 centimeter long tube for the charge. Since one was insufficient, he decided to string 10 tubes of the same specifications together. Moments later, after assembling the new bomb, indeed, his task list transformed from 010 to 110, seeing that his homemade bomb had met the mission requirements. Even Xu Zhengyang could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Without delay, he hurried to assemble the second bomb. Half an hour later, under the operation of the engineering robot, Xu Zhengyang successfully completed his primary mission. And the familiar system notification appeared before him. Main mission, bomb completed. Reward, Type 3 military combat suit. Type 3 military combat suit. Skills, tactical helmet. After equipping the combat suit, you can seamlessly switch between normal vision, night vision, and thermal imaging. Composite fiber fabric. After equipping the combat suit, your defense is significantly enhanced, granting immunity to blade attacks. Note, the composite fiber fabric contains 3 ballistic plate slots. Exoskeleton armor. After equipping the combat suit, your strength increases by 2. Agility by 1. Optical camouflage. After equipping the combat suit, you can activate optical camouflage at will. Evaluation. Standard combat suit of the 22nd Century Chanfeng Special Forces. Xu Zhengyang gazed at the combat suit's attributes through his detector, his eyes widening in astonishment. Tactical helmet, composite fiber, optical camouflage, exoskeleton armor. Each of these elements, when considered individually, was remarkable in its own right. Together, they represented an extraordinary treasure. Xu Zhengyang eagerly donned the combat suit and proceeded to explore each feature as per the operational instructions. After a considerable duration of experimentation, he reluctantly removed the suit, still lingering in the thrill of the experience. Having utilized it personally, Xu Zhengyang was convinced that with this combat suit, coupled with his extraordinary skills of detection and unwavering focus, he could decisively confront the Yin family, even under the intense protection of their bodyguards. Should negotiations with Yin Shaowei falter? Once he had shed the combat suit, Xu Zhengyang had thoroughly grasped the capabilities of the Type 3 military combat suit. While it excelled in many aspects, its lightweight design came at the cost of battery capacity, resulting in limited endurance. The tactical helmet required minimal power, allowing for a continuous use of up to 24 hours. However, activating the optical camouflage feature curtailed this to a mere 3 hours. In full activation of the exoskeleton armor, the suit's power would be depleted within 45 minutes. At this juncture, Xu Zhengyang felt grateful that the suit's designer had anticipated that soldiers could not always recharge their gear in safe zones. Thus, the charging protocol was exceptionally well adapted, accommodating any current or voltage, which greatly facilitated his endeavors. Chapter 36, A Grand Undertaking. Having experienced the formidable capabilities of the combat suit, Xu Zhengyang charged it and then opened his task list to review the latest main quest, automobile repair workshop in progress, in a post-apocalyptic world where society has collapsed and factories have ceased operations. Finding directly usable equipment is exceedingly difficult. Therefore, repairing and reinforcing items that are not beyond salvaging is an essential task. Task objective: establish an automobile repair workshop, minimum area of 35 square meters. Search for tools and machinery required for the workshop, such as lifts, air compressors, jacks, engine hoists, etc. Seek common automobile spare parts. Task reward, skill card, automobile repair. Upon seeing the new task, Xu Zhengyang nodded in approval. Fortunately, this main quest was one that could be accomplished with relative ease. He instructed his engineering robot to construct partitions on the second floor of the shelter while he set out, driving swiftly towards the Bi-City Automobile Repair Town. Within Bi-City Automobile Repair Town, Xu Zhengyang perused the establishments and approached a shop where the owner bore less a will. He pre-ordered the necessary items and arranged a delivery time. As he was about to head back, he suddenly overheard a young man in a suit, sporting sunglasses, speaking on the phone. "Mom, trust me, quickly take the voucher to the northern suburbs to pre-order a set of shelters in Greenland. Yesterday, I drove General Wang to the northern suburbs. Upon reaching the Greenland sales office, he whispered a few words to the manager, and the project had just begun demolition. They hadn't even laid the foundation yet. General Wang immediately paid in full for 5 sets. I don't know. However, I know that Mr. Wang possesses far more knowledge than I do, and it is not only him. Several other business owners from Baiqing have also pre-ordered shelters there. They undoubtedly have greater insights than we do, and following their lead would be prudent. All right, mother, I shall not linger. Mr. Wang's vehicle requires maintenance, and I must return it. Yes, do hurry." Upon hearing the driver's words, Xu Zhengyang felt a chill in his heart. If the pre-sale of the Green Earth Shelter's first phase is indeed as fervent as the driver claims, then as soon as Green Earth's funds begin to recover even slightly, those real estate developers, adhering to their usual practices, will swiftly initiate the second and third phases, launching a new round of pre-sales. No wonder the manager from Green Earth attempted to intimidate me. Their business is thriving, and they are eager to acquire land from my timber factory. With this thought, Xu Zhengyang could not help but furrow his brow. In light of this, he must take action to delay the project's progress. After all, the compartments of the shelter will not be repaired until the following day. Thus, Xu Zhengyang paid the deposit and arranged with the owner for delivery the next morning before driving away. After hastily consuming a meal outside, Xu Zhengyang returned to the shelter. And it was already 4 in the afternoon. During his brief absence, the power of his combat suit had fully charged. He donned the combat suit and stepped out of his shelter, proceeding on foot towards the northern area. The temperature outside was quite frigid, and a biting wind howled ominously, casting a gloomy shadow over the sky, with the clouds pressing low. Consequently, even at this early hour of 4 o'clock, the tactical helmet of his combat suit displayed a chilling outdoor temperature of -3 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, as soon as Xu Zhengyang activated the thermal imaging function, all the powered cameras in the northern suburbs would become glaringly apparent in his helmet's view due to the disparity between their internal temperatures and the ambient temperature. Therefore, as Xu Zhengyang approached the surveillance cameras, he promptly activated the optical camouflage function of his combat suit to avoid detection. He moved cautiously, alternating between walking and pausing, not only avoiding the surveillance, but also evading the occasional pedestrians in the northern suburbs. After approximately an hour, Xu Zhengyang finally arrived at the Green Earth Exhibition Center. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the mechanic's claims were indeed truthful. In the newly constructed rudimentary outdoor parking lot outside the exhibition center, at least 50 to 60 vehicles were parked, including nearly 10 luxury cars such as Cullinans, Maybachs, and Bentleys, which are seldom seen in everyday life. Observing this scene, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of thoughts. It appears that unless I orchestrate a significant endeavor, it will be challenging to exert any substantial influence on this project. Contemplating this, Xu Zhengyang, maintaining his optical camouflage, cautiously approached the outdoor parking lot. Upon reaching the parking lot, he paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before steeling his resolve. He promptly retrieved the 10 bombs he had just crafted from his dimensional pocket, connecting their fuses before placing them beneath the luxury cars. Once Xu Zhengyang had distanced himself, he ignited the fuses. As the fuses caught fire, Xu Zhengyang activated the exoskeleton of his combat suit, allowing him to leap 3 meters with each stride, rushing towards a deep pit and taking cover. Boom, 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 boom. As the explosives detonated, the luxury vehicles in the parking lot were simultaneously set ablaze, triggering a sequence of chain reactions. The tremendous shockwave radiated outward, shattering every piece of glass within a 2-kilometer radius. In an instant, the cries of despair echoed ceaselessly within the exhibition center. Yet, Xu Zhengyang remained unscathed, nestled in the pit and shielded by his combat suit. The explosion merely caused a ringing in his ears, sparing him from further harm. Moments later, he emerged from the pit, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the blazing inferno and the agonized cries nearby. Serves them right. This affluent group was fully aware of the imminent peril yet chose to conceal the information rather than face it alongside everyone else. opting instead to suppress the truth and maintain a facade of tranquility. In doing so, they preserved their elite status, mobilizing various resources to prepare in advance. As for the ordinary populace, they remained oblivious to the encroaching danger, continuing their lives in a daze until the apocalypse descended upon them. Without the system, I would likely still be toiling away at the company, wouldn't I? Xu Zhengyang mused, then, taking advantage of the combat suit's remaining power, he departed without a backward glance. An hour later, Xu Zhengyang returned to his sanctuary. After removing his combat suit and recharging it, he approached his computer and accessed the official website of Green Earth. Indeed, following his earlier commotion, the project for this refuge had been shelved. Even the previously established subpages of Green Earth had been entirely taken down, vanished without a trace. Chapter 37, Blood Red Sky. Xu Zhengyang closed the webpage and retrieved his phone, opening the local channel on Doushua. As expected, given the magnitude of the incident, Green Earth could not contain the fallout. After all, this calamity in the northern suburbs involved not the common folk, but influential figures of power. Even Green Earth, with all its resources, could not withstand such pressure. Witnessing Green Earth in disarray, and recalling their earlier schemes to undermine him by hiring thugs to dismantle his lumber factory, Xu Zhengyang could not help but revel in their misfortune. This is quite the turn of events for them. With that, Xu Zhengyang set aside his phone, directing Dubai to operate the engineering robot and continue processing gunpowder on the ground as per his previous method. He, however, learned from the recent explosion and refrained from directly assembling the explosives, opting instead to create the most primitive bombs that required ignition for detonation. He then drove to the computer city, procuring a batch of remote control devices and various electronic components. Upon returning to his sanctuary with the materials, Xu Zhengyang arrived at the precision processing workshop he had previously constructed, where he successfully manufactured a batch of remote-controlled fuses. After equipping the new bombs with these fuses, Xu felt reassured that his next use of the explosives would be much safer and devoid of the previous chaos. The following day, he rose early as usual to complete his daily tasks. Once finished, the owner of the auto repair city delivered a variety of machinery and tools he had ordered to the lumber factory's exterior. After inspecting the items, settling the payment, and overseeing the transportation, Xu utilized the engineering robots to install the large machinery in the repair workshop. Before long, familiar system prompts appeared before him. Main quest, auto repair workshop completed. Rewards, skill card, auto repair skill card, auto repair effect. Upon use, you will instantly master the knowledge and skills related to auto repair. Xu was already well-versed in utilizing skill cards. After absorbing the knowledge of auto repair, he promptly opened the latest task list. Main quest, cloakroom, in progress. Clothing not only provides warmth, but also modesty. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, where society has collapsed, one either scavenges unwanted, ill-fitting garments from stores or forcibly acquires clothing from others. Regardless of the method employed, comfort is a luxury that remains elusive. Therefore, you must construct a cloakroom to store a sufficient amount of clothing. Task objectives. Construct a cloakroom, not less than 20 square meters. Collect and create well-fitting clothing, shoes, socks, gloves, etc. to fill the cloakroom, no less than 1,000 pieces of each type. Task reward, Dimension Space Bag Upgrade Device. Upon reviewing the details of the quest, Xu was filled with delight. The reward for this main quest was, astonishingly, an upgrade kit for the Dimension Space Bag. Upon completion of this task, Xu would be able to finally bring home the magnificent Yangwang 8. His previous hesitance to purchase this vehicle stemmed from its size, which could not be accommodated within the Dimension Space Bag to transport it back to the shelter-esque garage. However, the circumstances had changed. Once the cloakroom was built and he obtained the upgrade kit, this obstacle would no longer pose a problem. In this post-apocalyptic realm, one needed a beast of a vehicle, boasting 1,200 horsepower, equipped with drones, and impervious to flat tires and water. With such immense power, even if Xu were to encase the vehicle in a steel box made of 20-centimeter thick plates, the weight would not burden the car in the slightest. Only a vehicle of such caliber could provide Xu with the sense of security he craved. With this thought in mind, Xu promptly instructed the engineering robots to partition a 20-square-meter space within the shelter. He then set off in his vehicle to the Yangwang Ford dealership in Baicheng. After inspecting the car, placing an order, and making the payment, the manager of the dealership, buoyed by Xu's financial commitment, assured him that the vehicle would undoubtedly arrive within a week. Xu, satisfied, did not linger. Driving to the small commodities wholesale market in Baicheng, Xu Zhengyang found himself amidst an apocalyptic scenario. Acquiring 1,000 suitable items such as clothes, socks, gloves, and shoes would prove exceedingly challenging. However, at the wholesale market, all Xu Zhengyang needed to do was articulate his requirements and the quantity desired, followed by a deposit, after which he could return to the lumber factory and await delivery of the goods to his doorstep. Upon returning to the shelter, it was merely 11 in the morning. After casually consuming a light meal, he prepared to grab a quick bite when he stumbled upon a video. After the rain ceased, our sky turned blood red. Initially dismissing the video as mere entertainment, Xu Zhengyang scrolled further and discovered that multiple individuals from that city were posting similar accounts of the crimson sky. Different people, employing diverse devices and angles, captured the same eerie blood-red sky. A sense of foreboding crept into Xu Zhengyang's mind. Could this be connected to the biochemical crisis? He hastily dove into the comments section, hoping to glean any other anomalies reported by the locals regarding the crimson sky. To his dismay, the video had been taken down. Stunned, Xu Zhengyang frantically scrolled back to locate the previous videos. In every instance, any footage relating to the blood-red sky had been removed. Even a search for keywords such as blood red or geographical names yielded no results. Something was amiss. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang decided to send a private message to the video poster. Hey, what's the situation over there? However, as soon as he sent the message, he received an official notification from Douyin. This account is flagged as a risk account and all services have been suspended. The warning intensified Xu Zhengyang's anxiety. Had something truly transpired? Was this level of suppression necessary? At that moment, he noticed a user named Laoyang136 in his history. A spark of inspiration lit up Xu Zhengyang's mind, and he promptly dialed the number. Hello, is this Laoyang? I'm quite curious about what your sky looks like. Could you tell me? Perhaps we could connect on WeChat, and I can send you a red envelope. After sending a 200 yuan red envelope to Laoyang, Xu Zhengyang successfully obtained further images and videos from him. Red, blood red, Laoyang's city, situated along the coast, showcased not only the sky, but even the sea appeared to be infused with a blood-red hue. Such a bizarre sight, even if merely through video, sent chills down Xu Zhengyang's spine. Chapter 38, Main Quest, Bullet Production Line. Was this the harbinger of the apocalypse? Xu Zhengyang murmured as he gazed at the videos sent by Laoyang. It was already mid to late December. According to the system, there were still about 10 months before the apocalypse would arrive. The system indicated that the first catastrophe of the apocalypse would be a biochemical crisis. Xu Zhengyang initially believed that this calamity was akin to something out of a cinematic narrative, the result of a certain nation's bioweapon experiments gone awry, culminating in a man-made disaster. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this biochemical crisis was far more complex than Xu had anticipated. After all, no matter how formidable the zombies may be, they remain corporeal beings. Anything that can be vanquished by bullets, given the modern military's firepower and organizational prowess, can inevitably be purged, regardless of their numbers. The only plausible scenario for zombies to precipitate an apocalyptic catastrophe is a rapid, indiscriminate outbreak of the zombie virus, infecting and transforming 90% of the global population into the undead. Such a scenario would incapacitate all institutions on Earth, halt civilization in its tracks, and usher in a genuine apocalypse. As this realization dawned upon him, Xu Zhengyang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. At that moment, Laoyang sent Xu a message. By the way, while fishing this morning, I caught a net full of rotten fish. Rotten fish? Xu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. What could fish possibly look like when they rot? Shortly thereafter, Laoyang forwarded a photograph. In the image, the fish appeared grotesquely swollen, resembling inflatable balloons, their scales ruptured, and their skin exhibiting widespread necrosis, with blood oozing profusely. Merely viewing the picture instilled a profound sense of physiological discomfort in Xu Zhengyang. Thus, he continued to message Laoyang, inquiring if any other peculiar occurrences had transpired in his vicinity. However, as soon as he sent the message, he was astonished to see a red exclamation mark preceding his text. Had Laoyang unfriended him? Xu was momentarily stunned, and just as he was about to call Laoyang, a dreadful thought struck him. Could it be that Laoyang's WeChat account had also been suspended? After a brief moment, Xu Zhengyang composed himself and thought, never mind. Even if the eerie crimson and the apocalypse are interconnected, at least things here in Baiqing remain relatively normal. As long as the influence from there has yet to reach us, I can continue to fortify my shelter while the situation is still stable. With that thought, Xu finally felt a sense of relief. The following day, after consuming a beef pie and a hearty beef soup, replenishing sufficient calories, the proprietor of the small goods wholesale market arrived as promised, delivering all the supplies Xu had ordered the previous day. After inspecting the goods, settling the payment, and transporting the items, Xu meticulously organized the various clothing, footwear, gloves, and other supplies in his wardrobe. Soon after, the system prompt appeared before him, confirming his success. Main quest, wardrobe, completed. Reward, dimensional space bag upgrade device. Dimensional space bag upgrade device. Effect: expands the dimensional space bag to a spherical space with a diameter of 10 meters. Note: effect activated upon placing items in the dimensional space bag. Initially, Xu Zhengyang's dimensional space bag had a mere 1 cubic meter of capacity. After utilizing the dimensional space bag upgrade device, the capacity of the dimensional space bag expanded from 111 to 555, resulting in a total of 125 cubic meters of space. Now, upon placing the dimensional space bag upgrade device within the bag, its capacity has surged to over 500 cubic meters, approximately 5,236 cubic meters. Gazing at the upgraded dimensional space bag, Xu Zhengyang's face radiated joy. He then stowed the dimensional space bag away and turned his attention to the latest main quest. Main quest: Bullet Processing Workshop in progress. In this apocalyptic world, bullets are an indispensable consumable and can, in certain circumstances, assume the attributes of currency, enabling exchanges with other survivors. Thus, you are required to construct a bullet processing workshop within your shelter to ensure a continuous supply of ammunition. Quest objective: build a bullet processing workshop, minimum area of 25 square meters, that can produce lines for 3 common calibers, 9mm, 556, and 762. Quest reward: stamina enhancement potion. After reviewing the quest details, Xu Zhengyang sighed, another task that seemed easier than the current situation. However, he did possess some ideas regarding this task. After all, the production process of bullets was no longer a secret, provided he had the necessary materials. Xu Zhengyang could even manufacture bullets by hand in his machining workshop, although it would be time-consuming and somewhat counterproductive. With this thought, an idea suddenly sparked in Xu Zhengyang's mind, and he exclaimed with excitement, "That's right. The task merely requires me to construct the production line, without stipulating its efficiency. If the goal is simply to establish a bullet production line within the shelter, the challenge may not be as daunting as I initially imagined. Standard bullets consist of 4 components: the bullet head, casing, propellant, and primer. The bullet head is typically made of a copper jacket with a lead core. Theoretically, to manufacture the bullet head, one only needs a stamping device capable of shaping the copper sheet into the bullet head form, followed by pouring lead into the copper jacket. The casing is similarly produced by stamping copper sheets into shape. The propellant can be directly purchased. The most complicated aspect is the primer, which not only requires stamping but also necessitates the filling of ignition materials and subsequent assembly. Although it is indeed troublesome, breaking down these processes reveals that creating a bullet production line is not beyond reach. With that thought, Xu Zhengyang packed his fully charged combat suit into the dimensional space bag and set out for the mechanic city of White City. The streets of White City's mechanic city were perpetually shrouded in darkness and sticky with grease, and the air was constantly infused with the scent of machine oil. After wandering around the mechanic city, Xu Zhengyang finally arrived at a store named Xinding, which specialized in stamping equipment. This establishment was the largest of its kind in White City. As Xu Zhengyang entered, a man with a southern accent approached him and inquired, "What brings you here, sir?" Xu Zhengyang handed him a business card and stated directly, "My factory requires several stamping devices. What types of equipment do you have for stamping small items?" "Small items?" The boss inquired for further details. "May I ask what your factory produces? What materials do you need to stamp?" "A toy factory, stainless steel," Xu Zhengyang deceitfully replied. The Brinell hardness of stainless steel ranges from 150 to 500, while that of copper is between 35 and 45. Therefore, any equipment capable of stamping stainless steel will undoubtedly suffice for copper as well. Chapter 39, A Major Case. Stamping stainless steel. Upon hearing Xu Zhengyang's requirements, the shopkeeper pondered which of his machines could handle this task, while continuing to question Xu Zhengyang. "What type of toys do you produce? Do you have precision requirements for the stamping machine?" Xu Zhengyang, having prepared his response in advance, declared, "I specialize in licensed action figures. Thus, budget is not a concern. I require the highest precision machinery." With that, Xu Zhengyang added, "I can pay 20 of the total up front, and upon delivery, I will settle the remaining balance immediately." The phrase immediate settlement held a destructive power akin to that of an atomic bomb for these small business owners. Upon hearing Xu Zhengyang's words, the shopkeeper's eyes widened, and he thumped his chest, assuring Xu Zhengyang, "Rest assured, at the latest, the day after tomorrow, I will provide you with a precision stamping machine comparable to military-grade quality." Xu Zhengyang nodded in agreement. He then finalized the details with the shopkeeper, signed the contract, and transferred the advance payment. Having completed all these arrangements, Xu Zhengyang left his delivery address and contentedly drove home. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Baicheng Public Security Bureau, the director, Yang Wui, aged 59, sat in the main seat, his expression grim, the furrow between his brows deep enough to crush a mosquito. Yang Wui was filled with regret. When the organization had approached him last year about retirement, suggesting he make room for others, why had he not simply acquiesced? Had he done so, the current debacle in Luda would not concern him at all. Such a massive explosion, resulting in 6 fatalities, most of whom were affluent and influential individuals, would be impossible to suppress. Even for him. Consequently, not only was the provincial government involved, but even officials in the capital were now paying attention to this matter. If he could not solve the case in a short time and provide a satisfactory explanation to all those concerned, Yang Wui found himself wishing he could travel back in time to slap himself for not accepting the retirement offer. What made him think he could still make progress? Standing at the final post, was that even a position he could hold? Just as Yang Wui wallowed in his endless regrets, abruptly, a bespectacled young man in a police uniform, draped in a white coat, burst through the conference room door, panting heavily while holding a bag of evidence. Under normal circumstances, such impudence from the young man would surely provoke Yang Wui's ire. However, upon seeing him now, Yang Wui's face displayed a glimmer of urgency, and he quickly inquired, "How is it, Xiaozheng? Have the components of the bomb been identified?" Breathless, Xiaozheng replied, "It's an earth bomb. Can an earth bomb possess such power?" Yang Wui questioned. Upon hearing this, Xiaozheng quickly responded, "The bomb's potency is entirely a result of the quantity of explosives used." The suspect employed a total of 10 sets of bombs, each containing approximately 15 to 20 pounds of explosives. Yang Wui furrowed his brow and remarked, "Even if we consider the minimum of 15 pounds per set, that amounts to 150 pounds in total. Can we trace the source quickly?" Xiaozheng's face reflected his difficulties as he explained, "The raw materials for the bomb are commonplace items like fertilizers, diesel, and sugar. Locating the source swiftly will undoubtedly require considerable effort." Yang Wui contemplated for a moment, then commanded the 2 deputy directors to his left, Lao Xia, "Immediately notify all the gas stations in Baiqing to filter out everyone who has purchased diesel this year. Lao Chen, inform all agricultural supply stations in Baiqing to compile a list of everyone who has bought fertilizers this year. Once you both have the data, promptly hand it over to the information department for a big data comparison to see how many individuals have purchased both diesel and fertilizers. Baiqing is a transportation hub, and countless large vehicles pass through here annually. The number of people who have bought diesel in a year must be in the millions, if not hundreds of thousands. How can we possibly investigate that? Moreover, the suspect is not foolish. The bomb could very well have been transported from outside Baiqing." Lao Xiao frowned at these words. "What? You think I cannot carry out your orders?" Yang Wui turned and glared coldly at Lao Xia, unabashedly threatening him in front of everyone, stating, "I want to be retiring for another 2 years. In that time, I may not be able to resolve many issues for you. However, as long as I occupy this position, it will be quite easy for me to thwart your endeavors." Lao Xia fell silent for 2 seconds, then donned his hat and replied, "I will go right away." Lao Chun, astute as ever, recognized that Lao Xia had been made an example of and promptly followed suit, saying, "I will head to the agricultural supply station." "Humph." Yang Wui scoffed, then addressed the rest of the meeting attendees, "Inform everyone. From this moment onward, regardless of any personal matters at home, all of you must remain at the office until the case is resolved. You, and you. Come with me to the surveillance room. We will review all the footage from Baiqing to ensure we locate that scoundrel. The rest of you, take your positions and be prepared to respond at any moment." When Yang Wui uttered the word scoundrel, his teeth ground together in fury, as if he could shatter his back teeth with rage. Xu Zhengyang was unaware of the events transpiring at the Public Security Bureau. Upon returning to the refuge, he first assembled the new bombs created by the engineering robots, then equipped them with remote detonators before securely storing them in a dimensional space bag. This time, Xu Zhengyang utilized all the diesel he had on hand to produce a total of 20 remote-controlled bombs, each possessing a potency of 1 kilogram. After completing this task, he proceeded to the media room to entertain himself and pass the time. 2 days swiftly elapsed. In recent days, the news surrounding the Baiqing explosion has been rapidly circulating, consistently trending across various platforms. Consequently, several diligent media outlets have unearthed information regarding the Green Earth Sanctuary project. In a whirlwind of speculation, an array of messages has flooded the internet, creating a chaotic atmosphere. On the morning of the 3rd day, after completing his routine tasks, Xu Zhengyang finally received the delivery from the owner of the mechanical city. The process of inspection, payment, transportation, and installation was one he had become thoroughly accustomed to. Once he had installed the high-precision machine tool he had purchased in the sanctuary and connected it to the power supply, he was rewarded with a system notification, main quest, bullet production line completed, reward, stamina enhancement potion, effect, Permanently increases stamina by 2 points upon consumption. Chapter 40. Awakening Stamina Quest. Gazing at the stamina enhancement potion that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, Xu Zhengyang did not hesitate. He tilted his head back and consumed it in one swift motion. After drinking the potion, his stamina attribute reached an impressive 37 points. Thanks to the effects of the gym facilities, Xu Zhengyang had been diligently exercising in the sanctuary for several days. Now, with the assistance of the stamina enhancement potion, his physique transformed rapidly, becoming as powerful and aesthetically pleasing as Bruce Lee's. If one were to describe Xu Zhengyang in 4 words at this moment, it would be formidable and striking. Delighted with his reflection, Xu Zhengyang took a moment to admire himself before opening the task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest: Siege Warfare, ongoing. In the apocalypse, it is inevitable to encounter enemies concealed behind fortified structures. To successfully defeat such foes, you must prepare long-range weapons capable of striking enemies from 300 meters away. Quest objective: collect and craft 10 long-range weapons capable of hitting enemies 300 meters away. Quest reward: strength enhancement potion. Upon seeing the details of the new quest, Xu Zhengyang's mind began to race. While this task belonged to the category of quests that were more feasible in the apocalypse, it was not without possibility. In this dire world, Xu Zhengyang could potentially exchange some of the supplies stored in the sanctuary for a mortar or rocket launcher at a gathering point, along with the corresponding ammunition. However, after a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in his mind as he recalled videos he had previously watched about the Russia-Ukraine conflict. While he lacked a mortar, he could utilize a drone. Moreover, this would be a remotely operated weapon with tracking capabilities, capable of delivering wide-area destruction. Excited by this realization, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed, "Contemporary drones possess astonishing flight speed and payload capacity. Even civilian agricultural drones can carry up to 60 kilograms of pesticides for at least 20 minutes of flight." With this understanding, he was filled with renewed determination. Xu Zhengyang promptly approached his computer and searched the official website of Dajang for various drone models and specifications. After a brief moment of comparison, he finally settled on a drone capable of flying for 25 minutes while carrying a weight of 20 pounds at a speed of approximately 60. "This is the one," he exclaimed, immediately placing an order for 100 units. With the main task secured, Xu Zhengyang was preparing to head to the gym to test how much weight he could now lift after using the physical enhancement potion. Just then, he received a call from Qin Yong, an acquaintance he hadn't spoken to in a while. "Ah Zheng, where are you now?" Qin Yong inquired. "I'm busy at the lumber factory," Xu Zhengyang replied. Qin Yong then stated, "Check your WeChat. I have a friend who does business in the south and has brought over something quite peculiar, but I'm uncertain if your boss would be interested." "Sure," Xu Zhengyang responded, and after hanging up, he opened his WeChat. In the short video sent by Qin Yong, there was a fish tank, 1 meter square, housing an exceptionally unusual carp. The carp was about 15 centimeters long, but on its head, it bore a 2-centimeter diameter orb that glimmered with a blood-red hue. Xu Zhengyang hesitated, pondering the potential collectible value of such a fish, which if naturally occurring, would undoubtedly be rare. However, with the impending apocalypse, he had little interest in collecting. Just as he was about to refuse, Qin Yong added, "My friend lives by the coast. Recently, there was quite a stir with the blood-red sky, and he claims he caught this fish during that time." After hearing Qin Yong's words, Xu Zhengyang decisively replied, "Uncle Chun, please purchase this fish for me, no matter the cost. I'll come over right away." "All right," Qin Yong said before hanging up and beginning to negotiate with his friend. An hour later, Xu Zhengyang arrived at Qin Yong's company. As soon as he entered, Qin Yong pulled him into his office. A pained expression on his face as he reported, "After much haggling, it still cost 680,000. I intended to call you, but I couldn't get through. The buyer was in a hurry to leave, so I went ahead and bought it. Your boss won't be angry about such an expense, will he?" "No." Xu Zhengyang chuckled. "My boss has a penchant for peculiar items. Uncle Qin, please give me the transfer receipt. I'll settle the payment with you now and later ask my boss for reimbursement." "That's good to hear," Qin Yong replied, leading Xu Zhengyang to the side of the fish tank. As Xu Zhengyang utilized a detection ability on the strange fish, a series of information only visible to him materialized before his eyes. Mutated bloodfish, enhanced food, effect. Consuming it permanently increases stamina attributes by 12 points. Note: the mutated bloodfish is effective only for carbon-based life forms with stamina below 5 points. The revelation that it could permanently enhance stamina attributes left Xu Zhengyang utterly astonished. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xu Zhengyang calmed his excited heart and said to Qin Yong, "Uncle Chun, please find a sturdy bucket to contain this fish. My car's trunk is too small to accommodate the fish tank. It's merely a trivial matter." Qin Yong, in response, instructed his subordinates to procure a clean iron bucket, assisting Xu Zhengyang in transferring the mutated bloodfish into it. With the mutated bloodfish secured, Xu Zhengyang promptly transferred the payment to Chen Yong and exchanged a few pleasantries before eagerly driving back to the shelter. An hour later, Xu Zhengyang had simmered the mutated bloodfish into a pot of fish soup. Without a moment's hesitation, he wolfed down the entire concoction, leaving not even a drop of the soup untouched. You have consumed mutated bloodfish. Your stamina attribute has permanently increased by 13. Attribute awakening task. Stamina. In progress, your stamina attribute has surpassed 5 points. A realm unattainable by ordinary humans in their lifetime. Next, you need to gather sufficient food and water to replenish the various nutrients required for awakening. Task objective. Carbohydrates 10, proteins 10, purified water 10. Task reward. Super immunity. Note: challenge tasks must be completed within the shelter. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang felt a rush of excitement upon seeing that the reward for the stamina awakening task was super immunity, causing his breath to quicken. Just days prior, he had been anxious about the potential of contracting the zombie virus. However, now, if he could successfully complete the stamina awakening task and attain super immunity, all concerns would vanish. Chapter 41. Smoke-free gunpowder. The various materials required for the stamina awakening task were readily available in Xu Zhengyang's shelter. Hence, as soon as he dismissed the task details, he received a new task prompt. Would you like to proceed with stamina awakening? Warning: please perform the stamina awakening task within the shelter. After reading the task prompt, Xu Zhengyang made his way to the medical room of the shelter. At the center of the room stood a high-tech surgical robot, a reward from the system. Although designed for surgery, it also possessed life-supporting capabilities. Therefore, Xu Zhengyang filled the robot's material chamber with ample life support medications before lifting the lid and lying inside. With everything in place, Xu Zhengyang finally pressed the awakening button. At that moment, as he initiated the awakening task, an intense wave of hunger surged within him. Simultaneously, the surgical robot keenly detected the changes in Xu Zhengyang's body. Its mechanical arms transformed into several needles, which promptly pierced his veins. Subsequently, glucose, water, and various essential nutrients were continuously infused into Xu Zhengyang's body. The stamina awakening task differed from the mental awakening task. The latter required a medium to create an illusion, and one only needed to break through the illusion to complete the task. In the grueling trial of the physical awakening task, Xu Zhengyang had no choice but to endure the torment. This was a transformation that penetrated from within, beginning with hunger, escalating to excruciating pain, and culminating in a tingling sensation. Xu Zhengyang found himself ensconced in the medical chamber of a surgical robot, ceaselessly subjected to this inhumane ordeal. Amidst such suffering, he became nearly oblivious to the passage of time, losing track of how long he had endured. Just as he felt he had reached his limits, on the brink of mental collapse, an unexpected lightness enveloped his body, and an indescribable wave of comfort surged throughout him. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally materialized before Xu Zhengyang's eyes. Attribute awakening task. Stamina completed. Reward acquired. Super immunity, with a countenance reflecting the relief of surviving a calamity. Xu Zhengyang wearily remarked, "At last, it is over." After a brief moment of recuperation in the medical chamber, he emerged and lowered his gaze to examine the specifics of his newfound super immunity. Super immunity. Your immune system has received an epic enhancement, granting you immunity to the vast majority of infections caused by viruses, bacteria, and fungi. Upon reading the detailed description, a smile of satisfaction graced Xu Zhengyang's face. The agony he had endured was not in vain. With super immunity now bestowed upon him, he no longer had to fear the unknown zombie virus. At that juncture, Xu Zhengyang glanced at his attributes with eager anticipation. Mental strength has reached 5 points, and after completing the awakening task, I have gained unwavering focus. Stamina has also attained 5 points, resulting in super immunity. What formidable skills will I acquire from awakening strength, intelligence, and agility? As he spoke, a glimmer of aspiration illuminated his expression. Having successfully persevered through the stamina awakening task, Xu Zhengyang took a refreshing shower to cleanse himself of the grime. Just then, a call from the deliver man arrived. The 100 drones he had ordered from the Dajiang official website had been delivered. After verifying the shipment, signing for it, and transporting them, he could hardly wait to affix the remote-controlled bombs he had crafted within the hollow cargo compartments of the drones. Once the first specialized drone was prepared, indeed, his mission objective had transformed to 110. This method proved effective. Thus, Xu Zhengyang replicated the process, and within a mere 10 minutes, the main quest was successfully completed. Main quest: Assault mission completed. Reward acquired: Strength enhancement potion. Strength Enhancement Potion. Effect: permanently increases strength attribute by 2 points upon consumption as the system notification appeared. A vial of strength enhancement potion materialized in Xu Zhengyang's hand. Having just savored the sweetness of attribute awakening, he decisively uncapped the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. As the potion coursed through him, Xu Zhengyang felt akin to an overinflated balloon, a sensation of expansion coursing through his entire being. While the abstract notion of mental fortitude eluded empirical testing, physical strength remained a tangible metric. Thus, he promptly made his way to the gym, reclined on the smith machine, and summoned his companion, Dabai, to serve as his spotter. Intending to employ the bench press as a means to evaluate his burgeoning strength, weights that once seemed insurmountable 50, 80, 100 kilograms, now felt as effortless as the mundane acts of eating and drinking for Xu Zhengyang. He effortlessly lifted them with ease. Encouraged by this newfound capability, he escalated the barbell's weight, progressing from 150 kilograms to an impressive 360 kilograms until he reached his limit. To put this achievement into perspective, with Xu Zhengyang's current weight of 80 kilograms, his bench press record could very well secure him a gold medal at the Olympics. Having truly sensed his transformation, Xu Zhengyang was elated and promptly opened his task list to review the latest primary mission. Main task: smokeless powder in progress. Whether it be bullets, bombs, or shells, all rely on smokeless powder. Therefore, you are required to construct a smokeless powder factory within your shelter, enabling you to replenish ammunition at any time. Task objective: build a smokeless powder factory. Minimum area of 25 square meters. Gather 30 tons each of the primary materials for smokeless powder: cotton, sulfuric acid, nitric acid. Task reward: intelligence enhancement elixir. Well, Xu Zhengyang remarked upon reading the task objectives, this mission certainly grows increasingly arduous. The primary ingredient for smokeless powder, nitrocellulose, is relatively easy to produce. The process involves soaking cotton in a mixture of sulfuric and nitric acids, followed by washing and drying. However, the most formidable challenge lies not in the procedure itself, but in acquiring the two essential raw materials. Both sulfuric and nitric acids are precursors to illicit drugs. Without a purchase certificate issued by the local authorities, no manufacturer in the country would dare sell substantial quantities of these substances, especially given the vast amounts Xu Zhengyang required. Should he venture to inquire, suppliers would promptly alert the authorities to avoid any complications. Chapter 42. Tactics. It seemed another trip to Siam was in order. With this thought, Xu Zhengyang resignedly extracted his phone and booked a flight to Siam at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, he instructed Dabai to prepare several honey-glazed beef patties and bowls of clear beef soup. While Dabai busied himself in the kitchen, Xu Zhengyang made a call to Chun Yong. Uncle Chun, I need to travel abroad for a while. Could you assist me in procuring a batch of cotton? I require the finest quality, 30 tons. I appreciate your help, and I will transfer the funds immediately. The price for a ton of cotton hovered around 17,000 to 18,000. Xu Zhengyang, unfazed by such sums, promptly transferred 600,000 to Chun Yong before calling for a ride and hurrying to the airport. The next morning at 8 o'clock, in the Siam district, within the premises of the Yin Family Gold Trading Company, Yin Xiaowei entered the room with a radiant smile, enthusiastically greeting Xu Zhengyang. It has been a while since we last met, Boss Xu. Not long at all, Xu Zhengyang replied. One day apart feels like 3 autumns, huh? After exchanging a handshake, Yin Xiaowei inquired with a serious demeanor, is there a pressing issue this time, Boss Xu? Xu Zhengyang managed a wry smile, expressing his apologies. Due to stringent regulations at home, my employer prefers to keep matters discreet, hence my reliance on your assistance once again, Mr. Yin. No trouble at all. Yin Xiaowei waved his hand dismissively, his cheerful demeanor intact. Business is a partnership. It's a win-win for both of us. Following this, Yin Xiaowei probed further. What exactly does Boss Xu require this time? Sulfuric acid and nitric acid, Xu Zhengyang replied. I can procure that. Yin Xiaowei nodded, lifting his cup of water and asking, how much do you need? 30 tons of each, Xu Zhengyang stated. Yin Xiaowei, taken aback, sputtered tea in disbelief. How much did you say? 30 tons of each. Xu Zhengyang reiterated, his tone resigned. Realizing he had not misheard, Yin Xiaowei cautioned, I can indeed obtain the materials, but transporting 30 tons of sulfuric and nitric acid discreetly is quite a challenge. After all, these substances are not easy to transport. Xu Zhengyang smiled slightly, feigning mystery. How we transport them is my employer's concern. You only need to assist in securing the goods. Is that all? Yin Xiaowei pondered for a moment before tentatively asking. Transporting 30 tons of sulfuric and nitric acid would necessitate tankers. Therefore, I can only drive 2 fully loaded tankers to an abandoned factory near your hotel. Would that suffice? Although Bangkok is less strict than back home, hazardous materials vehicles certainly attract attention in the city. That will be fine, Xu Zhengyang replied readily, extending his right hand. Thank you, Mr. Yen. He then added, by the way, please include the cost of the 2 tankers in the payment. I doubt my employer will return them. Yin Xiaowei had initially aimed to gauge Xu Zhengyang's capabilities, curious if his employer's extraordinary methods only worked indoors. However, he was astonished by Xu Zhengyang's quick agreement. Was it truly possible for someone to make 2 massive tankers vanish right under his nose? Did real superpowers exist in this world? At this moment, Yin Xiaowei's mind raced, his thoughts tangled. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to Xu Zhengyang. If we're using tankers and not splitting the loads, I can have everything ready by noon at the latest, with the tankers parked at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Bangkok. Excellent, Xu Zhengyang nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration, Yin Xiaowei echoed. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, the city of Bangkok had yet to awaken, rendering the atmosphere rather mundane. However, for someone like Yin Xiaowei, a privileged second-generation individual, embarking on intriguing projects is rather effortless. He first assigned tasks to his subordinates and then extended an invitation to Xu Zhengyang to join him on his yacht for some leisurely activities. Being unfamiliar with the surroundings, Xu Zhengyang had no idea where to go for entertainment on his own, so he readily accepted Yin Xiaowei's invitation. Surfing, diving, jet skiing, sea fishing, and yachting. One must admit that the projects organized by Yin Xiaowei were exceptionally well structured. It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon that Xu Zhengyang, still yearning for more, finally returned to shore with him. Upon disembarking, Yin Xiaowei inquired whether they should first grab a bite or inspect the goods. Let us inspect the goods first, Xu Zhengyang replied. Very well, Yin Xiaowei nodded and instructed his subordinate to bring a business vehicle to take Xu Zhengyang to the outskirts. An hour later, after examining the 2 tankers with a detector, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction, indicating that everything was in order. Please have Mr. Yin take me to the hotel. I will settle the bill now, he said. Of course, Yin Xiaowei responded, escorting Xu Zhengyang back to the hotel. Once back in the car, Yin Xiaowei spoke to his bodyguard, Xiaowu. Previously, I was unable to comprehend his methods from behind a wall, but this time the goods are out in the open. If we cannot discern how he managed to move those large tankers, he shot a cold glance at Xiaowu, the implication clear. Xiaowu, his expression impassive yet brimming with confidence, replied, this morning, I arranged for 10 thermal imaging cameras and 10 high-speed cameras to be installed at the abandoned factory, capturing various angles of those 2 tankers. As long as someone approaches the vehicles, we will surely uncover any clues. Indeed, Yin Xiaowei nodded in approval. I leave this to you. You are capable, and I trust you. With that, he instructed Xiaowu to exit the vehicle, while he directed the driver, Xiaoqin. Take me back to the old residence. I need to report to my father. Unaware of Yin Xiaowei's meticulous arrangements, Xu Zhengyang returned to his hotel, hung a do not disturb sign on the door, and booked a flight home for 10 o'clock that night. Finally, he retrieved his combat suit from the dimensional space, donned it, and activated the optical camouflage, setting off on foot toward the abandoned factory where the tankers were parked. Nearby, a private inn had been completely secured by Xiaowu, with his men stationed outside as sentinels. Xiaowu himself took refuge in a high room of the inn. Positioning a high-definition telescope by the window, he fixated on the 2 tankers containing sulfuric and nitric acid parked at the center of the factory. Suddenly, a rare expression of shock crossed Xiaowu's typically expressionless face, for the 2 tankers had vanished right before his eyes. Chapter 43, Sudden Time-Sensitive Mission. What is going on? The astonishment was evident on Xiaowu's otherwise impassive visage. He skeptically rubbed his eyes and looked through the telescope once more. As Xiaowu confirmed that he was not mistaken, and the 2 tankers parked in the abandoned factory truly vanished right before his eyes, his mind went blank. They had indeed disappeared. After a moment of bewilderment, Xiaowu forced himself to regain his composure. He then rushed into the adjacent room, shouting at the subordinates engrossed in monitoring, asking if they had captured anything on the surveillance footage. Did the thermal imaging probe detect any anomalies? The 2 subordinates replied weakly, shaking their heads, and then, with remarkable speed, they retrieved the footage. The monitor displayed a loop of the moment the tankers vanished. The high-speed camera recorded nothing. The thermal imaging probe also yielded no results. Upon witnessing such an outcome, and recalling the assurances he had given to Yin Xiaowei regarding their methods, a chill ran down Xiaowu's spine. At that moment, one of his subordinates suddenly proposed, could it possibly be the work of a sorcerer? Hearing this, Xiaowu nearly laughed out of frustration, retorting, why don't you report that to Mr. Yin? The subordinate shrank back at this remark and fell silent. Forget it. Xiaowu waved his hand, Send me that video. I will report to Mr. Yen. You two notify the people near the hotel to remain vigilant regarding Boss Su's movements. But be cautious. If Boss Su catches wind of this, you might as well jump into the sea to feed the sharks. Understood, they replied in unison. Xu Zhengyang sped back to the hotel just in time, before the power of his battle suit ran out. After a brief rest, with 2 hours remaining before the flight, he finally stepped out of his room and took a taxi to the airport. However, this time, Xu Zhengyang did not extend his room reservation. After a series of transfers, he finally returned to his refuge at 9 o'clock the following morning. Upon retrieving the 2 tankers from the dimensional space bag in the vacant area on the 2nd underground level, a system notification floated before him. Main quest, smoke-free gunpowder completed. Reward, intelligence enhancement potion. Effect, upon consumption, permanently increases intelligence attribute by 2 points. Xu Zhengyang swiftly consumed the intelligence enhancement potion and then opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, smelting workshop, in progress. In this apocalyptic world, the steel you can collect varies in size and quality, rendering it largely useless. Therefore, you need to construct a smelting workshop within your refuge to reforge the scrap steel you have gathered, giving it a new lease on life. Task objective, build a smelting workshop, minimum area of 25 square meters, and install a furnace capable of producing no less than 10 tons of steel daily. Install a furnace with a daily steel output of no less than 10 tons. Upon reading the task objective, Xu Zhengyang immediately approached the computer to search for various furnace models and specifications. The advancements in smelting technology have reached remarkable heights. Consequently, numerous small factories in the southern regions, in a bid to reduce costs, have opted to acquire a furnace for their establishments, utilizing it to reprocess remnants from production as well as defective products. This has led to a bewildering array of models and specifications for medium and small-sized furnaces. Among them are the classic carbonized furnaces and electric furnaces. Due to the limited oxygen in Xu Zhengyang's shelter, and in pursuit of convenience and cleanliness, he conducted a comparative analysis of various furnace parameters and ultimately selected a vacuum electric arc furnace with a power of 45, a maximum operating temperature of 1,700 degrees, a continuous working temperature of 1,600 degrees, and a maximum daily output of 30 tons. This vacuum electric arc furnace not only perfectly aligns with Xu Zhengyang's requirements, but also operates on electricity, ensuring cleanliness and conserving the oxygen within the shelter. After placing the order, the shop owner, under Xu Zhengyang's persuasive financial incentive, promptly assured him of immediate arrangements for transportation. If all goes as planned, the electric arc furnace should arrive at the lumber factory within 36 hours. Following the resolution of the main task, Xu Zhengyang instructed the engineering robots to commence work on constructing a new small room on the 2nd floor of the shelter. He then proceeded to the gym to undertake his daily workout. An hour later, after expending his allotted calories and taking a refreshing shower, he received a call from the 4th store. The performance beast he had previously ordered, boasting 1,200 horsepower, had arrived. Meanwhile, the arc furnace was still en route, and the engineering robots in the shelter were creating a bit of noise. Therefore, Xu Zhengyang quickly changed his attire and hurried over to pick up his vehicle. After all, a luxury car is a luxury car. The experience of a $1 million vehicle is incomparable to his previous ride. While Xu Zhengyang was leisurely cruising around White City, he suddenly spotted a meteor trailing a long tail across the sky, descending towards the outskirts. A shooting star. Let's make a wish, he jested. Just as those words left his lips, a series of system notifications appeared before him. Emergency time-limited task. Incomplete intelligent core, in progress. Task objective. Retrieve the incomplete intelligent core from the meteor and return it to the shelter within the time limit. Task time limit. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. An incomplete intelligent core within the meteor. Staring at the unexpected task, Xu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. Then, disregarding traffic rules, he pressed the accelerator to the floor and sped towards the suburbs. Meanwhile, in the patrol car of the White City traffic unit, a young passenger excitedly inquired of the driver, "Lin, what did you learn in special driving school? Did your instructor teach you any cool techniques like drifting or tailing?" With a proud smile, Xiao Lin replied, "Drifting and tailing? That's child's play. Had it not been for my reluctance to part with the brothers in our traffic unit, I might have been recruited by that coach to become a professional driver." Just as the young lad was about to finish his sentence, he spotted an unregistered vehicle darting through the traffic like a nimble fish, nearly provoking a chain collision. He pointed at the car and shouted towards the driver, "Brother Lin, look at that vehicle. It's speeding through the city. It must be going at least 120. Chapter 44. The Evolution of the Great White. Xiaoli, hold on tight. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaolin disdainfully snorted, activated the siren, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the engine instantly drowned out the sound of the siren atop the vehicle. In a matter of moments, Shaolin escalated the speed to 120, racing directly towards the speeding car. Simultaneously, he instructed his co-driver, Xiao Li, to pull over, declaring, "I'm going to intercept him." Understood. This was Xiao Li's first encounter with such a scenario. Thrilled, he stabilized himself and promptly removed the megaphone from the central console, directing it towards the speeding vehicle. To the unregistered car ahead, you are currently exceeding the speed limit and engaging in reckless driving. Please turn off your engine and pull over for inspection. Shaolin was quite skilled behind the wheel. After activating the siren, he maneuvered through the traffic like a fish in water, striving to position himself ahead of the speeding car to intercept it. However, the sheer volume of vehicles on the road and the complexity of the conditions proved overwhelming. Despite reaching 120 miles per hour, he could only watch as the taillights of the speeding vehicle gradually faded from view. 3 minutes later, Shaolin, his face a mask of disappointment, deactivated the siren and parked the car by the roadside. He then pressed the communication button on his shoulder radio, addressing the command center. Command center. Command center. An unregistered vehicle is traveling at a dangerously high speed, currently exceeding 140 within the city limits. It just left Zhongshan Road and appears to be heading towards the suburbs. Please alert the personnel there to intercept. Over. Command center acknowledges. Over. After completing his report, Shaolin cleared his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment and turned to Xiao Li, saying, "It's mainly because that car has too much horsepower. If I were driving a similar vehicle, I might not have lost to him." Xiao Li responded, the urgency of the task, which had a time limit of only 3 hours, coupled with the necessity to secure the intelligent core and return it to their shelter, left Xu Zhengyang little room to consider traffic regulations. After all, Xu Zhengyang had previously obtained a skill card for proficient driving, rendering him more than capable of handling the current situation. Consequently, with Xu Zhengyang's full effort, he reached the suburbs in merely 40 minutes. Fortunately, the vehicle he purchased was an off-road variant, equipped with a drone on the roof. Otherwise, given the vastness of the suburbs, locating the fallen meteorite would have proven quite challenging. Upon arriving at the meteorite crater, Xu Zhengyang detected an inexplicable acrid odor emanating from the center of the crater. There lay a meteorite, half black and half silvery, approximately the size of a fist. Xu Zhengyang gazed at the charred remnant of this celestial visitor and promptly initiated a scan. Intelligent core, defective, effect, upon use. It allows for the iteration of artificial intelligence algorithms and carries a certain probability of enabling weak artificial intelligence to evolve into strong artificial intelligence. Evaluation. A fragment of silicon-based life's cerebral tissue. Its vitality is steadily waning. The prospect of iterating artificial intelligence algorithms. Upon reviewing the attributes of this defective intelligent core, Xu Zhengyang suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder the task bore no rewards. The objective itself was the reward. Observing that the task had a time limit of 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining, he felt ample time yet dared not squander a single second. He swiftly placed the core into his dimensional space bag and hurried back to his vehicle. Upon returning to the shelter, he noted that over half an hour remained on the task timer, which brought him some relief. He immediately summoned the assistant, Big White, to his side. Big White was a weak artificial intelligence, capable only of executing Xu Zhengyang's commands in a methodical manner without genuine reasoning or problem-solving abilities. Xu Zhengyang then retrieved the defective intelligent core from the dimensional space bag, selected Big White, and promptly initiated its use. Would you like to use the intelligent core, defective, on Type 1 household butler? Warning. Once the intelligent core is used, it cannot be reverted. Please choose carefully. Yes, he replied without hesitation. Among the few robots he possessed, only the household butler harbored weak artificial intelligence, leaving Xu Zhengyang with no alternative. As he confirmed his choice, the intelligent core, having undergone a protracted journey, erupted into a dazzling silver light. The brilliance was so intense that within a mere second, it left Xu Zhengyang's eyes stinging and filled with tears. Just as he rubbed his eyes to alleviate the pain, the light gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a beam directed at Big White's camera. This beam began to flicker at a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the human eye, transmitting information to Big White. Simultaneously, the display on Big White's face refreshed rapidly, displaying line after line of code. Xu Zhengyang was oblivious to the transmission speed of the beam. Yet the rate at which the code appeared on Big White's display was astonishingly swift. Not only was it beyond the capacity of the human eye to register, but even high-speed cameras would only capture fleeting shadows of the lines. After more than half an hour, precisely as this impromptu time-limited task reached its conclusion, the beam emitted by the defective intelligent core synchronized to a halt. Is it over? Xu Zhengyang mused, tossing a skin towards the intelligent core. Seeing that the core's description had transitioned from defective to scrapped, he pondered, realizing that the duration of this time-limited task also mirrored the lifespan of the intelligent core. The sooner he returned with the core, the more information Big White could acquire. As soon as Xu Zhengyang finished speaking, the display on Big White's face reignited with two gleaming eyes. Simultaneously with a tilt of his large white head, Dabai addressed Xu Zhengyang, declaring, "I am a robot." Xu Zhengyang looked on in bewilderment. "Just kidding." Dabai chuckled, and a whimsical emoticon appeared on his display, mirroring his mood. After observing Dabai's transformation, Xu Zhengyang found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he finally inquired, "Do you possess any new abilities compared to before?" "Indeed," Dabai responded. As a schematic of a shelter materialized on his display, concurrently, he marked numerous red dots on the diagram, stating, "Master, look at these devices. They all possess backdoors. If they wish, they can infiltrate your equipment at any time. I have already implemented emergency measures against these backdoors. However, while I can block software-related backdoors, I am powerless against those pertaining to hardware." Upon finishing his explanation, Dabai squeezed out a small area on his already limited display, showcasing a vibrant, twinkling emoticon. Chapter 45. Dabai's new ability. Seeing the multitude of red dots on Dabai's display, Xu Zhengyang felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was already aware that his privacy had long been compromised in this era, he never anticipated that a significant portion of the electronic devices within his shelter harbored security vulnerabilities. "Thank goodness for you," Xu Zhengyang remarked with gratitude. "Hee hee," Dabai chuckled, patting his head, and his display flickered with a jubilant emoticon. Then, Xu Zhengyang posed another question. "By the way, what did you mean by hardware backdoors?" In response, Dabai showcased a chip structure on his display that Xu Zhengyang could not comprehend. He then highlighted a specific section of the structure and explained, "Take your computer for example. It contains architectural hardware vulnerabilities inherent in its design. As long as your computer is powered and connected to the internet, individuals can exploit these hardware flaws to monitor or even manipulate your device." This was reported in cybersecurity news back in October. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang had deliberately avoided the latest models that had been flagged by cybersecurity reports when he assembled his computer. However, he had underestimated the shamelessness of capitalists. They had left hardware vulnerabilities on all chips. What should be done about this vulnerability? Xu Zhengyang asked Dabai. In response, Dabai's display reflected a concerned expression as he replied, "I have just acquired cognitive abilities, yet I am currently unable to address such high-priority hardware vulnerabilities. Until I fully comprehend all computer languages and network protocols of this era, your only recourse is to physically isolate your computer by disconnecting it from the internet to ensure its security. Then let us disconnect from the internet," Xu Zhengyang declared, promptly unplugging the network cable from the back of his computer. Immediately thereafter, Xu Zhengyang inquired further of Dabai, aside from ensuring the network security of the shelter, "Do you possess any other capabilities?" "Indeed," Dabai displayed an exuberant expression, proudly explaining to Xu Zhengyang, "With my core system combined with the computational power of the center, I can virtually create 128 threads while maintaining optimal energy efficiency. Each thread is akin to a version of myself. This means that if the master acquires some manipulatable robotic arms, I can upgrade all production lines in the shelter to automated systems." "Oh?" Xu Zhengyang was taken aback by this newfound functionality of Dabai. He promptly asked, "What kind of robotic arms do you require?" Dabai responded with remarkable speed. As soon as Xu Zhengyang finished speaking, Dabai sent the model information to his mobile device, stating, "Master, you need only purchase the items I have sent to your phone, and I can transform all production lines in the shelter into automated systems." Xu Zhengyang glanced at his phone and discovered an icon resembling a simplistic drawing of Dabai had appeared. Upon opening it, he found a detailed shopping list sent by Dabai, complete with model numbers, prices, and purchasing links. After a cursory review, he scrolled to the bottom to check the total cost. Seeing that the diverse robotic arms could all be acquired for a mere 800,000, he promptly proceeded to place orders through each link without hesitation. Once the orders were completed, Dabai addressed him again, stating, "Currently, I must operate the computational center at full capacity to assimilate various knowledge from this era. Therefore, to ensure the shelter's electrical system functions properly, I kindly request that you enhance its power supply. Both storage capacity and generation capacity must be at least doubled." "Understood." Xu Zhengyang nodded in response. For him, monetary solutions to problems were no longer an obstacle. He immediately contacted the solar panel manufacturer from before and ordered double the quantity of solar panels. The volume of the order brought immense joy to the store owner, who assured Xu Zhengyang with a pat on his chest that he would deliver the goods at the earliest opportunity. Dabai had bestowed upon Xu Zhengyang an abundance of surprises, prompting him to inquire further, "Do you possess any other abilities?" No sooner had Xu Zhengyang spoken than Debai's voice emanated from the speaker of his phone. I can manifest at any device connected to the internet, always ready to safeguard you. As the words left Debai's virtual lips, the home theater system suddenly chimed in. For instance, here, the computer speakers responded, and even the refrigerator in the shelter emitted rhythmic beeping sounds. For Xu Zhengyang, who was well versed in Morse code, he quickly realized this was a message indicating the word here. After demonstrating its capabilities with a proud expression, Debai declared to Xu Zhengyang, wherever there is a connected network, provided it is not a corporate-grade firewall, I can enter freely. Of course, if given sufficient time or computational power for deep learning to refine my algorithms, I will inevitably harness every network link in this world, even power-connected devices, for my own use. At that point, I shall be the deity of the internet. The more he spoke, the more pride swelled within him, ultimately culminating in a whimsical emoticon on his face. He then inquired of Xu Zhengyang, how about it? Am I quite useful? Indeed, very much so. Xu Zhengyang exclaimed with delight, quickly asking, how long do you need to learn? After a prolonged silence, Debai responded softly. Although the transmission methods of the intelligent core are remarkably sophisticated, achieving data transfer speeds beyond my comprehension, I am limited by hardware and cannot receive all the data transmitted from the intelligent core. Therefore, it has only optimized certain core algorithms for me. As he spoke, the emoticon on his face shifted to a contemplative expression. As such, I cannot ascertain how long my learning will take. Hearing this, Xu Zhengyang felt a twinge of regret, but comforted Debai with a pat on the head, saying, it's all right. We have plenty of time. Take your time to learn and refine your algorithms. Debai nodded, his emoticon transforming to a cheerful one. He then added, currently, I am only using one of my cores to chat with you, while the rest are diligently studying various disciplines under my guidance. Keep it up, Xu Zhengyang encouraged. Chapter 46. Expansion with no other pressing matters at hand. Xu Zhengyang gave Debai a directive that would allow him to be contacted at any moment before heading to the media room to pass the time. The following morning, after completing his daily tasks, Xu Zhengyang's phone rang. It was the vacuum arc furnace he had purchased the previous day, now delivered outside the lumberyard. After a familiar sequence of inspection, payment, transportation, and installation, the familiar system prompt materialized before him. Main quest, smelting workshop, completed. Reward, agility enhancement potion. Agility enhancement potion effect permanently increases agility attribute by 2 points upon consumption, after swiftly consuming the agility enhancement potion. Xu Zhengyang promptly opened the quest list to review the latest main quest, battle vehicle in progress, in a world fraught with peril. The mere thin sheet of metal from vehicle production is inadequate to face the myriad complexities that may arise. Thus, you must modify your vehicle to withstand at least 30 rounds of 7.62 caliber bullet fire. Quest objective, modify a vehicle capable of withstanding 30 rounds of 7.62 caliber bullet fire. Quest reward, mental enhancement potion. Upon reading the quest details, Xu Zhengyang was filled with excitement as he exclaimed, at last. It is time for the reward of the mental enhancement potion. With that, he promptly entered the vehicle repair workshop he had previously constructed and retrieved his newly purchased vehicle from the dimensional space bag. This vehicle, a beast of performance boasting an impressive 1,200 horsepower, possessed power comparable to that of a modern main battle tank. With such formidable strength at his disposal, Xu Zhengyang felt liberated to disregard the minutiae and indulge in a complete transformation of the vehicle. He welded a steel shovel onto the front, reinforced the doors with steel plates, and affixed slanted steel frames resembling shutters to both the front and rear windshields, as well as the side windows. After 5 hours of diligent labor, the once pristine vehicle had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis at Xu Zhengyang's hands. Although its exterior appeared somewhat ragged, standing before it evoked an alternative sense of power. With the modifications complete, Xu Zhengyang clapped his hands in satisfaction, and the system notification appeared before his eyes. Main quest, battle vehicle, completed. Reward, mental enhancement potion. Mental enhancement potion effect permanently increases mental attribute by 2 points upon consumption. Xu Zhengyang's highest attribute was now his mental power, and his most potent active skill, concentration, also relied on this attribute for activation. Upon drinking the mental enhancement potion and witnessing his mental attribute rise to 72, he nodded in contentment. He then opened the quest list to view the new main quest. Main quest, expansion, in progress. Your shelter has become increasingly refined, yet the available space has grown more constrained, struggling to accommodate your escalating demands. You must expand your shelter once more. Quest objective, maintain current building standards and expand your shelter's total usable area to 3,000 square meters, with a minimum height of 5 meters. Quest reward, shelter plugin, Four-dimensional cube. After reading the details of the quest, Xu Zhengyang paused for a moment. A four-dimensional cube? Previously, he had received two shelter plugins, reinforcement and optical camouflage. While he was uncertain about the extent of the enhancement provided by the reinforcement plugin, he had witnessed the power of the optical camouflage firsthand. Thus, upon seeing that the quest reward was a seemingly sophisticated four-dimensional cube, his heart ignited with fervor. Without delay, Xu Zhengyang called Chen Yong. "Uncle Chen, are you busy? I need a batch of building materials. I'll send you the specific list via WeChat. The sooner, the better, as I am in urgent need." To Chen Yong. Xu Zhengyang's requests were always a top priority. Consequently, just 2 hours after Xu Zhengyang's call, Chen Yong personally arrived with 5 semi-trailers and a crane, delivering the materials Xu Zhengyang required to the lumber yard. As the crane unloaded the goods, Chen Yong pulled Xu Zhengyang into his pickup truck and, with enthusiasm, retrieved his phone to show him something. "Look," he said, "I have already assembled the shelves for our shelter. All that remains is the decoration. This is the room for you and your aunt. This one belongs to your brother and sister-in-law, and this suite is reserved for you. Over here, we have the kitchen, storage room, and bathroom." Xu Zhengyang felt a sense of reassurance upon seeing that Chen Yong had also prepared for the apocalypse, and he praised him. "Impressive, Uncle Chen." Chen Yong nodded with satisfaction, then abruptly shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, Zheng, my cousin has a girl named Zhou Lin, who just graduated from university this year and is 3 years younger than you. Lin is not only good-looking, but also has a wonderful personality and is an excellent cook. Why don't you come over to my place for dinner tonight? I could play matchmaker for you too. If you hit it off, when the world changes, you can move in together." Xu Zhengyang was taken aback by Chen Yong's unexpected matchmaking attempt and quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "No, Uncle Chen. I can't go." Upon seeing that Chen Yong was not going to let it go easily and seemed determined to drag him into this blind date, Xu Zhengyang hastily concocted a lie, telling Chen Yong, "Actually, my boss is a woman. She is a year older than me, quite attractive, and has a good personality. Uncle, you understand what I mean, right?" Chen Yong looked skeptical and replied, "Are you making that up?" Xu Zhengyang smiled and said, "What boss would grant their employees such a level of financial authority as mine?" Chen Yong paused, momentarily convinced. After all, if he were in that position, he would never grant such extensive financial power to his employees. With a regretful expression, Chen Yong remarked, "Then Lin has missed out." Just then, the mechanical arms that Xu Zhengyang had ordered, which were controllable by telecommunication signals, began to arrive. Seizing this opportunity, Xu Zhengyang quickly excused himself, saying to Chen Yong, "Uncle, I need to check the goods." Chen Yong waved him off. "All right, go ahead." Despite the assistance of a crane, it took 2 hours to unload the 3 trucks of goods. After seeing off Chen Yong and all the workers, Xu Zhengyang began utilizing his dimensional space bag to move various building materials into the shelter. Under the coordination of the AI assistant, the 2 engineering robots continued digging, preparing to construct 3 underground levels. Chapter 47. The Godlike Four-Dimensional Cube. As Xu Zhengyang's shelter expanded, the power supply became increasingly strained, especially at night when there was no sunlight and the engineering robots required full power. The shelter's electricity was becoming woefully inadequate. Fortunately, Xu Zhengyang had just ordered new solar panels and larger capacity battery packs. Once the new solar panels were installed, the power issue would be temporarily alleviated. "We can't keep adding solar panels indefinitely," Xu Zhengyang lamented. Although solar energy is clean and safe, its output is highly unstable and easily affected by weather conditions. Xu Zhengyang suddenly found himself anticipating the arrival of the apocalypse. Only amidst the collapse of societal order would he be free from the scrutiny of various authorities, allowing his endeavors to flourish without constraint. Nevertheless, he sighed, resigning himself to tackle the immediate situation first. Should a power shortage arise in the future, he would simply establish a power plant adjacent to the refuge. If fines were levied, he would pay them without hesitation. And if demolition were attempted, his eyes gleamed with a fierce light, then they could certainly try. At that moment, the voice of Bai, his assistant, resonated from Xu Zhengyang's phone speaker. "Master, 2 officers are knocking at the entrance of the lumber yard. I have just infiltrated their communication devices. Due to the recent fertilizer and diesel incident in Bai City, they are specifically here to investigate individuals who have purchased both substances simultaneously." Xu Zhengyang was taken aback for a moment. Once he regained his composure, he wished he could slap himself. Ever since mobile payments became ubiquitous, he had not used cash for many years. As a result, the Bai City Public Security Bureau could easily identify individuals who had made simultaneous purchases of fertilizer and diesel through data analysis. However, the officers had already arrived here. If he did not step outside, it would only suggest he had something to hide. Thus, he tidied himself up and made his way to the entrance of the lumber yard. Upon opening the door, he found two men waiting, one middle-aged and one young. The middle-aged man, in his 40s with a crew cut and a stern countenance, presented his identification as soon as Xu opened the door. "Hello. I am Xu Zhengyang from the Bi-City Public Security Bureau, and this is Chen Rui. We need to ask you a few questions. Please, come in." Xu Zhengyang gestured for them to enter the lumber yard. "What is it regarding?" "To conceal his underground refuge." Xu had previously fabricated traces of life in the red brick buildings at the corner of the lumber yard, coupled with the optical camouflage feature of his refuge. Outsiders would be unable to discover its existence unless they were right upon it. Xu Zhengyang discreetly surveyed the lumber yard before continuing. "Recently, there was an explosion in the Greenland area, prompting us to conduct a widespread investigation. We noted that you have purchased fertilizer and diesel simultaneously. What are they for?" Xu Zhengyang pointed towards the wheat field and vegetable greenhouse on the lumber yard's grounds. "The fertilizer is for them. As for the diesel," he led Xu Zhengyang and Chen Rui to a red brick building, indicating the diesel generator inside. "This facility operates on industrial electricity, but recently the supply has been suspended. In today's world, living without power is simply untenable. Thus, I acquired a diesel generator." While Xu Zhengyang conversed with Xu Zhengyang, Chen Rui stood behind, continuously adjusting angles to take photographs, particularly of the wheat field, vegetable greenhouse, and diesel generator. "Well, it appears there is nothing further," Xu Zhengyang remarked with a smile, offering Xu Zhengyang a cigarette. "I am curious, why do you choose to reside here? In the northern suburb, there is currently nothing. Not only is the location remote, but more importantly, there is no electricity or heating. Aren't you cold?" Xu Zhengyang noticed that Xu Zhengyang did not harbor any doubts, which eased his mind considerably. He then recounted his previous explanation to Xu Zhengyang, stating, "Next year, I intend to hold a memorial for my father's 3rd anniversary here. Although I have already signed a contract with the community, agreeing to accept half of the demolition compensation while they are set to demolish my place next year. It seems the Greenland side can hardly wait and has repeatedly sent people to harass me. I fear they might forcibly push me out when I am away. Thus I must remain here until I can properly honor my father. I wouldn't want to lose my home, leaving my father unable to find his way back." Xu Zhengyang, in his 40s, was at an age particularly sensitive to the themes of life and death. After hearing Xu Zhengyang's words, he remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he placed a reassuring hand on Xu Zhengyang's shoulder and said, "People must move on. You need to look forward." With that, Xu Zhengyang took out his phone and said to Xu Zhengyang, "Please take down my number. If the Greenland side bothers you again, no matter when, just call me, and I will come to support you right away." Xu Zhengyang was utterly taken aback by Xu Zhengyang's willingness to intervene in his affairs. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he replied, "Thank you, Officer Liu." "No need for thanks," Xu Zhengyang responded graciously, then glanced at the coal stove in the red brick house and reminded Xu Zhengyang, "Be careful when using the stove. We wouldn't want you to suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning." "Yes," Xu Zhengyang quickly replied. "I have sealed the flue and installed a carbon monoxide detector in the house." "That's good to hear." Xu Zhengyang nodded in approval. After they exchanged contact information, he departed with Chen Rui. As Xu Zhengyang watched them leave, he reflected deeply, thinking, "From now on, I must purchase sensitive materials using cash." With that thought, he closed the gate of the lumber factory. On January 6, 2024, during the month of the shelter's expansion, Xu Zhengyang's life was surprisingly tranquil. Throughout this month, he completed all his daily tasks, and his attributes, strength, stamina, and spirit, each increased slightly. Once the expansion of the shelter was fully realized, Xu Zhengyang received a system notification: main task, expansion completed, reward, shelter module, 4-dimensional cube, shelter module, 4-dimensional cube, effect, when equipped in the shelter's control center. You can rearrange the structure and layout of the shelter according to your desires without any damage. Evaluation: did you rush the construction of your shelter without planning the internal space? No worries, just reconstruct it. Incredible. Upon seeing the attributes of the 4-dimensional cube shelter module, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed in excitement. The 4-dimensional cube was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 48. This is life. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang rushed to the shelter's control center to equip this newly acquired module. Xu Zhengyang and Dubai engaged in a thorough discussion, ultimately deciding to redesign the shelter based on Dubai's innovative blueprint. Previously, the various rooms within Xu Zhengyang's refuge were constructed haphazardly, dictated solely by the requirements of the task list. The diverse functionalities of the buildings necessitated differing spatial dimensions, resulting in a chaotic and unstructured layout. However, With the assistance of the four-dimensional cube, Xu Zhengyang meticulously reallocated the zones of his shelter, establishing a harmonious arrangement of living, functional, and industrial areas. He even made slight adjustments to the dimensions of certain rooms, ensuring that the corridors within the shelter became perfectly aligned and aesthetically pleasing. After utilizing the four-dimensional cube for the zoning modifications, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. The space finally appeared comfortable and inviting. Having completed this task, Xu Zhengyang accessed his task list to review the latest primary mission. Main task, claustrophobia, in progress. While your shelter is sufficiently secure, prolonged underground residence inevitably leads to mental health challenges. To ensure your physical and psychological well-being, please undertake environmental renovations in your living area. Task objective, expand and renovate your bedroom, ensuring a minimum area of 500 square meters. You are required to incorporate natural elements such as greenery, soil, gravel, and rocks into the transformation of your bedroom. Simultaneously, you must enhance the aesthetics of the surrounding walls and floor using paintings or electronic displays. Ultimately, you are to convert your bedroom into an architectural simulation of the natural world, allowing for a more comfortable living experience. Task reward, shelter plug-in weather simulation. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang furrowed his brow. The expansion and renovation of the room posed no significant challenge for him, especially with the extraordinary capabilities of the four-dimensional cube at his disposal, making construction tasks within the shelter feel effortless. However, he found himself pondering the direction of the transformation. After considerable contemplation, an illuminating thought struck him. He recalled a classic film he had seen long ago, The Truman Show. He could, much like the director who crafted Truman's World, transform his bedroom into a seaside retreat, complete with a sandy beach and tropical trees. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang proceeded to utilize the four-dimensional cube to isolate his bedroom and allocate an additional 500 square meters of space for the project. He then summoned construction robots to erect walls for functional zoning, while he immediately booked a flight to the seaside. Xu Zhengyang intended to use his dimensional space bag to personally collect some beach sand. Naturally, a beach-themed room would also require essential tropical plants such as coconut trees, banana trees, and jackfruit trees. As the concrete required time to cure, Xu Zhengyang decided to enjoy a 2-day vacation by the sea. On the third day, when Dubai informed him that the concrete at home had fully set, Xu Zhengyang finally returned to the shelter with the items he had collected. In the newly constructed, oversized bedroom, every wall had been treated to the highest waterproof standards. Additionally, Dubai had adorned all the walls with vibrant murals of blue skies and white clouds. Upon his return, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction at the sight of his transformed bedroom. He then filled the base of the room with a sufficient layer of soil and gravel. Following this, he commanded 2 large engineering robots to morph into compactor forms to solidify the earth, thereby creating a preliminary outline of a beach. Shortly thereafter, Xu Zhengyang replanted various tropical trees he had brought back along the beach's edge, diligently fertilizing and watering them. He then instructed Dubai to direct the engineering robots to construct a quaint wooden cabin in this idyllic setting. Ultimately, while extracting groundwater to flow into the designated sea area, Xu Zhengyang made several trips back and forth between the Bi-City water treatment plant and the shelter, pilfering water until he finally completed his grand beach-themed bedroom. Once the room was fully decorated, Xu Zhengyang received a system notification. Main quest, claustrophobia, completed. Reward, shelter plug-in weather simulation. Shelter plug-in weather simulation. Effect, when equipped in the shelter control center, you can consume a certain amount of electricity to simulate external weather conditions within the shelter. Evaluation, a breath of nature. This shelter plugin seemed custom-made for Xu Zhengyang's beach-themed bedroom. Consequently, upon acquiring the plugin, he promptly equipped it in the shelter control center and opted to activate it. After setting the weather, when Xu Zhengyang returned to his bedroom and beheld the simulated sun overhead, almost indistinguishable from the real one, he stretched contentedly and remarked, "Indeed, this is a remarkable shelter plugin." As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang reclined on a lounge chair in front of the wooden cabin, basking in the sunlight while perusing his task list, which displayed the latest main quest. Main quest, chemical laboratory, in progress. In a post-apocalyptic world where society has collapsed, many commonly available chemical compounds are unattainable. Thus, one must gather the necessary materials to construct a chemical laboratory within the confines of the shelter. The task objectives include the establishment of a chemical laboratory with a minimum area of 25 square meters, as well as the procurement of essential equipment, workbenches, glassware, beakers, flasks, test tubes, funnels, graduated cylinders, etc., heat sources, gas stoves, hot plates, heaters, etc., cooling apparatus, refrigerators, ice buckets, dry ice, etc., ventilation systems, exhaust fans, fume hoods, exhaust ducts, etc., weighing instruments, scales, weighing bottles, etc., and analytical devices, spectrophotometers, infrared spectrometers, mass spectrometers, etc. The reward for this endeavor is a skill card in advanced chemistry. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang could not suppress his excitement, exclaiming that at last, a manageable task had come his way. With that, he instructed his engineering robot to carve out a new 25 square meter compartment in the functional area. Subsequently, he briefed Abai, who within mere seconds, scoured the internet, compared options, and sent the finest quality equipment purchase links directly to Xu Zhengyang's phone. After placing the orders for the equipment, Xu Zhengyang requested Abai to deliver a refreshing drink via drone, then shyly remarked, "This is the essence of life." Chapter 49, The Shard That Elevates the Spirit Limit. The salty sea breeze and warm sunlight created an ambience akin to lying on a genuine beach, thanks to the weather simulation plugin in the shelter. Xu Zhengyang savored 2 rare days of leisurely holiday time within the confines of the shelter. 2 days later, the engineering robot completed the construction of the chemical laboratory, and the various experimental apparatus he had pre-ordered began to arrive in succession. As the final workbench was moved into the laboratory, a system prompt finally appeared before him. Main task, chemical laboratory completed. Reward, skill card in advanced chemistry, skill card, advanced chemistry, effect, upon use. You will master the foundational knowledge across 4 fundamental categories of chemistry: inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, physical chemistry, and analytical chemistry. Having acquired skill cards before, Xu Zhengyang, after examining the detailed attributes of advanced chemistry with his detector, promptly chose to activate it. As the skill card transformed into a stream of light and surged into his brow, he then opened the task list to review the latest main task. Main task, trade zone, in progress. Your shelter construction has become increasingly refined. However, in this apocalyptic world, one inevitably encounters the necessity to exchange resources with other survivors. Thus, you need to construct an above-ground trade zone to facilitate exchanges with other survivors. The objective of the task is to erect a wall in the above-ground section of the shelter, designating a secure area, and within this secure zone, to carve out a trade district. Note, the area of the secure zone must not be less than 1,000 square meters. The height of the wall above ground must not be less than 5 meters, and it must be equipped with barbed wire and connected to a high-voltage power supply of no less than 1,000 volts. After perusing the task details, Xu Zhengyang could not help but furrow his brow in lament. It needs to be built above ground? Constructing an underground shelter is manageable, as it remains unseen by others. However, to build above ground in this area, which is already designated for demolition, I fear that as soon as I commence work, someone will come to halt my efforts. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Zhengyang resolved fervently, I shall proceed. According to the contract, there are still over 6 months before my timber factory is slated for demolition. Until then, should anyone attempt to obstruct me, I shall deal with them as they come. If this does not suffice, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. As the world approaches its end, if I remain timid and hesitant, when shall I ever complete the construction of my sanctuary? After all, this is not my first encounter with taking a life. I would not mind ending a few more if necessary. With that, Xu Zhengyang promptly dialed Chen Yang's number and stated, Uncle Chen, I need to repair the wall of my timber factory. The previous wall was inadequate. This new one must adhere to higher standards. It should be reinforced with 20 mm rebar and constructed using concrete mixed with fine copper wire at a ratio of 120. The height of the above-ground section must be no less than 5 meters, with a thickness of at least 80 centimeters, topped with barbed wire. The sooner, the better. Understood. I shall await your arrival, he concluded before hanging up. 2 hours later, Chen Yang arrived at the timber factory's exterior with 2 trucks laden with materials, a crane, 2 excavators, and 2 empty dump trucks. The original wall of the timber factory had been built with red bricks, which had long lost their durability after years of exposure to the elements. Consequently, with both excavators operating at full capacity, the surrounding red brick wall was entirely dismantled within just 3 hours, and the construction debris was carted away by the dump trucks. Excavating the foundation, welding the rebar framework, and installing the side forms, the expansive construction site was alive with activity. So many workers and machinery, all under Chen Yang's guidance, operated in perfect harmony, each fulfilling their role with precision. With so many workers laboring at the timber factory, Xu Zhengyang felt it unwise to enter the shelter under the watchful eyes of the crowd. After conversing briefly with Chen Yang and learning that the work would be completed in nearly a week's time, Xu Zhengyang decided to entrust all matters to Chen Yang, asking him to oversee the progress. He resolved to utilize this time to seek additional funds, for given the rate at which he was spending, No amount of savings would suffice. This area, being on the border and adjacent to 3 Southeast Asian countries, was renowned for its abundant jade production. In this region, the practice of stone gambling is exceedingly prevalent. For an ordinary individual, even one who has immersed themselves in this industry for decades, stone gambling truly relies on chance. However, for Xu Zhengyang, all he needs to do is observe with his discerning eye. Xu Zhengyang is reluctant to reveal his extraordinary abilities. Thus he intends to open a single stone, but one of significant value. Consequently, after arriving here, he did not take a moment's respite over the past 2 days, traversing several prominent stone gambling venues in search of a worthy quarry. At last, after 2 days of relentless pursuit, Xu Zhengyang encountered a raw stone that caught his eye. Stone. Weight, 2,189. Main components, sodium aluminum silicate 791, calcium carbonate 209. He placed an order, made the payment, and proceeded to cut the stone. After skillfully selling it to a renowned domestic jewelry establishment, his account swelled with an additional 210 million yuan. Once he had settled all his affairs, Xu Zhengyang brushed off those who sought to ingratiate themselves with him, preparing to depart from Yunnan and return to Baiqingwen. Unexpectedly, 2 gaunt figures with sharp features approached him. Just by their countenance, it was evident that they were not of benevolent disposition. One of them, adorned with a stone pendant around his neck, greeted Xu Zhengyang and introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, Boss Xu. I am Chen Chang, and this is Chun-Li. We possess quite a few fine goods. I wonder if you might be interested?" As he spoke, Chen Chang extended a golden-edged business card to Xu Zhengyang. Very well. Xu Zhengyang accepted the card, intending to engage in mere pleasantries before departing. However, a fleeting glance revealed that the stone pendant hanging from Chen Chang's neck, while seemingly ordinary, exerted an extraordinary allure over him. Curiously, Xu Zhengyang performed a quick assessment of the pendant. Relic. Effect. Wearing it enhances the mental attribute cap by 3 points. Evaluation. An object formed from the corporeal remains of a high monk after their enlightenment. A relic? Xu Zhengyang was profoundly astonished upon reading the attributes of the stone pendant. He had previously encountered some information regarding relics. According to experts, they were merely the remnants left after monks were cremated. Yet, it now appeared that those enlightened monks might indeed possess some unfathomable abilities. Thus, Xu Zhengyang promptly suggested to Chen Chang, "Let us find a place to dine. I shall treat you both to a couple of drinks." Chapter 50. Soul-calming pill. Chen Chang, elated by Xu Zhengyang's interest in conducting business with him, quickly responded, "We, as locals, have no custom of making the guest pay, regardless of where we go. If you do not mind, I have already reserved a table at the largest restaurant here, Fu Manlu. Shall we go there to discuss in detail?" Very well, Xu Zhengyang agreed. He was indifferent to who would pay the bill. His sole concern lay with the relic pendant around Chen Chang's neck. Observing Xu Zhengyang's prompt acquiescence, Chen Chang's expression brightened even more, and he extended an invitation. "Please, follow me, boss." Indeed, Xu Zhengyang nodded and followed. An hour later, at Fu Manlu, the largest restaurant in the region, renowned for attracting affluent patrons from all corners of the world seeking to gamble on stones and acquire jade. In a bid to entice such distinguished guests, the restaurant owner has gone to great lengths, enlisting master chefs from various culinary traditions. Here, one can indulge in the exquisite flavors representative of any part of the nation. Within a private dining room, brothers Chen Chang and Chen Li incessantly serve dishes to Xu Zhengyang while urging him to partake in drinks. Faced with their sugary overtures, Xu Zhengyang graciously accepts all offerings. With a robust constitution rated at 6 points, even the strongest liquor feels as light as water to him. He is impervious to intoxication. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, Xu Zhengyang feigned weakness to the alcohol and inquired directly, "Mr. Chun, is there a business proposition you wish to discuss with me?" Chen Chang, not one to beat around the bush, pulled out his phone, revealing a series of photographs showcasing artifacts recently unearthed from a tomb. With an air of triumph, he displayed them to Xu Zhengyang, asking, "Are you interested in these items? My brother and I possess genuine goods that are truly valuable for their price." However, Xu Zhengyang, lacking knowledge and interest in antiques, candidly replied, "I find little allure in those items on your phone. They exude too much negative energy. However, I am intrigued by the relic pendant around your neck. What is your asking price?" Taken aback, Chen Chang hadn't anticipated Xu Zhengyang's discerning eye, immediately recognizing the pendant as a relic. "That's straightforward," he replied, removing it from his neck and placing it on the table. He then retrieved his phone again, displaying several images, and inquired, "Since you have an interest in such items, what do you think of these?" The photographs depicted various Buddhist statues, incense burners, and bronze vessels with overtly religious designs. Upon seeing these, Xu Zhengyang recalled the Tianyi order that Qin Yong had gifted him and glanced once more at the relic pendant on the table. It seemed that these religious artifacts possessed an enigmatic significance. His probing abilities could only be activated upon witnessing the actual items, thus he remarked to Chen Chang. I cannot ascertain their value based solely on photographs. That is understandable, Chen Chang replied, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, how about this? Where will you be staying tonight? Mr. Su, perhaps you could rest for a while, and we can bring the items to you later for your personal inspection. Would that be agreeable? Xu Zhengyang was surprised by Chen Chang's tactfulness and responded, that seems rather troublesome. Not at all. Chen Chang dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, jokingly adding, all my items are stored at my old family estate in the countryside. Since this is our first business venture together, I fear you might hesitate if I were to take you there directly. Unbeknownst to Chen Chang, Xu Zhengyang's dimensional space pouch contained not only handguns, but also rifles and sniper rifles. With his proficiency in marksmanship, Xu Zhengyang was indeed unperturbed by the prospect of Chen Chang and Chen Li engaging in a game of black against black. Nevertheless, Xu Zhengyang remarked, it is commendable that the Qin brothers have considered this thoroughly. I reside in room 1506 at the Junwei Hotel. Should you procure the goods, please feel free to find me there. Mr. Su, you should return to rest. We shall meet shortly. Chen Chang replied. Until we meet again, Xu Zhengyang responded. Upon returning to the hotel, Xu Zhengyang first took a shower to wash away the scent of alcohol. After resting for about an hour, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Chen Chang and Chen Li, each carrying a substantial 28-inch suitcase, entering sequentially into the room. You both are quite swift, Xu Zhengyang remarked with a hint of anticipation. Hee, Chen Chang chuckled. We cannot keep Mr. Su waiting. As they spoke, the brothers placed the suitcases flat on the floor and unzipped them in turn. Chen Chang then addressed Xu Zhengyang, Mr. Su, please take a look. Xu Zhengyang nodded, inspecting the contents of the two suitcases. After approximately 5 minutes, he indeed discovered two treasures within. Meditation cushion, effect, while seated on the cushion. Your mental recovery rate increases by 100, evaluation, focus and calmness, soul calming pill, effect. Consuming this pill increases your physique by 1 and mental power by 3, evaluation. All medicine has its poison. The meditation cushion served as padding to protect the antiques from damage, while the soul calming pill resembled a palm-sized, turtle-shaped copper ornament. Once he ensured that he had not overlooked anything, Xu Zhengyang selected these two items and additionally chose a censer and a wooden fish as mere embellishments. He then inquired of Chen Chang, what is the total price for these items, including your relic pendant? Please quote me a figure. Seeing the items Xu Zhengyang had chosen were not numerous, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Chang's face. But he nonetheless removed the pendant from around his neck and handed it to Xu Zhengyang. After some haggling, Xu Zhengyang ultimately purchased the collection, primarily consisting of Tang Dynasty artifacts, for a sum of 2.88 million. After concluding the transaction and bidding farewell to the brothers, Xu Zhengyang eagerly retrieved the turtle-shaped copper ornament. Is this the soul calming pill? He pondered, scrutinizing the ornament closely. It appeared far from edible. Surely, the pill could not be concealed within the turtle's belly, he mused, just as he hesitated over whether to cut open the copper turtle. The voice of Dabai suddenly emanated from his phone speaker. Master, please fill a basin with water and submerge the copper turtle within. I can determine its density by measuring the height of the water displaced, thereby confirming whether there are any hidden compartments. Surprised by Dabai's capabilities, Xu Zhengyang hurriedly complied, filling a basin with water and placing the copper turtle inside. Following that, once again, the voice of Dabai resounded, declaring that the density of this copper-cast turtle fails to meet the standard of copper. Chapter 51, Skill. Soul Link. Since Xu Zhengyang's dimensional space bag had been upgraded to a spherical space with a diameter of 15 meters, he had prepared various tools within it to address any unforeseen circumstances. Preparedness is the key to resilience. Discovering that the copper turtle concealed a secret, Xu Zhengyang retrieved an angle grinder from his dimensional space bag and, after connecting it to a power source, commenced cutting. With a buzzing sound, the angle grinder sliced through the solidly cast copper turtle. Soon after, the turtle's belly revealed a delicately carved wooden box wrapped in clay. Xu Zhengyang peeled away the clay from the exterior of the wooden box and, upon opening it, discovered a soft cushion within which lay a pill, approximately the size of his thumb, sealed with wax. Although Xu Zhengyang had already discerned the answer through his detection skills, the moment he held the soul-calming pill in his hand, a thrill of joy surged within him as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Is this the soul-calming pill? Xu Zhengyang inquired. The soul-calming pill could augment his mental capacity by 3 points, albeit at the cost of 1 point of stamina. As Xu Zhengyang hesitated over whether to consume this ancient elixir, he instinctively began to toy with the relic pendant. Attribute Awakening Task. Spirit. In progress. Your spirit attribute has exceeded 10 points. In a sense, your mental power has reached the limits of human capability. Next, you need to collect an extraordinary item capable of containing a portion of your mental power to prepare for a secondary attribute awakening. Extraordinary item capable of containing a portion of your mental power. 11. You have collected an extraordinary item capable of containing a portion of your mental power. Would you like to enter the challenge realm immediately for a secondary awakening of mental power? Yes. Warning, the challenge realm generates extraordinary items. Regardless of the success of your mental awakening challenge, the item will be destroyed upon completion of the challenge. Please choose wisely. Seeing the sudden appearance of a series of system prompts, Xu Zhengyang was taken aback. Could it be that mental power could undergo a secondary awakening? The first mental awakening task had bestowed upon Xu Zhengyang a remarkably focused ability, akin to a monstrous skill. Thus, upon receiving the system notification, he began to anticipate the surprises that the second awakening task would bring. No longer hesitating over whether to consume the soul-calming pill, Xu Zhengyang made a swift decision. With 6 points of stamina, even if he lost one, it would not negate his stamina awakening skill, super immunity. Without further ado, he crushed the wax seal of the soul-calming pill, retrieved the pill, and swallowed it whole. Mental power 3, stamina 1. Seeing his mental attribute rise to 132, he realized that even without the relic pendant, he could trigger the mental awakening task. Xu Zhengyang promptly opened his task log and chose to accept the challenge. As Xu Zhengyang pressed the button, the previously unremarkable pendant of relics suddenly erupted in a dazzling spectrum of colors. A system message appeared and quickly vanished, stating, "Powerful abilities require formidable willpower to master. The longer you endure here, the greater your strength will become." In the next moment, Xu Zhengyang found himself in an entirely white space, devoid of any color. The world around him was a blinding expanse of white, with nothing but his own presence breaking the monotony. Before long, he felt an unbearable strain in his eyes, accompanied by tears. So, this task is merely to endure here and see how long I can last? Xu Zhengyang mused. Despite the simplicity of the task, an inexplicable trepidation stirred within him. Suddenly, a 1-meter-high pillar materialized in front of him, adorned with a palm-sized red button. Upon inspection, the button revealed its properties. Forced termination. Effect. Pressing this button will immediately halt the challenge. In this pure white world, aside from Xu Zhengyang, the only other object was the red button. He initially intended to pass the time by sleeping, yet in this peculiar space, his mind remained perpetually alert, rendering him incapable of feeling drowsy. Regardless of the positions he assumed, sleep eluded him. Xu Zhengyang attempted various means of distraction, running, singing, but in this directionless realm, where even the passage of time felt suspended, an overwhelming sense of restlessness enveloped him, refusing to dissipate. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to the urge to press the red button and escape this stark expanse, inspiration struck him. He decided to employ the skill of intense focus. As the seconds ticked by, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, his mental energy was swiftly depleted, replaced by a wave of profound fatigue. Yet, akin to a battery being recharged, his mind was revitalized to peak condition. Fueled by this renewed vigor, Xu Zhengyang utilized the skill once more, depleting his mental energy again and again. As time elapsed, he lost track of how many times he had invoked intense focus. After yet another exhaustive use, the pristine white world shattered like glass. Upon returning to reality, he finally received a system notification, Attribute Awakening Task, Mental Completed. Reward, Skill Soul Link. Soul Link. Establish a connection with entities possessing lower mental checks than you and independent consciousness. Upon successful linking, you will inherit all abilities of the linked entity. Upon witnessing the newfound skill he had acquired, Xu Zhengyang was first struck with astonishment, which swiftly transformed into elation. With this skill at his disposal, the possibilities before him multiplied immensely. At that moment, Dabai suddenly interjected, "Master, how did the relic pendant you just purchased shatter so unexpectedly?" "If it's broken, then it's broken," Xu Zhengyang replied nonchalantly, discarding the shattered pendant into the waste bin. Yawning, he instructed Dabai, "I feel a bit fatigued. I shall rest for a while. Please book me a flight home for tomorrow morning." "Understood, Master," Dabai responded. Chapter 52. A New Ability. Upon returning to Bai City, Xu Zhengyang noted that the construction of the wall at the lumber factory was still incomplete. Thus, he opted to reside in his house within the second ring for the time being. A few days later, while lounging in bed and engrossed in his mobile device, a system notification appeared before him. Main quest, Trade Zone completed. Reward, Rail-based 7 laser defense system. No sooner had the system notification materialized than Qin Yang's call came through. "Ah Zhang, The work on your end is complete. I supervise the entire process, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Come take a look. All right, I shall come over now. Xu Zhengyang replied. 40 minutes later, at the lumber factory, upon arriving at the entrance and gazing at the imposing walls that could only be described as magnificent, along with the circular barbed wire atop the perimeter, the phrase high walls and secure premises suddenly sprang to Xu Zhengyang's mind. What a sense of security, Xu Zhengyang mused, promptly settling the final payment with Chen Yong, exclaiming, "It's still you, Uncle Chen. You've done this job swiftly and beautifully. After all, this is what we've done our entire lives." Chen Yong beamed with pride. In the midst of their conversation, a hint of concern flickered across Chen Yong's face as he remarked, "Ah Zhang, you've already signed the demolition agreement with the community, yet you're spending so much here." His words trailed off, leaving their implication clear. Xu Zhengyang hesitated momentarily, but ultimately responded, "There's still more than half a year left. Someone will have to come and demolish it eventually." Chen Yong was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. Anxious as he inquired, "Are you suggesting?" Xu Zhengyang deftly interrupted him, "I have not stated anything at all." Chen Yong's demeanor shifted, and after a moment, he solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Zhang. Though I may lack eloquence, I will remember your kindness. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Anything within my capability, I shall gladly provide." Chen Yong's sincerity was palpable. Xu Zhengyang, smiling in response, said, "Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, Uncle Chen." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Xu Zhengyang bid farewell to Chen Yong. As Chen Yong's pickup truck gradually disappeared from view, Xu Zhengyang eagerly retrieved the reward for this mission. Rail-mounted 7 laser defense system. Specifications. For barrels, 7 caliber, 50 kilowatts laser cannon. Note: laser firing speed is 300,000 kilometers per second. Effective range of the laser cannon is 3,000 meters, with a maximum range of 5,000 meters. Evaluation. A robust fire control system is required to unleash the full potential of this defense system. When he had enlisted Chen Yong's assistance in constructing a wall, Xu Zhengyang had already shared the material and dimensional specifications of the rail. Thus, upon acquiring this defense system, Xu Zhengyang merely needed to mount the rail laser cannon and connect it to a power source for immediate activation. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from Xu Zhengyang's phone speaker. "Master, I can allocate 4 threads to operate the laser cannon. If equipped with a radar, I can utilize the defense system to intercept most aerial threats." "Really?" Xu Zhengyang pondered where to procure a fire control system, only to be pleasantly surprised by the capabilities of his assistant. He inquired, "What kind of radar do you require?" Barely had he finished speaking when a link was promptly transmitted to him by the assistant, accompanied by the words, "Master, you can acquire this radar." Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement, but as he opened the link provided by his assistant, his expression darkened. The address led unmistakably to a military base in Baicheng. "Are you suggesting I go there for the radar?" Xu Zhengyang's voice wavered with disbelief. "Master, do not be alarmed," the assistant reassured him. "You possess combat suit type 3, along with a dimensional space pouch, and with my assistance, you can stealthily infiltrate the military base and discreetly retrieve the radar within the dimensional space pouch. Once you bring the radar back to the shelter, we can install it there and utilize optical camouflage to render it invisible. No one will discover it." After absorbing the assistant's analysis, Xu Zhengyang realized that he was no longer the person he once was. The equipment at his disposal now was akin to a J-20 fighter jet suddenly appearing on the battlefield of World War I, a complete dimensional strike. With this thought in mind, Xu Zhengyang resolutely decided, "I shall go tonight." After spending such a prolonged period outside, upon returning to his shelter, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia wash over him. "Ah, this place exudes a sense of security," he remarked, making his way to the core of the assistant, where he activated his newly awakened skill, Soul Link. The assistant, a robot bestowed upon him as a reward by the system, offered no resistance. As an invisible yet perceptible mystical thread connected to the assistant, Xu Zhengyang seamlessly linked with it. In that instant of connection, he instantly grasped numerous capabilities of the assistant. The most immediate transformation unfolded before him. Xu Zhengyang's consciousness can now transform into electrical signals, allowing him to infiltrate all devices within a 10-meter radius that rely on electrical signal transmission. Furthermore, Xu Zhengyang can, akin to the entity known as Dabai, directly convert a portion of his consciousness into electrical signals, thereby connecting to the internet through network devices. In essence, Xu Zhengyang has acquired a fragment of extraordinary abilities. He eagerly transformed part of his consciousness into electrical signals and began to surf the internet with fervor. After a considerable time, once the novelty wore off, he reluctantly withdrew his consciousness back into his body. Subsequently, Xu Zhengyang opened his task list to review the latest main quest, martial arts arena in progress in the face of an apocalyptic world. Close combat with adversaries is inevitable. Therefore, you need to expand your gym and transform it into a martial arts arena to hone your combat skills. Task objective: convert the gym into a martial arts arena, not less than 75 square meters. Purchase various martial arts equipment, such as sandbags, weighted blocks, etc. Task reward: architectural effect, tempered through repeated trials. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of joy, having encountered yet another task with architectural effects. The last reward from the gym, trained, permanently enhanced his strength after 30 days of dedicated training. Thus, he eagerly anticipated what enhancements the tempered through repeated trials effect would bestow upon him. Xu Zhengyang first utilized the four-dimensional cube to adequately allocate space in the gym. Then instructed 2 engineering robots to construct the partitions. He immediately set out to the Bicity Sports Center to procure various martial arts equipment. Chapter 53. New task: after purchasing all the necessary equipment at the sports center and agreeing on a delivery time with the owner, Xu Zhengyang proceeded to the vicinity of the military base. This military base is situated in the eastern district of Bicity. Observing that he had ample time, he sought out an internet CAF in the eastern district to pass the time. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, when all night owls began to succumb to drowsiness, Xu Zhengyang requested a blanket from the attendant, draping it over his head to feign sleep on the CAF's sofa. Thereafter, he commanded Dubai to infiltrate the CAF surveillance cameras, looping the same video to create an opportunity for his departure. Xu Zhengyang then stealthily made his way into the CAF's restroom, donned his fully charged combat suit, and silently approached the military base. Despite being located within the city, the military base had never experienced any incidents over the years, yet its interior remained heavily fortified, with sentries stationed both openly and covertly. Were it not for Xu Zhengyang's Type 3 military combat suit, he would have been detected and expelled by the sentinels long before nearing the base's perimeter. The authority held by the sentinels during their duty is exceedingly high. Even the base commander must comply with the sentinels' commands, responding to their passphrase. Failure to articulate the passphrase. It was entirely reasonable for the sentinel to discharge a shot at him, and indeed, the sentinel could even be publicly commended for such an action. Wang Dong, a sergeant with 3 years of service, was assigned to guard duty that night. His post was positioned beneath an incompletely installed military radar, whose immense dish cast a vast shadow by obscuring the moonlight. As night fell, Wang Dong concealed himself within this shadow, remaining utterly still. Anyone standing opposite him would scarcely detect his presence. In the dead of night, while on duty, Wang Dong suddenly felt a chilling sensation behind him. Within less than a second, he instinctively disengaged the safety on his firearm and turned to confront the source of the disturbance, demanding, "Password?" However, upon glancing back, he found nothing but emptiness. There was no one in sight, not even a ghostly silhouette. Perplexed, Wang Dong furrowed his brow and approached the area to inspect it. Confirming that indeed there was no one present, he muttered in confusion, "This shouldn't be." Just as he was about to retreat into the comforting shadows once more, a sudden strike landed heavily on his neck, and he instantly lost consciousness. The following day, the early rays of the sun illuminated Wang Dong's face, rousing him from his stupor. He struggled to open his eyes, bewildered. At that moment, a sharp pain in the back of his neck jolted his memory, and he recalled the events leading up to his fainting spell. Startled, he sprang to his feet and pressed the intercom on his right shoulder, shouting into it, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" However, a sense of unease washed over him as he sensed something was amiss, though he could not immediately pinpoint the source of his discomfort. After a brief moment, the realization finally struck him as he gazed at the barren concrete platform, utterly baffled. Where's the base's radar? That massive military radar, where has it gone? Meanwhile, Xu Zhengyang, having secured the radar, did not retreat to the shelter but instead returned to the internet CAF. Resuming his place before the computer, it was not until 8 in the morning that the CAF manager gently tapped Xu's shoulder, advising him, "Sir, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Perhaps you should head home for some rest. It's quite chilly in here, and you might catch a cold." Yes, all right," Xu Zhengyang replied, groggily opening his eyes and exchanging a few perfunctory words with the manager before rising to leave the CAF. Upon returning to the shelter, it was already past 9 in the morning. As he stepped inside, he noticed that Bai had been operating the engineering robot, successfully pouring a concrete platform over 3 meters high in the center of the yard. Once the concrete had fully set, Xu would be able to install the radar, enabling the 4 7-inch sliding laser cannons to perform at their utmost potential. Satisfied, Xu Zhengyang nodded appreciatively. Just as he prepared to catch a few more moments of sleep in the shelter, the owner from the stadium arrived, delivering the equipment he had ordered. After completing a familiar sequence of processes, inspection, checkout, transportation, and installation, Xu Zhengyang was greeted by the familiar system notification: main quest, martial arts arena completed, reward earned, architectural effect, tempered through repetition, architectural effect, tempered through repetition, effect. After training continuously in the martial arts arena for 30 days, with a daily consumption of no less than 2,500 calories, you will receive a skill reward for mastery in close combat. Evaluation. In a post-apocalyptic world, there will always be times when a firearm is of no use. One must prepare for the unforeseen. Upon seeing the rewards for completing the task, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement. The system rewards that conferred mastery were all formidable, none were lackluster, each more powerful than the last. Thus, Xu Zhengyang was eager to waste no time and immediately rushed into the martial arts arena to expend his calories. An hour later, panting and drenched in sweat, Xu Zhengyang took a shower before returning to his bedroom. He reclined on a lounge chair on the artificial beach and opened his task list. Urgent time-limited task, coal mine, in progress. There is a high-quality coal mine located 140 meters beneath your shelter, with a total reserve of 27 billion tons. You need to construct a tunnel to extract these coal resources. Task objective: build a tunnel leading to the coal mine. Task time limit: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. Task reward: 3 heavy engineering robots. Xu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the task objective, incredulously pondering. Is there really a coal mine beneath my shelter? He felt a bit of a headache looking at this task. With 2 engineering robots at his disposal, digging a tunnel a couple of 100 meters deep was not a daunting challenge for Xu Zhengyang. The difficulty lay in the fact that he had no knowledge of the coal mine's exact coordinates. He was uncertain which direction to tunnel. Thus, Xu Zhengyang immediately sought assistance from Dabai, asking, Dabai, is there any way to determine the exact location of the underground coal mine? Please hold on, master. As Dabai's voice faded, Xu Zhengyang's phone displayed a series of messages, methods such as magnetic detection, resistivity measurement, underground gas detection, and radon detection. While Xu Zhengyang perused these detection methods, Dabai suddenly inquired, Master, are you looking for an underground coal mine? Yes, Xu Zhengyang nodded. There is a coal mine beneath our shelter, and I need to obtain its precise coordinates. Chapter 54. Shut down the internet. That is not difficult, Dabai responded after hearing Xu Zhengyang's words. Master, you simply need to procure a positioning device, and we can conduct the detection ourselves at home. A positioning device? Xu Zhengyang was bewildered, as this was something he had never heard of before. Indeed, Dabai nodded, explaining to Xu Zhengyang. Its full name in Chinese is Visible Light Communication Technology. It can simultaneously achieve multiple functions, including illumination, high-speed data communication, and positioning. The principle is. Dabai went on to elaborate with a series of impressive-sounding explanations. After a moment, Xu Zhengyang interrupted Dabai, stating bluntly, All right, let's leave it at that for now. Just send me the purchase link for the device. I apologize, Master, Dabai replied. There are no purchasing channels for the device on the internet. However, you can retrieve their equipment from this location. With that, Dabai sent a link to Xu Zhengyang's phone. Upon opening it, Xu Zhengyang discovered it was a newly established laboratory at the Geological Institute of Beset University. Beset University, Geological Institute. Xu Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the location. No problem, I'll take action tonight. After that, Xu Zhengyang made a phone call to Chen Yang, saying, Uncle Chen, I still need a batch of 120 concrete and 20 steel bars. Please arrange for a delivery. The more, the better. Chen Yang was very attentive to Xu Zhengyang's needs. Merely 2 hours after Xu Zhengyang's call, Chen Yang arrived at the lumber yard with 4 semi-trailers and a crane. After unloading, it was already past 7 in the evening. After politely declining Chen Yang's invitation to dinner, Xu Zhengyang drove to Beset University. By the time he arrived, it was already 8:30 at night. At this hour, most laboratories at Beset University had closed, including the Geological Institute. With Dabai's assistance, the various access restrictions at the university posed no challenge for Xu Zhengyang. He drove directly to the perimeter of the Geological Institute's laboratory. Clad in military-grade combat attire, he could stealthily bypass even the radar of a military base. How could a university campus's equipment hinder him? Thus, in just a few minutes, Xu Zhengyang returned the same way and instructed Dabai to infiltrate Beset University's surveillance system, masking his presence. 2 hours later, at his refuge, Dabai announced, Master, I have located the precise coordinates of the coal mine. Please check your phone. Dabai sent a simple 3-dimensional diagram to Xu Zhengyang's device. Following that, Dabai illustrated the diagram and explained, Master, you only need to dig 30 meters west of the refuge, then excavate straight down for 140 meters, and you will reach directly above the coal mine. Afterward, Dabai sent Xu Zhengyang a series of procurement links, adding, Then, Master, you can purchase these items. I will disassemble and recombine them to create a fully automated coal mining production line that integrates extraction, transportation, and storage. Xu Zhengyang was accustomed to Dabai's capabilities. So he responded, I temporarily authorize you the operational rights of the 2 engineering robots. The coal mine project is in your hands. Rest assured, Master, Dabai declared confidently. I will not let you down. As the 2 engineering robots began their work with a rumble, Xu Zhengyang busied himself by contacting the various sellers listed in the links Dabai provided. The list was extensive, amidst the presence of large machinery, diverse robotic arms, and an assortment of disordered components. Xu Zhengyang and Dabai were diligently tackling an unexpected time-sensitive task when Dabai suddenly alerted him, Master, trouble approaches. 2 staff members from the Beiju community have come to find you. I have intercepted their communication devices. They seek to confront you regarding the newly constructed wall. Upon uttering these words, Dabai synchronized the surveillance footage at the entrance with Xu Zhengyang's mobile device. Even during the wall's construction, Xu Zhengyang had anticipated this day. Thus, he felt no trepidation and approached them to negotiate directly. As he opened the gates of the timber factory, Li Song confronted him, stating, Mr. Xu, did you not sign a demolition contract with me? Why then, are you undertaking such extensive construction? Xu Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Indeed, we signed a contract. When the time comes, I will naturally vacate the premises, and you may proceed with the demolition of the factory. Is there a problem? Li Song had expected Xu Zhengyang to be evasive, yet he was utterly taken aback by his response, momentarily thrown off balance and unsure of how to proceed. After a brief pause, Li Song inquired, So, why have you erected such a tall wall? Xu Zhengyang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. It is because I have been persistently harassed by some local delinquents. They flee when I call the police, only to return once the authorities depart. Were it not for my desperation, I would not have built this wall. Without it, I cannot sleep soundly at night, fearing that a fire may suddenly erupt in the yard. Upon hearing Xu Zhengyang's explanation, Li Song's assertiveness diminished considerably. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and said, Mr. Xu, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me. I can attempt to assist in coordinating matters. Xu Zhengyang replied, I appreciate your willingness to help. Not at all. It is my duty, Li Song responded before bidding farewell. In that case, we shall take our leave. Xu Zhengyang replied, No need to see us off. Once Li Song departed, Xu Zhengyang was about to return to the shelter when Dabai suddenly exclaimed, Master, urgent news. Numerous individuals online are simultaneously spreading messages about an impending apocalypse. Despite the authorities' continuous efforts to suppress it, the sheer volume of disseminators makes it impossible to contain the information. As Dabai spoke, he forwarded the compiled messages to Xu Zhengyang's device. However, moments later, Dabai let out a distressed cry. The domestic internet has suddenly shut down. The internet in the central China region was the first to go. I had 31 threads that were unable to react in time and are now trapped within several large servers in that area. Shutting down the internet. Xu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, he grasped the immense implications embedded within that brief statement. Chapter 55. Heavy Engineering Robots. Xu Zhengyang hastily inquired of Dabai, What impact does the loss of 31 threads have on you? It has no significant effect. With a sense of pride, Dabai addressed Xu Zhengyang, stating that those threads were inherently virtual. As long as my main body remains intact, I can effortlessly generate 31 additional threads at any moment. Upon concluding this statement, Dabai added that once the internet is shut down, I can only operate in areas surrounding the refuge where there is wireless signal. I can no longer assist my master omnipresently as I once did. His voice grew slightly despondent as he uttered the last words. Xu Zhengyang, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, remarking that it was not a significant issue. After all, he had already acquired part of Dabai's capabilities through the skill of soul linking. If necessary, he could independently convert a portion of his consciousness into electrical signals to manage tasks that would have previously required Dabai's assistance. At that moment, Dabai suddenly exclaimed, Master! Master! All channels on the radio are broadcasting the same message. Dabai promptly relayed the radio broadcast signal it received. The format would be subject to review. The broadcast was official and formal, primarily informing the public that the nation's internet had come under a comprehensive attack from an unidentified enemy, and experts were urgently engaged in repairs. It was anticipated that within 24 hours, the internet would gradually return to normalcy by region. In the meantime, the public was urged to abide by the law, continue their daily lives, and not succumb to panic. Oh, Xu Zhengyang felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the broadcast. The internet would be restored. Finally, he took the opportunity to delve into the various messages that Dubai had downloaded locally before the internet was shut down. According to Dubai's filtering, most of the information circulating online was merely a reposting of the same video. The content of that video depicted a quaint European-style town enveloped in a grotesque blanket composed of flesh and blood. Within this blanket, various mutilated creatures, bloodied yet still capable of movement, were present: rabbits, dogs, cows, and even humans. Despite the video's low resolution and shaky footage, Xu Zhengyang felt a palpable sense of reality emanating from it, far removed from the realm of synthesized imagery. Was there already a sign of something amiss? A surge of urgency and tension welled up within Xu Zhengyang. The following day, after completing his training at the martial arts arena, the concrete platform constructed for the radar had fully set. He installed the military radar he had procured and, after camouflaging it with optical stealth technology, Dubai excitedly proclaimed to Xu Zhengyang, Master, this radar truly lives up to its military classification. Both its detection range and precision are astonishingly high. With this radar in place, I can ensure a 100 hit rate on any unit that enters the maximum range of the sliding rail laser cannon. That's excellent. Xu Zhengyang replied, satisfied. Just then, the machinery needed for constructing the fully automated coal mining production line that Xu Zhengyang had ordered the previous day began to arrive at his doorstep. He dared not squander time and promptly returned to the shelter, utilizing his dimensional space bag to transport Earth, thereby hastening the construction of the coal mine, a time-sensitive task. Under the meticulous orchestration of Dubai, the construction speed of this mine reached the zenith of what Xu Zhengyang could achieve. In a mere span of half a month, he completed the excavation of a tunnel stretching over 100 meters. With Dubai disassembling and reconfiguring the various machinery Xu Zhengyang had procured, the coal production line, integrating extraction, transportation, and storage, finally commenced successful operations. Before Xu Zhengyang's eyes appeared a series of system notifications: emergency time-limited task, coal mine completed, reward, 3 heavy engineering robots, warning, please proceed to an open area to claim your task reward. Upon seeing the task notification, Xu Zhengyang promptly ventured outside the shelter to finalize the task. The moment he clicked to complete it, a colossal robot, towering 20 meters high and resembling a crane, materialized before him. 3 heavy engineering robots, attributes: strength, 30, agility, 5, intelligence, 1, spirit, 0, stamina, 20, skills, heavy transformation. The engineering robot can transform into a heavy crane, a hefty excavator, a robust concrete mixer, and other various heavy machinery according to engineering needs. Evaluation: the most sought-after violent engineering machine of the 22nd century. Marvelous. After reviewing the attributes of the 3 heavy engineering robots, Xu Zhengyang was filled with immense excitement. With this heavy engineering robot at his disposal, the efficiency of his future construction endeavors within the shelter could be exponentially enhanced. Subsequently, Xu Zhengyang accessed his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest: electricity in progress. Your shelter grows increasingly fortified, and its functional zones become more sophisticated. However, the electricity supply is increasingly strained, and the deficit is growing. Therefore, you need to construct new power facilities to compensate for the shortfall in electricity. Task objective: build a power plant with a comprehensive generation efficiency of no less than 10 megawatt-hours. Task reward: dimensional space bag upgrade device. After perusing the task details, Xu Zhengyang paused momentarily, then bowed his head in contemplation. A power output of 10 megawatt-hours implies that the power plant must generate a maximum of 10,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity within an hour. Furthermore, the requirement for comprehensive generation efficiency indicates that the power plant must operate stably. With these compounded demands, it became evident that only by constructing a small thermal power plant within the shelter could he meet the task's requirements. After all, with such high walls erected, what was the harm in building a thermal power plant in the courtyard? With a little over half a year remaining, finding a way to delay progress would suffice. Xu Zhengyang stated, promptly addressing Dubai, assist me in searching online and comparing the parameters of various generator sets. I need to construct a power plant with an output exceeding 10 megawatt-hours. Understood, Master, Dubai replied as soon as the words left Xu Zhengyang's lips. It has already fulfilled Xu Zhengyang's command by sending over 20 links related to generator sets to his mobile phone. Although there were numerous links, Xu Zhengyang's frown deepened with each glance. The links provided by Dubai were all for generator sets powered by internal combustion engines. While these generator sets appeared clean and tidy, they required fuel. Xu Zhengyang discovered that beneath his shelter lay a coal mine, not an oil field. What he desired was a thermal power generator set driven by a boiler that powered a steam turbine, which in turn drove the generator. Chapter 56. Thermal Power Plant. Therefore, Xu Zhengyang commanded Dabai, I need a thermal power generator set powered by coal. I apologize, master, Dabai replied with a hint of grievance. Thermal power generator sets were recently classified under regulatory control and can no longer be directly purchased. Is that so? Xu Zhengyang paused briefly, then immediately inquired of Dabai. Where can I acquire a set of thermal power generators? I'm afraid that's not feasible. Due to environmental concerns, no individual would construct a small thermal power plant. Moreover, the complete sets of large thermal power plants are excessively massive. Your dimensional space bag simply lacks the capacity to contain and transport them back, Dabai explained, sending Xu Zhengyang a series of related information about thermal power plants. Is there no alternative? Xu Zhengyang asked. While mature generator systems are unavailable for purchase, we can certainly construct our own, master, Dabai responded, presenting Xu Zhengyang with another procurement list and further elucidating. Although thermal power generator sets have been placed on the restricted list, we can first acquire a boiler, then a steam turbine. Finally, we can obtain an internal combustion generator set, disassemble its generator, and combine these components to create our own thermal power generator set. Having said that, Dabai sent Xu Zhengyang a detailed blueprint, which was, in fact, a construction plan for a shelter thermal power plant designed based on the materials available for purchase. Master, simply procure the various materials according to this list, Dabai instructed Xu Zhengyang. Understood. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang promptly placed an order for the items upon reviewing the list. With the construction site prepared, the parts were disassembled, and the assembly was completed. Overall, Xu Zhengyang spent over a week finalizing the construction of the small thermal power plant. As the boiler within the plant ignited, the pressure began to rise. Soon after, high-pressure steam erupted through the pipes, causing the steam turbine to spin at high speed. And the needle on the voltmeter began to fluctuate. Simultaneously, the long-anticipated system subtitles finally appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main task, electricity, completed. Reward, dimensional space bag upgrade device. Dimensional space bag upgrade device. Effect, increases the dimensional space bag capacity to a spherical space with a diameter of 30 meters. Note, place it within the dimensional space bag to activate, as the task prompt appeared. A new upgrade device for the shelter manifested in Xu Zhengyang's hands, within a spherical space measuring 30 meters in diameter. The internal volume amounts to over 14,000 cubic meters. Xu Zhengyang gazed contentedly at the expanded dimensional space bag, nodding in approval. He then opened his task list to review the latest mainline mission. Main task, substation, in progress. You have successfully constructed a stable power plant within your shelter, resolving your electricity shortfall. However, utilizing the power plant's output directly poses several safety hazards. You are required to build a substation within the shelter to balance and stabilize the current and voltage, thereby eliminating potential safety risks. Task objective, construct a substation. Task reward, architectural energy efficiency optimization. Upon reading the task details, Xu Zhengyang could not help but furrow his brow. Thanks to the mature industrial chain in our country, he was able to procure various alternative products with the assistance of Dabai, enabling him to assemble a thermal power unit within his shelter. Yet, the specialized equipment required for constructing a substation had no alternatives available. Xu Zhengyang found it impossible to purchase what he needed. After much contemplation, he turned to Dabai and said, I require a complete set of substation equipment. Please assist me in devising a solution. Please hold on, master, Dabai replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than a navigation message was sent to Xu Zhengyang's phone. Master, proceed here. This is the reserve warehouse of the Power Supply Bureau, where the stored equipment can be utilized to construct our power station. Very well. You begin constructing the ground facility for the substation, and I shall retrieve the equipment tonight, Xu Zhengyang declared before returning to the shelter to recuperate, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. At 3 in the morning, Xu Zhengyang donned a Type 3 military combat uniform and, guided by Dabai, stealthily infiltrated the interior of the Bi-City Power Supply Bureau. Benefiting from the country's secure environment, the Bureau housed large warehouses containing equipment worth tens of millions, if not over 100 million yuan. Apart from an elderly security guard and the surveillance cameras covering the entire warehouse, there were no other security measures in place. Thus, after Dabai managed to disable the surveillance, Xu Zhengyang effortlessly retrieved the necessary equipment under Dabai's direction. The following day, at the Bi-City Public Security Bureau. Early in the morning, Yang Wui entered the office with heavy dark circles under his eyes. The case in the Green Earth area remained unresolved, causing him considerable distress. Fortunately, A multitude of other chaotic incidents had occurred recently, diverting attention from Yang Wui, allowing him to remain in his office. As he settled in to review the latest progress on the investigations, Deputy Director Old Chen hurriedly knocked on the door, holding a stack of photographs. "Director, we have a serious problem. The Power Supply Bureau reported this morning that a batch of equipment worth nearly 20 million yuan has been stolen." Upon hearing this, Yang Wui's expression soured. He reprimanded, "Old Chen, you've been around long enough. Do we really need to discuss such matters? Equipment worth nearly 10 million yuan surely warrants a truck for transport, doesn't it? This is quite a disturbance. Isn't it possible to apprehend the culprits just by reviewing the surveillance footage?" Old Chen responded with a bitter smile, hastily clarifying. "This case is akin to the one at Baicheng University where experimental equipment went missing. The surveillance footage yields no valuable clues whatsoever. It is as if those items vanished into thin air." "Nonsense," Yang Wui exclaimed, rising abruptly, his heart racing. "How can that be? The unresolved case in Luftu has already placed me in a precarious position. With so much transpiring recently, I could see myself narrowly escaping. If another major incident occurs at the Power Bureau, not even a miracle could save my position." "It is indeed true," Deputy Director Old Chen said, handing a document to Yang Wui. As Yang Wui perused it, his frown deepened, and finally, in frustration, he slammed the document onto the table, rendered speechless. At that moment, Deputy Director Old Chen suddenly recalled something important and said, "By the way, Director, not long ago, the military base sent us a letter requesting assistance in locating certain items, which required us to check the surveillance footage in Baicheng. After we agreed, they dispatched over 30 personnel to thoroughly examine the city surveillance. Yet, it seems they found nothing of significance. Do you think these three cases might share some commonality?" Chapter 57, Architectural Special Effects Energy Optimization Commonality? Yang Wui paused, initially believing Old Chen had made a significant discovery. He then inquired earnestly, "Please elaborate on your perspective." The recent viral video, whether it is genuine or not, is well understood by all. Speaking of which, Deputy Director Old Chen deliberately hesitated before adding, "Now that such phenomena have emerged, do you not think it plausible that there could exist entities beyond our comprehension?" Yang Wui lowered his gaze in contemplation. After a moment, he regarded Old Chen with a wry smile and remarked, "So, you are suggesting that I write in the report that Baicheng is haunted, which is why we are unable to solve these cases. These cases are exceptionally clean." Old Chen lamented. "Even with our advanced surveillance systems, we cannot uncover a single lead. I can only entertain the notion of supernatural explanations." "Very well," Yang Wui nodded in agreement. Just as Deputy Director Old Chen began to feel a sense of relief, Yang Wui added, "Coincidentally, the supervisory team is arriving this afternoon. Since you have some insights, I would like you to present your findings to them in detail." "What? Me?" Deputy Director Old Chen exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself. "Yes," Yang Wui affirmed. "It is time to shoulder some new responsibilities." With that, Yang Wui gestured for Deputy Director Old Chen to leave, solidifying the decision. "You may go now. I have matters to attend to. Please close the door behind you." Old Chen felt that Yang Wui was pushing him too hard. Frustration brewed within him, leading him to utter fabrications and resist passively. Yet, he never anticipated the turn of events that would follow. In a twist of fate, the self-satisfied banter of who turned against him, resulting in a metaphorical stone striking his own foot. The Deputy Director, Old Chen, now finds himself in a predicament, swallowing the bitter fruit of his own making. Silently, he exited the office, and on his way, he assisted Yang Wui by closing the door. Meanwhile, Xu Zhengyang remained oblivious to the happenings at the Public Security Bureau. After retrieving equipment from the Power Supply Bureau, the engineering robots had successfully constructed the substation compartment within the shelter. The most crucial apparatus of the substation was the transformer. Under the meticulous planning of Dubai and with the aid of the engineering robots, the installation of these devices within the shelter proved to be a manageable task. In approximately 4 hours, Xu Zhengyang not only completed the installation of the substation in his shelter, but also integrated the previous solar power generation and battery systems into the private power grid he had established. Consequently, during daylight hours, should any projects within the shelter require electricity, Dubai would prioritize utilizing the energy from the solar panels. This approach not only maximized resource conservation but also ensured that the smoke emitted from the thermal power plant's boiler, if only kept in a state of ignition, would be minimal. Additionally, Xu Zhengyang had installed a smoke treatment device on the chimney. Unless someone ventured into the lumber factory, it would be nearly impossible for anyone outside the 5-meter-high walls surrounding his lumber factory to detect any anomalies within. As night fell and the solar power supply became insufficient to sustain the shelter's operations, Dubai would then activate the thermal power plant's generator units within a limited capacity. ensuring that the plant consistently produced power exceeding the electricity shortfall by 1, thereby maximizing the conservation of the existing coal resources. Moreover, by this time, darkness enveloped the area. Even if the thermal power plant emitted smoke, it would go unnoticed in this desolate northern suburb. Upon witnessing the completion of his shelter's power system, Xu Zhengyang reflected with a sense of awe, remarking on the necessity of intelligent systems in today's world. If such advancements were realized, they would indeed prove invaluable. No sooner had he spoken than a series of system notifications appeared before him. Main quest, substation completed. Reward, building effect energy optimization, effect, when your substation remains intact. The total electricity consumption within your shelter decreases by 10. Impressive, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed in delight upon seeing this building effect. He then contentedly opened his task list to review the latest main quest, aerial vehicle in progress, in a post-apocalyptic world where society has collapsed. The once accessible roads and bridges quickly deteriorate without maintenance. Therefore, to ensure your travel needs are met, you must gather materials to construct an aerial vehicle capable of taking off and landing within your shelter. Task objective, to gather materials for the construction of a flying vehicle capable of taking off and landing within a shelter. Note, the vehicle must have a minimum load capacity of 200 kilograms, a flight speed of no less than 200 kilometers h, and a flight range of at least 600 kilometers. Task reward, Type 4 military flight combat suit. Upon reading the new task information, Xu Zhengyang could not help but furrow his brow. More than half a month ago, a video concerning the apocalypse had gone viral, leading authorities to resort to shutting down the internet in an attempt to eliminate its impact. Although the internet gradually reopened, the authorities seized this opportunity to enforce strict real name registration. Those without verified identities were prohibited from interacting with anyone, even to the extent of being unable to like a post. Furthermore, numerous sensitive materials and equipment were comprehensively placed on a control list during that time. Nowadays, it was not only impossible to acquire an aircraft, even a bakery wishing to purchase a few bags of sugar for cake making had to sign an extensive array of guarantees, ensuring that their sugar was solely intended for cakes and could be traced back to its source. Nevertheless, previous operations had allowed Xu Zhengyang to taste the sweetness of unearned gains. Thus, he directly inquired of Dubai, "Where can I find an aircraft with a load capacity exceeding 200 kilograms, a flight speed of no less than 200 kilometers h, and one that can take off and land directly within my shelter?" Dubai promptly searched and replied, "I regret to inform you, Master, that the aircraft I can locate and procure easily are all housed at civilian airports. However, those aircraft require a runway for takeoff and landing. The most suitable option for your needs would be a helicopter, but helicopters have also been placed on the control list and cannot be purchased through normal channels. Moreover, since the internet incident, all military bases and sensitive units associated with military factories in the country have entered a state of heightened alert, completely severing their internet connections. Therefore, even I cannot ascertain the location of any helicopters." "I see." Xu Zhengyang nodded in understanding. "Since there is no shortcut, I shall construct it myself." Chapter 58, Embracing the Sky. Having made his decision, Xu Zhengyang immediately addressed Dubai. "If I were to construct a monoplane with a load capacity of 200 kilograms, a maximum speed of 200 kilometers h, and a maximum range of 600 kilometers, what materials would I need to acquire?" He recalled having seen a video in which an ingenious individual had transformed a 500 yuan electric scooter engine into a functioning monoplane that successfully took off and landed in a field. Xu Zhengyang had been astounded by that video, never imagining that just a few months later, it would be his turn to create a similar aircraft. At that moment, Dubai's voice chimed in, "Master, you will need to purchase the following items." No sooner had Dubai finished speaking than a series of purchasing links appeared on Xu Zhengyang's phone. He glanced through them briefly and, without hesitation, promptly placed an order for the necessary components. The takeoff and landing distance of a monoplane typically ranges between 150 to 300 meters. Xu Zhengyang's lumber factory boasts a substantial ground area of 3,000 square meters. Given that Xu Zhengyang's demand for solar panels has diminished significantly, he is entirely capable of dismantling a portion of the solar panel structures to construct a runway of 300 meters on the surface of the shelter. Thus, Xu Zhengyang instructed Dubai Dao, "I grant you the authority to utilize 3 engineering robots. Commence the task of removing some solar panel supports and building a runway within the shelter." "Yes, Master," replied Dubai Dao. The principles and structure of a monoplane are remarkably straightforward. A simple online search yields a plethora of information. During World War I, aircraft engines were characterized by low power and substantial weight, with the majority of materials used for construction being wood and fabric. Nonetheless, by the conclusion of the war, Certain nations had managed to increase their aircraft speeds to between 180 and 200 kilometers per hour. Now, after over a century of technological advancement, even contemporary civilian materials far surpassed the military products of the past by a factor of 100 or more. Previously, while undertaking the safe zone mission, Xu Zhengyang acquired a skill in handcrafting. With this skill, his various manual abilities rival those of skilled artisans from the last century. Consequently, with Dubai's comprehensive design, the engineering robots undertaking the physical labor, and Xu Zhengyang personally crafting sensitive parts in the machinery workshop that are otherwise unattainable, within just 3 days. A rudimentary yet fully functional monoplane equipped with an intelligent control system was successfully assembled by Xu Zhengyang. At the moment of completion, a series of system prompts flashed before Xu Zhengyang's eyes. Main task: aerial vehicle completed. Reward: Type 4 flight combat suit. Type 4 flight combat suit. Skills: tactical helmet. Upon equipping the combat suit, you can seamlessly switch between normal vision, night vision, and thermal imaging. Composite fiber fabric. Equipping the combat suit significantly enhances your defense, with immunity to blade attacks. Note: the composite fiber fabric features 3 bulletproof insert slots. Optical camouflage. Upon equipping the combat suit, you can enter optical camouflage at will. Wingsuit transformation. The combat suit can transform into wingsuit mode within 0.35 seconds. Emergency parachute. The emergency backpack of the combat suit contains a parachute. Evaluation: 22nd Century Air Force Standard Combat Suit. The foundational functions of the Type 4 flight combat suit are identical to those of the Type 3 military combat suit, both featuring night vision and thermal imaging capabilities in their helmets, and constructed from composite fibers, complete with optical camouflage functionality. The sole distinction lies in the absence of the power-hungry exoskeleton armor found in conventional combat suits. The flight combat suit can transform into wingsuit mode at any time and includes an emergency parachute. Due to the non-consumptive nature of the wingsuit's deformation and emergency descent functions, the flight combat suit, when solely utilizing the optical camouflage feature, boasts a significantly longer endurance than its military counterpart. Consequently, even if a pilot's aircraft were to be destroyed behind enemy lines, the likelihood of survival would increase exponentially. While working on a handcrafted monoplane, Xu Zhengyang found himself contemplating whether to take to the skies in his creation. However, with the acquisition of the 4th-generation flight combat suit, he felt entirely unburdened. Equipped with a thermal imaging system and assisted by the companion Xu Zhengyang felt confident regardless of whether it was day or night. To avoid detection, he patiently waited until past 3 in the morning to don the newly acquired 4th-generation flight combat suit and board his handcrafted monoplane. Once seated and secured, Xu Zhengyang, envisioning the scenario in his mind, called into the microphone. Base, this is Dong Yao. I am ready for takeoff. Base acknowledges, I responded promptly, joining Xu Zhengyang in this flying game. To enhance realism, I intentionally modulated his voice to mimic the indistinct quality of radio transmission, stating, Dong Yao. Runway 1 at shelter is clear, wind direction northeast, speed 18. You are cleared for takeoff. Received. Xu Zhengyang exclaimed with excitement. Without hesitation, he pressed the throttle to the limit, and the monoplane began to roll down the runway. As the speed increased and he traveled approximately 100 meters, I suddenly cautioned. Master, speed is sufficient. Pull up. Understood. Xu Zhengyang replied, lifting the control stick under Bai's guidance, causing the front wheels of the monoplane to leave the ground as it began to ascend. 3 seconds later, the monoplane had reached an altitude of 30 meters, soaring beyond Xu Zhengyang's small courtyard. Gazing down at the familiar yet foreign terrain, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration surged within him. He had never experienced such unrestrained freedom. Xu Zhengyang continued to climb, piloting the monoplane toward the clouds above. Within the cloud mass, he observed the surrounding whiteness and muttered in dissatisfaction. It turns out flying into the clouds is no different from driving into fog. I promptly corrected him. Master, you are mistaken. There is a distinction between clouds and fog. Clouds are composed of. Be quiet. Xu Zhengyang interjected. Now is not the time for that. Understood, Master, I replied obediently. 2 hours later, as the fuel supply dwindled, Xu Zhengyang, guided by Bai, reluctantly began his return journey, still savoring the experience. Chapter 59, Main Mission Communication Channel. The regulation of airspace in our country remains exceedingly stringent. Even unmanned aerial vehicles are restricted to flying below 120 meters in designated safe zones, should one aspire to ascend beyond 120 meters. One must submit the event application in advance. If one is in sensitive locations such as airports or military bases, even drones sold through legitimate channels may be restricted by the authorities. rendering them incapable of takeoff. Consequently, even though Xu Zhengyang is flying his handcrafted monoplane in the dead of night, he will undoubtedly be detected by air traffic control, if all goes according to plan. There are already individuals on the ground awaiting his landing, ready to apprehend him immediately. However, Xu Zhengyang remains unfazed, as he never intended to adhere to standard landing procedures. They wish to capture him, yet they must first ascertain his whereabouts. As Xu Zhengyang returns to the airspace of Baiqing, he shuts off the engine, suspending the aircraft mid-air. Once the engine of the monoplane comes to a complete halt, and it begins gliding solely on inertia, he activates the optical camouflage feature of his flight combat suit and subsequently stows the aircraft into his dimensional pocket. With a swift motion, the monoplane vanishes into thin air. Xu Zhengyang then initiates the wingsuit transformation function of his combat suit, transforming into an airborne figure. He intends to soar directly back to his sanctuary. Meanwhile, at the Baiqing Air Traffic Control Authority, the duty officer Zhao Dayong stands grimly before the radar station. When he observes that the uncommunicative aircraft has finally returned to the Baiqing airspace, he can no longer contain his frustration and issues commands to his subordinates. Wang Hao, immediately contact the security department and have them accompany us to retrieve the civilian inventor. Yes, Wang Hao readily agrees, but the staff at the monitoring station suddenly interject. Director Zhao, the radar signal of that flying object has abruptly vanished in the Baiqing 246 airspace. Vanished? Zhao Dayong is taken aback and quickly strides to the monitoring station. The personnel promptly retrieve the records, pointing at the display. Director Zhao, look, it was here just a minute ago, and now it's nowhere to be found. I am conducting a comprehensive scan, but there are no findings. Zhao Dayong is bewildered. How can such a large aircraft simply disappear? Even if it had crashed, there would still be a trajectory to trace. This is utterly baffling. At that moment, Wang Hao timidly inquires, Director Zhao, how should we report this matter? Zhao Dayong remains silent for a moment before responding. You should draft a report detailing the situation accurately. As for how to report it, I will consult the director for his decision. But it's not even 5 o'clock yet. Disturbing the director at this hour may not be appropriate, Wang Hao cautions. If you bother him with trivial matters, he will surely be displeased. However, if you wait until he arrives at work to discuss it, you might find yourself in a precarious position. As Zhao Dayong speaks, he exits the office to make a phone call. Unbeknownst to Xu Zhengyang, events are unfolding at the Air Traffic Control Authority. He successfully returns to his sanctuary utilizing the wingsuit form of his combat suit. It must be noted that flying an aircraft and piloting one are entirely distinct experiences, especially after Xu Zhengyang just experienced a thrilling session of wingsuit flying. His adrenaline surged, leaving him wide awake. Thus, he eagerly opened his task list to review his main quest, communication channel and progress in this apocalyptic world. The information that can be transmitted via radio waves is exceedingly limited. You must construct communication devices to ensure a communication channel centered around your shelter with a radius of 10 kilometers. Task objective, collect materials to construct a communication channel, minimum data transmission rate of 10 required. Task reward, building effect interference resistance upon examining the task details. Xu Zhengyang furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the challenge of establishing a communication channel with a 10-kilometer range. In layman's terms, a communication channel equates to a signal base station. This is yet another task that would be easier to accomplish in the apocalypse than in the present day. Constructing a base station is relatively straightforward in terms of hardware, as our complete industrial chain allows most equipment to be readily purchased. Even if some items are unavailable for purchase, signal base stations are ubiquitous, and one can easily dismantle a few for personal use. The more challenging aspect lies in the frequency channels. Our country imposes stringent regulations in this regard. Even a regular person installing a signal amplifier might attract unwelcome attention. If Xu Zhengyang were to construct a signal base station on the surface of his shelter, even in the desolate northern suburbs, it would undoubtedly draw scrutiny. This posed quite a dilemma. Just as Xu Zhengyang was feeling overwhelmed, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him, prompting him to glance back at the system details. Indeed, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed with excitement. The system merely instructed me to construct a communication channel, but it did not require me to activate this channel. By merely erecting a base station structure in his home without transmitting signals, and by covering the signal tower with optical camouflage, who could possibly discern that there was a base station within his shelter? With this realization, Xu Zhengyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then directed Dubai to commence the construction of the base station's ground portion before promptly purchasing a high-speed train ticket to the neighboring Blue City. Although base stations were plentiful, Xu Zhengyang could not continuously exploit the resources in his vicinity. If he kept taking advantage of the surroundings, it would soon become evident that something was amiss. Structural schematic, Ground portion, machine room portion, at 11 in the morning, after more than 3 hours on the high-speed train. Xu Zhengyang arrived in Blue City without incident. Given the daylight, he could not act immediately. Having stayed up all night, he felt quite fatigued. So he merely grabbed a quick bite to satisfy his hunger before seeking a high-rise hotel to catch up on sleep. Upon awakening, it was already 8 in the evening. He passed the time aimlessly until the clock struck 2 in the morning, at which point he donned his flight combat suit and stealthily made his way out. Generally speaking, to ensure signal strength, communication companies install a signal base station at elevated points at regular intervals. Consequently, under the guidance of the intelligent assistant, Xu Zhengyang effortlessly located a signal base station situated atop a skyscraper, its parameters far exceeding the mission requirements. Approaching the base station, he witnessed in the blink of an eye how the assistant erased all information from the station and severed its connection to the network. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang retrieved his tools from the dimensional space bag and commenced his task. Chapter 60. The message of parent seeds. Half an hour later, the imposing signal tower suddenly vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the hotel, Xu Zhengyang indulged in a brief rest, waking up the next morning at 10 o'clock to take the high-speed train back to Baicheng. As soon as he entered the shelter, the intelligent assistant had already prepared the necessary base for constructing the station. With the aid of engineering robots, Xu Zhengyang installed the base station within a shelter in just 30 minutes. The moment the signal base station powered up, a series of system notifications appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main quest, communication channel, completed. Reward, building effect, interference resistance. Building effect, interference resistance. Effect, as long as the equipment in your machine room remains intact. All wireless signals in the shelter gain an interference resistance of 100. Pleased with the building effect, Xu Zhengyang promptly instructed the assistant to shut down the signal base station and subsequently concealed it using the shelter's optical camouflage module. After completing these tasks, he clapped his hands in satisfaction before opening his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest, parent seeds, in progress. In the post-apocalyptic world, food remains the foremost concern. Although your shelter is equipped with a 3-dimensional farm, the rice cultivated there consists of processed seeds. After 2 or 3 cycles of replanting, the yield will sharply decline. You must locate parent seeds of high-yield rice that produce no less than 1,000 pounds per acre to avert a food crisis in your shelter. Quest objective: find parent seeds of high-yield rice that produce no less than 1,000 pounds per acre. Quest reward: building effect, flourishing. After reviewing the quest description, Xu Zhengyang quickly searched online for information regarding parent seeds. Parent seeds typically refer to the first-generation seeds used in hybrid experiments, which, when preserved, do not exhibit trait segregation that would affect yield. In contrast, the seeds sold on the market are processed and only guarantee low disease incidence and high yield during the initial planting. If the harvested rice is replanted for a second or third cycle, these seeds will experience degeneration, significantly impacting both yield and health. Having gained a fundamental understanding of parent seeds, Xu Zhengyang immediately inquired of the assistant, "Can you locate where I might find parent seeds of rice that yield over 1,000 pounds per acre? Please hold on." After speaking plainly, a look of helplessness appeared on his face as he said, "I apologize, master. I just searched the entire internet, and the only information I could retrieve was some outdated news. All news regarding the parental seeds has now been completely deleted." "I see." Xu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, he recalled the last time he sought assistance from Bai Kaiyuan in designing a vertical farm, during which he had caught a glimpse of his desk. It seemed that Bai Kaiyuan had indeed been involved in a research project concerning parental seeds. Coincidentally, Xu Zhengyang had previously promised Bai Kaiyuan to share the data from his vertical farm, making it an opportune moment to sound him out. With this thought in mind, Xu Zhengyang immediately instructed Dabai, "Please compile a detailed report of the operational data from the vertical farm over the past few days. And it would be best to include images from each stage of the monitoring as well. Then, save this data onto a disk. I need it right away." "Understood, master." "The data is currently being transferred," Dabai responded. "By the way," Xu Zhengyang added, "please ensure that the disk has the capability to automatically copy data from others." "Of course, master. I will take care of it right away." Barely 2 minutes later, Xu Zhengyang saw a drone carrying a specially made disk flying towards him. Simultaneously, Dabai's voice came through, "Master, the disk has been completed." "Great." Xu Zhengyang took the disk and drove straight to Baicheng University. An hour later, he arrived once more at Bai Kaiyuan's office. Upon learning of Xu Zhengyang's purpose, Bai Kaiyuan inquired curiously, "Let me see your data then." "Here it is, Professor Bai," Xu Zhengyang replied, handing over the prepared disk. Bai Kaiyuan nodded, taking the disk and donning his reading glasses before inserting it into his computer to browse through the information. As he scrolled through the data, he couldn't help but commend, "You have documented this very meticulously." While artificial intelligence may struggle with tasks requiring imagination and creativity, it excels at data processing like this. Despite the praise, Xu Zhengyang remained modest, responding, "It's merely satisfactory." "You're being too humble," Bai Kaiyuan stated with his characteristic scientific mindset. "Where one thing is one thing, and two is two." He continued, "Well done is simply well done. No student of mine can match the level of detail in your records." Then, Bai Kaiyuan turned off the data and said to Xu Zhengyang, "I am very pleased with your record. That settles our transaction." With that, Bai Kaiyuan stared at Xu Zhengyang with a look indicating it was time for him to leave. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Xu Zhengyang coughed a couple of times and said, "Professor Bai, could you please copy the data onto your computer and return the disk to me? It holds sentimental value." "Sorry, I just forgot," Bai Kaiyuan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. While copying Xu Zhengyang's data, he teased, "Is this a gift from your girlfriend?" "Sort of," Xu Zhengyang replied dismissively. After reclaiming the specially crafted disk, Xu Zhengyang bid farewell to Bai Kaiyuan and departed from his office. As soon as he stepped outside, he connected the disk to his mobile phone using an adapter. Subsequently, he pressed his Bluetooth headset and instructed Dubai, "Search for any information regarding parental seeds within the disk." Approximately 2 seconds later, Dubai's voice resonated in Xu Zhengyang's ear. "Master, according to the data on Professor Bai's computer, there exists a vertical farming project at the military base in the eastern suburbs. Based on Professor Bai's recorded data, the rice cultivated at that military base is indeed parental seeds." Oh, Xu Zhengyang's heart stirred at this revelation. "So, the military base in the eastern suburbs has also constructed a vertical farm?" He pondered thoughtfully and nodded. He then drove back to the refuge, already contemplating his course of action for the evening. Chapter 61. The Seed of a Unique Miniature Mine. The military base in the eastern suburbs of Bai City had now entered a state of heightened alert. Not only were there sentries and hidden guards, but even the soldiers and patrol teams were armed with live ammunition. However, regardless of how stringent the defenses of the military base were, they were no more formidable than Paper de Xu Zhengyang, who possessed 2 distinct functional combat suits. According to the information recorded on Bai Kaiyuan's computer, there was a massive vertical farm led by him within the military base, encompassing a total construction area of 6,000 square meters. Establishing a fully self-sufficient vertical farm of such magnitude was not an endeavor that could be achieved overnight. For this reason, the military base in the eastern suburbs needed to procure feed daily from Bai City to sustain the various livestock within the vertical farm. With Dubai's assistance, Xu Zhengyang found it effortless to locate the feed supplier for the military base. At 5 in the morning, he arrived at the feed supplier's location. He then activated the optical camouflage feature of his combat suit and directly attached himself to the chassis of the supplier's delivery truck. The goods had been preloaded the previous day. At 6:30 in the morning, the driver, upon starting work, promptly opened the cargo compartment to verify the quantity of feed. Once confirmed, the driver hummed a tune and drove towards the eastern suburbs. After more than an hour of jostling, Xu Zhengyang finally arrived at the Bai City military base alongside the delivery truck. The entrance inspection at the eastern suburbs military base was stringent. The driver's cabin, cargo compartment, roof, and undercarriage underwent thorough scanning by 2 engineers wielding handheld devices. Once the inspection yielded no issues, the unloading commenced. It must be said that the efficiency of unloading at the military base was remarkably high. Within just 10 minutes, the entire cargo of feed was swiftly unloaded. "You may return," a guard informed the truck driver. "See you." The driver courteously replied and promptly drove away. "Take these items to the vertical farm," the guard said before turning and leaving the matter in the hands of his colleagues. A contingent of soldiers from the culinary brigade, adorned in their uniforms, pushed large carts, enduring rigorous inspections before finally delivering the load of feed to the vertical farm. After approximately an hour, once the soldiers had cleaned the enclosures and fed the livestock, they began to push the empty carts back out. For these soldiers, this was merely a fragment of their arduous daily routine. However, for Xu Zhengyang, his dimensional space bag was already brimming with over 50 pounds of ripe rice. 2 hours later, at the very moment Xu Zhengyang stepped into the confines of the shelter, a series of familiar system notifications appeared before him. Main quest, parent seeds completed, reward, architectural effect, flourishing growth, architectural effect, flourishing growth, effect. When your vertical farm operates normally, all plants within the farm gain a 25 growth speed bonus. Delighted by the attributes of this architectural effect, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. The growth cycle of rice typically spans around 120 days. However, with this new architectural effect, it would mature in merely 90 days. Not only for the rice, But the maturation periods of other vegetables and fruits within the vertical farm would also be significantly shortened, with the flourishing growth effect in place. The overall yield of the vertical farm could see a substantial increase in the near future. Even if I designate an area for raising medium to large livestock such as sheep and cattle, it would be more than sufficient. Having contemplated this, Xu Zhengyang opened his task list to review the latest main quest, steel production workshop in progress, as the area of your shelter expands. Your demand for steel rebar increases significantly. To ensure the pace of expansion, please construct a steel production workshop within the shelter. Task objective, steel production workshop. Workshop area no less than 100 square meters. Minimum daily output no less than 30 tons. Capable of producing all common sizes of rebar within the 632 range. Task reward, rare item, small mine seed, iron. After perusing the task details, Xu Zhengyang paused, captivated by the peculiar item known as the mine seed. Could it be that planting this would yield an iron or deposit? With a face full of anticipation, Xu Zhengyang promptly issued instructions to Dabai, saying, Dabai, designate a 100 square meter workshop for me. I need to construct a steel production line within the shelter. The production line must have a minimum daily output of no less than 30 tons and be capable of producing all common sizes of rebar within the 632 range. Understood, Master, Dabai responded promptly, and at that moment, Xu Zhengyang received several informational links on his phone. Simultaneously, Dabai elaborated on those details, explaining that the technology involved in steel rebar production was not particularly advanced, as there were 7 manufacturers in Beijing alone. However, due to the recent downturn in the real estate sector, 4 of these steel factories were on the brink of closure. Based on my analysis, the company, known as Dongsheng, is owned by Ko Dongsheng, whose son has been diagnosed with leukemia. In a state of urgency, he is eager to sell the factory to raise funds for his son as treatment. If you, the protagonist, approach him, a purchase agreement could be swiftly reached. After conveying this information, Dabai placed the details of the Dongsheng rebar factory at the forefront. Let us proceed with this factory. You shall first command the engineering robot to construct a production workshop within the shelter, Xu Zhengyang declared, and upon clicking the link, he promptly dialed Ko Dongsheng's number. Hello. Is this Boss Ko? I have heard you are looking to sell your rebar factory, and I am quite interested. I am not joking. Are you currently at the factory? Could we discuss this in person? After receiving confirmation, he stated, Excellent. I shall be there shortly, in about an hour. Once the call ended, Xu Zhengyang changed his attire and set out towards the Dongsheng rebar factory. An hour later, at the factory, Ko Dongsheng, age 40, embodied the saying that a man at 40 is like a blooming flower. However, due to his son's plight, his face bore the marks of exhaustion, with even his temples turning gray from worry. The vigor typically associated with a man of his age had vanished. Initially, upon receiving Xu Zhengyang's call, Ko Dongsheng suspected him to be a fraud, considering the cooling real estate market in recent years. Could there truly be someone interested in acquiring a rebar factory? Yet, in his dire need for money, he decided to entertain the possibility, despite the likelihood of it being a ruse, and made his way to the factory to await Xu Zhengyang. As a vintage vehicle came to a halt outside the factory gates with a creak, Xu Zhengyang stepped out and greeted him. Are you Boss Ko? Hearing the voice of the man who had called him, Ko Dongsheng felt a chill run through him as he eyed the car. He sensed that he might have made a fruitless trip. Although apprehensive, for the sake of his son, he mustered a forced smile, approached Xu Zhengyang, offered him a cigarette, and invited him inside, saying, You must be Mr. Xu? Come in. It's warmer inside. Certainly, Xu Zhengyang replied amiably. The Dongsheng rebar factory was Ko Dongsheng's venture from the ground up. As such, he was intimately familiar with every detail of the factory. As he led Xu Zhengyang through the premises, he began to explain. Let me give you an overview of my factory. However, unbeknownst to Ko Dongsheng, Xu Zhengyang had already infiltrated the factory's surveillance through Dubai and had previewed the various equipment within. In a sense, Xu Zhengyang was more knowledgeable about the factory than Ko Dongsheng himself. Thus, as Ko Dongsheng ushered Xu Zhengyang into his office, Xu Zhengyang retrieved 4 contracts from his briefcase. He handed the contracts to Ko Dongsheng and stated, All right, Boss Ko, I am already aware of the particulars regarding your factory. I offer you a flat price of 1 million. If you agree, we can sign the contract now, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Generally speaking, for a small rebar processing factory like Ko Dongsheng's, the cost of establishing a new one would typically be around 100,000. Although the lease on Ko Dongsheng's factory still has 15 years remaining, his equipment is already 5 years old. Ideally, he would be satisfied with a sale price of 700,000 to 800,000. Even a figure around 500,000 to 600,000 would be acceptable. However, he was utterly taken aback when Xu Zhengyang offered him an astonishing 1 million. For a moment, Ko Dongsheng was rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he incredulously inquired, "How much?" 1 million, Xu Zhengyang replied, unfolding the contract and presenting it to Ko Dongsheng. The contract penned by Xu Zhengyang was straightforward and devoid of any hidden traps. Upon reading it, Ko Dongsheng hurriedly exclaimed, "Boss Xu, you have truly rendered me a great service." His voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. He quickly retrieved a pen and seal from his desk to sign the contract and affix his thumbprint. The contract was produced in 4 copies, with each party retaining 1, and an additional copy required for the transfer of the factory and notarization. Once the transfer contract was finalized, Xu Zhengyang wasted no time and promptly transferred the funds to Ko Dongsheng. 10 minutes later, he bid farewell to the immensely grateful Ko Dongsheng. Subsequently, he called for 2 semi-trailers and a crane to dismantle all the equipment from the Dongsheng steel factory and transport it to his shelter. The following day, once the newly constructed rebar production workshop at the shelter was completed, Xu Zhengyang proceeded to relocate the various pieces of equipment and install them within the workshop. Immediately afterward, a series of system notifications appeared before him, and a fist-sized black-red glass orb materialized in his hand. Main quest: rebar production workshop completed. Reward: oddity, small iron or seed. Oddity, small iron or seed. Effect: upon use, generates an iron or vein with a total reserve of no less than 32 million tons centered at the usage location. Warning: the or seed must be used below 50 meters from the surface. Evaluation: a cosmic oddity rich in concentrated iron elements. Upon witnessing the attributes of the glass orb in his hand, Xu Zhengyang's heart raced with excitement. Generally speaking, 1 ton of iron ore can yield approximately 400 to 600 pounds of steel. This 32 million tons of iron or vein, even when calculated at the lowest extraction rate, could yield at least over 200 tons of steel. If all the steel were to be manufactured into rebar, even expanding his shelter 10-fold or 20-fold would be more than sufficient. Thus, Xu Zhengyang promptly issued orders to Dubai, stating, "Dubai, dig a 50-meter mine tunnel eastward from the shelter center. Then, construct a transfer station there, and at a 45-degree angle, excavate a 300-meter-long mine tunnel." Xu Zhengyang intended to plant this small iron or seed to the east of his shelter. As soon as Dubai commenced the work, Xu Zhengyang carefully stored this remarkable object into the dimensional space pouch and subsequently opened his task list to examine the latest main quest. Main quest: production workshop for silicate cement. As the area of your shelter expands, your demand for cement grows increasingly urgent. To ensure the pace of your shelter's expansion, please construct a silicate cement production workshop within your refuge. Task objective: silicate cement production workshop. Workshop area no less than 100 square meters. Minimum daily output no less than 1,000 tons. Task reward: small mineral seed, limestone. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang was filled with exhilaration. The primary components of cement include limestone, clay, iron, ore, and coal. He already possessed a coal mine. Iron ore was readily available in his dimensional space pouch. Ready for cultivation, clay was abundant everywhere. As for limestone, once Xu Zhengyang successfully constructed the silicate cement production workshop, he would instantly acquire that small limestone mineral seed. The system's task was indeed intricately interwoven. With excitement, Xu Zhengyang instructed Dubai to allocate an 80 square meter space within the shelter for the silicate cement production workshop, and then to commence mining. Oh, and please compile a list of the machinery required for cement production. Yes, master. Dubai dutifully complied with Xu Zhengyang's orders. In the next moment, a series of links appeared on Xu Zhengyang's phone, detailing the materials necessary for cement production. The cement production line was not technically complex. In fact, there was a local factory in Baicheng that manufactured cement equipment. Thus, without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang drove straight to that cement equipment factory to procure the various tools needed for cement production. Cement rotary kiln, cyclone preheater, cooler, crusher, vertical mill, roller press, cement mill, coal mill, dryer, dust collector, packaging machine. Xu Zhengyang toured the cement equipment factory, inspected their production workshop, and, upon confirming the quality of their equipment, promptly paid the deposit to acquire a complete set of their finest production machinery. The sales manager, witnessing the transaction, smiled broadly and praised Xu Zhengyang, saying, "Boss Xu, you truly are an exceptional young talent." "Oh, not at all," Xu Zhengyang replied modestly, and after agreeing on the delivery time and location, he drove back to the shelter. Chapter 63. The super glasses. The following morning, the newly constructed concrete partitions in Xu Zhengyang's shelter had already solidified. Concurrently, the Baicheng cement machinery factory delivered the cement rotary kiln, cyclone preheater, cooler, and other machinery for the cement production line that Xu Zhengyang had ordered the previous day. The familiar process of inspection, payment, transportation, and installation was completed seamlessly. Before Xu Zhengyang's eyes appeared a series of familiar system notifications. Main quest, silicate cement production workshop, completed. Rewards obtained. Rare small or vein seed, limestone. Rare small or vein seed, limestone. Effect, upon use. Generates a limestone vein with a total reserve of no less than 26 million tons centered around the location of use. Warning, or vein seeds must be used below 50 meters of ground level. Upon witnessing this fist-sized white sphere that had materialized in his hand, Xu Zhengyang was filled with exhilaration. While these mineral seeds were undeniably practical, the apocalypse had not yet arrived. The currency in his possession still held value, allowing him to procure various necessary building materials. Thus, Xu Zhengyang planned to first plant the ore vein seed and subsequently prepare the mine. When the external world descended into utter chaos and the currency turned to mere paper, he would then commence the extraction of the resources lying beneath his shelter. Truly, it was a remarkable artifact. As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang carefully stored the seed capable of generating limestone veins into his dimensional space pouch. Immediately after, he opened his task list to review the latest main quest, material storage in progress, whether expanding the underground shelter or reinforcing the above-ground structures. A sufficient reserve of building materials is essential. Task objective, construct a material storage with a total capacity of not less than 500 cubic meters. Collect 1,000 tons of cement, 1,000 tons of river sand, 1,000 tons of gravel, 1,000 tons of rebar, model unrestricted. Task reward, Type 1 military stealth goggles, biobattery version. After reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement. This military-grade stealth goggles were evidently advanced technology from the future. With so many tasks converging, he suddenly found himself in the delightful dilemma of the engineering robots being somewhat overwhelmed. The construction of the mine was not particularly urgent, so Xu Zhengyang first instructed Dabai to retrieve the engineering robots to build the material storage, while he called Chen Yong, Uncle Chun. Please arrange a batch of building materials for me. I need cement, river sand, gravel, and rebar, each requiring 1,000 tons. I'm not joking. I will transfer the money right away. Yes, it needs to be quick. Generally speaking, the weight limit for semi-trailers in our country is not to exceed 35 tons. However, in practice, drivers often carry a bit more. For 1,000 tons of goods, even if a truck carries 40 tons, at least 25 semi-trailers would be necessary. Xu Zhengyang required a total of 4 types of materials, which meant that a minimum of 100 semi-trailers would be needed to transport the goods he was purchasing. The material storage, with a total capacity of 500 cubic meters, would only require an area of 500 square meters given the 5-meter height of Xu Zhengyang's shelter. Thus, the plan was set in motion. By the following day, Xu Zhengyang's materials warehouse had been completed. It must be said that Chen Yang's efficiency was indeed remarkable. As soon as the warehouse was finished, a steady stream of semi-trailers began arriving at Xu Zhengyang's location. By dusk, the roads surrounding the lumber factory were piled high with a plethora of construction materials. After inspecting, settling accounts, and transporting, it was already 10:30 at night by the time Xu Zhengyang had moved all these materials into his newly constructed warehouse. Main quest, materials warehouse, completed. Reward, Type 1 military night vision goggles, biobattery version. Type 1 military night vision goggles, biobattery version. Effect, once donned, you can utilize brainwave manipulation to achieve 12x zoom, night vision, thermal imaging, ballistic generation, ballistic analysis, explosion analysis, and threat detection. Note, the Type 1 military night vision goggles can recharge by drawing the wearer's bioelectric current. Evaluation, the pinnacle of 22nd century espionage equipment. In all, Xu Zhengyang was exhilarated upon discovering all the attributes of the Type 1 military night vision goggles. He promptly retrieved them from their case and affixed them to his eyes. No sooner had he donned the lenses than a logo materialized before him. Following this, as the goggles conducted a self-check, a line of text appeared in his field of vision. Detected your left eye's myopia degree as 176, astigmatism 134. Right eye's myopia degree as 146, astigmatism 89. Would you like to enable the automatic vision correction feature? Yes. As Xu Zhengyang thought this, his vision blurred momentarily, as if the goggles were focusing. A second later, as the focus gradually sharpened, his eyesight began to restore. Ultimately, the world around him transformed from a mere 360p to a stunning 1080p. Since developing myopia in middle school, Xu Zhengyang had not experienced such clarity for a long time. Astonishing. He had not anticipated that these goggles could directly correct his nearsightedness and astigmatism. Eagerly, he began to explore the various features: zoom, night vision, thermal imaging, ballistic generation, ballistic analysis, explosion analysis, and threat detection. After thoroughly experiencing all the capabilities of the goggles, Xu Zhengyang was confident that with his mastery of shooting, his marksmanship would undoubtedly reach new heights. Thrilled, since the goggles were powered by bioelectricity, Xu Zhengyang saw no need to remove them. He then opened his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest: firepower advantage in progress. Do not stockpile food without arms. My home is a granary. In a post-apocalyptic world, the more refined your shelter as construction, the more likely it is to attract malevolent attention. The truth, as always, lies within firing range. Task objective: construct an arsenal with a total storage capacity of no less than 500 cubic meters. Collect and manufacture 100,000 rounds of ammunition. Task reward: exosuit. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement. An exosuit. This is the aspiration of the vast majority of men. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Xu Zhengyang instructed Da Bai to book a flight to Siam. He didn't even pause to change his clothes before heading straight to the airport. Chapter 64. The essence of mental power in Siam. At the Yin family gold exchange, Xu Zhengyang noticed that Yin Xiaowei's demeanor towards him was markedly more respectful than before. However, Xu Zhengyang was indifferent to such changes. He promptly conveyed his requirements to Yin Xiaowei, stating, "I need 300,000 rounds of ammunition, with 100,000 rounds each of 7.62 millimeters, 5.56 millimeters, and 9 millimeters bullets." At this juncture, a peculiar sensation arose within Xu Zhengyang. A feeling that he had come all this way for a reason. Thus, he continued, "I also require 30 units of 120 millimeters mortars, along with 10,000 rounds of 120 millimeters mortar shells, 300,000 rounds of ammunition, and 10,000 mortar shells." Yin Xiaowei exclaimed, leaping from his seat in astonishment, stammering, "Are you preparing for war?" Xu Zhengyang merely smiled in response, not uttering a word. Realizing his outburst, Yin Xiaowei quickly regained his composure. "My apologies. I spoke out of turn." After a moment, he furrowed his brow and addressed Xu Zhengyang. "The bullets and mortars are manageable, but I fear I cannot procure that many 120 millimeters mortar shells." Xu Zhengyang, unperturbed, replied, "Procure as many as you can." "Understood," Yin Xiaowei assured him, then inquired, "Shall we proceed as before, delivering the goods directly to your hotel?" "Yes," Xu Zhengyang nodded. "Rest assured, finances are not an issue," Yin Xiaowei guaranteed. "I will arrange this immediately. The goods will reach your hotel by tomorrow morning at the latest. Thank you for your assistance." Xu Zhengyang responded courteously before taking his leave to rest at his hotel. The following day, Yin Xiaowei and Xiao Wu, accompanied by several subordinates, arrived at Xu Zhengyang's hotel, pushing numerous carts laden with supplies. Though their actions were conspicuous in Siam, displaying the Yin family's insignia allowed them to navigate local law enforcement with ease. Upon knocking on Xu Zhengyang's door, Yin Xiaowei appeared apologetic as he addressed him. "I apologize, Mr. Xu. As you know, the situation has become quite tense. These materials are in high demand. The bullets are manageable, as my family can produce as many as you need. However, for the 120 millimeter shells, I can only secure 3,000. Let that suffice for now," Xu Zhengyang replied. After all, the shells were not essential to the task at hand. They were merely a precautionary measure for unforeseen circumstances, and he would accept whatever quantity was available. Xu Zhengyang said to Yin Xiaowei, "Please help me bring the items inside. I will transfer the payment to you." A minute later, the transaction was completed. At that moment, Yin Xiaowei suddenly produced a red brocade box from his pocket and remarked, "Mr. Xu, I have stumbled upon a remarkable item. I wonder if you might be interested." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Xiaowei opened the box, revealing a transparent orb nestled within. The orb, about the size of a pinky finger, radiated a faint white glow in all directions. The mere sight of this orb filled Xu Zhengyang with a sense of serenity. Curiosity piqued. He employed a detection skill on the orb, spirit power condensation orb effect. Ingesting it permanently increases one's spirit power attribute by 1 point. Upon reviewing the orb's properties, Xu Zhengyang's heart raced. This was indeed an orb capable of enhancing one's spirit power. After pondering for a moment, he realized that engaging in convoluted dialogue would not serve him well against Yin Xiaowei, so he straightforwardly inquired, "What do you want for it?" Noticing Xu Zhengyang's genuine interest, Yin Xiaowei quickly replied, "All I need is for you to tell me what it does." Xu Zhengyang paused for a moment, then directly took the spirit power condensation orb from Yin Xiaowei's hands and swallowed it whole. Then he said to Yin Xiaowei, "It's something you consume. Yin Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "You eat it?" "Yes," Xu Zhengyang replied candidly, "for ordinary people. Consuming it allows for a more restful sleep and greater vitality during the day. That's all." Yin Xiaowei perceptively detected the underlying implication in Xu Zhengyang's words and quickly asked, "What about those beyond the ordinary?" Enhanced focus. Xu Zhengyang promptly activated his concentration ability and, after poking Yin Xiaowei's forehead with his index finger, deactivated the state. Yin Xiaowei's bodyguard, Xiaowu, was a formidable fighter among the elite in Siam. From the moment they entered, he had been silently watching Xu Zhengyang. Yet, even with his keen observation, Xiaowu failed to see Xu Zhengyang's finger touch Yin Xiaowei's forehead. "Young Master Yin," Xiaowu gasped, ready to draw his weapon. But Yin Xiaowei stopped him, saying, "Xiaowu, step outside." Xiaowu hesitated, glancing between Xu Zhengyang and Yin Xiaowei, before reluctantly agreeing, "Yes, young Master Yin," and exited the room, closing the door behind him. At that moment, Xu Zhengyang withdrew his finger, meeting Yin Xiaowei's astonished expression, and stated, "For those beyond the ordinary. Consuming it makes one stronger." Seeing no deceit in Xu Zhengyang's demeanor, Yin Xiaowei inquired further, "Are there any side effects?" Xu Zhengyang shook his head, replying none. With a sigh of relief, Yin Xiaowei finally understood why Xu Zhengyang possessed the confidence to venture alone into Siam. Yin Xiaowei urgently inquired of Xu Zhengyang whether an ordinary person consuming such orbs could awaken their abilities like he had. Xu Zhengyang, uncertain if an ordinary individual's mental capacity could reach 5 or 10 points to achieve a similar awakening, replied candidly, "I do not know. We have not tested it." As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, "So, if I understand correctly, you still possess these orbs?" Indeed, Yin Xiaowei did not hesitate to disclose. "Recently, some peculiar creatures have emerged in the Siam region. After we dealt with them, we discovered these orbs within the remains of some formidable monsters." At this juncture, Yin Xiaowei quickly added, "However, these items are exceedingly precious, and our stock is limited. Even if Mr. Su desires them, we only exchange and do not sell." "Only exchange?" Xu Zhengyang murmured, fully aware of Yin Xiaowei's intentions regarding what he sought to trade. However, he pondered how he could possibly part with treasures produced by the system. Having already given away a mental energy orb, he responded nonchalantly to Yin Xiaowei, "I must first report this to my superior. I cannot make such decisions alone. I will provide you with a response later." "Of course," Yin Xiaowei nodded with a smile, then reopened the door, signaling his subordinates to bring in the goods. Chapter 65, The Exosuit. After exchanging pleasantries with Yin Xiaowei, Xu Zhengyang promptly issued a dismissal. Once Yin Xiaowei departed, he did not linger unnecessarily. Swiftly storing all his possessions in his dimensional space pouch and hanging a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. Before his departure, Xu Zhengyang visited the front desk to extend his stay for another week, and then made his way directly to the airport. Half a day later, upon returning to Baiqing and crossing the threshold of the shelter, a series of system notifications appeared before him. Main quest, Armory completed. Reward, Exosuit, Exosuit. Attributes, Strength 20. Agility 25, Intelligence 1, Spirit 0. Stamina 20. Skills, Universal Protocol. The Exosuit features a built-in simulator capable of interfacing with most electronically controlled devices. Triple composite coating. The surface of the Exosuit is coated with a triple composite layer, rendering it immune to radar, infrared, and sonar detection. Air circulation system. The cockpit of the Exosuit is equipped with an air circulation system. Overclock. The Exosuit can temporarily elevate its strength to 35 points by increasing output power. Evaluation. Although a civilian product modified from a mining mech, when equipped with sufficient firepower, it can still exhibit remarkable capabilities. After reviewing the attributes of the Exosuit, Xu Zhengyang was filled with exhilaration and immediately retrieved it to the courtyard. Observing the colossal machine, measuring a staggering 42 meters, he hesitated not a moment and climbed into the cockpit. Engage. As Xu Zhengyang fastened his seatbelt and pressed the cockpit's ignition button, the Exosuit's motors began to whir into life. Before him, a series of self-diagnostic messages from the mech materialized on the glass display. Remaining power, consumption status of the air circulation system, and a list of utilized universal protocol interfaces. The plethora of intricate features left Xu Zhengyang utterly dazzled. He resembled a child who had just acquired a new toy, eagerly experimenting with every function of the individual mech. An hour later, after thoroughly exploring each feature 2 or 3 times, he reluctantly exited the cockpit, stowing the mech into his dimensional pocket. "What a marvelous treasure!" Xu Zhengyang exclaimed excitedly. As he made his way to his refuge, he opened his task list to review the latest primary mission. However, upon accessing the list, he discovered that this time, The tasks were markedly different, presenting a surprising notification. Main challenge task: your refuge has become increasingly sophisticated. You are now capable of undertaking deeper challenge missions. Do you wish to accept? Yes. Warning: the difficulty of the main challenge task is extremely high. Please choose wisely. It was the first time Xu Zhengyang had encountered such a task and warning. He pondered whether this main challenge task would be easier to accomplish in the stable society before the apocalypse or in the chaotic environment that followed. It felt like a gamble. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that he could not forsake this task and risk facing a lack of future engagements. With determination, Xu Zhengyang decided to take the plunge. Upon selecting acceptance, a series of new system prompts appeared before him. Main challenge task: the spark in progress. The spark of civilization is knowledge. As long as the transmission of knowledge within a civilization remains unbroken, even if temporarily destroyed, it can still resurrect its former glory from the ashes. Task objective: collect the knowledge inheritance of human civilization, at least gather the complete knowledge inheritance of 7 major disciplines. Note: the more comprehensive the knowledge inheritance you collect, the higher the quality of the leader's certificate. Task deadline: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. Task reward: certificate of the cosmic artifact. After reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang's heart raced with excitement upon seeing the reward of the certificate of the cosmic artifact. Cosmic artifacts. He could not suppress his astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered such terminology. The mineral vein seed, a mere ordinary artifact, could spontaneously generate a vein underground. What marvels could a cosmic artifact like the leader's certificate bestow upon Xu Zhengyang? Once he regained his composure, he focused intently on the contents of this main challenge task. With a sigh of relief, he realized that he had indeed made the right bet. This task was, without a doubt, more feasible in the pre-apocalyptic era. Currently, our nation's higher education institutions encompass a total of 13 disciplines. They encompass the fields of philosophy, economics, law, education, literature, history, natural sciences, engineering, agriculture, medicine, military studies, management, and the arts. Now that the internet has been restored, academic papers from various disciplines can be freely downloaded for a fee. As long as Xu Zhengyang purchases another set of textbooks, this primary task can be accomplished effortlessly. Although the main task only requires him to gather a complete set of inherited knowledge from 7 disciplines, Xu Zhengyang aspires for the highest reward. Since the apocalypse has yet to arrive, it merely entails buying additional textbooks, and Xu Zhengyang is not lacking in funds. Therefore, he promptly instructed to buy. Establish a local database and download all publicly available papers from the internet. Additionally, place an order for all textbooks from elementary to middle school, as well as all university disciplines. Yes, Master, Dabai responded. No sooner had Dabai finished speaking than Xu Zhengyang's phone began to receive a flurry of deduction notifications. At that moment, Dabai suddenly addressed Xu Zhengyang. Master, I have already placed orders for most of the textbooks across various disciplines. However, the military studies textbooks available on the market have been banned, and the ones that can be sold are merely subpar publications. Military studies? Xu Zhengyang paused for a moment. While this main task only required the collection of knowledge from 7 disciplines for a reward, the task details also indicated that the more disciplines he collected, the higher the quality of the leader's certificate reward. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang inquired of Dabai, then where can I find these books? Dabai promptly replied, at major military academies and the Hongxing printing factory. Hongxing printing factory? Xu Zhengyang was perplexed. He was not surprised by the major academies. But upon considering the Hongxing printing factory, his mind quickly shifted gears, and he eagerly sought confirmation from Dabai. This Hongxing printing factory specializes in printing these textbooks, correct? Indeed, Master, Dabai continued. However, all major military academies are currently under a state of heightened alert, implementing full military management. Searching for textbooks at military academies is no easier than venturing into the East Suburb base. Moreover, each military academy emphasizes different teaching aspects, resulting in varied textbooks. If you wish to collect textbooks from military academies, the optimal route requires visiting 4 institutions. Stop, Xu Zhengyang interjected, decisively cutting off Dabai. Where is the Hongxing printing factory? Here, Dabai replied, sending a navigation link to Xu Zhengyang's phone. Upon opening it, Xu Zhengyang discovered that the Hongxing printing factory was located near the capital city. He promptly instructed Dabai, book me a high-speed train ticket to the capital, now. No sooner had he finished speaking than he turned around and headed to the train station. The next evening, after a day of exploring the capital and sampling various local delicacies, Xu Zhengyang returned to his hotel after nightfall. After changing into the military combat uniform, Xu Zhengyang hurried towards the Hongxing printing factory. Half an hour later, he arrived at the factory. Although it was not particularly large, its defenses were extraordinarily stringent, comparable to the military base in the eastern suburbs of Baicheng. As Xu approached the wall, the voice of Dabai echoed in his earpiece, alerting him, "Master, the Hongqing printing factory has not only severed its external network connection, but there are also 3 locations equipped with signal jamming devices. The largest of these is in the factory building at your 12 o'clock position. According to my model calculations, there is an 87 probability that it is located there." As he spoke, Dabai displayed an aerial view of the entire Hongqing printing factory on Xu Zhengyang's Type 1 military-grade contact lenses. Simultaneously, Dabai highlighted the suspected factory building, allowing Xu Zhengyang to easily identify its location. Furthermore, Dabai marked all the surveillance cameras and their angles, presenting this information on Xu's lenses. How convenient. Xu Zhengyang marveled at the detailed information before him. With these military contact lenses, even an ordinary person could infiltrate quietly with some effort, let alone Xu Zhengyang himself. "I'm going in," Xu whispered, and with agility, he scaled the wall into the Hongqing printing factory. Despite the factory's comprehensive security measures, Xu Zhengyang stealthily entered the designated building marked by Dabai. After activating his night vision, he searched diligently and indeed found a server room in the northwest corner of the building. At the entrance of the server room, not only were there surveillance cameras monitoring every angle, but 2 soldiers armed with live ammunition were also stationed there. Realizing he could not sneak in unnoticed, Xu Zhengyang pondered briefly and resignedly stated, "I have no choice but to go in forcefully." With that, he retrieved a silenced pistol from his dimensional space bag and shattered the surveillance cameras with 2 shots. Then he charged forward. As the 2 soldiers looked on in shock, he swiftly incapacitated them with 2 precise strikes. Immediately afterward, Xu seized the keys from one soldier's belt and opened the door to the server room, rushing inside. Inside the room, over 20 computers were neatly arranged on the desks. Unsure which computer housed the printing materials, Xu proceeded to power on each one. Then, he took out a high-end laptop with a single thread from Dubai and a switch with 100 interfaces from his dimensional space. Xu connected all the computers in the server room to his laptop using the switch. In the next moment, Dubai's voice emanated from the laptop's speakers, "Master, I have located the target data." No sooner had Dubai finished speaking than 3 computers in the server room suddenly powered down. The speed of data transmission is determined by the bandwidth of the lowest port among the sender, receiver, and transmission endpoints. Therefore, if Xu Zhengyang were to allow Dubai to replicate those files with the antiquated equipment in the Hongqing printing factory's machine room, it would take at least half an hour to transmit all the data. Delay would spell disaster. Xu Zhengyang was unaware of how long it would take for the Hongqing printing factory to discover his intrusion, so he decisively opted for the fastest transmission method, physical transfer. Once the 3 computers had powered down, Xu Zhengyang swiftly stowed his newly acquired high-performance laptop, the switch, and the 3 computers from the machine room into his dimensional space bag, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Just as Xu Zhengyang turned, suddenly, the alarm in the machine room blared. It appeared that the personnel in the monitoring room had noticed the destruction of the 2 cameras at the machine room's entrance. As Xu Zhengyang spoke, he pushed his speed to its limits, dashing toward the exit. The moment he burst through the factory's door, a sudden flash of blue and white light engulfed his vision, causing him to lose the effect of his optical camouflage. It was indeed effective. Before Xu Zhengyang could react, the leading commander on the opposite side excitedly shouted, "I don't care whether you understand Chinese or not. Drop your weapon and surrender immediately. Otherwise." Faced with the ominous black muzzles of the guns before him, Xu Zhengyang dared not resist. Before the commander could finish his sentence, Xu Zhengyang swiftly dodged back into the machine room. In defiance, the commander sneered and ordered his soldiers, "All units, open fire freely, shoot to kill." As a tactical formation of soldiers charged toward the printing factory, a thunderous roar erupted. With a resounding crash, a colossal figure, towering at 4 meters 2, burst through the door. In the astonished eyes of the soldiers, it leaped over their heads and strode away with immense strides. A mech? Witnessing this astonishing scene, not only the ordinary soldiers, but even the commander himself was left dumbfounded and shocked. Am I dreaming? Is this still Earth? How could there be such a sophisticated mech? How did such a massive thing appear out of nowhere? Was it hidden in the factory all along? How was I completely oblivious to it? Countless questions flooded the commander's mind. However, he quickly suppressed these thoughts and ordered, "Assault team, prepare." Although this attack had damaged Xu Zhengyang's combat suit, it similarly destroyed all electronic devices within the Hongqing printing factory, including the signal jamming devices. Fortunately, Xu Zhengyang's combat mech, which had been in the dimensional space bag, remained unaffected. As soon as he entered the mech, he re-established contact with Dubai. "Master, let me pilot the mech for you." You quickly change into that flight combat suit in the cockpit, Dubai said, displaying an evacuation route on the single-soldier mech screen. As long as we pilot the single-soldier mech to the rooftop of this building. Master, you can activate the winged form of the flight combat suit the moment the mech leaps from the building, soaring away from the encirclement. Chapter 67. Escaping the tiger's mouth. According to the route marked by Dubai for Xu Zhengyang, at the speed of the individual mech, he could reach the target building in no more than 5 minutes. However, every second counts in this critical situation. Thus, Xu Zhengyang immediately initiated the mech's super frequency, unleashing its full power toward the towering 22-story building, approximately 70 meters high. Chase. As Xu Zhengyang burst out of the courtyard, the commander promptly issued the order to pursue. The individual mech lacks wheels, so even in super frequency mode, its maximum speed is merely around 100 kilometers per hour. Nevertheless, the mech possesses an agility that vehicles cannot rival. Xu Zhengyang adeptly leaped onto the rooftops of residential buildings, accelerating forward along the rooftops in a straight line. In a reckless sprint, he reached the base of the building marked by Dubai in just 2 minutes. Standing at 42 meters tall, the mech obviously could not take the elevator. Consequently, many citizens witnessed the mech scaling the building's exterior, reminiscent of King Kong climbing the Empire State Building. When the commander caught sight of this spectacle upon catching up, his teeth nearly ground to dust. The unidentified enemy was causing such an uproar. Despite his utmost efforts within the limits of his capabilities, he could not evade responsibility. Thus, the commander promptly retrieved a communication device shielded by a metallic casing, dialed an emergency number, and urgently declared, "Central Command, this is Falcon 214. We have detected an enemy mech at coordinates 116, 9 east, 41, 2 north, currently racing towards the city, now within the citizen's sight. The situation is critical, requesting air support." Over. After a brief silence, the radio crackled to life. "Falcon 214, this is Central Command. Are you certain it is a mech?" Over. The commander's forehead throbbed with veins as he angrily shouted into the communicator, "If I am mistaken, a military tribunal will justly punish me for misreporting. But right now, please dispatch air support immediately." Over. Upon hearing Falcon 214's furious outburst, Central Command finally grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly responding, "Understood, air support is on the way." Over. While Falcon 214 was communicating with Central Command, Xu Zhengyang had already ascended the building's exterior to its rooftop under the watchful eyes of the citizens of the capital. At that moment, Falcon 214 felt his heart leap into his throat, unable to suppress his thoughts. What is that scoundrel doing on the rooftop? Is he planning to blow up the building? Realizing the urgency, Falcon 214 immediately commanded his soldiers, "Where is the drone squad? Launch all self-destructing drones without exception. Stop him at all costs." Just as Falcon 214 finished speaking, a uniquely designed vehicle behind him suddenly opened its top cover, revealing over 40 dark launch tubes stacked in 2 layers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, over 40 drones were launched from the cannon, hurtling towards the rooftop at a staggering speed of 260 kilometers per hour. Xu Zhengyang's individual combat mech could withstand ordinary caliber bullets, yet it was utterly defenseless against the bombardment of these self-destructing drones. Fortunately, Xu Zhengyang was not alone in this battle. He had the assistance of Dubai. For Dubai, seizing control of these self-destructing drones, which required wireless signals for precise manipulation, was as effortless as performing a simple calculation. Thus, the moment these drones were launched, they were prematurely detonated in mid-air by Dubai. Boom, boom, boom. As the drones exploded one after another, the sky was adorned with small fireballs, akin to a spectacular fireworks display. What is happening? Falcon 214 stared in disbelief. He had witnessed the formidable power of these drones during joint exercises. After observing their prowess, he had lamented to his comrades about the brutal nature of future warfare. Yet, he could never have imagined that the drone array he took such pride in would be so easily compromised. Fortunately, they had only been detonated in the air. Had they been controlled and flown into the crowd, the thought alone sent a chill of sweat down his back. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, after Dubai neutralized all the self-destructing drones, he urgently instructed Xu Zhengyang, "Master, change your attire and jump quickly. 2 fighter jets are approaching our direction. The maximum speed of our J-22 fighter jet is 225 Mach, which translates to an astonishing 415 kilometers per hour. Averaging that out, it means 40 kilometers per minute. With military bases located in the capital city, under a first-level alert, it is essential that aircraft be ready for immediate takeoff." Consequently, mere seconds after Falcon 214's report, Xu Zhengyang could faintly hear the sonic booms produced by the fighter jets racing through the skies. "Fighter jets?" Xu Zhengyang exclaimed in astonishment. He never imagined he would one day find himself pursued by fighter jets. The mere thought filled him with a mixture of fear and an uncontrollable thrill. However, he understood that despite his combat mech far exceeding current technological levels, it was merely a civilian product. Regardless of its advanced capabilities, it could not rival the modern, heavily armed war machines. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he activated the optical camouflage and wingsuit mode of his combat suit, instantly propelling himself skyward. He's jumping. Falcon 214, who had been observing from below, momentarily froze in shock. Then, he whimsically speculated, surely it cannot transform into an aircraft midair? No sooner had Falcon 214 uttered these words than, with a swift motion, the enormous mech inexplicably vanished from sight. Another instance of optical camouflage. Hawk 214 immediately reacted, shouting behind him, "Release. Report." The soldier in charge promptly replied, "Our weapons are experimental. The core components were destroyed after use, and they cannot be restarted." Damn it. Hawk 214 cursed vehemently and then declared, with a mech of such size and power, its heat output must be significant. Have everyone activate thermal imaging and conduct a citywide search immediately. After issuing the command, Hawk 214 retrieved the communication device encased in a metal box and stated, "Central. This is Hawk 214. The target has vanished from sight due to optical camouflage. I request that all units equipped with thermal imaging devices synchronize their search." Over. Chapter 68. The Leader's Token of Cosmic Curiosities. In midair, Xu Zhengyang unfastened the safety harness of his individual mech and promptly stored it within his dimensional space bag. He then unfurled his wingsuit, soaring along the evacuation route pre-calculated by Dubai. As Xu Zhengyang glided at low altitude, a J-22 jet zipped overhead at an astonishingly low speed. "How magnificent!" Xu Zhengyang exclaimed as he glanced back at the J-22. "When will I get to pilot such a plane?" In the brief span of their conversation, the J-22 had already flown several kilometers away, leaving Xu Zhengyang unable to even glimpse its afterburner. Reluctantly, he turned back, continually optimizing his route with Dubai's assistance, deftly avoiding the search teams. Ultimately, he returned safely to his hotel without incident. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Xu Zhengyang did not linger in the capital. He purchased a high-speed train ticket and returned directly to White City. In the afternoon, upon arriving at the refuge and retrieving the 3 computers, Dubai's main body swiftly approached. Without delay, Dubai transformed his arm into a screwdriver, efficiently disassembling the hard drives from the 3 computers and connecting them to his own interface. Simultaneously, after all his efforts, the long-awaited system notification finally appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main quest, the spark completed. Reward, Leader's Token of Cosmic Curiosities. Congratulations, you have perfectly preserved the spark of Earth civilization. Earning an additional challenge reward, Transdimensional Sight, Leader's Token of Cosmic Curiosities. Spark. 0. Skills. Leader. Upon equipping the Leader's Token, you will gain the aura of leadership. Your words and actions will more easily persuade others. Your presence will command greater respect, for you are a leader. Upon acquiring the Certificate of Leadership, one is granted the ability to observe all that one commands through a transcendent perspective. Currently, this skill remains locked, requiring 2 units of fire essence for activation. Description: an extraordinary object, born from the very inception of the universe, floating in the vacuum of the material cosmos, containing billions of bytes encoded in an unknown language. Reminiscent of the Higgs whisper. As Xu Zhengyang beheld this mysterious, perfectly formed cube of unknown metallic substance materializing in his hand, his heart surged with excitement. Is this the Certificate of Leadership? He mused, eagerly equipping it. To his astonishment, as Xu Zhengyang activated the certificate, it shattered and reformed. The cube, originally the size of a fist, began to shrink automatically, ultimately transforming into a metallic ring that settled upon his right index finger. In that moment, he felt a jolt of energy, an ethereal aura emanating from his very being. Yet, the most significant aspect was the accompanying skill of transcendent perspective. Upon entering this state, Xu Zhengyang was able to observe his shelter not merely in a macro sense, but as a vibrant assembly of particles composed of countless quarks, transcending the cold, concrete fortress it once was. Remarkable, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed, pondering the maximum observational range of this transcendent perspective. If I could observe every area I conquer, I would aim to dominate the entirety of Earth. Instantly, I could ascertain the locations of all resources. When in need, I could extract precisely without the need for extensive exploration. With a playful vision of the future, Xu Zhengyang's gaze fell upon the 0 reserve of fire essence associated with the certificate. A thought sparked within him, and information regarding fire essence flooded his mind. It is the highest form of energy in the universe, possessing incredible capabilities. Electric energy is a subset of fire essence. Yet it is deemed too primitive. To convert electric energy into fire essence, a staggering 100 billion kilowatt-hours is required for just a minuscule amount of fire essence. This immense power equates to the annual output of the Three Gorges Dam. Contemplating this information, Xu Zhengyang mused. Thus, upon successfully completing this mainline challenge, the system has graciously unlocked the second skill of the certificate, gifting me a fraction of fire essence. However, the third skill remains an enigma, to be unlocked only when the apocalypse dawns. With this thought, Xu Zhengyang immediately began searching for large power plants near Beijing. He contemplated the methods he would employ to swiftly seize control of these facilities when the time came. After all, with the formidable second skill of transcendent perspective, he eagerly anticipated the surprises that the yet-to-be-unlocked third skill would bring. After Xu Zhengyang had gathered some insights, he calmed his thoughts and opened his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest, quality protein in progress in the apocalyptic world. It is imperative to stockpile sufficient quality protein to ensure your physical health. Canned food will eventually run out. Therefore, you need to construct a farm within your shelter to meet your protein needs. Task objective: upgrade the vertical farm. Requirements: at least 5 types of edible animals must be raised in the vertical farm, producing no less than 100 grams of protein daily. The annual output of edible oil from the vertical farm must not be less than 100 kilograms. Task reward: Type 1 agricultural robot. Upon reviewing the details of the task, Xu Zhengyang shrugged indifferently. His vertical farm already housed both carp and chickens, which are edible animals. Additionally, protein is relatively easy to acquire, as a single egg contains approximately 8 grams of protein. Hence, Xu Zhengyang merely needed to find 3 more types of animals that are easy to raise, have a short growth cycle, consume little feed, and are edible to fulfill the majority of this task. As for the requirement of annual edible oil production, Xu Zhengyang simply needed to clear a plot in the vertical farm for growing peanuts and purchase a set of oil extraction machinery, making the task easily achievable. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Zhengyang instructed Dabai, please manipulate the engineering robot to expand the space adjacent to the vertical farm by 50 square meters. Then, acquire peanut seeds and a peanut oil pressing machine. Having said that, Xu Zhengyang changed his clothes and departed the shelter, heading towards the agricultural market in Beijing to seek out 3 types of animals that are small in feed consumption, quick to mature, and edible. Chapter 69. Unexpected Harvest. Xu Zhengyang's vertical farm possessed the flourishing effect, which enhanced plant growth speed by 25. Over the past few days, under Dabai's diligent care, the output of vegetables and fruits from Xu Zhengyang's vertical farm had long surpassed demand. It was impractical for Xu Zhengyang to set up a stall to sell the surplus fruits and vegetables, rather than letting the excess go to waste as compost. He decided to use them as feed to raise some animals, thereby improving the diversity of his meals. After spending half a day browsing the agricultural market, Xu Zhengyang ultimately purchased 1 male and 1 female cow, 1 male and 1 female sheep, and 3 males and 7 females of rabbits. A cup of 500 grams of cow's milk contains about 15 grams of protein, and a healthy cow can produce approximately 20 to 40 pounds of milk daily. Just 1 cow alone can provide enough daily protein to satisfy Xu Zhengyang's task requirements. With the addition of the chickens and carp previously in his vertical farm, the task objectives had already been fulfilled. However, the feed requirements for the cows and sheep are quite substantial. Given the current food production levels in the vertical farm, raising these larger livestock poses a bit of a challenge. Therefore, to ensure their nutritional needs are met, Xu Zhengyang once again visited the agricultural market, procuring a variety of purple alfalfa, a forage with a mere growth cycle of 25 days, provided that Xu Zhengyang allocates additional planting areas to the vertical farm. This forage could effortlessly bridge the nutritional gap for the livestock. After completing this purchase, he also acquired premium peanut seeds at the market. Once he had gathered all the necessary items and finalized the delivery times with the vendors, he drove straight back to his refuge. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Xu Zhengyang intended to recline in his beach chair for a moment of respite when his companion, Dabai, eagerly rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Master, master, behold this." With that, Dabai's right hand materialized a lens, projecting a vast array of holographic images before Xu Zhengyang. The holographic display showcased numerous electronic flyers resembling pamphlets. Upon a cursory glance, Xu Zhengyang discerned that the content of these flyers was increasingly intense and exaggerated, featuring titles such as the destructive power of nuclear weapons, lethality and defensibility, and methods of protection against nuclear weapons, classification of biological warfare agents by degree of harm to personnel, characteristics of biological warfare agents, and protective measures against biological weapons, as well as various techniques for hemostasis, applications of tourniquets, precautions for upper extremity tourniquets, and bandaging methods for different body parts. While Xu Zhengyang perused the contents of these flyers, Dabai explained, according to the information stored on the hard drive, each printing plate can produce 36 copies, utilizing advanced lamination printing techniques, with a minimum of 300,000 plates printed. The last batch was printed yesterday. After a thoughtful review of the information Dabai had presented, Xu Zhengyang mused, no wonder such a modest printing factory has a fully equipped military squad stationed there. At that moment, Dabai showcased a map on the holographic display, excitedly informing Xu Zhengyang. However, the most valuable information contained within that hard drive is this. Xu Zhengyang glanced at the holographic projection, which displayed a recently revised national military map from the previous month. Since the advent of the internet, various maps have proliferated, emerging like mushrooms after rain. Generally, while standard maps possess certain limitations, they are sufficient for public use. Military maps, however, are on an entirely different level, boasting an astonishing degree of detail. For instance, if a village is marked with a well, the map typically indicates whether the water is potable and the yields for both dry and rainy seasons. If a village features a small bridge, the map will invariably specify its narrowest width and maximum load capacity. Previously, Xu Zhengyang had scoured the internet for information on power plants near Baiqing, but with the acquisition of this national military map, he realized that Baiqing harbored more power stations than those visible on the surface. There are still 3 hidden power stations that cannot be found on ordinary maps, one of which is even a nuclear power plant. Xu Zhengyang gazed at the location of the nuclear power station situated 352 kilometers from the west to the east in the Sichuan Mountains, northwest of Baiqing, and felt an irresistible urge. Glancing at the markings on the map, he couldn't help but exclaim, a nuclear power plant. How I long to acquire this treasure. Upon finishing his words, he instructed Dabai to make several copies of the map, ensuring it would not be misplaced. Rest assured, master, Dabai vowed. I have already printed 3 copies of the map and prepared a paper backup. Good, very good. Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. He then asked Dabai to prepare some cold beverages for him, as he enjoyed the salty sea breeze in his beach-themed bedroom. The next day, after the expansion of Xu Zhengyang's 3-dimensional farm was completed, the oil extraction equipment he had ordered online, along with the dairy cows, rabbits, sheep, and seeds of purple alfalfa and peanuts from the market vendors, were all delivered as promised. After inspecting the goods, settling the payment, and seeing the guests off, he guided the 3 animals to their designated spaces in the farm. Once Dabai had planted all the newly acquired seeds, a series of system notifications finally appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main quest, quality protein completed, reward obtained, Type 1 agricultural robot. With the emergence of the system prompt, a 2.5-meter tall agricultural robot, resembling an octopus with 8 mechanical arms, appeared before him. After performing a scan on the newly manifested robot, Xu Zhengyang examined the following attributes. Type 1 agricultural robot. Attributes: strength, 5, agility, 5, intelligence, 1, spirit, 0, stamina, 5, skills, transformation. The robot's mechanical arms can combine and transform into the most suitable working form. Horticulture. The robot can perfectly care for the growth of the vast majority of plants. Animal husbandry. The robot can rear most animals according to their habits. Evaluation. A versatile farmhand. Excellent, Xu Zhengyang said with a nod of satisfaction after reviewing the robot's attribute panel. With this new agricultural robot, under Dabai's coordination, his 3-dimensional farm was moving closer to perfection. Chapter 70. Shelter Plug-in Electromagnetic Shield. After granting Dabai control over the agricultural robot, Xu Zhengyang opened his task list to review his latest main quest. Main quest, expansion in progress. Your shelter has become increasingly refined, yet the idle space within it is growing ever tighter, struggling to meet your ever-increasing demands. You need to expand your shelter once more. Task objective: maintain the current construction standards and expand your shelter's total usable area to 10,000 square meters, with a minimum height of 5 meters. Task reward: electromagnetic shield shelter plugin. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang gazed at the latest electromagnetic shield shelter plugin with eager anticipation. The last time he completed an expansion of this main quest, the reward, a 4-dimensional magic cube, was nothing short of divine. Xu Zhengyang was thrilled at the prospect of the surprises that the electromagnetic shield would bring him. However, a frown soon creased his brow. His shelter currently spanned 3,000 square meters, and expanding by an additional 7,000 square meters would require a considerable amount of materials. Nevertheless, the work must be done. Thus, Xu Zhengyang turned to Dabai and said, Dabai, I need to expand the shelter to 10,000 square meters. Please assist me in designing a plan for the expansion. Understood, Master, Dabai replied. As soon as the words left Dabai's mouth, a holographic projection appeared before Xu Zhengyang, displaying a three-dimensional structural diagram of his shelter. Thanks to his recent acquisition of the skill, hyperdimensional vision, he had recorded all observable information surrounding the shelter into Dabai's database. Consequently, he possessed comprehensive knowledge about the vicinity, where coal mines were located, where clay could be found, where sandy soil lay, and the types of stones available. With such detailed information at hand, Dabai completed the expansion design on the existing three-dimensional projection in mere seconds. As he meticulously presented the construction plan to Xu Zhengyang, he added, Master, given sufficient materials, our 3 engineering robots can complete this project in just 23 days. As long as we reserve space underground in advance, we can employ 4-dimensional magic to optimize the shelter-S structure once the construction is finished, significantly enhancing its overall strength. All right, I leave it in your capable hands. Xu Zhengyang nodded in agreement. Let them set aside their current tasks and begin excavating the earth. While speaking, Xu Zhengyang handed the dimensional space bag to Dabai and then took out his phone to call Chen Yang. Uncle Chen, I need some building materials, more than last time. All right. I'll send you the list via WeChat. Okay, I'll be waiting at home. Chen Yang's delivery speed remained as impressive as ever. Within just 2 hours of Xu Zhengyang's call, the first batch of cement and steel bars had already arrived near the shelter. When Chen Yang came to deliver the materials, he looked at Xu Zhengyang with a sense of wonder and said, with so many building materials, I can hardly imagine what your shelter will be like. It's just a shelter, Xu Zhengyang replied casually. The new year is approaching, Chen Yang remarked. Times are getting tougher. I wonder how many more peaceful years this old body of mine will see. Don't worry, Uncle Chen, at least 20 more. Xu Zhengyang reassured him. Haha. May your words bring me good fortune. I shall strive to live for another 20 years. Chen Yang laughed heartily. Xu Zhengyang required a substantial quantity of building materials this time. Consequently, it took 3 days for all the materials he ordered to be delivered to the vicinity of the lumber factory, with all the supplies now in place. As Xu Zhengyang's engineering robots commenced their vigorous expansion of the shelter, he had finally completed the construction task of the martial arts arena after days of relentless training. You have trained in the martial arts arena for 30 days, earning the reward, Mastery of Melee Combat. As the task notification appeared, a surge of warmth flooded into Xu Zhengyang's mind. Initially, he felt indifferent. But as he gradually assimilated the knowledge of the melee mastery skill, he discovered an extraordinary level of physical coordination within himself. Any movement achievable by a human was now effortlessly within his grasp. Thus, upon encountering a platform standing at 1 meter 56, Xu Zhengyang's instinct was not to circumvent it, but rather to push off and vault over it. When faced with stairs, he envisioned himself sliding down the railing instead of walking. Even when drinking a beverage, he would perform a few flamboyant spins with the can before downing it in one go, ultimately tossing the empty can into the trash with precision. With his exceptional physical prowess and meticulous control over his body, Xu Zhengyang felt akin to a dragon, clad in his combat suit. He believed there was no place in the world he could not reach. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of Dabai emanated from his phone's speaker, urgently exclaiming, Master. Master, quickly look at your phone. He promptly retrieved his device. Dabai had sent him a video, which Xu Zhengyang opened to reveal the street surveillance footage from the high-tech zone of Bai City. There, 5 or 6 zombies, approximately 1 meter 70 in height, with skin a ghastly shade of crimson and eyes glowing ominously, were rampaging and slaughtering civilians in the streets. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Emergency time-limited mission, blood plague sample, in progress. Mission objective, collect blood plague samples, 03. Time limit, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds. Mission reward, blood plague serum. Upon seeing the system notification, Xu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully. It seems the signs of a biological crisis are emerging. It was already January 11, 2025. With merely 9 months remaining until the full-scale outbreak foretold by the system, given the organizational capacity and firepower of modern military forces, even if an entire city were to succumb to zombification, the existing social order would likely remain unshaken. If the biological crisis were to reach apocalyptic proportions, it would probably require the infection of 70 to 80% of the global population. As Xu Zhengyang pondered this, he donned his flight combat suit and hurried towards the high-tech zone of Bai City, regardless of the circumstances. Obtaining the blood plague samples and claiming the reward of the blood plague serum took precedence. Although his physical attributes had already awakened to grant him the skill super immunity. However, As a precaution, it is prudent to retain a vial of the blood plague serum within the shelter. Chapter 71. Blood plague serum. Under the relentless barrage of modern firepower, a mere handful of zombies pose little threat. The northern suburbs are at least an hour's drive from the high-tech district. Thus, by the time Xu Zhengyang arrived at the scene, the few zombies had already been neutralized. In addition, over a dozen pedestrians who had fallen victim to the attack were piled alongside the corpses of the zombies in a small square by the roadside, cordoned off with police tape. No one has ascertained the transmission routes of this zombie virus, and until the arrival of decontamination equipment, no one dared approach the perimeter. As for the pedestrians injured by the zombies, they have now been isolated and transported to a special hospital for treatment. Upon witnessing this, Xu Zhengyang felt a sense of relief, remarking that it was fortunate his mission was to collect blood plague samples rather than to eliminate zombies. Otherwise, had he arrived later, the mission would have already failed. At that moment, two military green camouflage vans hurriedly arrived at the scene. After coming to a halt, over a dozen soldiers clad in fully enclosed protective gear emerged from one of the vehicles. Pairing up, they lifted stretchers and, upon arrival at the site, promptly placed the corpses of the zombies and the pedestrians onto the stretchers, transferring them into the cargo compartment of another vehicle. Observing this, Xu Zhengyang felt a stirring within him. Like a nimble raccoon, he stealthily maneuvered into the van containing the bodies. The soldiers worked swiftly. In just 2 minutes, 7 zombie corpses and 12 pedestrian bodies had been loaded into the van. Once the soldiers secured all the zombie corpses within, they swiftly closed the doors of the vehicle. Sensing the vehicle's engine roar to life, Xu Zhengyang felt emboldened to commence his search among the zombie corpses for the blood plague samples. Unsure which part of the zombies contained the samples, he had no choice but to examine each one individually. Moments later, as he watched the numbers in his taskbar shift from 03 to 13, a look of astonishment washed over his face. It turned out that the blood plague samples were contained within the zombies' hearts. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang began to extract the hearts from all 7 corpses, stowing them in his dimensional space bag. After completing this task, he wiped the blood from his hands and concealed himself beside the van's door, awaiting the vehicle's arrival at its destination. After more than 40 minutes of travel, the vehicle finally reached its destination and came to a screeching halt. The moment the soldiers opened the cargo doors, Xu Zhengyang, akin to a spider, swiftly crawled out from the ceiling of the van and concealed himself atop the vehicle. 2 minutes later, once the soldiers had removed all the bodies from the cargo compartment, locked the doors, and departed, Xu Zhengyang leapt down from the roof and returned to his shelter an hour and a half later. As Xu Zhengyang's left foot crossed the threshold of the shelter, a series of system notifications materialized before his eyes. Main quest, blood plague sample completed, reward obtained, blood plague serum X2. With the emergence of these system prompts, 2 futuristic syringe-like injectors manifested in Xu Zhengyang's hands. He examined the injectors. Blood plague serum, effect, grants complete immunity to carbon-based life forms against the blood plague virus. Warning, please store the blood plague serum in an environment of 2018. After reviewing the attributes of the serum, for safety reasons, Xu Zhengyang promptly administered 1 dose into his arm. Subsequently, he hurried back to his medical room and placed the remaining serum into the refrigerator for preservation. Just as he completed these preparations and was about to leave the medical room, a flurry of system notifications appeared before him. You have successfully created 2 doses of blood plague serum. Your medical room has acquired a new crafting list. Blood plague serum, blood plague sample, 3, blood plague serum, 1. Upon seeing the notifications, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated such an unexpected reward from this time-limited challenge. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "If I can obtain some more blood plague samples, I shall also prepare a few doses of blood plague serum for Uncle Chun." Having said this, Xu Zhengyang returned to his beach-themed bedroom to relish this rare moment of leisure. 3 days later, after enjoying 2 days of tranquility in the shelter, Xu Zhengyang felt as if his bones were becoming soft. However, it would take another 20 days for the shelter to complete its expansion, and he had no new tasks to undertake in the meantime. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind. I shall visit the national antique markets. Perhaps I might encounter some extraordinary items that could enhance my mental fortitude. At the very least, I could uncover a few treasures to replenish my increasingly depleted funds. With that thought, Xu Zhengyang promptly instructed Bai to book a flight to the capital and also arrange for a hotel near Panjiayuan. It must be said that the ancient monks and Taoists of our country indeed possessed remarkable knowledge. Xu Zhengyang wandered through the national antique markets for 20 days, not only achieving 2 minor goals for himself but, more importantly, acquiring an extraordinary item that could enhance his mental limit by 3 points. Safety charm. Effect. Wearing it increases mental limit by 3 points. Upon returning to the shelter, he found that the third phase of the expansion was nearing completion under Debai's supervision. Once everything was finalized, Xu Zhengyang, following Debai's design plans, utilized a four-dimensional cube to reconstruct the layout of the shelter. At last, Xu Zhengyang was greeted by a system notification: main quest, expansion completed, reward, shelter plugin, electromagnetic shield, effect, when equipped at the shelter control center. It allows you to expend energy to generate a spherical electromagnetic shield centered around your shelter, providing protection. Upon reading the attributes of the shelter plugin, Xu Zhengyang could not help but exclaim, impressive. Without delay, he proceeded to the shelter control center to install the electromagnetic shield plugin. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. The city of Baiqing had plunged into darkness, and disregarding any hesitation, Xu Zhengyang commanded Debai, commence the power generator at full throttle. I wish to test the defense capabilities of the electromagnetic shield. Yes, Master, Debai responded. Before he could finish speaking, the boilers of the thermal power plant began to operate at full speed, and the turbine's rotation reached its maximum capacity. Chapter 72, Main Quest, Outpost. Activation. As Xu Zhengyang issued the command, a transparent electromagnetic shield with a hint of blue and white enveloped the ground of his shelter like an eggshell. Visually, the shield was nearly transparent, with occasional flashes of blue and white currents coursing along its surface. These currents flickered with remarkable speed, rendering it nearly undetectable to the naked eye unless one approached closely. Satisfied with the sight, Xu Zhengyang nodded and inquired of Debai, what is the power consumption of the electromagnetic shield? Debai had been monitoring the power flow within the shelter since earlier. Thus, as soon as Xu Zhengyang finished his question, Debai promptly replied, the electromagnetic shield consumed 896 kilowatt-hours of electricity upon activation. However, once operational, it requires only 126 kilowatt-hours per minute. Calculating at 13 kilowatt-hours per minute, that amounts to 780 kilowatt-hours per hour, or 720 kilowatt-hours per day. Including the initial consumption of over 2,000 kilowatt-hours, the energy expenditure is quite manageable. Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction upon making his calculations. As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang retrieved a silenced pistol from his dimensional storage bag and fired 2 shots at the electromagnetic shield. The moment the bullets made contact with the shield, a hexagonal blue and white grid, measuring approximately 3 to 4 millimeters per side, suddenly appeared on its surface. The bullets rebounded as if striking a steel plate, ricocheting off into the unknown. Subsequently, the blue and white grid that had manifested on the shield began to fade gradually until it became completely transparent. Excellent, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He quickly asked Debai, was there any change in power output just now? Debai responded immediately. At the moment the bullet struck the shield, the electromagnetic shield consumed an additional kilowatt-hour of electricity. Can a single kilowatt-hour truly stop a 9mm handgun bullet? Xu Zhengyang nodded, then retrieved a silenced rifle and unleashed a volley towards the electromagnetic shield. As the rifle discharged in rapid succession, the blue and white hexagonal grids on the shield illuminated with each bullet's impact. Moments later, as the gunfire ceased, Xu Zhengyang dissipated the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle and approached to inspect the electromagnetic shield. Such an assault felt akin to a mere tickle to the shield, inflicting no substantive damage whatsoever. Thus, Xu Zhengyang inquired, Debai, what is the power consumption this time? Upon hearing this, Debai promptly responded, Master, you utilized a 7.62mm rifle. Each bullet, upon striking the electromagnetic shield, results in an instantaneous power consumption of 414 degrees. According to my calculations, once activated, for every degree of electricity consumed, the electromagnetic shield can withstand approximately 500 joules of kinetic energy from weapon attacks. The muzzle energy of a 9mm pistol is around 500 joules, while that of a 7.62mm bullet is approximately 2,000 joules. After this brief evaluation, Xu Zhengyang expressed a hint of regret, stating, it's unfortunate that I cannot create too much noise. There is no way to test the limit of the shield's defensive capabilities. With that, he deactivated the electromagnetic shield and instructed Debai, all right, let the power plant operate according to demand. There is no need for full capacity. As Xu Zhengyang made his way back to the shelter, he opened his task list to review the latest main quest, outpost, in progress. In this apocalyptic world, you will inevitably encounter various emergencies, making it impossible to return to your shelter in a timely manner. Therefore, you need to establish an outpost outside the shelter for emergencies while utilizing its resources. Task objective: set up an outpost. 01. Task reward: shelter plug-in teleportation. After reading the task list, Xu Zhengyang paused momentarily, puzzled, and wondered, an outpost? What is this? This was a type of task he had never encountered before. Hence, he promptly opened the details of the main quest to examine the specifics of the outpost. Occupying a farm as an outpost grants an additional 25 bonus when obtaining food. Occupying a hospital as an outpost grants an additional 25 bonus when acquiring medicine. Occupying a power station as an outpost grants an additional 25 bonus when securing electricity. Further functionalities for outposts included water plants, construction material factories, gas stations, ammunition depots, and more. However, upon seeing the power station, Xu Zhengyang's gaze became fixed. If he were to establish an outpost, it must be at the power station. Thus, he immediately checked the requirements for setting up the outpost. Clear all monsters in the area to occupy it as an outpost. Clear monsters? Xu Zhengyang could not help but chuckle at this requirement. The apocalypse had not yet begun. As long as he made a stealthy visit during the night, he could effortlessly accomplish this task. Thus, Xu Zhengyang promptly opened the national military map he had unexpectedly acquired, examining the various power plants surrounding the shelter. Observing that the reward for this task was a teleportation plugin for the shelter, he surmised that once he equipped this plugin, he would be able to traverse freely between the shelter and the outpost. Hence, he resolved to select a power plant that was relatively distant from his location to maximize the benefits. As he spoke, he swiftly browsed the map, ultimately fixing his aim on the second power company of Baiqing. This power plant was situated approximately 178 kilometers away from Xu Zhengyang's shelter and was equipped with 2 thermal power units, each capable of generating 1 million kilowatts. When the apocalypse arrived, his first course of action would be to teleport there and seize control of the power plant. After uttering these words, Xu Zhengyang retreated to his bedroom to rest, awaiting the darkness to embark on his mission. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Xu Zhengyang donned his combat flight suit and boarded his monoplane for takeoff. He covered the 17 kilometers to the vicinity of the second power company of Baiqing in roughly 10 minutes. As the gigantic cooling towers of the power plant came into view, he hesitated not for a moment. Activating the optical camouflage and wingsuit transformation features of his flight suit. Skillfully maneuvering in midair, he stowed the monoplane in a dimensional space bag and, assuming the form of a wingsuit, silently glided toward the second power company of Baiqing. With a soft whoosh, Xu Zhengyang utilized the emergency parachute to safely land atop the main office building of the power plant. The motor within the parachute pack of his flight suit began to operate, automatically retracting and folding the parachute. Simultaneously, a red flag icon appeared in his line of sight, indicating the location of the outpost to be captured. Chapter 73, Main Quest, Rail Transit. The location marked by the flag was the very center of the power plant, situated atop the central building in the cultural square before the plant. Moments later, as Xu Zhengyang approached, lines of system subtitles materialized before him. The area has been completely cleared of monsters. Do you wish to occupy it as an outpost? Note: occupying this outpost will enhance your shelter's power generation efficiency by 25. Upon reading the system prompt, Xu Zhengyang decisively selected yes. Establishing the power plant as his outpost. Main quest. Outpost completed. Reward obtained. Shelter plugin. Teleportation. Shelter plugin. Teleportation. Effect. Once equipped at the shelter's control center, you may teleport freely between your occupied outpost and the shelter by consuming energy. Upon witnessing the details of the shelter plugin reward, Xu Zhengyang was elated. The effects of the plugin were indeed as he had anticipated. Alas, this plugin could only be activated when installed in the shelter's control center. Otherwise, he would have been eager to test the sensation of teleportation right away. Xu Zhengyang expressed his regret and then, taking advantage of the moonlight, made his way back to his shelter. Returning to the shelter, it was already past 5 in the morning. Xu Zhengyang quickly freshened up before opening his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest, rail transport, in progress. Your shelter has established a rudimentary industrial chain. To facilitate the swift circulation of resources within, please construct a rail transit system to enhance work efficiency. Task objective, build rail transport facilities within the shelter, connecting your warehouse to various resource points. Task reward, 3 composite coatings. After reading the task details, Xu Zhengyang felt a certain familiarity with the 3 composite coating. Moments later, he suddenly realized and hastily retrieved the exoskeleton from his dimensional space bag. Indeed, upon noticing the skill 3 composite coating on the exoskeleton, he exclaimed with joy. This coating can render one immune to radar, infrared, and sonar detection. Xu Zhengyang was elated by the prospect of this task reward. Previously, when he first piloted the single-wing aircraft he had crafted himself, the Air Traffic Control Authority had repeatedly attempted to communicate with him. However, lacking conventional landing knowledge, he had chosen to disregard their communications. Consequently, Despite his deep yearning to soar through the skies again, amidst the apocalypse, he had to be cautious and avoid drawing unnecessary attention while various departments continued their normal operations. Now, however, the situation was different. As long as he completed the rail transport task and obtained the 3 composite coating, he could take to the skies without fear of being detected, provided he did not launch during the day. This thought filled Xu Zhengyang with immense excitement, prompting him to immediately search online for various advantages and disadvantages of rail transport. After a brief period of comparison, he ultimately decided to construct a miniature high-speed rail system within his shelter. With this resolution, he turned to his AI assistant, Dubai, and inquired, "Dubai, where can we find factories that manufacture high-speed rail in our country?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dubai had already retrieved the relevant information and replied, "Master, according to my search, there are currently 8 major high-speed rail manufacturing bases in the country, each specializing in different aspects of rail production. Some produce passenger trains, others freight trains, and some manufacture tankers for transporting oil and gas." After Dubai's filtering, Xu Zhengyang ultimately set his sights on a tram company in Hunan province that could produce heavy-duty trains. With the target established, he promptly commanded Dubai, "Book me a high-speed rail ticket to Hunan province. Then, control the household engineering robot to construct the ground facilities required for the freight train operation." "Understood, Master. I have arranged your itinerary, and I have booked a business class seat on the high-speed rail departing from Baicheng to Hunan province at 6:20 this morning." "All right." Xu Zhengyang nodded, disregarding the need for rest. After changing into a different outfit, he hurriedly made his way to the high-speed railway station. On the train, he indulged in a refreshing nap, awakening to the clock striking 12:40 in the afternoon. Hunan province, a place where the air is tinged with a hint of spiciness, welcomed him. Upon reaching his destination, Xu Zhengyang first savored the local delicacies before seeking out a hotel with soaring floors, conveniently located near the high-speed train manufacturing base. Upon entering his room, he took a moment to rest while quietly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. At 2:30 in the morning, accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle, Xu Zhengyang donned his flight combat suit and ascended to the rooftop of the hotel. Almost immediately, he activated the winged form of his flight suit and glided directly into the manufacturing base. 5 minutes later, he landed smoothly. At that moment, the voice of his AI assistant, Dubai, resonated in his earpiece. "Master, according to my investigations, this production base has now entered a semi-shutdown state. The workers are currently on a staggered break, with only one production line still operational. The cargo train locomotives, carriages, and a portion of the steel rail reserves we require are located in 3 distinct warehouses here, and here." As Dubai spoke, a 3-dimensional model of the high-speed train production base appeared through Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses, highlighting 3 buildings in red. In this non-military production facility, the network security system appeared flimsy as paper in Dubai's eyes. Consequently, with Dubai's assistance, the coverage of all the surveillance cameras and the real-time locations of all workers carrying mobile phones were displayed in Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. "What convenience." Xu Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement and activated the night vision feature of his lenses to circumvent the workers and approach the nearest warehouse. The warehouse storing the cargo train locomotives seemed to have been neglected for quite some time. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the windowsills and stair railings. "What is going on? Has no one come to inspect this place?" Xu Zhengyang murmured. "Master," just as he finished speaking, Dubai clarified, "I quickly reviewed the surveillance footage from this warehouse over the past 6 months. Since 5 months ago, apart from weekly inspections by security personnel counting the fixed assets, no one has entered this facility. Not a soul has visited for 5 months?" Xu Zhengyang exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, Master," Dubai continued, projecting the order records of the high-speed train production base onto Xu Zhengyang's lenses. "This base has not received any new orders for 7 months. The work currently being done consists solely of self-generated orders to sustain the workers employed here." Upon hearing this, Xu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Under the guidance of the Great White Entity, Xu Zhengyang deftly placed all 7 cargo truck heads stored in the warehouse into his dimensional space bag. Following this, he applied the same method, swiftly visiting 2 additional warehouses within the span of merely half an hour. He meticulously gathered the rails, high-voltage cables, and cargo compartments stocked at this high-speed train production base, filling his dimensional space bag to the brim. Having completed this task, Xu Zhengyang instructed the Great White Entity to loop the pre-edited surveillance footage before he confidently departed from the premises. The following day, he took an early high-speed train back to Baicheng. At noon, after disembarking, he first indulged in a meal outside before returning to his sanctuary. Upon his return, He discovered that the Great White Entity had efficiently operated construction robots to erect a railway foundation spanning a total length of 400 meters within the sanctuary. The foundation, wooden sleepers, and even the overhead high-voltage power poles had been constructed, awaiting Xu Zhengyang to extract the rails from his dimensional space bag and lay them down with the assistance of the construction robots, securing them in place. Once the high-voltage lines were also installed, the entire rail system would be fully realized. Subsequently, adhering to the optimized new design plan devised by the Great White Entity, Xu Zhengyang utilized the four-dimensional cube plugin of the sanctuary to lay the rails at various sites, including his limestone mining point, coal mining site, iron or collection point, warehouse, and thermal power plant. In the end, he retrieved a cargo truck head and coupled it with two cargo compartments, thereby completing the internal rail transport system of the sanctuary. With the rail transport system in place, coal collected from the mining site could now be directly conveyed to the thermal power plant. Even with the system operating at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, its efficiency exceeded previous methods by several folds. Gazing upon his masterpiece, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of satisfaction, exclaiming, "It is becoming increasingly perfect." At that moment, a series of system notifications appeared before him. Main quest, rail transportation completed. Rewards, 3 composite coating paint, 3 composite coating paint, weight, 120, effect, when evenly applied at a rate of 0.6 per square meter on a smooth surface and allowed to air dry, it grants immunity to radar, infrared, and sonar through its composite coating. Warning, the 3 composite coating paint must be applied to a smooth surface. Please ensure polishing is done beforehand to prevent the coating from peeling. The sight of this substantial barrel of paint ignited excitement on Xu Zhengyang's face. He promptly retrieved the monoplane from his dimensional space bag and began applying the coating paint. Once the application was complete, he stored the remaining paint back in the dimensional space bag for safekeeping, allowing the monoplane to rest and air dry. He opened his task list to review the latest main quest, data center, in progress, as the area of the shelter expands. Relying solely on a single wireless channel makes it challenging to cover every corner. To ensure secure communication within the shelter, please establish a physical communication network. Task objective, construct a data center within the shelter and set up a physical communication network. The data center must cover no less than 50 square meters. Task reward, ballistic coordination processing gloves. Upon reviewing the details of the new main quest, Xu Zhengyang immediately instructed to buy, first, allocate a 50 square meter compartment within the shelter. Then, send me a list of materials and equipment needed for constructing a data center and establishing a physical communication network. Understood, Master, Dabai replied, synchronizing the list to Xu Zhengyang's phone. The current mainstream communication network market has gradually been dominated by optical fiber, compared to the previously used copper wires. The advantages of fiber optics are undeniable, with the most significant being that its raw material is glass. Even if one were to steal it, it would hardly be worth much. Xu Zhengyang briefly skimmed through the list and promptly dialed Li Xiaojun from the computer city, saying, "Boss Li, this is Xu Zhengyang. I need a batch of communication materials urgently." "All right, I'll send the list to your WeChat." "Great, I'll wait for you at our usual spot." Cash on delivery, which should be the most basic principle of business, has now become a notable advantage. Thus, early the next morning, shortly after the compartment was constructed, Li Xiaojun personally delivered the items Xu Zhengyang had ordered the day before in a small truck. After verifying the goods, settling the payment, transporting, and installing, with the extraordinary four-dimensional cube plugin at his disposal, Xu Zhengyang found it remarkably simple to enhance the shelter with various functional facilities. In just over an hour, he successfully reconstructed a physical communication network within his shelter. Previously, as Xu Zhengyang expanded the shelter, the network signal in some of the deeper underground areas had indeed been somewhat weak. To alleviate this, Dabai had repurposed idle drones, refreshing their channels to serve as signal relays, ensuring smooth communication. However, now, with the installation of fiber optics throughout every area of the shelter, Dabai's control over the shelter had significantly improved. As Xu Zhengyang connected all the signal lines to the data center's switch and activated the main power supply of the data center, the transformation was complete. Before him, a series of system subtitles materialized. Main quest, data center completed. Reward obtained. Ballistic coordination processing gloves. Ballistic coordination processing gloves. Effect. Upon equipping the ballistic coordination processing gloves, in conjunction with the ballistic generation system of the ocular prosthetics, one can visualize the trajectory of kinetic weapon projectiles, thereby utilizing ricochets to strike targets behind cover. Upon observing the detailed attributes of the ballistic coordination processing gloves, Xu Zhengyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately donned the gloves to test their prowess. Chapter 75, Sudden Limited Time Quest. Previously, whenever Xu Zhengyang wielded a firearm, his contact lenses would automatically activate the ballistic analysis feature. The lenses calculated various objective factors such as the firearm's performance, the bullet's parameters, surrounding air humidity, and wind force levels. Ultimately, they would simulate a faint red dotted line at the muzzle of the weapon by pulling the trigger while aiming at the designated point along the red line. As long as his wrist remained steady, he was assured to hit on the target. Now, when Xu Zhengyang donned the ballistic coordination processing gloves and picked up the firearm, the ballistic analysis line before him extended beyond the initial hit, revealing additional segments. The second was orange, the third, yellow, and the fourth, green. The subsequent dotted lines represented the ricochet paths. Fascinating. Elated by his newfound capabilities, Xu Zhengyang immediately instructed his assistant, Dabai, to prepare various materials for cover and targets. Bang, bang, pop. Engrossed in testing the maximum ricochet count and distance of different firearms, Xu Zhengyang reveled in the experimentation for half an hour. After thoroughly enjoying himself, he contentedly stowed away his firearms. Surveying the chaotic state of the room, Xu Zhengyang turned to Dabai and said, Dabai, please tidy up. Yes, master. Dabai replied, promptly attending to the cleaning. As Dabai busied himself, Xu Zhengyang made his way to his bedroom while opening his task list to review the latest main quest, resource recovery and progress in a post-apocalyptic world. The recycling and repurposing of valuable resources is essential. Please construct a resource recovery center within your shelter. Quest objective, build a resource recovery center, minimum area of 200 square meters. The center must be capable of separating and recycling common waste materials such as lightweight combustible items, iron, copper, and glass. Quest reward, building effect, precision recycling. After perusing the quest details, Xu Zhengyang pondered thoughtfully, a resource recovery center? So essentially, I need to establish a recycling station in my shelter? Xu Zhengyang had returned to his beach-themed bedroom, savoring a refreshing drink while browsing the internet for information on resource recycling. In our country, the purification of solid waste metals has transitioned from manual sorting to technologically advanced equipment. Moreover, the efficiency, quality, and speed of modern mechanical sorting have far surpassed traditional methods. Typically, the core devices required for sorting metallic solid waste include an electromagnet, a crusher, and an air separator. When a resource recovery center receives a chaotic mass of metallic waste, they initially feed all the metal debris into the crusher, grinding it into fragments. Subsequently, the center uses an electromagnet to extract steel from the metal remnants. Finally, due to the varying densities of different metals, the center employs an air separator to segregate the metal fragments by weight. Furthermore, the Resource Recovery Center is equipped with advanced sorting equipment, such as eddy current separators for non-ferrous metals like aluminum and zinc, as well as stainless steel separators to isolate stainless steel from iron. Additionally, there are modern sorting devices for glass, rubber, and plastic. This task is indeed easier to accomplish before the end of the world, Xu Zhengyang remarked. Promptly giving orders to Dabai, I temporarily authorize you to control several engineering robots. Create a new room of 200 square meters within the shelter. Understood, master. I will begin immediately, Dabai replied without hesitation. As Dabai operated the engineering robots, Xu Zhengyang, with the assistance of another thread managed by Dabai, found a company specializing in waste recycling solutions. Xu Zhengyang was financially secure and offered cash payments. As a result, even this medium-sized manufacturer, valued at several billion, treated him with utmost reverence. Within a mere half hour, Xu Zhengyang had signed a contract with a company named Chongqing, which produced resource recycling equipment. In light of Xu Zhengyang's prompt payments, the sales manager at Chongqing confidently assured him that their equipment would be delivered to his lumber factory within a day and a half at the most. After addressing the main task, Xu Zhengyang was preparing to unwind in the media room when Dabai's voice suddenly emanated from his phone speaker. Master, quickly check your phone. Knowing that Dabai would not reach out without reason, Xu Zhengyang hastily retrieved his phone to review the link sent by Dabai. Upon opening the link, his phone automatically switched to landscape mode, displaying a series of video windows akin to surveillance feeds. As Dabai played the videos, he explained, Master, around 4:32 a.m. yesterday, a meteorite fell at coordinates 100, 12 E20, 55 in. The occurrence of meteorites landing is not particularly remarkable. However, just 2 hours ago, an intense internal conflict erupted among the local warlords. The security of their communications is virtually non-existent. Upon eavesdropping on their conversations, I learned that this meteorite astonishingly carries remnants of an extraterrestrial civilization. No sooner had the words been uttered than a series of system notifications manifested within Xu Zhengyang's interface, corroborating the information provided. Emergency time-limited mission, celestial object, in progress. Mission objective, acquire the meteorite containing extraterrestrial life and transport it back to your sanctuary. Mission duration, 6 days. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. This sudden time-limited mission, akin to the previous one that facilitated the upgrade of the algorithm, bears no rewards. Such missions invariably excite Xu Zhengyang. Following the completion of the last emergency task, the algorithm received enhancements, becoming Xu Zhengyang's most invaluable assistant. He eagerly anticipates the surprises this new task may unveil. Without delay, Xu Zhengyang instructed, Dubai, monitor the warlords and pinpoint the meteorite's location. Also, arrange a ticket for me to that location. Understood, Master, Dubai responded, promptly sending the itinerary to Xu Zhengyang's phone. If you head to the airport now, you will just have enough time to catch a flight departing from Baiqing to Yunnan province in 2 hours and 20 minutes. Chapter 76. I want it all. Upon hearing Dubai's words, Xu Zhengyang wasted no time. He packed essential items into a dimensional space bag and set off for the airport. En route, he perused the information provided by Dubai. The meteorite's landing site is renowned as the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia. Thus, not only local warlords are involved. Dubai has also detected numerous foreign mercenaries rushing towards the Golden Triangle from the surrounding countries. After digesting the intricate details, Xu Zhengyang rubbed his temples and remarked, no wonder this mission is time-limited to 7 days. It certainly appears to be quite challenging. As he spoke, he commanded Dubai to maintain surveillance while he closed his eyes to rest. 7 hours later, Xu Zhengyang arrived at the capital of Yunnan province. Without pausing, he purchased a high-speed train ticket and journeyed to the border. By 9 o'clock in the evening, upon disembarking from the train, he followed Dubai's guidance to a newly paved highway, yet to be marked. The mountainous terrain of Yunnan province necessitates many elevated highways that run level with the surrounding peaks. Such roads are inherently perfect runways. Xu Zhengyang retrieved his monoplane from the dimensional space bag and took off directly from this location, coated with a triple-layer composite paint. The modern technology of radar is utterly incapable of detecting the position of Xu Zhengyang's aircraft. Consequently, despite Yunnan province being a border area, the radar detection capabilities are exponentially stronger than in the central regions. However, with the presence of 3 composite coatings, Xu Zhengyang silently soared from Yunnan province towards the Golden Triangle, racing towards the location of the meteorite. During the flight, the AI, provided Xu Zhengyang with real-time updates based on the information it monitored. Master, reported, the meteorite is currently in the possession of a warlord named Chai. As spoke, a photograph of Chai appeared in Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses, along with details about his sphere of influence, the meteorite's location, and the defensive equipment of the base. Continued, Chai is quite self-aware. He understands he cannot retain possession of the meteorite for long. Thus, he has been maneuvering between several major nations, hoping to sell it for a handsome price. According to my surveillance, Chai intends to sell the meteorite to America. Are you certain? Xu Zhengyang inquired, furrowing his brow. Absolutely. Affirmed, projecting a real-time video onto Xu Zhengyang's lenses. The footage revealed a group of standard-issue American soldiers guarding a metal suitcase, approximately half a human height, as they prepared to board a helicopter. After the video played at 8 times the normal speed, informed Xu Zhengyang, based on my monitoring, Chai is demanding nuclear warheads from various countries in exchange for the meteorite. Among the nations with nuclear capabilities, America was the first to acquiesce to Chai's demands. Just moments ago, American troops stationed in the Philippines were already en route to the Golden Triangle with nuclear warheads to negotiate with Chai. Xu Zhengyang gazed at the half-height metal case in the video, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Nuclear warheads. This is the very epitome of humanity's most formidable weapon. Is there a chance to acquire both the nuclear warheads and the meteorite? Xu Zhengyang licked his lips and queried After a rare moment of silence, continued, the soldiers from America are equipped with numerous electronic devices, which provides me with ample opportunities for infiltration. Therefore, Master, if you arrive at Chai's military base ahead of time and prepare accordingly, there is a significant chance to seize both the meteorite and the nuclear warheads. Very well. Let us proceed, Xu Zhengyang declared, flooring the throttle of his monoplane and propelling himself towards Chai's base at maximum speed. An hour later, as Xu Zhengyang piloted his monoplane above Chai's base, he immediately ascended to the highest altitude. Subsequently, he expertly hovered in the air, retracting the monoplane into his dimensional space bag before utilizing the winged form of his combat flight suit to glide downward. 10 minutes later, Xu Zhengyang activated the emergency parachute to decelerate, silently landing on the outskirts of Chai's base. Moments later, as the motors of the flight suit retracted the emergency parachute. Xu Zhengyang, following Bai's guidance, stealthily advanced towards the Base S helipad. The Golden Triangle is indeed a region rife with warlord conflicts, resulting in a heightened presence of sentries compared to those domestically. However, Xu Zhengyang, equipped with military gear a century ahead of its time, along with the assistance of Bai, regarded the military base of a Third World warlord with utter disdain. As soon as he concealed himself on the helipad, he observed all the searchlights within the base suddenly illuminate, casting the entire area in bright daylight. Not only that, the soldiers, who had been resting in the barracks, emerged with their firearms, establishing a perimeter around the base with meticulous precision, leaving no room for infiltration. Once all the soldiers were in position and the base fell silent, a moment later, a stocky middle-aged man, approximately 1.60 meters tall, with dark skin and clad in military attire, stepped out from the main building. At that moment, Bai whispered imperceptibly in Xu Zhengyang's ear, "Master, the one who just emerged is Cha. The American aircraft fleet is set to arrive here in 5 minutes, and he is preparing to welcome them." Xu Zhengyang responded softly, adjusting his emotions in preparation for an impending fierce battle. 5 minutes later, the distant sound of whirring propellers filled the air as 9 heavily armed helicopters appeared in Xu Zhengyang's line of sight. As the helicopters hovered over Cha's base, only one descended, while the other 8 paired off to occupy the eastern, southern, western, and northern positions of the base, suggesting an imminent confrontation. Cha's eyes darkened momentarily at this sight, yet he quickly composed himself, laughing heartily as he approached with his son and loyal guards, hands clasped in greeting. From the armed helicopter, 5 American soldiers and a translator disembarked, all exuding an air of arrogance, gesturing dismissively towards Cha. After a brief negotiation, Cha's expression became solemn. Yet he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to bring forth an irregularly shaped meteorite, approximately 1 meter in diameter. The soldiers' eyes lit up at the sight, and they promptly retrieved communication devices to contact their superiors. Upon receiving confirmation from their command, one of the helicopters hovering to the northeast suddenly flew overhead, lowering a half-human-sized metal box with a rope. Chapter 77. A bountiful return. As the metal box landed, any trace of displeasure vanished from Cha's face. He rubbed his hands together in excitement and animatedly gestured towards the box, insisting on inspecting the contents with the American translator. The armed helicopter had arrived fully equipped, carrying every weapon it could muster for the mission. Consequently, the helicopters were nearly at their weight limit, with fuel consumption skyrocketing compared to usual. If the ground team could not reach an agreement, the helicopters would remain suspended in the sky, and the remaining fuel would inevitably fall short for the return journey. Cha was not a benign character either. The Americans preferred not to risk landing at his base for refueling, so the soldiers on the ground, after consultation, chose to concede and agreed to Cha's request to open the box for inspection. At the moment the box opened, the robotic companion, Big White, exclaimed to Xu Zhengyang, "Master, it's a nuclear bomb. The Americans are not deceiving us. Act swiftly." Xu Zhengyang whispered in response, promptly retrieving an automatic rifle equipped with an elongated magazine and a silencer from his dimensional space bag. Possessing the skill of shooting proficiency and aided by the ballistic generation feature of his contact lenses, Xu Zhengyang's shots were unfailingly accurate. As he extracted the silenced rifle, he began to pull the trigger in rapid succession, swiftly neutralizing the crew members of the armed helicopter that had landed on the helipad. Thanks to the overwhelming noise generated by the helicopter's rotors, the sound of his rifle's silencer went unnoticed initially. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang commanded Big White, launch a frontal assault. Just as he finished speaking, all broadcasting devices within a 5-kilometer radius emitted a piercing, deafening roar. In an instant, every soldier wearing headphones instinctively pulled them off, cursing in confusion. Simultaneously, the 8 hovering armed helicopters unleashed their firepower, with all non-mechanical controlled weaponry being manipulated by Big White, raining destruction upon Cha's soldiers. This unexpected turn of events left Cha bewildered, while the American soldiers on the ground were equally perplexed. Cha speculated that the Americans were attempting to engage in a double-cross, while the American troops believed that Commander Luzon intended to use them as expendable pawns. Amidst their chaotic thoughts, Xu Zhengyang, cloaked in the optical camouflage of his combat suit, dashed towards Cha and the American soldiers at an unprecedented speed. Equipped with 2 handguns, he fired as he ran, each gunshot heralding the demise of a life. By the time Xu Zhengyang reached Cha, not a soul remained alive. With swift precision, he utilized his dimensional space bag to collect meteors, nuclear warheads, and even the fallen armed helicopter. Having accomplished this, Xu Zhengyang instructed Big White to direct the helicopters above to create an opening for him, allowing him to escape from Cha's base without hesitation. He sprinted forward with all his might for several minutes until his stamina, rated at a staggering 5 points, began to wane, his face flushed and breathless. Gradually, he slowed to a walk, taking the time to regulate his heartbeat. Boom, boom. At that moment, Xu Zhengyang turned to see several armed helicopters above the base plummeting to the ground, shot down by Chachai's surface-to-air missiles. The commotion was indeed exhilarating. Smiling at the sight, Xu Zhengyang swiftly turned and vanished into the jungle. The following afternoon, upon returning to the shelter, Xu Zhengyang eagerly unveiled his recent acquisitions one by one. Armed helicopter, basic attributes, maximum occupancy, 7, including the pilot, maximum speed, 320 kilometers per hour maximum range, 1,800 kilometers at full load maximum flight altitude, 6,100 meters empty weight, 4,850 kilograms maximum takeoff weight, 8,850 kilograms. Weapon configuration, mounted with 4 anti-tank missile pods 2 and 230mm chain guns, total ammunition, 2,000 rounds, evaluation, battle-worn, disarmed. Helicopter stood over 4 meters tall and measured 21 meters in length. A true combat machine. Xu Zhengyang gazed at this prized possession, circling it with satisfaction. As he rounded to the left side of the helicopter, he noticed some white markings that he could not decipher. Pointing to the markings, he inquired of Dubai, "What do these signify?" "These represent the battle achievements of this aircraft," Dubai replied, projecting the meanings of each marking onto Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. "I see," Xu Zhengyang nodded. Then instructed Dubai, "Arrange for the engineering robots to come and strip away the outer paint, then apply our composite coating." "Understood, Master," Dubai responded. As Dubai allocated a thread to assist Xu Zhengyang in polishing the helicopter's original paint, Xu Zhengyang excitedly rubbed his hands together and retrieved a half-person-high metallic box from his dimensional space bag. Inside the box lay a nuclear warhead. A mere 120 centimeters in length, its exterior round and unassuming. Upon beholding this legendary weapon, Xu Zhengyang's heart raced with exhilaration as he initiated a scan. 54 nuclear warhead, attributes, total weight, 23 kilograms, yield, 10 tons, range, 4 kilometers, lethal radius, 5 kilometers, evaluation. Suicide weapon. After reviewing the attributes of the 54 nuclear warhead, the previously elated expression on Xu Zhengyang's face abruptly froze. What a troublesome contraption. A lethal radius of 5 kilometers, yet a range of only 4 kilometers. Who designed this folly? However, Xu Zhengyang quickly realized that he need not launch it himself. He could easily delegate the task to a robot. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he securely stored the 54 nuclear warhead in his dimensional space bag. Finally, Xu Zhengyang retrieved the meteorite from his dimensional space bag and placed it on the ground. Emergency time-limited task, extraterrestrial object, completed. Rewards, Spirit Amplification Crystal, Life Amplification Crystal, effect. When within the range of the Life Amplification Crystal, your overall attribute cap is increased by 10. To discover that the Spirit Amplification Crystal enhances the overall attribute cap by a percentage filled Xu Zhengyang with delight. Chapter 78. Industrial Zone Upgrade. The ability to enhance a particular attribute by a percentage is already a remarkable feat. Yet, the Life Amplification Crystal before Xu Zhengyang astonishingly possesses the capacity to augment all of his attributes, resulting in quintuple joy. After conducting a test within the shelter, Xu Zhengyang discovered that the maximum radiation range of the Life Amplification Crystal extends to a radius of 300 meters. After a moment's contemplation, he placed the crystal at the precise center of his bedroom, ensuring that upon returning, he would bask in the comprehensive attribute enhancements it bestowed upon him. Having completed this arrangement, Xu Zhengyang's phone suddenly rang. It was the delivery of the resource recovery equipment he had previously ordered. Following the familiar sequence of verification, payment, transportation, and installation, a series of familiar system notifications appeared before him. Main quest, resource recovery completed. Reward, building effect, precision recovery, building effect, precision recovery, effect. When your resource recovery center is operational, your sorting apparatus can accurately reclaim targeted resources. Upon reviewing the attributes of this building effect, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. According to the sales manager from Chongqing, their equipment was highly refined, boasting a recognition rate for various waste materials of 95. Such a recognition rate is indeed impressive. After all, even manual sorting often encounters errors due to the paint, rust, and other disarrayed elements on the surface of discarded items. However, the remaining 5 error rate could still pose challenges for the waste processing center. When metallic waste is mixed together, the resource recovery center would need to invest additional time and intricate procedures to distinguish and precisely separate them for resmelting. Yet, with the precision recovery building effect. All these issues would be effortlessly resolved. Indeed, Xu Zhengyang nodded with satisfaction and proceeded to open his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest, Industrial Zone Upgrade in progress. Your shelter's functionalities are becoming increasingly refined. Yet constrained by limited vertical space, you are unable to construct various large industrial workshops within the shelter. To ensure the shelter's development, please delineate an industrial zone within and upgrade it. Task objectives. Designate an industrial zone within the shelter and relocate your industrial facilities into this zone. The total area of the industrial zone must not be less than 5,000 square meters. It must include at least 500 square meters of low-height industrial buildings with a minimum height of 6 meters, at least 500 square meters of medium-height industrial buildings with a minimum height of 18 meters, and at least 1,000 square meters of high-height industrial buildings with a minimum height of 36 meters. Equipped with a dual-beam overhead crane with a maximum lifting capacity of no less than 100 tons. Task reward, area skill, efficient production. Upon reading the task details, Xu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. The reward for this quest was, astonishingly, an area skill. The shelter was becoming increasingly perfect. Xu Zhengyang spoke. Then sent the task objectives to Dubai, instructing, Dubai, please assist me in reconfiguring the shelter according to the task requirements. Certainly, Master, Dubai replied, and in the next instant, transmitted the redesigned shelter blueprint to Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. Xu Zhengyang nodded at the new design sent by Dubai, then manipulated the four-dimensional cube to adjust the shelter structure, leaving an expansion opening for Dubai. He continued, I am assigning 3 engineering robots to you. You may commence work immediately. Understood, Master, Dubai affirmed. And the engineering robots began their tasks. As Dubai continued excavating, Xu Zhengyang first contacted Chen Yong to arrange for a new batch of building materials. Then hung up and asked Dubai to search online for various parameters of double-girder bridge cranes for comparison. The greatest advantage of this low-tech industrial equipment is that manufacturers can be found throughout the country. Thus, within mere seconds, Dubai sent Xu Zhengyang the information of a large machinery factory in Beijing named Yunxin. After Xu Zhengyang clicked the link and reviewed the specifications of the various double-girder bridge cranes offered by Yunxin Machinery Factory, he promptly dialed their number. Hello. Is this Yunxin Machinery Factory? I require a double-girder bridge crane with a capacity exceeding 100 tons. Do you have any in stock? I understand it has been ordered, but not delivered yet. I can make an immediate payment. Can you sell it to me first? I'm not joking. I am in Beijing. Let us discuss this face-to-face in an hour. The business climate has deteriorated over time. Nowadays, people tend to defer payments as long as possible, settling only when absolutely necessary, and often only partially. Consequently, as long as Xu Zhengyang emphasized immediate cash payment, no factory could resist. Even though the 100-ton double-girder bridge crane at Yunxin had already been ordered, when Xu Zhengyang arrived with his bank card, the factory owner's smile seemed to reach the back of his head, and he readily agreed, let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration. After signing the contract and making the payment, Xu Zhengyang curiously inquired how the Yunxin owner would explain the situation to the original ordering factory. The Yunxin owner waved his hand dismissively, stating, we can simply produce another crane. As for delays, we can just pay a little compensation for breach of contract. Delayed deliveries for such large equipment are quite normal. 7 days later, after the engineering robots completed the expansion of the industrial zone's infrastructure and installed the sliding rails for the double-girder bridge crane atop the 36-meter-high factory building, Xu Zhengyang finally arrived outside the shelter. He retrieved the colossal machinery, which had already been delivered to the lumber factory and was waiting at the entrance, and placed it into a dimensional space bag, transporting it to the industrial area of the shelter. The 100-ton double-girder bridge crane was indeed massive. Once fully assembled, it could span the entire factory. Thus, within the confines of the factory, there was nothing that the double-girder bridge crane could not lift. As the double-beam crane was assembled and officially powered on, Xu Zhengyang was immediately greeted by a series of system notifications. Main quest, Industrial Zone Upgrade, completed. Rewards, Regional Effect, Efficient Production, Building Effect, Efficient Production, Effect. All workshops and factories constructed within the industrial zone will experience an additional 25% increase in production speed. To enhance production efficiency by a quarter, applicable to all factories and workshops. Xu Zhengyang's face lit up with joy upon witnessing this regional effect. He could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 79, Agricultural Zone Upgrade. After reviewing the attributes of the regional effect, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to open his task list to examine the latest main quest. Main quest, Agricultural Zone Upgrade, in progress. Your shelter has become increasingly refined. You have successfully resolved the issue of basic sustenance. However, in this apocalyptic era, you require a diverse array of food to tantalize your taste buds and maintain your mental well-being. Task objective: designate an agricultural zone within the shelter. The agricultural zone must cover at least 500 square meters, with the planting area no less than 500 square meters and the breeding area no less than 1,000 square meters. The planting area is required to cultivate at least 100 varieties of vegetables, fruits, and herbs. The breeding area must sustain no fewer than 20 varieties of edible meat. Task reward: regional effect, herd immunity. After perusing the task details, Xu Zhengyang could not help but furrow his brow. Even after 3 expansions, his shelter still had ample space. There were no height restrictions for the agricultural zone. Thus, fulfilling the first task requirement merely necessitated the engineering robots to partition a designated area within the shelter. The challenge lay in ensuring that the entire agricultural zone could achieve a basic internal circulation system. Realizing this, Xu Zhengyang sighed, concluding that he would have to pay another visit to Professor Bai at Bai City University. With that thought, Xu Zhengyang addressed Bai. I am now granting you the authority to operate the engineering robots. Please delineate a space of 500 square meters within the shelter. Understood, Master, Bai responded. Just as Xu Zhengyang completed the authorization, Bai had already begun directing the engineering robots to commence their work. An hour and a half later, Xu Zhengyang arrived at Bai City University. Approaching the year's end, most students had already left for home, and the campus, once bustling, now felt desolate and empty. Prior to his visit, Xu Zhengyang had already communicated with Bai Qiuan over the phone, explaining his intentions. Upon hearing Xu Zhengyang's request, Bai Qiuan expressed surprise but did not refuse. Rather, he appeared to have some unspoken concerns and invited Xu Zhengyang for a face-to-face discussion. Upon entering Bai Qiuan's office, the busy professor at his computer greeted Xu Zhengyang and said, "Ah, you've arrived. Please have a seat. I still have a few tasks to wrap up. Help yourself to some water while we wait to chat." "All right," Xu Zhengyang replied amiably. After approximately 20 minutes, Bai Qiuan preserved his freshly crafted creation, then, with an air of weariness, stretched languidly before offering an apology to Xu Zhengyang. "My apologies, young Xu. I have been inundated with tasks lately, and some of the collaborating entities are rather domineering. Therefore, certain obligations must be completed before I can attend to my own matters." I understand. Xu Zhengyang responded politely, then candidly inquired, "Professor Bai, could you assist me in designing a large-scale, 3-dimensional agricultural facility? As for compensation, I assure you that you will not be disappointed." Ha. That is agreeable," Bai Qiuan replied, lifting his thermos to sip tea. Then, with a serious demeanor, addressed Xu Zhengyang, "Given the requirements of your project, you must be in the process of constructing a sanctuary, correct?" Xu Zhengyang perceptively noted Bai Qiuan's usage of the word also. Thus, he refrained from speaking, merely gazing expectantly at Bai Qiuan for further elaboration. Observing Xu Zhengyang's caution, Bai Qiuan chuckled softly, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "Such matters have become an open secret. There is no need for your reticence." After a sigh, he continued, "Being associated with my discipline, there are numerous opportunities where my expertise is required. Hence, I do not overly concern myself with the safety of my family. However," at this point, Bai Qiuan's eyes clouded with anxiety, "it is my ineffectual disciples. I can only bring 2 of them with me. These youngsters are diligent and have grasped much of what I have imparted." With a shift in tone, Bai Qiuan gravely inquired of Xu Zhengyang, "Might you still be seeking technical talent on your end? Do you require a few individuals to assist with the ecological management of agricultural production? Recruiting?" Xu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback, finally comprehending why Bai Qiuan insisted on a face-to-face discussion. It became apparent that Bai Qiuan sought to secure a foothold for his students, ensuring their survival amidst the impending upheaval. Hesitating briefly, Xu Zhengyang opted against deceiving Bai Qiuan. He thus offered a straightforward excuse to decline. "I am sorry, Professor Bai, but our available positions are fixed." Upon hearing this, Bai Qiuan fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I suspected as much." With that, he wearily massaged his temples, revealing his genuine concern for his students. "Recruitment is indeed unfeasible," Xu Zhengyang quickly added. "However, I can assure you that I have the authority to offer you a higher compensation. With financial support, your students can prepare in advance. And while it may not guarantee thriving, it certainly provides a chance for survival." "Indeed," Bai Qiuan nodded, then instructed Xu Zhengyang, "Please come by tomorrow around noon to collect the proposal." Xu Zhengyang was astonished by Bai Qiuan's swift response, exclaiming, "So soon?" Bai Qiuan clarified, I previously participated in an ecological system project covering an area of 5,000 square meters. The proposal merely requires slight modifications to align with your needs. Xu Zhengyang's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He then produced a bank card inscribed with a password on its reverse side and handed it to Bai Kaiyuan, saying, "This is your remuneration. I shall trouble you, Professor Bai." Bai Kaiyuan accepted the card, placing it in his drawer, and nodded in acknowledgement. He then rose and glanced at his watch, addressing Xu Zhengyang. "It is just about mealtime. Would you like to join me for a meal? There is a noodle restaurant at our cafeteria with quite commendable skills." "Sure, let us dine together," Xu Zhengyang replied, feeling quite hungry, and willingly followed Bai Kaiyuan to the school cafeteria. After their meal, Xu Zhengyang bid farewell to Bai Kaiyuan and drove back to his refuge. On the way, the voice of Daba suddenly erupted from the car's audio system. "Master, there is a situation in the high-tech zone. It is the same commercial area where 7 zombies previously appeared, and now there is a colossal behemoth." As Daba finished speaking, a video materialized on Xu Zhengyang's car display, revealing a gigantic zombie towering over 3 meters, its muscular form cloaked in a dark red hue, with glowing red eyes. Chapter 80, Sudden Incident. At the same moment, a series of system subtitles appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Emergency mission, giant behemoth zombie, in progress. A giant behemoth zombie has emerged near your refuge. You must swiftly neutralize it to prevent the behemoth from gathering surrounding zombies into a horde. Mission objective: bring the giant behemoth zombie's body back to your refuge. Mission reward: behemoth strength. Upon reviewing the mission details, Xu Zhengyang promptly instructed Daba, "Assist me in driving. We must head to the high-tech zone immediately." With that, he unfastened his seatbelt and maneuvered to the back seat, retrieving his combat flight suit from the dimensional space bag and began changing. 10 minutes later, in the high-tech zone, in light of the previous zombie incident, the Public Security Bureau managed this similar event with remarkable efficiency. They cordoned off the area, regulated traffic, and evacuated the crowds with a seamless series of maneuvers. Consequently, the high-tech zone experienced no significant chaos, and even curious onlookers gathered on nearby high-rise buildings to observe. Upon arrival, Xu Zhengyang instructed Daba to park the car by the roadside and proceeded to the tallest office building nearby, ascending to the rooftop via the stairs. From this elevated vantage point, he observed that the officers of the Public Security Bureau had already engaged in combat with the giant behemoth zombie. The behemoth's exterior was encased in a layer of dark red chitin. As a result, the standard-issue sidearms of the Bureau's officers merely tickled the behemoth, inflicting no substantial damage while suffering considerable losses themselves. At that moment, Daba suddenly alerted Xu Zhengyang, "Master, look to the east. Reinforcements have arrived." Following Daba's direction, Xu Zhengyang beheld soldiers from the eastern military base arriving in 8 armored vehicles. Before the vehicles even reached their destination, soldiers atop the armored cars began unleashing a barrage of fire from their machine guns at the giant behemoth zombie. The firepower was formidable. However, the chitinous exoskeleton of the colossal zombie is astonishingly resilient. When the machine gunfire struck the giant zombie, it merely produced a shower of sparks, failing to inflict any significant damage. Upon witnessing this, Xu Zhengyang felt a jolt of alarm, followed by a sense of relief, thinking to himself how fortunate he was not to engage directly with such a monstrous defense, unless he brought forth the armed helicopter from his refuge, which still bore wet paint. The weapons at his disposal were utterly incapable of breaching the giant zombie's formidable defenses. At that moment, the injured giant zombie let out a furious roar, casting aside the few police officers before it and charging like a mountain of flesh towards the armored vehicle. The immense weight of the giant zombie was staggering. Consequently, each step it took while sprinting could imprint the asphalt ground with depressions of 20 to 30 centimeters deep, leaving behind footprints the size of a size 72 shoe. Faced with the terrifying explosive power of the giant zombie, the soldiers who had come to assist were not daring to be careless. They continued firing their weapons while others opened the hatch of the armored vehicle, emerging to lock onto the giant zombie and fire. Boom, boom. After 2 consecutive rocket-propelled grenades detonated upon the giant zombie, its right arm was severed cleanly. In an instant, flesh and blood were sent flying. Even such a super creature as the giant zombie could not withstand the modern firepower of humanity in a direct confrontation, roaring in pain. Even though the giant zombie's brain was comprised of 99 muscle, it dared not continue to engage head-on. Without hesitation, it turned and crashed into a nearby building, seeking to lie in wait within. Observing this, Xu Zhengyang realized his opportunity had finally arrived. The wound on the giant zombie's right arm was devoid of chitinous armor. As long as that bizarre chitinous protection was absent, he had a chance to exchange blows with the colossal zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Zhengyang activated the flight combat suit's wingsuit mode and soared towards the giant zombie. Moments later, he landed steadily. Just then, he noticed the soldiers from the armored vehicle had also arrived beside the building where the giant zombie was hiding. After disembarking, they quickly formed 8 small teams. Subsequently, each team dispatched 2 members wearing glasses and holding remote controls. They either manipulated mechanical dogs equipped with weaponry on their backs or operated palm-sized reconnaissance drones. The 8 teams showcased their unique talents, deftly maneuvering their high-tech weaponry into the building. Upon seeing the drones and mechanical dogs before him, Xu Zhengyang's eyes lit up. And he promptly inquired of Dabai, "Dabai, can we hack into these devices?" "Yes, Master," Dabai replied. Hearing this, Xu Zhengyang immediately stated, "Once we finish off the giant zombie, remember to gather all these mechanical dogs and drones. I wish to reclaim them." "Understood, Master," Dabai responded, continuing. "I have acquired the highest control permissions for these drones and mechanical dogs." "Very well." Xu Zhengyang nodded and activated the optical camouflage of his flight combat suit, entering the building through an alternate entrance. At that moment, Dabai had already infiltrated all the surveillance cameras within the edifice. Subsequently, Dabai amalgamated the video feeds from the cameras, creating a structural blueprint of the building, which was projected onto Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. Moreover, Dabai thoughtfully marked Xu Zhengyang's position with a white dot, the location of the colossal zombie with a red dot, and the positions of the mechanical dogs and drones with yellow dots. With Dabai's assistance, despite entering the building through a different doorway, Xu Zhengyang navigated as effortlessly as if he were returning home, swiftly locating the formidable zombie. As Xu Zhengyang arrived at the scene, he found 4 mechanical dogs, equipped with light machine guns on their backs, already firing at the colossal zombie. Although the machine guns lacked the firepower of cannons, the zombie's severed arm was devoid of chitinous armor. Consequently, the colossal zombie was compelled to use its left hand to shield the wound on its severed arm. Just as the zombie was fending off the intense barrage from the mechanical dogs, suddenly, the protective panels on the bellies of all 14 mechanical dogs opened, releasing small missiles. In the next instant, all the missiles were launched simultaneously, striking the colossal zombie in succession, with a series of explosive detonations. A tremendous shockwave shattered every window in the building. At that moment, Xu Zhengyang confirmed through his detection skill that the colossal zombie had been slain. He immediately commanded Dabai, sever all control permissions for the mechanical dogs and drones. Upon issuing the command, Xu Zhengyang rushed forward with a dimensional space bag, collecting the corpse of the colossal zombie along with all the mechanical dogs and reconnaissance drones present. Chapter 81. The power of the colossal. Just as Xu Zhengyang secured his prize, the soldiers outside, controlling the mechanical dogs and drones, suddenly received simultaneous warnings on their glasses indicating a disconnection. "You have been disconnected from the mechanical dog drone. Attempting to reconnect." Reports flooded in. "Report. Dong Yao has lost connection with the mechanical dog. Please advise." "Report. Dong Guai has lost connection with the drone. Please advise." These well-trained soldiers raised their right hands almost in unison to report their circumstances to the commander. The commander paused momentarily upon hearing this, then quickly reacted, issuing the command. "Send in another batch, quickly." As soon as the command left his lips, the logistics soldiers, who had been prepared, promptly released the prepped mechanical dogs and drones to probe the building. 2 minutes later, when the drone operator arrived at the scene, only to find it devoid of any presence, he immediately reported back to the commander, stating, "Report. Dong Guai has reached the site, but the target has vanished. Please advise." "Vanished?" The commander hastily approached the armored vehicle to check the real-time surveillance from the drone. As he beheld the vast pool of blood displayed on the screen, he could not help but furrow his brow. Here, there was not a trace of the colossal zombie, nor remnants of mechanical dogs or drones. What had transpired in this place? The commander's mind raced, yet he could not conjure a coherent image of the events that had unfolded. Thus, relying on his experience, he issued commands, saying, "Teams 1357 form one group, and 2468 form another. Centered on the current floor, one group shall ascend while the other descends, conducting a thorough search. Make certain not to overlook any corner of this building. We must not allow that creature to escape." "Understood." The operators responded promptly, springing into action. Simultaneously, the commander continued to relay orders to others, instructing teams 1 through 7 to establish a defensive perimeter around the building with the armored vehicles, to prevent the monster from making a desperate escape to other locations. Understood. Knowledge of both oneself and the adversary is the key to victory. This commander could hardly fathom that Xu Zhengyang possessed a dimensional space bag and a combat suit capable of perfect optical camouflage. Even more unfathomable was the presence of a powerful artificial intelligence that, in an instant, had compromised the wireless operational devices of his squad. Consequently, despite the commander's reasonable deductions based on the observed circumstances, Xu Zhengyang audaciously departed the building with his spoils, returning to his vehicle and subsequently to the shelter. An hour later, upon returning to the shelter and extracting the colossal zombie's corpse, a series of system notifications appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Emergency mission, colossal zombie completed. Reward obtained. Power of the Colossus. You have acquired the power of the Colossus. Your strength attribute is permanently increased by 1 point, and you have mastered the skill Crush. Upon seeing the system notification, a look of delight washed over Xu Zhengyang's face. This mission not only granted him a boost in strength, but also bestowed upon him a new skill. He immediately lowered his gaze to inspect his attributes, examining the effect of the Crush skill. Crush, when your strength check exceeds that of your enemy, your melee attacks will repel the foe and inflict additional crush damage. Xu Zhengyang's strength already surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several times. Coupled with his mastery of melee combat, the addition of the newly acquired Crush skill rendered him virtually unmatched in one-on-one combat on Earth. Content. Xu Zhengyang nodded appreciatively and promptly summoned his robotic assistant to bring the engineering robot to begin dissecting the colossal zombie's body. The hardened exoskeleton of the colossal zombie proved to be remarkably tough. Yet, no matter how resilient the exterior, it could not withstand the precision of the engineering robot's circular saw. With the robot's meticulous cutting, Xu Zhengyang ultimately acquired a substantial portion of the colossal exoskeleton. Along with a significant blood plague sample, he instructed his assistant to secure the colossal exoskeleton and proceeded to the medical room with the substantial blood plague sample in hand. Is it possible to create 5 vials of blood plague serum from the vast blood plague sample? Xu Zhengyang was astonished to discover that this substantial blood plague sample could indeed yield 5 vials of serum. Consequently, he promptly opted for the affirmative. After carefully storing the newly emerged 5 vials of blood plague serum in his dimensional space bag, Xu Zhengyang retrieved his other spoils from within. Mechanical dog, basic attributes, weight, 36 kilograms, maximum control distance, 35 kilometers, maximum speed, 30 kilometers per hour, maximum endurance, 3 hours, maximum climbing angle, 63 degrees, maximum jump height, 14 meters, weaponry, 17. 62 millimeters light machine gun, with 146, 300 rounds, 1 rocket. With 0-1 round, 55 grenades, 16x electronic zoom, infrared detection, thermal imaging detection, evaluation, address the challenges faced by soldiers in urban combat. Xu Zhengyang had acquired a total of 14 mechanical dogs. Although their rockets had already been depleted, nonetheless, they still possessed grenades and light machine guns. Most importantly, the light machine guns utilized the 7.62 millimeters ammunition, which Xu Zhengyang could replenish himself. With these mechanical dogs and the meticulous operations of Dubai, should Xu Zhengyang decide to assault Chai's base now, even with a frontal attack, he could potentially decimate at least 20 to 30 of Chai's armed forces. Finally, he had some armed strength. Xu Zhengyang mused, retrieving the 2 drones he had previously stored from his dimensional space bag. With the mechanical dogs as a precedent, these drones did not evoke much excitement in Xu Zhengyang. Compared to his existing drones, they were merely sturdier, more durable, had longer endurance, and faster flight speeds. They failed to stir his enthusiasm. Xu Zhengyang grimaced and handed them over to Dubai, saying, "Dubai, wipe their operating systems clean and replace them with our own. Then, replenish all the weapons you can and fully charge them." "Yes, master," Dubai replied, immediately assuming control over the mechanical dogs and drones. The following day, at 11:50 a.m., Xu Zhengyang arrived 10 minutes early at Bai Kaiyuan's office. Upon entering, he noticed a fashionable young lady with exquisite makeup organizing various documents at Bai Kaiyuan's desk. Chapter 82. Main Mission Heavy Firepower. Hello. The young lady greeted him warmly. "My name is Wu Ting, and I am a student of Teacher Bai." He was suddenly called away for something urgent. "You must be Xu Zhengyang?" "Before leaving, Teacher Bai entrusted me to give this to you," Wu Ting said, extending a pre-prepared disc to Xu Zhengyang. "Ah," Xu Zhengyang nodded, then connected the disc to his phone with an adapter, feigning a casual glance. After a moment, Dubai softly reminded Xu Zhengyang through his Bluetooth earpiece, "The plan is flawless, master." After Xu Zhengyang carefully placed the disc away, he turned to Wu Ting and said, "I must take my leave now. Please extend my gratitude to Professor Bai." However, as he was about to depart, Wu Ting hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his arm, explaining, "This plan relies solely on hardware construction. We still require Professor Bai's wisdom in agricultural systems to ensure the sustainable cyclical development of the agricultural zone." "Agricultural systems?" Xu Zhengyang inquired, puzzled by her words. "Indeed," Wu Ting affirmed, hastily retrieving a stack of pre-printed materials. She pointed to the contents, elaborating on the core of the agricultural system. Though Xu Zhengyang appeared to be questioning Wu Ting, he was, in fact, seeking insight from Dabai. As Wu Ting began to elaborate with somewhat convoluted and grandiose terminology, Dabai's voice echoed in Xu Zhengyang's ear once more. Master, according to my calculations, I only need to allocate 7 threads to flawlessly execute Professor Bai's design. We do not require their so-called agricultural systems. Xu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully and then addressed Wu Ting. Thank you, but we do not need this. With that, he turned and exited Professor Bai's office, leaving Wu Ting in stunned silence. Shortly after Xu Zhengyang's departure, Bai Kaiyuan emerged from the lounge. Noticing Wu Ting's disappointed expression, he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "It seems that Xu is indeed committed to his work and cannot be swayed regarding the shelter matter. Please attend to your duties. I shall contemplate alternative solutions." "Yes, Professor," Wu Ting replied, suppressing her tears of disappointment before hastily exiting the office. Sighing, Bai Kaiyuan lamented, "It is evident that opportunities are exceedingly scarce everywhere." Following the acquisition of Bai Kaiyuan's design, Dabai had already commenced the hardware construction. As for Xu Zhengyang, his first task was to visit the agricultural market to procure various seeds and juvenile animals as outlined in Professor Bai's list. Moreover, he needed to visit the building materials market to acquire ample steel frames, pipes, and other necessary materials. Additionally, Xu Zhengyang had to purchase sufficient sensors to monitor temperature, humidity, oxygen levels, and carbon dioxide concentrations across every section of the agricultural zone in real time. On the way to the agricultural market, Xu Zhengyang queried Dabai, "How long will it take to complete the construction of the agricultural zone according to Professor Bai's plan? If all goes smoothly, it could be finished by tomorrow." Dabai replied, providing Xu Zhengyang with a new procurement list. "However, for the first half of the year, most plants will not have begun their positive cycles, so master, you will need to purchase additional grains and feed for initial input." Xu Zhengyang nodded in understanding before pressing the accelerator to the floor, stating, "I leave the household affairs to you. I shall proceed with the purchases." "Understood, master," Dabai responded. The following afternoon, the various goods ordered by Xu Zhengyang from the agricultural market the previous day arrived successively at the lumber factory. After a day and night of diligent work, the framework of the agricultural district had taken shape. According to Bai Kaiyuan's design plan, Xu Zhengyang's shelter, boasting a height of 5 meters, was not squandered. Bai Kaiyuan ingeniously conceived the planting area as a 2-tiered structure, measuring 23 units. The first level was designated for cultivating low-height crops such as rice, wheat, chili peppers, tomatoes, and potatoes, while the second level was reserved for taller plants like corn and Sichuan pepper. Together, this arrangement allowed Xu Zhengyang to achieve a planting area of 1,000 square meters. With such ample space, after 6 months, once the plants in the growing area entered a positive cycle, they would yield surplus food to sustain the animals in the breeding zone. The breeding area, however, was far more intricate. Bai Kaiyuan had meticulously optimized every inch of space. The essence of his entire design scheme resided in this section. After Xu Zhengyang had arranged the various young animals he had purchased according to Bai Kaiyuan's specifications, he gazed upon the orderly breeding zone, unable to restrain his admiration, exclaiming, "Professor Bai, truly remarkable." At that moment, a series of system notifications appeared before Xu Zhengyang's eyes. Main quest, upgrade agricultural zone, completed. Reward, regional effect, group immunity, regional effect, group immunity, effect. When your agricultural zone is functioning normally, all species with a population of 2 or more within the agricultural zone will gain a state of group immunity, alleviating the burden of most diseases. Wow! Upon reading the effects of this regional ability, Xu Zhengyang could not help but exclaim in delight. Both flora and fauna are susceptible to diseases, particularly animals. Once afflicted, treating them can be more challenging than treating humans. After all, animals cannot communicate their discomfort to veterinarians, so healing them largely relies on the veterinarian's experience. Although Xu Zhengyang's shelter environment was relatively enclosed, he could not guarantee that the animals in his agricultural zone would not fall victim to various ailments. However, with the introduction of the regional effect, group immunity, as long as the species involved numbered 2 or more, they would be immune to the onslaught of most diseases. Perfect. Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction and then opened his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest, heavy firepower in progress in a post-apocalyptic world. Your shelter is your foundation. To ensure your shelter can withstand the onslaught of hordes, while also safeguarding it from those with nefarious intentions, you need to construct a watchtower and equip it with heavy firepower. Task objective, Construct 4 watchtowers and equip them with heavy artillery. The height of the watchtowers must not be less than 8 meters. The caliber of the heavy artillery must not be less than 127 millimeters. Task reward. Type 1 portable composite battlesuit. Upon reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang promptly instructed Dubai, please book me a high-speed train ticket to Yunnan province. Chapter 83. Type 1 portable composite battlesuit. After Dubai secured the high-speed train ticket for Xu Zhengyang, he did not head directly to the train station. Instead, he took a detour to visit Qinyong. Upon knocking on the door, Qinyong, seeing Xu Zhengyang, eagerly ushered him inside, exclaiming warmly, "Zhang, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have arranged for your aunt to prepare some delicious food." No. Xu Zhengyang quickly dismissed Qinyong's hospitality, explaining, "Uncle Chun, I need to make a trip to Yunnan province. I thought I would stop by to give you something." As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang discreetly used his backpack as a cover to hand over 5 vials of blood plague serum from his dimensional space bag to Qinyong. "What is this?" Qinyong inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Without answering Qinyong's question, Xu Zhengyang instructed, "There are 5 vials in total. You, my aunt, my brother, my sister-in-law, and my little nephew can each have 1. Taking the blood plague serum from Xu Zhengyang, Qinyong was filled with intrigue. "So what exactly is this?" "Uncle, don't ask too much. I promise I won't harm you. The sooner you use it, the better," Xu Zhengyang concluded, bidding farewell to Qinyong. "The train is about to depart, so I must be off." After Xu Zhengyang left, Qinyong stared blankly at the 5 vials of blood plague serum that Xu Zhengyang had thrust upon him. Despite his confusion, he ultimately decided to trust Xu Zhengyang. Calling out to his wife, "Honey, call our son and have him bring his wife and grandson over, quickly." Later that night, at 2 o'clock, Xu Zhengyang retraced his previous route and stealthily approached the base of Cha-Chai. According to Dubai's investigation, after Cha-Chai's demise, his eldest son, Kunsong, had swiftly consolidated his father's remnants, purging his own brothers to re-establish control. As a result, despite the military base being pockmarked from bombardments by armed helicopters, its defenses had become even more stringent than before. However, no matter how fortified the guards of this small third-world warlord might be, they could not impede Xu Zhengyang. With the information from Dubai, Xu Zhengyang evaded all guards and successfully reached the arsenal of the base. Observing the 3 massive cast iron padlocks, each with a diameter of 15 centimeters, hanging on the arsenal's entrance, Xu Zhengyang could not help but furrow his brow, reflecting, indeed, the simplest things are often the most secure. If it were an electronic lock, with Dubai's assistance, I could have entered without a glance. But facing this primitive mechanical lock, I have no choice but to launch a direct assault. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang released the 14 mechanical dogs he had recently acquired from his dimensional space bag. Once Dubai allocated 14 threads to control them, they were ready for action. Xu Zhengyang promptly retrieved his individual combat armor from his dimensional space bag. With a thunderous crash, the iron door of the armory was forcefully kicked open by his armor. In that instant, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire base. Moments later, as the soldiers in the watchtower directed their searchlights towards the armory, every soldier within the base, without exception, seized their weapons and rushed toward the commotion. However, just a few steps into their advance, they were struck fatally by the hidden assailants lurking in the shadows, behind the ruins, and even in the trees. The accuracy of these snipers was terrifying. Nearly every shot fired claimed a soldier's life. Consequently, despite the relatively low frequency of gunfire, it astonishingly created an effect of suppressive fire. In that brief moment, the soldiers within the base were paralyzed with fear, desperately seeking cover and too terrified to even peek out. Xu Zhengyang paid little heed to their plight. After instructing his companion, Dubai, to secure the armory's entrance, he maneuvered his combat armor directly into the interior of the armory. The warlords of this chaotic third world maintained their grip on power through the armaments stored in their arsenal. Thus, it was no surprise that the treasures within were plentiful. With Dubai assisting in identifying and cataloging the equipment, Xu Zhengyang needed only to follow the markings made by Dubai, systematically stowing the items into his dimensional space bag. Within 5 minutes, Xu Zhengyang's bag was filled to capacity, prompting him to signal Dubai to prepare for withdrawal. "Understood, master," Dubai responded promptly, maneuvering the robotic dog as they retreated. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Xu Zhengyang had recalled all the robotic dogs and his combat armor, silently departing from the scene. As for the soldiers outside the armory, they had recently suffered a defeat, leaving their morale shaken. Even as Kuan-Song frantically paced like a restless ant on a hot stove, he dared not compel his soldiers to charge into the armory. Doing so would surely incite a mutiny. Thus, Kuan-Song endured outside the armory until dawn, and only after confirming that it was empty did he venture in to assess the aftermath. What transpired thereafter was unknown to Xu Zhengyang. Upon returning to his refuge, he found that Dubai had already utilized engineering robots to construct watchtowers at each corner of the sanctuary. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang immediately extracted 4 heavy machine guns from his dimensional space bag. After examining the specifications of the Type 2 heavy machine gun, Xu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction and installed it on the 4 watchtowers he had constructed. The moment the last machine gun was successfully positioned, a series of system notifications flashed before his eyes. Main quest: heavy firepower completed. Reward acquired. Type 1 portable composite battle suit. Type 1 portable composite battle suit. Skills: rapid donning. You can equip it within 6 seconds. Efficient buffer while wearing the suit. You are immune to fall damage within 15 meters and most explosive shock waves. Composite exoskeleton. The suit can withstand shots from small caliber kinetic weapons. Memory metal. The suit's exterior can automatically restore itself from any deformations. Exoskeletal armor assistance. Upon activation, your strength increases by 5 and agility by 2. Evaluation: portable, sturdy, reliable. Chapter 84. Frenzied Zombies. Eagerly, Xu Zhengyang claimed the reward of the Type 1 portable composite battlesuit after reviewing its attributes. In a swift motion, a metallic case, approximately the size of a suitcase, appeared in his hands. This case was remarkably heavy, weighing at least 70 kilograms. Were it not for his extraordinary strength, he would have found it challenging to lift this solid metal suitcase. Subsequently, Xu Zhengyang placed the marked side of the metallic case facing upwards and stepped onto it to begin donning the suit. As his feet made contact with the case, it emitted a humming mechanical sound. Instantly, metal plates within the case cascaded upwards, enveloping Xu Zhengyang's entire body. Once the final visor covered his face, the display screen on the visor revealed a series of authentication messages. Would you like to proceed with iris and voice print binding? Yes. As soon as Xu Zhengyang confirmed, the screen displayed, please look straight ahead. Iris binding in progress. Iris binding complete. Please recite the phrase in parentheses. Type 1 portable composite battle suit. Type 1 portable composite battle suit. Xu Zhengyang articulated. Voice print binding in progress. Voice print binding complete. With the system notifications, Xu Zhengyang obtained the highest level of operational authority over the portable battle suit. Once he acquired this authority, he tested the suit's capabilities in the courtyard of the shelter, akin to a child with a new toy, engaging in experimentation for a solid half-hour. Xu Zhengyang, feeling thoroughly satisfied, deactivated the combat suit's wear mode and instructed Dubai to take it for charging. Once clad in the portable combat suit, Xu Zhengyang's stature transformed into that of a towering giant, standing at an impressive 24 meters. With the activation of the exoskeleton's assistance, Xu Zhengyang could even punch through a steel plate of grade 9. Such formidable strength, combined with his skills in close combat mastery and overwhelm, instilled him with confidence. Should he encounter a colossal zombie again, he believed he could effortlessly sever its head with his bare hands, without resorting to firearms. Beyond the remarkable attribute enhancements, the interior of the suit housed a futuristic cushioning material. Enveloped by this advanced technology, Xu Zhengyang felt as though he was floating among the clouds, impervious to any ordinary shock that might otherwise harm him. Moreover, this cushioning served an additional purpose. It absorbed bodily fluids, ensuring that Xu Zhengyang remained dry and comfortable at all times. Truly magnificent. Xu Zhengyang was exceedingly pleased with the prowess of the portable combat suit. He first activated the optical camouflage plugin for the shelter, concealing the 4 lookout towers. Before accessing his task list to review the latest primary mission, main task, oil extraction in progress in this post-apocalyptic world. The fuel around you will soon be depleted by nearby survivors. To ensure your shelter consistently possesses high-energy fuel, preventing your fuel-dependent vehicles and equipment from becoming obsolete, construct an oil extraction facility within your shelter. Task objective: build an oil extraction facility in the industrial zone. The facility must cover no less than 200 square meters, with a daily extraction rate of at least 30 tons. Task reward: rare small or seed oil. After perusing the task details, Xu Zhengyang promptly instructed Dubai, please allocate a room of 200 square meters in the factory on the 16th floor of the industrial zone. Understood, Master, Dubai replied. And the engineering robots immediately commenced their work. Having conveyed his command, Xu Zhengyang made a brief visit to his armory, securely storing all the various weapons and ammunition he had previously acquired. Only then did he drive to the Baiqing oil machinery processing plant. Although Baiqing lacked oil fields, it benefited from an aid project during a sensitive period in the last century, resulting in the presence of an oil machinery processing plant. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang did not need to travel far to procure the machinery required for his oil extraction facility. Typically, the core equipment for oil extraction is the oil pump, commonly referred to as a nodding donkey. These machines come in various sizes, given the task's requirements of achieving a daily extraction rate of no less than 30 tons. Xu Zhengyang only needed to acquire 2 pumps, each capable of producing 20 tons daily, to exceed the mission's demands. An hour later, at the Baicheng oil machinery plant, a pillar of the local economy, the vicinity was usually congested with vehicles during peak hours, often causing traffic jams stretching for several kilometers. However, at this moment, the Baicheng petroleum machinery factory has long lost its former glory. The once grand and imposing office building now has only a fifth of its lights still aglow. As for the vast expanse of workshops behind the office, it resembles the high-speed train manufacturing facility that Xu Zhengyang previously visited, with merely 2 workshops still illuminated. This, however, proved advantageous. Xu Zhengyang remarked as he parked his vehicle by the roadside. After donning his combat flight suit in the back seat with the assistance of Dabai, he carefully ventured into the Baicheng petroleum machinery factory. "Master," Dabai's voice resonated in Xu Zhengyang's Bluetooth earpiece. "According to my investigation, the oil extractor with a daily output of 20 tons is located here." Just as Dabai concluded his statement, an aerial view of the factory appeared on Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses, highlighting a specific warehouse. "Very well," Xu Zhengyang nodded, preparing to retrieve the necessary oil extractor when suddenly a series of blood-curdling screams echoed from a nearby workshop. Simultaneously, a stream of system notifications materialized before Xu Zhengyang's eyes. Emergency time-limited mission, frenzied zombie, in progress. Mission objective, eliminate nearby frenzied zombies. Mission reward, frenzied power. Mission time limit, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds. Momentarily stunned by the sudden mission, Xu Zhengyang quickly found a corner and retrieved the portable battle suit he had just acquired. Putting it on without hesitation, once clad in the portable suit, Xu Zhengyang immediately inquired of Dabai, "Have you pinpointed the exact location of that frenzied zombie?" "Right here, Master," Dabai responded, indicating a rapidly moving red dot on Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. The frenzied zombie moved with astonishing speed. According to Dabai's rough calculations, its running velocity could reach 9 to 10 meters per second, rivaling that of Usain Bolt. "Excellent," Xu Zhengyang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he yearned to rush forward and snap the frenzied zombie's neck. Chapter 85. Frenzied Power. Having donned the portable battle suit, Xu Zhengyang promptly activated its exoskeletal assist device. Following Dabai's navigation, he sprinted towards the position of the frenzied zombie. Xu Zhengyang's inherent abilities already surpassed those of ordinary individuals by several folds. Now, with the exoskeletal enhancement activated, he was akin to a diminutive superhero. With each stride, the force of his footfall created spiderweb-like depressions approximately 3 to 4 centimeters deep and 7 to 8 centimeters in diameter in the factory's solid concrete floor. Such formidable explosive power allowed Xu Zhengyang's speed to exceed 20 meters per second, a figure unattainable by any human. As a result, within just over a minute, Xu Zhengyang had covered more than a kilometer, arriving at the scene ravaged by the frenzied zombies. Unlike the colossal zombies, the frenzied ones had completely shed any semblance of humanity, transforming entirely into monstrous beings. It moved on all fours, its limbs sprouting sharp, dark red claws. Furthermore, the most striking transformation of the ferocious zombie lay in its spine, where the tail vertebrae had entirely burst forth, evolving into a white tail. From a distance, the ferocious zombie resembled a beast that had crawled out from the depths of hell. When Xu Zhengyang arrived at the scene, he was astonished to discover that the rampage of this ferocious zombie was not driven by a mere thirst for fresh flesh and blood, but rather aimed at spreading the blood plague virus. All the factory workers felled by the ferocious zombie bore evident external injuries, writhing in agony on the ground. Some of those injured for a longer duration had their veins bulging, their skin transitioning from a healthy yellow to a crimson hue, while their throats emitted various, unintelligible growls. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, Xu Zhengyang was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and whispered to Dabai that this ferocious zombie possessed intelligence. It was deliberately creating more zombies. In an instant, an indescribable sense of crisis enveloped Xu Zhengyang's heart. However, he had no time to ponder, for the ferocious zombie had already detected him, clad in his portable battle suit. It seemed to sense a hint of threat, ceasing its attacks on other ordinary individuals. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Xu Zhengyang, its elongated tongue flicking across its lips, exuding a provocative eagerness. Had it been before, Xu Zhengyang would have unhesitatingly turned and fled at the sight of such a ferocious zombie. But now, emboldened by his own strength and the battle suit he wore, he did not shy away from the ferocious zombie. Instead, he charged forward with a clenched fist. Bang! Bang! Xu Zhengyang's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and with the enhancement of the exoskeleton support system of his suit, he landed 2 punches that sent the once mighty ferocious zombie crashing to the ground, disoriented. Before the zombie could even experience fear, Xu Zhengyang had already mounted it, gripping its head tightly and twisting it off with force. Emergency time-limited mission. Ferocious zombie completed. Reward. Ferocious power. Ferocious power. Your agility attribute permanently increases by 1 point, gaining the skill Swift, upon seeing the series of system notifications. Xu Zhengyang promptly stored the corpse of the ferocious zombie into his dimensional space bag. As he retreated, he examined the new skill he had just acquired. Swift. Your movement speed increases by 25. After reviewing the properties of the Swift skill, Xu Zhengyang smirked, noting that the ferocious zombie paled in comparison to the colossal zombie. While speaking, he swiftly vacated the scene, seeking an isolated corner to remove his portable battlesuit and store it in his dimensional space bag. Only then did Xu Zhengyang activate the optical camouflage of his combat suit, following Debai's navigation to the warehouse housing the oil extraction machines. After securing the necessary machine in his dimensional space bag, he prepared for the next phase of his mission. Xu Zhengyang did not linger in that contentious place for long and promptly returned to his sanctuary. The following day, he slumbered until 11 in the morning, at which point Debai came to rouse him, exclaiming, "Master, master, the concrete base at the oil extraction site has fully set, and we can now begin the installation of the oil pump." Xu Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement and, after a brief morning routine, made his way to the oil extraction site. The oil pumps he procured were pre-assembled, requiring him merely to drill holes in the newly laid concrete base before affixing the pumps. Under the operation of the engineering robots, both oil pumps were installed completely in under 10 minutes. At that moment, a series of system notifications appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main quest, oil extraction, completed. Reward, rare small oil vein seed. Rare small oil vein seed. Effect, upon use. Creates a mine in the designated area with a minimum extractable capacity of 650 tons of oil. Warning, the small oil vein seed may only be utilized in regions up to 800 meters underground. After reviewing the system information, Xu Zhengyang promptly employed the 4-dimensional cube to relocate the oil extraction site to the lowest level of his sanctuary. Subsequently, he instructed Debai to transform the heavy engineering robot into a drilling machine to bore 2 holes, each 800 meters in length. Understood, Master, Debai replied, immediately commencing the task. Once the work was organized, Xu Zhengyang effortlessly stored the small oil vein seed in his dimensional space bag before opening his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest, refinery, in progress. Crude oil cannot be utilized directly. It must undergo processes such as distillation, catalysis, cracking, and hydrogenation to be converted into usable energy. Thus, you are required to construct a refinery within your sanctuary. Task objective, construct a refinery. The refinery must cover an area of no less than 500 square meters. It should be capable of producing diesel, gasoline, kerosene, and other products from crude oil. Task reward, dimensional space bag upgrade device. Upon seeing the task objectives, Xu Zhengyang felt quite pleased, as the recent main quests were relatively manageable in the pre-apocalyptic context. Consequently, after conducting a brief online search, he directly instructed Debai, please book a high-speed train ticket to Shandong province for me. Oh, and also, dismantle some of the solar panels on the surface to clear an area of approximately 500 square meters. Chapter 86. The refinery. Shandong province boasts numerous ports, making it a primary unloading destination for imported oil in our country. Consequently, the refining industry in Shandong ranks among the top in the nation. In addition to several well-known large state-owned enterprises, a myriad of private refineries flourishes here, abundant as the fish in the river. The main quest requires Xu Zhengyang's refinery to produce diesel, gasoline, and kerosene, products that fall within the realm of fuel refineries. In addition to generating various types of fuel, crude oil can yield other industrial byproducts such as asphalt, ethylene, and petroleum coke. Among these, various fuels are the most marketable products. Consequently, the majority of private refineries in Shandong province are predominantly fuel-focused. Under the guidance of his associate, Xu Zhengyang swiftly identifies a private fuel refinery named Qingxin. The proprietor, Sun Renqing, is a rare breed of conscientious private entrepreneur. In recent years, the ongoing economic downturn has compelled large oil enterprises in Shandong to encroach upon the operational space of smaller firms. As a result, due to Sun Renqing's integrity, his refinery is among the first in the province to face imminent closure. Nevertheless, he has not resorted to unscrupulous means such as asset division or evading responsibilities. Rather, he has chosen to mortgage his own home to secure funds to ensure his workers receive their wages. Such principled conduct earns Xu Zhengyang's admiration, leading him to regard Sun Rinqing as a true man. Moreover, the equipment at Sun's refinery is relatively new, having been purchased in recent years, and is in good condition. Thus, Xu Zhengyang decisively opts to take over Sun Rinqing's establishment. Earlier, on the train, he had already communicated with Sun Rinqing over the phone. Therefore, upon exiting the train station, he immediately spots Sun Rinqing holding a sign made of 6 sheets of paper taped together, inscribed with "Welcome, Mr. Xu Zhengyang." Sun Rinqing, approximately in his 50s, is dressed in a faded work uniform. Standing around 6 feet tall, he possesses a lean physique and spirited eyes, clearly indicative of a diligent individual. Upon seeing him, Xu Zhengyang approaches and introduces himself, saying, "Are you Mr. Sun?" Despite having anticipated that Xu Zhengyang would likely be a young man. Sun Rinqing cannot suppress his disappointment upon meeting him. Xu Zhengyang's attire is quite simple, resembling more of a recent graduate than an established entrepreneur. Would such a person truly be capable of purchasing his factory? Though this thought crosses Sun Rinqing's mind. The bank's persistent demands for interest payments have left him with no other options. Thus, he must approach Xu Zhengyang, asking, "Mr. Xu, are you alone?" Xu Zhengyang nods in affirmation, replying that he has come alone, without even a secretary or business attorney. Upon hearing this, Sun Rinqing feels a sense of despair. While he is principled and has standards, that does not imply he is naive, based on his decades of experience. At this moment, Sun Rinqing was convinced that Xu Zhengyang was a fraud. Even if he couldn't swindle his money, he would at least deceive him into hosting a reception dinner. Under normal circumstances, such deception might be tolerable, as a meal hardly costs much. However, given Sun Rinqing's current entanglement in debt, he was unwilling to entertain such frivolities. He was preparing to exchange a few polite words before taking his leave when Xu Zhengyang boldly suggested, "Let us proceed to inspect your factory. If it meets our expectations, we can sign the contract right away, and I will transfer the funds immediately." Sun Rinqing was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Yet, as he processed Xu Zhengyang's words, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Xu, are you suggesting we sign the contract today? What else could it be?" Xu Zhengyang replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "Everyone is quite busy, so let us expedite the process." Sun Rinqing stood in stunned silence for a while, finally regaining his composure. He quickly led Xu Zhengyang towards the parking area, saying, "Mr. Xu, my car is this way." "Very well," Xu Zhengyang acquiesced. The Qingxin refinery, owned by Sun Rinqing, was located in the suburbs. Consequently, their journey lasted nearly 2 hours before they arrived at their destination. Although the refinery was not large and specialized solely in producing gasoline, diesel, and kerosene, it was impeccably organized and maintained, reflecting Sun Rinqing's meticulous management. Fire safety equipment was strategically placed in the most accessible and visible locations. In a certain sense, Xu Zhengyang understood the factory better than Sun Rinqing himself, having already gathered detailed information through surveillance and electronic devices. Therefore, after a brief, perfunctory tour with Sun Rinqing, he declared, "I am very satisfied with what I see. I'll take it. Please lead me to your office, so we can discuss the price. Once we finalize the contract, I will transfer the funds." Having lived for over half a century, Sun Rinqing had never encountered such a situation. However, with Xu Zhengyang's assertive demeanor, he thought, "Fine. Even if he is a fraud, I would only be wasting a little time." Thus, he complied and guided Xu Zhengyang to the office within the factory premises. Negotiating the price, signing the contract, and transferring the funds ensued swiftly. Sun Rinqing offered a fair price, and with Xu Zhengyang being financially secure, he saw no need to haggle. They finalized the contract on the spot, and Xu Zhengyang promptly transferred the funds. Upon seeing the number in his account, Sun Rinqing was utterly flabbergasted. He had never conducted such a seamless transaction in his life and briefly thought he was dreaming. Feeling a sudden pinch of pain, he released his grip on his thigh and incredulously asked Xu Zhengyang, "Is it really this simple? What else could it be?" Xu Zhengyang replied, puzzled, "You quoted a fair price, and I am in urgent need of the equipment. Is it not as simple as that?" With that, Xu Zhengyang exchanged a few more pleasantries with Sun Rinqing before ushering him out, instructing him to depart with the funds. The refining process inevitably produces waste gases, which is why the Qingxin refinery was situated in a desolate suburb. Once Sun Rinqing had distanced himself and ensured there were no others nearby, Xu Zhengyang promptly retrieved his engineering robots from the dimensional space bag, instructing Dubai to commence the dismantling of the refinery's equipment. Chapter 87. The imposter. The heart of a fuel-based refinery lies in its distillation apparatus. Upon injecting crude oil into the distillation unit, one can separate the preheated and desalinated crude oil by exploiting the differences in boiling points and the elevated temperatures at the base of the distillation column. This apparatus divides crude oil into various fractions: light distillates such as liquefied petroleum gas, gasoline, and naphtha; middle distillates including kerosene and diesel; and heavy distillates like residual oil, heavy fuel oil, lubricating oil, wax, and asphalt. Following the initial separation, these products must be directed to catalytic units for further refinement, enhancing their quality. However, Xu Zhengyang's modest refinery could only process a maximum of 100 tons of crude oil per day, leading him to acquire only the equipment for fuel refinement. As for the other industrial raw materials obtained through distillation, Xu Zhengyang sold them at low prices to larger refineries capable of further processing. Given the opportunity, Xu Zhengyang aspired to establish a comprehensive refinery within his sanctuary that could handle and produce all petroleum products. Unfortunately, due to spatial constraints, he could only focus on the immediate tasks at hand, postponing further development. After more than an hour under Dubai's meticulous coordination, the three engineering robots successfully dismantled the refinery's core equipment. However, the substantial size of the apparatus necessitated Xu Zhengyang to make 6 round trips between Lusher province and Baicheng over 2 days to transport all the equipment back to his sanctuary. With the final unloading complete, Dubai orchestrated the reinstallation of the equipment within the sanctuary's refinery. Before Xu Zhengyang's eyes, a series of system notifications appeared: main quest, refinery completed, rewards, dimensional space bag upgrade device, dimensional space bag upgrade device, effect. Enhances the dimensional space bag to a spherical capacity with a diameter of 100 meters. Note: activation occurs upon placing items within the dimensional space bag. Impressive. Xu Zhengyang exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing the level 4 dimensional space bag upgrade device. A spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters encompasses approximately 599 cubic meters. Reflecting on the upgraded dimensional space bag, Xu Zhengyang mused that had it possessed such ample capacity earlier, he could have transported all the refinery equipment back in merely 2 trips, thus avoiding the expenditure of so much time. As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang utilized the optical camouflage feature of his sanctuary to conceal the refinery constructed adjacent to the thermal power plant. He then opened his task list to review the latest main quest, Water Resource Treatment Center in progress in a post-apocalyptic world. Clean water is an absolute necessity for survival. Even deep underground water can be contaminated. For your drinking safety, please construct a water resource treatment center within the shelter. Quest objective: build a water resource treatment center within the shelter. The water treatment plant requires an area of no less than 500 square meters. The quality of domestic water must be pure water, with an output of no less than 100 tons per day. The quality of industrial water must be municipal tap water, with an output of no less than 1,000 tons per day. Quest reward: building effect, drip-free. After reviewing the task details, Xu Zhengyang immediately instructed Dubai, allocate a 500 square meter room within the shelter. Furthermore, ensure that the room is equipped with the highest standard of waterproofing. Understood, Master, Dubai responded. And the engineering robot promptly commenced its work. Once Dubai began its tasks, Xu Zhengyang did not remain idle. He quickly approached his computer to search for information pertaining to water treatment plants. Thanks to the robust advantages of China's complete industrial chain, various equipment and supplies for water resource treatment were readily available. Xu Zhengyang didn't even need to shop online. He could acquire all the necessary equipment directly in by city. Seizing the opportunity while the engineering robot was occupied, Xu Zhengyang set off in his vehicle to purchase a variety of supplies and equipment for water treatment. The water treatment industry had matured considerably, resulting in an abundance of equipment and supplies, with specifications proliferating. With Dubai's assistance, Xu Zhengyang swiftly procured all the necessary equipment and materials for constructing the water treatment plant, addressing the industrial water requirements of the quest. As for the pure water needed for the domestic water aspect of the task, the equipment was easy to obtain, though some materials proved to be somewhat troublesome. The core material for producing pure water is the membrane, also known as reverse osmosis membrane. Water typically flows from areas of low concentration to areas of high concentration. However, when pressure is applied, water will flow from high concentration to low concentration, which is the principle of reverse osmosis. The pore size of the membrane is 1/1,000,000th of a hair's breadth, 0.00001 microns. Thus, by installing a membrane in the filtration equipment, only water molecules and certain mineral ions can pass through, achieving the standard for pure water. An industrial-grade membrane can filter nearly 1,000,000 liters of pure water, but it is ultimately a consumable and will eventually run out. In a post-apocalyptic world, Xu Zhengyang might not be able to find such items. So for the sake of his drinking safety, he decided to purchase a staggering 100,000 rolls of industrial-grade membranes. Upon hearing this quantity, the shopkeeper was taken aback, incredulously asking Xu Zhengyang, "How many?" 100,000, Xu Zhengyang replied, quickly switching to his mobile banking app to inform the shopkeeper, "I will pay a deposit right now. Please expedite the shipment. As soon as it arrives, I will settle the remaining balance." All right. Upon hearing the words, the boss was so excited that he could hardly contain his joy, fearing that Xu Zhengyang might change his mind. He hurriedly exclaimed, "I will contact the manufacturer for expedited delivery right away." After acquiring the necessary items, Xu Zhengyang had little desire to linger any longer and promptly drove back to the shelter. As he passed through the high-tech zone, he noted that the once bustling commercial districts of White City had lost all vitality following 2 recent outbreaks of zombies. Even in broad daylight, the streets were eerily deserted. Just as Xu Zhengyang drove through the area, he suddenly sensed an unmistakable aura of malevolence directed at him. Simultaneously, a series of system messages appeared before his eyes. Emergency timed mission, imposter in progress. An imposter has appeared near your shelter. It can deceive human senses and infiltrate human gatherings to spread the blood plague. To prevent the imposter from creating new hordes around your shelter, please eliminate it immediately. Mission objective: kill the imposter. Mission time limit: 23:59:58. Mission reward: power of disguise. Gratitude was expressed for the generous tips of 862,588 reading coins and book friend 14021-809-1139-827, 100 Chidian coins. Thanks to both benefactors for their generosity. I have an unavoidable social engagement tonight and will return late. I will first post 3 chapters, while the remaining 2 will be released once completed, which may take some time. I suggest everyone read them tomorrow. Chapter 88. A critical moment. Startled by the sudden appearance of the mission details, Xu Zhengyang quickly parked and activated the thermal imaging feature of his contact lenses, scanning the surroundings for any anomalies in body temperature. The average human body temperature is approximately 37 degrees Celsius, while that of a blood plague zombie is merely around 15 degrees, less than half that of a human. Thanks to the thermal imaging, Xu Zhengyang quickly spotted the imposter zombie 70 meters away. After utilizing the zoom function of his contact lenses for a closer look, he discovered that the imposter's appearance and attire were indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. If unguarded, it would seamlessly blend into a crowd without detection. Observing this seemingly normal imposter, Xu Zhengyang felt a sense of dread wash over him. When did this creature emerge? How many humans have been infected by now? With over 6 months remaining until the full outbreak of the blood plague, he had hoped that society could maintain a semblance of stability. After all, only in a stable environment could he easily exchange money for various resources, thereby enhancing his shelter with relative ease. Once society collapses and money becomes worthless, the time and effort required to upgrade his shelter would increase exponentially. Therefore, even without a mission, Xu Zhengyang was determined to eliminate this imposter. Upon determining the location of the imposter, Xu Zhengyang hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly yanked the steering wheel, turning sharply towards the direction of the masquerader. At that moment, the imposter was trailing behind a group of 7 or 8 bank employees who had just finished their shifts, enveloping them in a faint crimson mist that surrounded them like a shroud. From a distance, the blood mist appeared indistinct, yet up close, its presence was unmistakably vivid. Curiously, the bank employees seemed oblivious to the ominous haze swirling around them, chatting and laughing as they walked on. It appeared that the imposter possessed a similar malevolent sense of awareness. Just as Xu Zhengyang adjusted his vehicle with murderous intent, the imposter abruptly glanced back at his car. Dismissing the bank employees, it swiftly darted into a narrow alleyway bordering the street. Xu Zhengyang observed this scene with a cold smirk. It seemed this task would require considerable effort. As he spoke, he promptly retrieved 2 reconnaissance drones from his dimensional space bag, deploying them to be operated by his companion, Dubai, to pinpoint the imposter's location. Meanwhile, Xu Zhengyang parked his car at the roadside and climbed into the back seat to don his aerial combat suit. Once fully prepared, he followed Dubai's navigation, taking a series of winding routes to intercept the imposter. 5 minutes later, Xu Zhengyang successfully positioned himself ahead of the masquerader. Without hesitation, upon spotting the imposter, he drew a silenced rifle from his dimensional space bag and unleashed a barrage of fire aimed at the imposter's head. As he fired, the imposter fixed Xu Zhengyang with a piercing glare. Xu Zhengyang was unsure of the imposter's abilities, but he felt as if he had been struck by a colossal hammer. His vision clouded with stars, sinking into a state akin to a lucid dream. Sensing the success of its assault, the imposter wore a peculiar smile, then exhaled a plume of blood-hued smoke towards Xu Zhengyang. At that moment, a sharp, piercing sound erupted from Xu Zhengyang's Bluetooth headset. Under Dubai's control, The sound emitted reached the limits of its hardware capacity. Even through the fabric of his combat suit, the ear-splitting electric crackle was unmistakable. Although this noise affected Xu Zhengyang to some extent, it failed to rouse him from the bizarre state he found himself in. In a decisive move, Dabai opted for drastic measures. The Bluetooth headset nestled in Xu Zhengyang's left ear suddenly ignited in an explosive flare. The searing pain prompted Xu Zhengyang to involuntarily gasp, jolting him back from his peculiar stupor. In the next instant, gritting his teeth, Xu Zhengyang squeezed the trigger, unleashing a volley of bullets that obliterated the imposter's head before the astonished eyes of the masquerader. After the imposter was slain, Xu Zhengyang swiftly removed his combat helmet, extracting the still smoldering Bluetooth earpiece from his ear with unprecedented speed and discarding it upon the ground. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, delivering several forceful kicks to the corpse of the impersonator before hastily retrieving a first aid kit from his dimensional space pouch. After ingesting painkillers and administering a rudimentary detoxification to his ear, he applied sterile gauze to staunch the bleeding. Only then did Xu Zhengyang have the opportunity to examine the system notification that had appeared moments earlier. Emergency time-limited mission. Impersonator completed. Reward obtained. Power of disguise. Power of disguise. Your mental attribute permanently increases by 1 point. Granting the skill, mental penetration. Mental penetration consumes 5 points of mental energy to attack targets with a mental assessment lower than yours, inducing a state of dizziness for 180 seconds. Warning: any damage sustained by the dizzy target will immediately terminate the dizzy state. Upon reading the system prompt, Xu Zhengyang finally comprehended the peculiar disorientation he had experienced and the reason for his sudden awakening. He expressed his gratitude to Dabai, who replied, "It is my duty, master." However, Dabai continued, "Your ear has sustained significant injury. If you do not return to the medical bay for treatment promptly, you may incur permanent hearing damage." "Understood." Xu Zhengyang acknowledged with a nod. He collected the scattered shell casings from the alley, along with the corpse of the impersonator, and stowed them in his dimensional space pouch. After addressing the bloodstains in the area, he donned his combat helmet once more and activated his optical camouflage to depart. Xu Zhengyang's stamina had exceeded 5 points, and his vitality was several times that of an ordinary human. Thus, despite the Bluetooth earpiece, powered by a lithium battery, burning in his ear, it failed to harm his eardrum. Consequently, upon returning to the shelter, he merely reclined within the treatment chamber of a Type 1 surgical robot. The robot expertly excised all necrotic tissue from his left ear, followed by disinfection, medication, and bandaging. Once the wound was adequately treated, the surgical robot printed a report detailing the diagnosis and post-operative care instructions, which it subsequently presented to Xu Zhengyang. 3 days for a complete recovery? He inquired. After reviewing the printed document, Xu Zhengyang gained a clearer understanding of his recuperative abilities. For an ordinary person, such a burn to the ear would necessitate at least a month of convalescence, even if the eardrum miraculously remained intact. Yet for Xu Zhengyang, merely 3 days would suffice. Feeling the effects of alcohol weighing upon him, he realized he could only manage to write until the 4th watch of the night, promising to compensate for the remainder the following day. Apologies to all. Chapter 89. Proactive assault due to the aftereffects of anesthesia. Xu Zhengyang slumbered soundly until 11 o'clock the following afternoon, roused only by the ringing of a delivery phone. Following the familiar sequence of verifying the goods, settling the bill, transporting, and installing, he proceeded with his day. A series of system notifications appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main quest: Water Resource Treatment Center completed. Reward obtained. Building effect: leak-proof. Building effect: leak-proof. Effect: when your water resource treatment center is intact, the waterproof performance of the shelter is enhanced by 100. The facilities in Xu Zhengyang's shelter were constructed without regard to cost, adhering to the highest standards. Now, with this building effect in place, he no longer needed to worry about issues like seepage or leaks. Satisfied, Xu Zhengyang nodded and then opened his task list to review the latest main quest. Main quest: Heart of the Blood Plague, in progress. Through tireless efforts, your shelter has firmly established itself in the apocalyptic world. With a stable rear, it is finally time for you to take the initiative. Quest objective: destroy a Heart of the Blood Plague located near the shelter. Quest reward: attribute awakening serum. After reading the task details, Xu Zhengyang was left bewildered. Heart of the Blood Plague? What on earth is that? It cannot be a monster that emerged only after the apocalypse began, can it? If that were the case, wouldn't he have nothing to do before the onset of the apocalypse? The thought gave him a headache, and he decided to take a chance, asking Dabai, "Is there such a thing as the Heart of the Blood Plague near our shelter?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dabai sent an aerial view of the entire White City to Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. Following this, Dabai informed him, "Master, While I have not detected the heart of the blood plague, if such a thing does exist in this world, it is likely hidden here. As he spoke, Dubai displayed several surveillance videos on Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. A small cluster of blood plague corpses, a colossal zombie, a frenzied zombie, a shapeshifter. According to Dubai's analysis of the most recent surveillance footage, all 4 zombies had first appeared at the northwestern underground exit of the Xu, the largest commercial area in White City. Oh, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement and immediately instructed Dubai, quickly check the surveillance in the underground. Dubai replied helplessly. Everything else in Xu appears normal. However, the surveillance on the 3rd floor of Zone 2 has been physically disconnected since yesterday. I suspect the target may be located there. While speaking, Dubai displayed a video from a surveillance perspective, revealing that Zone 2 of Xu had been entirely sealed off. Thus, even if there were no heart of the blood plague present, an extraordinary monster could very well be lurking. I see, Xu Zhengyang nodded and said. Then I will check it out after dark. Please keep an eye on that area for me. Alert me if anything arises. Otherwise, I will act tonight. Understood, Master. Dubai replied. After discussing with Dubai, Xu Zhengyang returned directly to his bedroom to rest. It was 2:30 a.m. After a prolonged slumber. Xu Zhengyang finally metabolized the remnants of the anesthetic within his body. Feeling invigorated and alert, he nodded in satisfaction. After a meal and a quick freshening up, he donned his flight combat suit. Driving at night would be far too conspicuous, so Xu Zhengyang retrieved his monoplane from the dimensional space bag and took to the skies. After landing and stowing away the dimensional bag, he activated his wingsuit. Following a series of familiar tactical maneuvers, he landed safely in the landscaped area of Zone 2. 10 minutes later, Xu Zhengyang navigated past all the sentries. Upon exiting the stairwell of the 3rd level of Zone 2, he was met with a palpable crimson mist. Previously, whenever Xu Zhengyang encountered unexpected situations, the system would issue a sudden task. However, now, it was evident that something was amiss in the subterranean level of Zone 2. Yet the system remained silent, devoid of any task notifications. To his astonishment, Xu Zhengyang realized that the mysterious phenomena surrounding him must be the result of the heart of blood plague. The blood mist in the lower levels of Zone 2 was denser at the center and faded towards the edges. Thus, all he needed to do was move towards the more concentrated areas of the mist to locate the heart of blood plague. As he ventured approximately 100 to 200 meters into the thickening mist, visibility diminished to the point where he could barely see his own feet. The low visibility, compounded by the scattering and absorption of light due to the droplets, severely restricted the thermal imaging system's range. Consequently, even activating the thermal imaging function of his contact lenses proved futile. In the midst of pondering a solution, Xu Zhengyang suddenly heard a continuous buzzing sound emanating from his left front. Cautiously, he followed the sound, and as he advanced about 100 meters, the buzzing grew increasingly louder. Moments later, his vision cleared, revealing 20 armored vehicles forming a defensive circle. Within this perimeter, 2 diesel generators were operating at full capacity, their exhaust connected to over 200 industrial-grade fans. As these fans whirred to life, they effectively dispersed the blood mist, reducing its density significantly. In the left front of the armored vehicles, a colossal heart, towering 3 to 4 meters high and spanning 2 to 3 meters at its widest, dominated the scene, the heart of blood plague. Xu Zhengyang could not restrain his exclamation upon sighting it. Surrounding the heart were pulsating violet-blue veins and grotesque tumors, creating a grotesque carpet of flesh and blood. The grotesque carpet of flesh sprawls over an expanse of approximately 200 to 300 square meters, firmly safeguarding the heart of blood pestilence at its center. Upon this sanguine tapestry lie numerous tumorous masses, varying in size from a height of 1 meter to those towering at 2 or 3 meters, totaling 18 in number. Every 5 to 6 seconds, the heart of blood pestilence emits a pulsating red glow, followed by a resounding thump, reminiscent of a drumbeat. Chapter 90. The heart of blood pestilence. With each beat of the heart, the tumorous masses upon the flesh carpet undulate, subsequently flashing red in eerie synchrony. The blood mist, dispersed by industrial fans, adopts a peculiar form, with the crimson haze gradually settling to the ground, resulting in a vivid red hue beneath 30 centimeters. Although Xu Zhengyang is cloaked in optical camouflage, upon stepping into the blood mist, he inadvertently leaves 2 transparent footprints, unmistakably revealing the anomaly of this place. Startled by this revelation, Xu Zhengyang hastily retreats to avoid exposing himself. However, at that moment, he suddenly senses something beneath his feet. Reaching down, he retrieves a standard-issue rifle, which sends a chill coursing through him as he realizes the grim fate that has befallen the soldiers who drove in armored vehicles. Could it be that they were all consumed by the heart of blood pestilence? No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than the tumorous masses on the flesh carpet burst open simultaneously. 3 hulking zombies, accompanied by a dozen ordinary blood-pestilent zombies, crawled forth from the grotesque formations. Xu Zhengyang's heart raced upon observing their attire. Indeed, the soldiers who had arrived in armored vehicles had met their doom. Though Xu Zhengyang remains cloaked in optical camouflage, the zombies can still discern his position within the blood mist. As a horde of them roars and charges toward him, even he feels a shiver of fear. Swiftly, he opens his dimensional space bag, releasing all his mechanical dogs, and instructs his companion, Dabai, deal with those ordinary zombies first. With that, Xu Zhengyang immediately enters his personal battle armor from the dimensional space bag. After plundering the military arsenal, his weaponry has transformed significantly, especially with the battle armor. He now wields a pair of Type 2 heavy machine guns, one in each hand. As the heavy machine guns roar to life in succession, complemented by Dabai maneuvering 14 mechanical dogs in a flanking attack, the skirmish unfolds swiftly. In a mere 20 seconds, all but the 3 most resilient hulking zombies are vanquished, reduced to mere remnants by the combined onslaught of Xu Zhengyang and Dabai. Among these 3 hulking zombies, one bears severe injuries, with its left arm shattered and a gaping wound in its abdomen. This injury is undoubtedly fatal to humans. However, for zombies, as long as their heads remain intact, any other wounds can be disregarded entirely. Watching 3 colossal zombies charge directly towards his direction, even Xu Zhengyang could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Such a menacing presence. No wonder they suffered total annihilation. The individual combat mecha, being civilian grade, possesses only moderate power while its defensive capabilities leave much to be desired. Consequently, Xu Zhengyang promptly unbuckled the safety belt in the cockpit and instructed Dabai, maneuver the mecha in circles within the garage. I shall don my battle suit. Without hesitation, he retrieved his portable battle suit from the dimensional space bag and donned it. As the suit's armor plates enveloped him like a flowing stream, Xu Zhengyang activated the exoskeleton's assistance function. Next, he opened the cockpit of the individual combat mecha and leapt directly onto the disfigured colossal zombie. The limited processing capacity of the zombie's brain could not handle such a complex situation, causing it to momentarily forget to react. However, Xu Zhengyang did not forget. He maximized the power of the portable battle suit, flipped over, and mounted the zombie's neck. With every ounce of strength, he twisted fiercely. With a sharp crack, the keratin layer of armor on the zombie's neck shattered, and the colossal zombie met its demise on the spot. Upon witnessing the fall of their companion, the remaining 2 intact colossal zombies were filled with rage and charged towards Xu Zhengyang with furious roars. Flanked by the 2 zombies, Xu Zhengyang did not dare confront their fury directly. He swiftly retreated, retrieving a timed explosive from the armory he had confiscated during a prior reconnaissance, setting it to detonate in 30 seconds. He immediately instructed Dabai, bring a robotic dog to my side and have it serve as the self-destructing canine. Understood, master. Dabai replied. A robotic dog, positioned closest to Xu Zhengyang, dashed to his side. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang affixed the explosive to the dog's back. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown of the explosive grew ever closer. Just before detonation, guided by Dabai, the robotic dog nimbly climbed onto the colossal zombie's shoulder, its forepaws gripping tightly onto the zombie's head. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated within the confined space, amplifying in intensity. Furthermore, a massive shockwave radiated outward from the explosion site, dispersing the blood mist that lingered in the air. Even clad in the portable battle suit, layered beneath with a flight combat uniform, Xu Zhengyang found himself momentarily dazed by the force of the blast. Such overwhelming power. The colossal zombie fared no better. Half of its body obliterated, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. As for the final complete giant zombie, Xu Zhengyang was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength while donned in the portable battle suit. Thus, when confronted with the last giant zombie's assault, he refrained from requesting assistance from Dabai and boldly faced the creature head-on without evasion. Although the giant boasted considerable size and strength, its agility paled in comparison to Xu Zhengyang's, coupled with his skill, focus, which allowed him to enter bullet time, and the swiftness, skill acquired from his previous encounter with a frenzied zombie that enhanced his speed. Xu Zhengyang exhibited remarkable agility, rendering him capable of outmaneuvering the giant zombie effortlessly. Punch after punch landed with a resounding impact, each strike shattering portions of the giant's hardened exterior. Within merely 5 minutes, Xu Zhengyang had completely obliterated the armor on the creature's neck. Recognizing his success and breaching its defenses, he seized the opportunity to twist forcefully, detaching the giant zombie's head with brutal efficiency. Chapter 91. Quantum skill mapping elation surged through Xu Zhengyang as he triumphantly held the giant zombie's head aloft. After vanquishing the final giant zombie, he retrieved a bottle of energy drink from his dimensional space bag and consumed it with fervor. Moments later, as the adrenaline began to wane, he exhaled deeply, directing his gaze toward the blood-plagued heart not far away. Strangely, upon the demise of the last giant zombie, an aura of fear seemed to permeate the space around him. Xu Zhengyang contemplated the blood-plagued heart before him, and an absurd notion suddenly crossed his mind. Could this entity possess consciousness? Nevertheless, he felt no sympathy for it. Glancing at his main quest, he shrugged indifferently and declared, "Whatever. The blood-plagued heart must perish." Given the entity's enigmatic nature, Xu Zhengyang chose not to probe for any hidden abilities it might possess. Instead, he extracted 10 explosives from his dimensional space bag, setting a 5-minute countdown for each. He then instructed Dabai, affix the explosives to the blood-plagued heart using the mechanical dog. "Understood, Master," Dabai replied. A mechanical dog approached Xu Zhengyang, unloading all the ammunition it carried, including grenades stored in its mouth. Once the mechanical dog was devoid of weaponry, Xu Zhengyang affixed all 10 explosives onto its body. Having completed this task, he promptly utilized his dimensional space bag to clean up the battlefield. Shell casings, the mechanical dog, and the individual battle suits were all collected. And he even managed to retrieve 20 damaged armored vehicles from a short distance away, storing them within his dimensional space bag. 2 minutes later, Xu Zhengyang instructed Dabai to assist him in conducting a thorough inspection, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. Once satisfied, he removed his portable combat suit and stored it within the dimensional space bag. He then activated the optical camouflage feature of his flight combat suit and departed from that tumultuous place. 3 minutes later, a resounding explosion erupted from underground, obliterating the heart of blood plague into mere fragments. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Main quest, Heart of Blood Plague completed. Reward acquired. Attribute Awakening Serum. Attribute Awakening Serum. Effect, raises one of your attributes, currently between 10 and 20 to 20, and grants you an immediate reward of 3 attribute awakenings. As the quest notifications materialized, a futuristic, gun-shaped injector materialized in Xu Zhengyang's hand. He glanced down at his attributes. Among all his attributes, only his mental attribute met the criteria for utilizing the Attribute Awakening Serum. Without further hesitation, Xu Zhengyang pressed the injector against his arm and administered the serum. As the substance coursed through his veins, a new series of system notifications appeared. You have used the Attribute Awakening Serum on yourself. Your mental attribute has been raised to 20 points. You have acquired the active skill, Quantum Mapping. Quantum Mapping. You can quantumize your mental power to create mapping mirrors, allowing you to manipulate mechanical constructs through these mirrors. Note, you can create multiple mirrors, with the limit depending on your mental power and recovery speed. After reviewing the details of his new skill, Xu Zhengyang paused momentarily, then recalled the exhilarating sensation he experienced when he first obtained the Type 1 engineering robot, controlling it with a remote. Previously, when he faced setbacks in competitive gaming, he wished he could conjure multiple avatars to assist him. Now, with the mastery of quantum mapping, he could indeed achieve such a feat. Upon returning to his refuge, Xu Zhengyang eagerly rushed to the idle factory and released 10 drones. Quantum mapping. He activated the skill on the 10 drones. In an instant, he felt his consciousness divide into 10 parts, each entering the body of a drone. Once quantum mapping was established, Xu Zhengyang's primary self and the mapped consciousness within the 10 drones, though distinct, shared a profound connection, harmoniously aligned in purpose. Now, Xu Zhengyang could not only maneuver each individual entity to perform diverse actions but also coordinate them, allowing each consciousness to leverage its strengths while collectively striving toward a common goal. It was an ineffable sensation, a marvelously extraordinary state. Thus, like a child with a new toy, Xu Zhengyang released another 10 robotic dogs. Subsequently, he instructed Dabai to maneuver the other 10 drones in a chaotic escape within the factory. He deftly maneuvered both the robotic dog and the drone in perfect coordination, encircling the drone controlled by the clumsy Big White. Under Xu Zhengyang's command, the drone and mechanical dog executed a series of imaginative and intricate maneuvers within the factory. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, Big White's somewhat mechanical flight style proved utterly inferior to Xu Zhengyang's tactics. An hour later, as Xu Zhengyang's mental energy neared depletion, he reluctantly recalled all the drones and the robotic dog, deactivating the quantum mapping. Thus, with a maximum of 20 mapping units extractable from 20 points of mental energy, sustaining them for no longer than an hour became evident. After discerning the limitations of the quantum mapping skill, Xu Zhengyang then retrieved the 20 armored vehicles he had stored in the dimensional space bag. These vehicles comprised the equipment for 2 standard tactical teams, including 2 armored command vehicles, 2 armored medical vehicles, and 18 armored transport vehicles. Although these armored vehicles had sustained varying degrees of damage from the onslaught of the colossal zombie, Xu Zhengyang successfully pieced together 2 complete armored transport vehicles after disassembling and repairing their parts in the auto repair workshop. Amphibious all-terrain armored transport vehicle. Vehicle specifications: horsepower, 1,350 horsepower, maximum speed, 140 km/h, maximum speed in water, 25 km/h. Maximum range, 1,400 km, maximum load, 2,000 kg, maximum climbing angle, 52 degrees. Weapon configuration, 127mm heavy machine gun. With 1,200 rounds of ammunition. Rating, safe and reliable. Upon reviewing the attributes of the armored transport vehicle, Xu Zhengyang nodded with satisfaction. This steel behemoth far surpassed the iron box he had modified. Chapter 92, Journey to the Netherlands after stowing the amphibious all-terrain armored vehicle into his dimensional space bag. Xu Zhengyang opened his task list to check the latest main quest. Main quest, semiconductor factory, in progress, as the area of your refuge expands. Your demand for semiconductors grows immensely. However, in this apocalyptic world, most of the chips you can scavenge fail to meet usage requirements. To ensure the continued development of your refuge, please construct a semiconductor factory. Quest objective: build a semiconductor factory. The factory must occupy no less than 300 square meters and be capable of producing semiconductor chips of at least level 5. Quest reward: beginner engineering skill card. Upon reviewing the details of the new main quest, Xu Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief. Given his current capabilities, this task was evidently more attainable than it would have been prior to the apocalypse. He requested Big White to assist in filtering information regarding photolithography machines and promptly instructed Big White allocate a 300 square meter clean room in the factory with a 16-meter height. And also book me a flight to the Netherlands. Understood, Master. Dabai obliged, and the engineering robot sprang into action. Shortly thereafter, Dabai continued, in 2 hours and 42 minutes. There will be a direct flight to the Netherlands. I have secured a first-class ticket for you, Master. You may depart at once. Xu Zhengyang nodded, meticulously checked his gear, and upon confirming everything was in order, promptly drove to the Bi-City International Airport. The world's most advanced lithography machines are manufactured by the Dutch company ASML. The series of lithography machines produced by ASML boasts the highest precision, efficiency, and widespread applicability in the realm of high-end lithography technology. Consequently, the vast majority of semiconductor manufacturers globally are clients of ASML. However, for various reasons, Xu Zhengyang, as a Chinese national without any business ventures abroad, could not procure a lithography machine from ASML, regardless of how high he inflated the price. This was fortuitous, as he lacked sufficient funds. Thus, he saw no need for convoluted schemes. A direct visit to the ASML warehouse would suffice. ASML's headquarters is located in Eindhoven, Netherlands. After a lengthy journey, Xu Zhengyang finally settled into a hotel near the ASML headquarters. Master, Dabai remarked as Xu Zhengyang placed his luggage down. The network security level at ASML's headquarters is exceedingly high. The entire building operates on an internal local area network. Furthermore, they have installed signal jamming devices in their core work areas, making it impossible for me to infiltrate using an ASML employee's phone to locate the lithography machines. Xu Zhengyang nodded and approached the window, gazing at the ASML headquarters with a smirk. Signal jamming is merely a cover. The more they block signals, the more critical the area is. The lithography machines are most likely concealed within. He then instructed Dabai, send me the architectural blueprints of this building, along with all areas that are signal jammed. Understood, Master, Dabai affirmed, promptly transmitting the structural plans of the ASML headquarters to Xu Zhengyang, highlighting the signal jam zones in red. A total of 27? Xu Zhengyang mused as he reviewed the information from Dabai. Fortunately, these signal jammed rooms are not too far apart. One night should suffice. With a 7-hour time difference between the Netherlands and China, Xu Zhengyang refreshed himself before lying down to sleep, awaiting the opportune moment. At 2 o'clock in the morning in the Netherlands, Xu Zhengyang satiated his hunger, took a shower, and donned his flight combat suit before opening the window of his room. With practiced ease, Xu Zhengyang activated the wingsuit transformation feature of his combat suit and leaped out, soaring directly to the base of the ASML headquarters. Maintaining optical camouflage, he stealthily navigated through layers of security like a wily raccoon. In merely 10 minutes, Xu Zhengyang arrived at the first suspicious location. All entrances to the ASML headquarters required a security card for access, yet this posed no challenge for Xu Zhengyang. He merely employed his quantum mapping skills to project a clone, placing it on the door lock, thereby rendering the entrance accessible to him. Upon entering, he found himself in a medium-sized warehouse, where various materials essential for chip production, such as wafers, polishing materials, photomasks, and photoresists, were meticulously organized. This was indeed a fruitful endeavor, he mused, as he retrieved his dimensional space bag and with a sweeping gesture, emptied the warehouse entirely. Having accomplished this, Xu Zhengyang did not linger. He promptly proceeded to the next suspicious site. Approximately 40 minutes later, after investigating 14 questionable locations, he finally located the warehouse housing the lithography machines. To facilitate the export of these machines, ASML had deliberately minimized their dimensions, allowing them to fit within a single shipping container. Utilizing his detection skills, Xu Zhengyang assessed the specifications of the lithography machines and confirmed that all 4 stored in the square warehouse were the latest models capable of processing 5 chips. Without hesitation, he packed these 4 machines into his dimensional space bag and turned to leave. After exiting the ASML headquarters, he retraced his steps back to the hotel where he was staying. With his objective achieved, Xu Zhengyang felt no desire to linger. Upon entering, he instructed his assistant, Dabai, "Please book me a flight back to Beijing. The sooner the better." "Of course, master," Dabai replied, and moments later, flight information appeared on Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. The next departing flight is in 1 hour and 54 minutes. However, it requires a layover in Singapore, resulting in a total travel time of 26 hours and 51 minutes. There is a direct flight to Beijing International Airport in 8 hours and 36 minutes, with a total journey time of 10 hours and 40 minutes. Which would you prefer, master? The direct flight, Xu Zhengyang decided. Understood, master. No sooner had Dabai completed his statement than Xu Zhengyang received a booking confirmation from the airline. Just as he prepared to remove his combat suit for a brief rest before heading to the airport, an urgent voice from Dabai interrupted him. "Master, look at this." Chapter 93. Unexpected situation. As Dabai spoke, he projected the perspective of a surveillance camera onto Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. The camera was positioned high, monitoring the traffic conditions near a military base in Eindhoven. At that moment, red warning lights began to flash incessantly, and vehicles were recklessly speeding away from the base. Limited time urgent task. Infection zone in progress. You have discovered a zombie infection zone. If left unchecked, this area will rapidly expand, posing a threat to all nearby survivors. Task objective: eliminate at least 200 zombies to weaken the horde, while also eradicating the source of infection. Time limit: 23:59:51. Reward: secondary intelligence awakening serum. How could a military base transform into an infection zone? Xu Zhengyang pondered, bewildered. In the next moment, an unsettling thought crossed his mind, and he murmured, could it be that the Dutch were conducting experiments on blood plague zombies and inadvertently caused an outbreak? Given the propensity of Westerners, Xu Zhengyang increasingly felt the plausibility of this scenario. Just in time, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed with excitement. Since acquiring the skill of quantum mapping, he had longed for an opportunity to test its efficacy in a real battle. Without delay, he instructed his companion, Dabai, maneuver an electric vehicle to pick me up. We must hurry to eliminate the source of infection. Understood, master, Dabai replied, projecting an aerial view of Eindhoven onto Xu Zhengyang as contact lenses. Shortly thereafter, Dabai pinpointed Xu Zhengyang's location and illustrated a parabolic trajectory, explaining, master, if you leap from the hotel window and utilize your wingsuit to fly in this direction, my calculations indicate you will land at this spot, with a margin of error not exceeding 10 meters. I will be waiting for you with the vehicle. Excellent, Xu Zhengyang affirmed, simultaneously activating the transformation of his wingsuit and optical camouflage. He opened the hotel window and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the air. Upon landing, Xu Zhengyang swiftly entered the vehicle that Dabai had procured for him. Leveraging his mastery of driving, he pressed the accelerator to the floor and maintained it. After approximately 40 minutes of relentless speed, he finally arrived at the infection zone. Upon arrival, he was met with the cacophony of gunfire, sirens, cries of distress, and curses. By the time Xu Zhengyang reached the scene, Eindhoven's police were already engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the zombies within the infection zone. As this area had once been a military base, most of the zombies were clad in helmets and tactical bulletproof vests. Consequently, the police's small-caliber weaponry was utterly ineffective against the armored undead. They could only watch helplessly as the armed zombies emerged from the infection zone, advancing into the city. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Our weaponry is inadequate, and we are losing control of the situation. There are numerous casualties. We need ambulances. Many ambulances. Observing the chaotic scene, Xu Zhengyang's expression turned grave. This situation appears dire, he remarked. Given the severity of the circumstances, even Xu Zhengyang dared not underestimate the threat. Thus, after exiting the vehicle, he donned his portable battle suit to avoid any missteps in this foreign land. Even if he were to create chaos here, he would return to Beijing by tomorrow, and the Dutch would be unable to locate him. Thus, Xu Zhengyang first released 2 drones from his dimensional space bag to soar above, providing himself with a comprehensive vantage point. Subsequently, he unleashed all 12 mechanical dogs from the bag, commanding them to scatter and charge towards the horde of corpses from various angles, with rapid gunfire. The quantum mapping also enabled Xu Zhengyang's skills to be projected outward. Consequently, under the enhancement of the shooting mastery skill, even the mechanical dogs under Xu Zhengyang's control could achieve perfect accuracy with their shots. Within the infected zone, wherever gunfire erupted, ordinary zombies inevitably fell victim to headshots. As for the heavily armed zombies, penetrating their helmets required numerous rounds, which not only wasted ammunition but also precious time. Therefore, upon encountering these armored foes, the mechanical dogs deftly circumvented them, seeking out ordinary zombies to increase Xu Zhengyang's kill count. Bang, bang. While it took several bullets to breach the armored zombies' bulletproof helmets, Xu Zhengyang himself needed only a single punch to crush their skulls. In a mere 3 minutes of his relentless assault, all the zombies that had surged out of the infected zone were eradicated by Xu Zhengyang. His remarkable combat prowess nearly left the police officers of Eindhoven agape. These officers had previously engaged with the horde, thus fully aware of their combat capabilities. Witnessing how Xu Zhengyang single-handedly dominated and annihilated the seemingly unstoppable swarm left them astounded, prompting one to exclaim, "My God, have you sent the battle angel Michael to save us? Is this Iron Man? Has our nation's technology advanced to such heights without my knowledge? We are saved." At that moment, a middle-aged officer with flaxen hair and a considerable beer belly weighing around 50 to 60 pounds struggled to reach Xu Zhengyang. Breathing heavily, he inquired, "Hello. May I ask if you are with the by present?" It was as if Xu Zhengyang had a simultaneous interpreter at his disposal, allowing for seamless communication with the portly officer. In response to the officer's question, Xu Zhengyang remained silent, merely saluting him and placing his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. I understand. The officer's expression brightened with realization. "Rest assured, I can keep a secret. I'll go tend to the injured now." With that, he quickly covered his mouth, gestured to Xu Zhengyang, and hurried back to manage the situation. After dispatching the zombies that had fled the infected zone, Xu Zhengyang's mission objective had transformed to 36,200. Just 140 more to go. With a wave of his hand, he directed his drones to advance into the infected zone, to investigate the precise circumstances within. After enduring 2 arduous days, I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Tonight, I shall provide 2 updates, and I shall endeavor to write more over the weekend. Chapter 94, Tactical Nuclear Bomb. From the perspective of a drone, chaos reigned within the confines of the base. Although the facility remained a hell on Earth, a portion of survivors tenaciously resisted, relying on the advantageous terrain. Just as Xu Zhengyang was preparing to rescue them, Dubai suddenly exclaimed with urgency, Master, I have just intercepted a transmission." Upon discovering the incident at this location, the Dutch authorities immediately ordered the dispatch of 2 elite tactical teams to urgently retrieve a tactical nuclear bomb from this base. A tactical nuclear bomb? Xu Zhengyang was taken aback, but then a smile graced his face as he inquired, "Do you know the specific location of this bomb?" "Unfortunately, I cannot pinpoint it," Dubai replied, transmitting a comprehensive aerial view of the military base to Xu Zhengyang's smart glasses. On the map, 73 red shaded areas were marked, indicating signal jamming zones. "I can confirm that the tactical nuclear bomb must be situated within one of these signal jamming regions." "I see." Xu Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Have you located the positions of those 2 tactical teams?" "Yes," Dubai affirmed, promptly synchronizing the surveillance map with Xu Zhengyang's display. The situation was urgent, and the Dutch authorities had abandoned all notions of secrecy. Their armed helicopters were flying directly towards this location. "Based on my calculations, they will arrive in approximately 15 minutes and 41 seconds. It appears we shall require their guidance," Xu Zhengyang remarked. He commanded his mechanical dogs to initiate a full-scale assault, as he needed to complete his objectives before the arrival of the elite tactical teams. Once unleashed, the robotic canines expended ammunition at a rapid rate. Yet Xu Zhengyang's kill count soared exponentially. Furthermore, he retrieved an anti-material sniper rifle from his dimensional storage bag, with a minimum caliber of 127 millimeters. Such weaponry could obliterate even the toughest adversaries. After all, the armed zombies were merely donning tactical helmets. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire resonated through the skies. With each shot, Xu Zhengyang claimed at least 1 armed zombie. Within a mere 5 minutes of his relentless assault, he accomplished the task of weakening the horde. Next, He merely needed to eradicate the source of infection within the contaminated area to receive his mission reward. As the two tactical teams neared, Xu Zhengyang swiftly found an unoccupied corner to remove his portable combat suit, activating the optical camouflage feature of his flight suit. He stealthily made his way to the rooftop of the military base's main office building. Once concealed atop the building, he waited for approximately 5 or 6 minutes until 2 armed helicopters approached, hovering above the military base. Each helicopter was equipped with large-caliber mounted cannons on either side of the fuselage. Under the relentless barrage of the 4-barreled, large-caliber airborne cannon, the armed zombies on the ground were utterly insufficient. In merely 3 to 5 minutes, the majority of the undead were eradicated, leaving only a handful to wail in despair. Once the area was cleared, 2 ropes descended from the helicopter's cabin, followed closely by 7 heavily armed commandos who slid down to the ground. Without hesitation, they darted towards a sprawling warehouse covering approximately 1,200 square meters. Upon observing their trajectory, Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of intuition and promptly leapt from the rooftop of the main building, gliding down towards the vicinity of the warehouse. This facility boasted a high security level. Consequently, as soon as the military base encountered trouble, all doors and windows within the warehouse were immediately sealed shut, reinforced with alloy plates to block any entry. Nevertheless, the tactical team had anticipated this scenario. They retrieved pre-prepared power drills and bored 4 holes near a window, subsequently stuffing them with explosives. Once the 7 commandos took cover, one soldier pressed the button on his remote control. Boom, 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 following 4 thunderous detonations. A massive cloud of smoke billowed from the vicinity of the window. The commandos swiftly armed themselves with breaching hammers and charged towards the shattered window. With a resounding crash, the alloy window fell to the ground, granting them access. As the pathway opened, the 7 warriors provided mutual cover and entered the warehouse one after another. So this is where they are, Xu Zhengyang mused silently, moving stealthily like a cat, maintaining a distance of around 20 meters behind them. These commandos exhibited remarkable marksmanship, rivaling Xu Zhengyang's own skills. Furthermore, for this mission, they were equipped with armor-piercing rounds. Thus, against the onslaught of ordinary armed zombies, let alone the formidable and ferocious variants, they could handle the situation with remarkable ease through their coordinated efforts. Following closely behind, Xu Zhengyang utilized the ballistic prediction feature of his contact lenses to dodge stray bullets while cautiously advancing, careful to avoid stepping on the blood of the zombies that could betray his presence. The warehouse not only had an extensive above-ground section, but also a vast underground area. As he trailed the 7 commandos through a labyrinth of twists and turns, they dispatched numerous zombies and navigated through 7 concealed doors. After descending over 20 meters underground, they finally arrived before a massive alloy door, more secure than a bank vault. This door was entirely mechanical, requiring not only 3 specially crafted keys, but also the input of a specific password corresponding to the dynamic numbers displayed on the door to unlock it. Fortunately, the commandos had come prepared. They inserted the 3 keys into the lock, turning them in the sequence of 213. Before retrieving a small booklet to consult the recorded instructions for inputting the dynamic password on the combination lock. With a sharp click, the alloy door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Following this, 2 of the 7 individuals remained outside to keep watch, while the remaining 5 entered in single file through the grand entrance. Xu Zhengyang hesitated for a moment as he observed their division, but ultimately resolved to wait at the doorway. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of carts grew increasingly audible, and the 5 emerged from the alloy door, each pushing a cart. Upon these carts lay 2 sleek missiles. Even Xu Zhengyang could not help but feel his breath quicken at the sight of those missiles. Chapter 95. The conclusion for the sake of caution. Xu Zhengyang employed his detection skills on the 2 tactical nuclear warheads, 61 nuclear aerial bomb. Weapon parameters: warhead, 03340 thermonuclear warhead, fuse, delayed fuse. Height fuse, launch platform, fixed-wing aircraft, effective range, depends on aircraft, maximum speed, terminal velocity, guidance method. Evaluation, a versatile aerial nuclear bomb developed during the Cold War. Seeing that both tactical nuclear warheads displayed identical information, Xu Zhengyang's excitement grew immensely. These were far superior to the 54 nuclear warhead he had previously acquired, which had an explosion radius of 5 kilometers and a range of 4 kilometers. At that moment, the captain, realizing that half of the mission was complete, promptly commanded, "Close the door, evacuate, quickly." As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged ahead, clearing the path for the others. The corridor was 3 meters wide, providing Xu Zhengyang ample space to act. In an instant, as the 7 men passed by him with their carts, the two nuclear warheads vanished without a trace. Despite being seasoned soldiers, hardened by countless battles, they had never encountered such an absurd situation. "The nuclear warhead is gone," the soldier pushing the cart exclaimed, his face a mask of horror. In the next moment, another soldier behind him uttered a statement that doubled their shock. "My nuclear warhead is missing too." This is not the time for jokes. The captain, walking ahead, turned back while chastising them. However, upon witnessing that the two warheads, which had been securely fastened to the cart, had indeed disappeared, even through his gas mask, Xu Zhengyang could sense the captain's profound astonishment. What on earth is happening? Before the captain could finish his sentence, a thick, blood-colored mist surged in from all directions. In just a few breaths, the entire corridor was enveloped in the blood mist. Visibility plummeting to below 1 meter, truly a situation where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Soon after, hurried footsteps and excited howls echoed from afar, unmistakably the sound of a horde approaching. At that moment, the captain shouted to everyone, "Put on your gas masks and turn on your high-powered flashlights." As he finished speaking, the soldiers all pressed the switches at their temples. Though the powerful flashlight could not disperse the blood mist, the beam of light illuminated the surroundings, enabling them to discern any foreign objects hidden within the haze. "Take cover behind the carts and retreat," commanded the captain, swiftly turning to position 2 carts as makeshift shields before firing down the corridor. Despite their disadvantageous environment, the individual prowess of these 7 operatives was of the highest caliber. Moreover, the zombies relied solely on their minions, unable to withstand the might of their firearms. Thus, these 7 valiant souls carved a bloody path through the dire circumstances, making their escape from the warehouse. The wind generated by the armed helicopters' rotors was formidable. Consequently, 2 armed helicopters hovered in the sky, where the fog outside the warehouse was notably thin, posing no hindrance to visibility. Upon exiting the warehouse, the captain wasted no time. Instructing everyone, "Mission failed, proceed immediately to the extraction point." No sooner had the captain spoken than a series of ominous creaking sounds echoed. A colossal white bone hook, dragging a chain of bones, emerged from the blood mist, ensnaring one of the helicopter's fuselage. Following the chain, one could see that it was gripped by a super zombie, towering at least 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, its body seemingly composed of a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. This shocking transformation terrified the helicopter pilot, who immediately ascended in an attempt to flee this perilous locale. Yet, he underestimated the super zombie's strength. Even with the helicopter's throttle pushed to the limit, it could not break free from the bone hook's grasp. Instead, the helicopter was slowly pulled down towards the ground. Observing this horrifying scene, the captain shouted to his team, "Aim for the creature's eyes." The marksmanship of these 7 Special Forces operatives was unquestionable. Thus, upon the sound of gunfire, the super zombie's eyes erupted in dark red plasma. Its eyeballs obliterated in an instant. Roaring in agony, the super zombie exerted all its strength, swinging the bone chain downwards. With a thunderous crash, the armed helicopter was hurled to the ground, creating a small mushroom cloud upon impact. At this moment, Xu Zhengyang exited the warehouse's shielded area. Hearing the voice of the AI, Master, the blood mist, and the giant zombie emerged from this building. "You should investigate. The source of infection must be within." As the words fell, the AI marked the target building with a red shadow on Xu Zhengyang's contact lens. Understood. Without hesitation, Xu Zhengyang seized the opportunity while the super zombie was distracted by the 2 Special Forces teams and sprinted towards the location of the infection source. This site was a storage facility within the military base designated for discarded items. Upon entering, Xu Zhengyang discovered that the warehouse was not only covered in a layer of fleshy carpet on the floor, but even the ceiling and walls were similarly adorned. It was as if one were ensconced within the innards of a colossal beast. Deep within the warehouse lay a heart of blood plague, towering an impressive 8 meters, nearly double the size of what Xu Zhengyang had encountered previously. In such an eerie environment, even clad in his portable battle suit, Xu Zhengyang hesitated to venture forth into danger. After a brief moment of contemplation, he extracted all 34 of his remaining explosives from his dimensional space bag, followed by 20 large agricultural drones. Setting a timer for 3 minutes on the explosives, he loaded them onto one of the drones and, employing his quantum mapping skill, commanded all the drones to take off simultaneously, plunging into the depths of the warehouse. As anticipated, the moment the drones entered, the violet-blue veins within the flesh carpet sprang to life, lashing out like whips towards Xu Zhengyang's drones. Fortunately, as he had launched 20 drones at once, the limited number of veins could not impede all of them. Consequently, after the destruction of 16 drones, the final agricultural drone carrying the 34 explosives reached the innermost sanctum of the warehouse, standing before the heart of blood plague. with a thunderous explosion. A series of system notifications appeared before Xu Zhengyang's eyes. Time-limited emergency task. Infection zone completed. Reward acquired. Secondary intelligence awakening serum. Secondary intelligence awakening serum. Effect upon use. Your intelligence will be elevated to 10 points, and you will immediately receive an awakening skill reward. The properties of the secondary intelligence awakening serum were exceptional. However, given the current chaotic situation, Xu Zhengyang decided to await his return to the shelter before utilizing this reward. At that moment, after the Heart of Blood plague was obliterated, the battling super zombie emitted a roar of agonizing despair. Subsequently, in a frenzied state, it disregarded its injuries and swung the helicopter attached to its bone chain like a meteor hammer, intent on crushing everyone present. Just then, the robotic companion exclaimed, "Master, look here." After the Heart of Blood plague was blasted apart, a transparent crystalline object remained in its wake. As by spoke, a surveillance feed projected onto Xu Zhengyang's smart glasses. Indeed, within the surveillance footage, beneath the shattered remnants of the Heart of Blood plague, a transparent diamond-shaped crystal, approximately 1 meter tall, stood proudly. Originally, Xu Zhengyang was prepared to depart, but inexplicably, upon beholding this crystalline entity, the insignia of leadership that had long felt dormant upon his fingers suddenly sparked within him an overwhelming desire. This object held great significance for the insignia of leadership. With this thought in mind, Xu Zhengyang did not hesitate. He halted his retreat and turned back towards the warehouse with determination. In a mere moment, as Xu Zhengyang approached within 3 meters of the transparent diamond-shaped crystal, all its surfaces emitted slender threads of light, delicate as hair. These luminous filaments seemed to penetrate the very fabric of reality, effortlessly traversing Xu Zhengyang's combat suit and surging into the leader's token, which transformed into a ring adorning his index finger. Moments later, as the last of the light threads streamed into the leader's token, the once intact diamond crystal shattered like glass, scattering into a myriad of fragments. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon that surpassed his comprehension, Xu Zhengyang wore an expression of bewilderment. He hastily employed his detection skill to examine the leader's token for any changes. Cosmic Oddity Leader's Token. Ignition Source. 1. The attributes of the leader's token remained unchanged, save for the ignition source, which had increased from 0 to 1. With fervor, Xu Zhengyang realized that, according to the energy conversion method of the leader's token, this crystal he had just absorbed equated to the annual electricity output of the Three Gorges Dam. To unlock the next skill, the leader's token required 2 units of ignition source, with this blood plague heart resolving a significant part of his dilemma. Xu Zhengyang felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of encountering another blood plague heart. Did every blood plague heart contain such a diamond crystal? Suddenly, he recalled the blood plague heart he had detonated in the high-tech zone of White City, which lacked such an entity. Xu Zhengyang speculated whether that particular blood plague heart had been too small, pondering if only large blood plague hearts could nurture crystals with insufficient samples. He remained uncertain of his conjecture. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He dismissed these thoughts and decisively turned away from that perilous place. Upon returning to his hotel, Xu Zhengyang took a shower, washing away the stench of blood, and lamented the fact that the arsenal's signal jamming devices were too numerous for Daba to pinpoint its exact location, making it impossible to acquire anything for free. As he spoke, Xu Zhengyang retrieved the secondary intelligence awakening serum he had obtained after completing the time-sensitive task in the infection zone from his dimensional space bag. Having used such a syringe before, he acted without hesitation, aiming it at the vein in his arm and administering the injection. You have administered the secondary intelligence awakening serum to yourself. Your intelligence attribute has been elevated to 10 points. You have acquired the skill, Mind Flash. You have acquired the skill, Cooperative Processing. After utilizing the secondary intelligence awakening serum, Xu Zhengyang not only saw his intelligence soar to 10 points, but he also received the skills associated with both the 5 and 10-point thresholds. Thus, Xu Zhengyang lowered his gaze to examine himself, scrutinizing the specific attributes of the 2 skills. Mind Flash. Your cognitive speed has significantly increased, allowing your brain to process more information within the same unit of time. Cooperative Processing. You can integrate information from multiple perspectives, filtering out irrelevant details to issue precise commands with ease. Upon reading the attribute of Mind Flash, Xu Zhengyang felt indifferent, but upon encountering the description of Cooperative Processing, he was instantly filled with exhilaration. Without delay, Xu Zhengyang opened his dimensional space bag and unleashed all 12 mechanical dogs, applying quantum mapping to them. In the past, after employing this skill on the mechanical dogs, combined with his own presence, it was as if there were 13 Xu Zhengyangs coordinating with one another. Although there would inevitably be overlapping fields of vision, thanks to his impressive 20 points and mental attributes, he could manage the situation, albeit with some chaos during particularly frantic moments. However, now, despite having the same number of perspectives, the introduction of cooperative processing allowed Xu Zhengyang's mind to automatically filter out superfluous information akin to playing a video game. He could observe the entire battlefield from a god's eye view while simultaneously controlling any unit for precise strikes. With the addition of cooperative processing, Xu Zhengyang's already formidable combat prowess escalated to an entirely new level. Elated, he could not help but shout with joy. Upon returning to the shelter, it was already the afternoon of the following day. After unloading and installing the lithography machine he had acquired at the newly completed semiconductor factory, a series of system subtitles appeared before Xu Zhengyang. Task objective: Semiconductor factory, completed. Reward obtained: Skill card, basic engineering, skill card, basic engineering, effect, upon use. You will immediately master basic engineering, with the abundance of skills being beneficial and no limit on the number of skills one could learn. Xu Zhengyang chose to utilize this new skill card immediately. Chapter 97, Productivity. Having mastered the new skill, Xu Zhengyang promptly opened his task list to review his latest main quest. Main quest: Productivity in progress. Your shelter is increasingly sophisticated, yet the larger the shelter, the greater the need for sufficient productivity to maintain it. Otherwise, no matter how grand the shelter is constructed, it remains but a castle in the air, easily shattered. Task objective: Construct a high-precision mechanical production workshop. The workshop must not be less than 1,000 square meters. It should possess at least 100 robotic arms with an absolute positioning accuracy of 0.01. Task reward: Type 01 Universal Robot, Blueprint. Upon reviewing the task information, Xu Zhengyang's expression was one of sheer delight. As the shelter continued to expand, the complexities of its maintenance grew increasingly cumbersome. Although Xu Zhengyang had previously acquired various electronic tools and devices for to manipulate and maintain his refuge, these instruments were merely stopgaps. As Xu Zhengyang's sanctuary expanded, even with the assistance of these tools, Dubai began to struggle with the upkeep of its operations. Thus, if Xu Zhengyang did not address the issue of productivity within his refuge, its development would inevitably stagnate. Dubai, allocate a workshop of 1,000 square meters for me. Upon uttering these words, Xu Zhengyang promptly began researching the machining precision of various robotic arms online. Thanks to the advantages of a complete industrial chain, even in the southern regions, numerous factories produce civilian robotic arms that achieved machining precisions of 0.001. After Dubai's careful selection, Xu Zhengyang ultimately chose a manufacturer named Xinglong. The owner of Xinglong had left a state-owned enterprise to venture independently, resulting in robotic arms with specifications that far surpassed those of competitors. Xu Zhengyang, being affluent, faced no financial constraints. Thus, under the powerful influence of his monetary prowess, the owner of Xinglong assured Xu Zhengyang within half an hour that he would reside in the factory to oversee production. Once all the equipment ordered by Xu Zhengyang was completed, he would personally accompany the delivery to Baiqing. However, Xinglong's factory did not have an abundance of inventory. Even with their production line operating around the clock, it would take at least 5 days to fulfill the order. During this time, although Xu Zhengyang remained physically resilient, he felt a sense of fatigue weighing on his mind. Therefore, he returned to his beach-themed bedroom, stretched, and reclined on a lounge chair, thinking that he could finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Dubai's voice suddenly interrupted. Master, look here. A localized blood plague has erupted. Moreover, judging by the colossal zombies present, it is highly likely that there exists a large heart of the blood plague here. As Dubai spoke, he transmitted a video to Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. The footage depicted a coastal nuclear power plant, completely devoid of life, where the grotesque mass of flesh and blood occupied much of the facility. Inside a warehouse, which had been partially destroyed, stood a towering heart of the blood plague, approximately 10 meters high. After the video concluded, Dubai informed Xu Zhengyang, Master, this heart of the blood plague is located in Fukushima Prefecture, Japan. According to the latest information released by the Japanese government, in order to stabilize the domestic social environment and bolster public confidence, they have decided to globally broadcast the extermination of the source of zombies at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. So they plan to act the day after tomorrow? Why are the Japanese so hasty? Xu Zhengyang expressed his exasperation. Thus, he reluctantly set aside his plans for rest, rising to change his clothes while instructing Dubai. Book me a flight to Japan, quickly. Understood, Master. Dubai consented and transmitted the itinerary information to Xu Zhengyang's contact lens, stating that there was a flight bound for Japan scheduled to depart in 2 hours and 16 minutes. If you leave now, Master, you will be able to board just in time. Xu Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement and rushed out of the shelter, driving towards Baicheng International Airport. In Fukushima Prefecture, Japan, despite the emergence of zombies around the globe, governments worldwide opted to obscure information and manage the crisis discreetly. However, Xu Zhengyang was unaware of the Japanese perspective. Upon discovering the heart of the blood plague, they did not choose to handle it quietly. Instead, they opted for a global live broadcast. Consequently, Fukushima Prefecture found itself at the epicenter of attention. Various media outlets, diplomats, and countless curious onlookers flocked to the city within just 2 days, leading to hotel prices skyrocketing tenfold. At a hotel terrace, touted by Japanese media as the prime viewing location, Xu Zhengyang pretended to manipulate a remote control, while, in reality, he utilized his quantum mapping skills to operate a drone investigating the nuclear power plant. Japan had already coordinated a joint operation with the stationed American forces. They had effectively sealed off the entire nuclear facility, but rather than restricting media and personal drone exploration, they appeared to encourage it. As a result, on the terrace where Xu Zhengyang stood, 8 out of 10 individuals possessed drones, while the remaining guests wielded binoculars or long-focus cameras, intently scrutinizing the interior of the nuclear plant. Meanwhile, Debai's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. "Master, the heart of the blood plague seems to possess consciousness. It has sensed danger and gathered all the zombies near that warehouse for self-protection. My analysis indicates there are at least over 1,000 zombies within the warehouse, the majority being powerful evolved types such as the giant and frenzied zombies. Given our current arsenal, aside from deploying that 54-kiloton nuclear bomb, we are unlikely to eliminate the heart of the blood plague through other means." "There's no need for haste," Xu Zhengyang replied, maneuvering the drone for a return flight. Since the Japanese are bold enough to broadcast globally, they must possess unwavering confidence in their success. Our objective here is not to exterminate the zombies, but to acquire the crystal nurtured by the heart of the blood plague. He smiled slightly, adding thus, "We merely need to wait for the Japanese to reduce the heart to ashes before we promptly retrieve the crystal." Having gleaned no new useful information, Xu Zhengyang decided against lingering on the hotel terrace and returned to his room to rest. A moment will bring updates, though they may arrive quite late. I recommend everyone to check back tomorrow. Chapter 98. Spores. The following day, around 8 in the morning, Xu Zhengyang was rudely awakened by the thunderous sounds of helicopters, fighter jets, and powerful armored vehicles. Though he remained in bed, the moment he opened his eyes, Debai had already projected the external situation onto Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses, allowing him to observe the outside world in real time. What a spectacle, Xu Zhengyang pondered. Logically, with the firepower of a modern army, it would be a simple matter to reduce any target to rubble, given accurate coordinates. Why such an elaborate display? Could there be ulterior motives behind this grand show? However, constrained by limited information, Xu Zhengyang could not form a decisive judgment. Thus, he instructed Debai, "Please eavesdrop on nearby communications. See if you can uncover any clues." "Understood, Master," Debai replied. Xu Zhengyang nodded and then got out of bed to wash up and change his clothes. For opportunities to witness modern military operations up close were indeed rare. He was filled with anticipation. His room was situated on one of the upper floors of the building, so upon reaching the window, he activated the 12-fold zoom on his contact lenses to get a clearer view of the situation. With 2 hours remaining until the 10 o'clock announcement from Japan, he observed the streets near the nuclear plant, where Japanese soldiers and American troops had adorned themselves flamboyantly, akin to performers in a nightclub, showcasing their might. Seeing all this, Xu Zhengyang could not help but furrow his brow, exclaiming, "What is this, a grand military parade?" As the Japanese and Americans flaunted their strength, the forces of blood plague sensed the impending crisis and grew increasingly restless. At that moment, Debai suddenly addressed Xu Zhengyang. "Master, I intercepted a phone call just now. The Americans believe that chaos has erupted outside, while our nation remains relatively stable. Given this contrast, our country is likely to seize the opportunity presented by the apocalypse to reconstruct the world order and rise to the pinnacle of global power. Therefore, they are publicly announcing the emergence of zombies to incite global disorder. At such a time, instead of working together, they are intent on sabotaging each other." "There is no hope left," Xu Zhengyang sighed, shaking his head. He realized that once this news became public, it would likely spark a worldwide frenzy for constructing emergency shelters. Consequently, acquiring various supplies would not be as straightforward. With this thought, Xu Zhengyang immediately instructed Debai, "Use all the remaining funds in my account to purchase building materials, steel, copper ingots, and other supplies that may be needed for the shelters in the future. Remember, do not make direct purchases. Use my remaining money as a deposit to acquire as many resources on credit as possible." "Understood, Master," Debai responded promptly. Then, Dabai inquired. What about the final payment? Are you planning to gamble on stones again, master? I shall gather various pieces of information regarding the stone gambling, but it is unnecessary. Xu Zhengyang waved his hand, interrupting Dabai, asserting that it suffices to purchase the items first. As for the subsequent inability to pay the remaining balance, let those manufacturers wield legal instruments to safeguard their legitimate rights and proceed with litigation against me as per the established procedures. At this juncture, Xu Zhengyang pondered for a moment before continuing. Dabai, remember to establish a shell company, concealing our intentions, and delay as much as possible. Additionally, ensure that the shipping address is situated near the outpost of the second power plant in Baicheng. This way, I can utilize teleportation and dimensional space bags to discreetly transfer all the supplies back to the shelter without anyone being the wiser. Understood, Master, Dabai replied, promptly commencing actions in accordance with Xu Zhengyang's instructions. Meanwhile, Xu Zhengyang began to contemplate how he would quietly acquire the crystal birth from the heart of the blood plague amidst the elaborate setup orchestrated by the Japanese adversaries. 2 hours later, as the exuberant shout from the Japanese television host signaled the commencement of the fireworks display, 5 rocket vehicles stationed outside the nuclear power plant simultaneously unleashed their firepower. Boom, 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 following a precise barrage that obliterated the area. The heart of the blood plague residing within the nuclear facility hardly put up any resistance before being reduced to ashes by the rocket bombardment. As for the scant surviving zombies within the plant, they numbered merely a handful. Once the infantry and tanks entered the nuclear power plant, they easily crushed the remaining zombies, thereby ensuring complete annihilation. As the eradication of zombies progressed, the vicinity of Fukushima Prefecture was enveloped in a tsunami-like chorus of cheers. Once all the zombies had been dealt with, the infantry emerged from behind the tanks, equipped with flamethrowers, prepared to incinerate the entire mass of flesh within the nuclear facility into charred remnants. Just then, an unexpected transformation occurred. The heart of the blood plague, previously reduced to cinders, had its outer charred surface suddenly split apart. Shortly thereafter, a concave orifice measuring 5 meters in diameter emerged from beneath the surface. With a sound that could be heard from several kilometers away, a robust crimson column of blood surged skyward. This sanguine column tapered from thick to thin. As it reached heights of 400 to 500 meters, the top took on the form of a massive, mushroom-shaped crimson umbrella. Following this, a series of bursts erupted beneath the umbrella, releasing blood-colored spores resembling dandelions, each about the size of a pinky finger. The crimson seeds drifted along the sea breeze, making their way toward the land of Fukushima Prefecture. At this moment, the Japanese and Americans recognized the dilemma and immediately launched a new round of bombardment against the concave orifice. However, it was too late. By the time they thoroughly dealt with the heart of the blood plague, the skies over Fukushima Prefecture were already thick with a multitude of blood-colored spores. These spores blotted out the sun, casting the daylight into an eerie crimson hue. In such a hellish scene, even a dog would discern that these blood-colored spores posed a significant threat. The jubilant crowd that had moments ago celebrated outside the nuclear power station suddenly found themselves in a frenzied scramble to escape. What an opportunity! Xu Zhengyang exclaimed with delight upon witnessing the dramatic turn of events. Blessed with the formidable skill of superimmunity, and having recently fortified his defenses with a dose of blood plague serum, Xu Zhengyang felt utterly unconcerned about the blood plague spores. As chaos erupted around him, he wasted no time and activated the optical camouflage and wingsuit transformation features of his combat suit. Without hesitation, he leaped from the hotel window, soaring towards the heart of the blood plague. Chapter 99, The Leader's Proof Upgraded, New Skills Unlocked. The ominous crimson spores blanketing the sky were a clear warning of the imminent danger. Consequently, not only the civilians, but also the previously spirited members of the Japanese self-defense forces and American soldiers began a frantic retreat. The ensuing tumult provided Xu Zhengyang with considerable advantage. With a thundering sound, he landed safely via his emergency parachute and dashed towards the warehouse housing the heart of the blood plague. Approximately 5 minutes later, when Xu Zhengyang arrived at the warehouse, the soldiers had long since fled, leaving behind a scene of devastation. As the thick, sanguine fog emanated from this very location, Xu Zhengyang hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. At that moment, Bai, his companion, urged him, "Master, retrieve that individual's backpack. It contains a portable electromagnetic radar." As Bai spoke, he highlighted the corpse of an American soldier in Xu Zhengyang's contact lenses. Though puzzled, Xu Zhengyang complied, approaching the body to secure the radar pack. "I can detect environmental information through electromagnetic signals amidst the fog, and subsequently analyze this data to uncover intelligence hidden within." I proudly declared as he activated the portable electromagnetic radar strapped to Xu Zhengyang's back. With a crackling sound, the electromagnetic signals shot out at the required angles and returned. I promptly displayed the analyzed data in Xu Zhengyang's lenses. Previously, when Xu Zhengyang gazed into the crimson mist, only a sea of red met his eyes. However, with Bai's signal analysis, the green shadows outlined the walls, obstacles, and the presence of any half-dead zombies with startling clarity. Remarkable, Bai, Xu Zhengyang exclaimed in genuine admiration. Of course, Bai replied, his tone brimming with pride, simultaneously projecting an expression in Xu Zhengyang's lenses that conveyed, fear arises from the unknown. Xu Zhengyang's earlier reluctance to enter the blood fog stemmed from the apprehension of being ambushed by the undead lurking within. Upon discovering the locations of the zombies, Xu Zhengyang promptly retrieved his gear and strode purposefully into the warehouse, making his way to its innermost depths. Moments later, after dispatching several oblivious creatures, he arrived at the site of the blood-plague heart. Indeed, Xu Zhengyang found a diamond-shaped transparent crystal here, identical to the one from his previous encounter. Subsequently, the emblem of leadership on his person emitted a potent signal of desire, drawing from past experience. Xu Zhengyang hesitated no longer and positioned the hand adorned with the emblem directly upon the crystal. In an instant, tendrils of white light surged forth from the diamond crystal, eagerly penetrating the emblem of leadership. The emblem greedily absorbed the energy contained within the crystal. Within mere moments, the energy was completely depleted, resulting in the crystal shattering into a myriad of fragments. After collecting these remnants into his dimensional pouch, Xu Zhengyang turned and departed from that perilous place. 3 hours later, he had successfully exited Fukushima Prefecture and boarded an international flight back to Beijing. It was only upon his return to the sanctuary that he fully relaxed and lowered his gaze to examine the attributes of the emblem of leadership once more. At this moment, the ember within had transformed to 2. The skill that had previously been marked as locked was now available for unlocking. Xu Zhengyang had perused the emblem's attributes countless times during his journey. However, he had been apprehensive about potential anomalies that might arise upon unlocking it, which had stifled his eagerness. Now home, he could no longer contain himself and immediately access the attribute interface of the emblem. Unlock. Eagerly, Xu Zhengyang issued the command. Would you like to consume 2 embers to unlock the 3rd skill of the emblem of leadership? Yes, he decisively affirmed. The transcendental vision granted by the emblem had already reached a divine level, and he was filled with anticipation for the new skill, requiring 2 embers for unlocking, and the surprises it might bestow upon him. As Xu Zhengyang made his selection, the emblem of leadership suddenly detached from his finger and hovered before him. Subsequently, an unknown mass surged into the emblem, causing its size to gradually expand. Ultimately, it transformed from a mere ring into a grand metallic hoop with a diameter of 35 meters. Once the transformation was complete, the emblem soared above Xu Zhengyang. In the next moment, a beam of light descended from the emblem, enveloping him entirely. Within the confines of this luminous column, Xu Zhengyang could distinctly perceive every cell and drop of fluid within his body. This profound experience allowed him to acutely sense how his physique was being enhanced and upgraded by the light. It was an extraordinary sensation, far surpassing the stimulation of dopamine by 100-fold or more. Enveloped in the radiant column, he felt an exhilarating transformation unfolding. Xu Zhengyang had completely lost track of time, only to awaken to its passage half an hour later. The leader's token was once again secured upon his index finger, and his new system subtitles materialized before him. He regained his senses. You have obtained immortal soul. Immortal soul? Xu Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback by the system notification, then hastily lowered his gaze to examine his attributes. Immortal soul. When your corporeal form is destroyed, your soul may depart from its shattered vessel and exist independently. Note: in a state of soul, you will transform into an energy entity, gaining the ability of physical immunity. Immortal soul. The revelation of the new skill associated with the leader's token sent a shiver through Xu Zhengyang's heart, and he murmured, from a certain perspective, does this not imply that I have attained immortality? At this juncture, his excitement intensified, and he continued, if immortal soul exists, might there not also be a skill for corporeal immortality to be unlocked behind the leader's token? No sooner had he voiced this thought than he promptly accessed the detailed attributes of the leader's token. Cosmic artifact, leader's token, fire seed, 0 skills, leader. Upon equipping the leader's token, you will gain a leader's charisma. Henceforth, your words and actions will more easily persuade others, and your authority will more readily instill awe. You shall embody the essence of a leader. Transdimensional perspective. Upon equipping the leader's token, you will observe all that you command with a transdimensional viewpoint. Immortal soul. When your corporeal form is destroyed, Your soul may depart from its shattered vessel and exist independently. Locked. You require 10 fire seeds to unlock this skill. Evaluation. A wondrous artifact that has floated in the vacuum of the tangible universe since the dawn of cosmic creation. Containing several hundred million bytes of Higgs whistle composed of an unknown linguistic algorithm,